Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more work here on the zoo, playing a little bit of ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. Hopefully you guys are all having a wonderful Friday, and for those of you in the United States, hopefully you had a good and wonderful and happy-filled Thanksgiving. Hopefully you got to hang out with your family and spend some time with them. It's always a good time. Good time. My wife actually made some kind of green fluff dessert thing. I don't know what's in it. It tastes like either green jello or I guess green jello is probably the only thing that could be in it. Green jello and something is mixed in there. Whatever, it tastes pretty good, so she did a good job on that, so thank you for that. That was amazing. If you're watching, Hellcat, thank you. But yeah, hopefully you guys all had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I had a pretty good one, but we got some building we got to do here. We got some stuff we got to do in the zoo. There's stuff we got to get to, so without any further ado, let's get on to recapping what we did last week and then focusing on what we're going to do this week. Last week, we built this place right here. Now, this is the Platypi exhibit. It turns out that they're actually in the game. I didn't know that until just a little bit ago, and then I ended up running into a few of them when I was out looking for a giant salamander. Didn't find the giant salamander, but I did find some platypi, so look at that. We got 3 of them, I believe. Right there, yep, 3 of them. Platypus. All 3 of them. And you guys once again killed it with the names, okay? It made it very easy to name these things. Ow, I just smashed my face right into that. It made it very easy for me to name these things because you guys absolutely killed it in the comment section once again. I greatly appreciate that. It makes my life so much easier. So let's go down and name these things. As usual, I have to emphasize that I apologize if I do not select your name. There's only 3 platypi that I have, and I haven't seen any other ones the entire series. So I had to pick. And you guys overwhelmed me again, and I love it. I love it. It's great. But I'd like to give a little shout out here to Shelly1987, who suggested that we name one Steve, after Steve Irwin. And I like that name. This is not the first animal we've named Steve in the zoos that I'm building. If anyone can put down in the comments section, what was the other animal in Wildwood that we named after Steve Irwin? And for the next one, we're gonna name this one Doofenshmirtz. Okay? I think I spelled that right. We're gonna name this one Doofenshmirtz. And apparently, and I haven't watched the cartoon before, but everybody and their Aunt Matilda was saying that I need to name one Perry. Okay, so I got a lot of Perrys in the comments section. However, we named one Perry last season, and that's the name, that's the Easter egg that changes it to look like the platypus and Phineas and Ferb, right? That's the teal one with the detective hat on. Well, he's always going up against Dr. Doofenshmirtz. So we're going to be naming one Doofenshmirtz this season as his rival, you know, his villain. Oh, and thank you to Puppet Master 13 for suggesting that. Like I said, I haven't watched the show, so I'm just relying on you guys for the information on that. And finally, we're going to give a shout out to Kathy Clism's ex-roommate. Okay? Kathy Clism put in the comments section that her ex-roommate said that they used to call them duck moles. Okay, so we're going to name one Duck Mole. So there we go. We got Steve, Doofenshmirtz, and Duck Mole. So thank you to everyone who submitted names. Greatly do appreciate it. But I didn't get to them if I didn't get to them this time. But keep on trying. Next week I'll have another animal for you to name. But let's go put these in the exhibit now. And landed it like a champ. How about that? Okay, so here we are in the exhibit. Let's go ahead and put the first one down here, just like that. And this is gonna be Steve. And Steve is a male. I guess that makes sense. Steve is kind of a masculine name. All right, let's go ahead and let's go ahead and throw down, not slow down. Let's go ahead and throw down Duck Mole. All right, Duck Mole is also a male. All right, and then down here we're gonna put down Doofenshmirtz. All right, and Doofenshmirtz is a female. I don't know if I think Doofenshmirtz is a dude in the cartoon, but whatever. He's a female here. Oh, look at that. The sun is setting. Creepers be creeping. I gotta get to sleeping real fast, and then we're gonna move on to the row. My gosh, the haste is real. The rest of the episode. Wake up, Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford, wake up. Wake up. We got stuff to do today. We got things to build. I suppose everyone watching is probably wondering what we're going to build too. I know Harrison Fjord just can't sleep a wink just because he's staying up all night thinking about, wake up! Okay, these are some lazy beavers. Whatever. We're going to be building right here, actually. I do need to dig this back just a wee bit, like, you know, so far. Just so I can kind of get another exhibit built in right here on the side. But I don't need to like do a time lapse, I think, for this one, because what we're going to do is we're going to carve out this side right here, similar to what we did over here, because we got to add an exhibit right here for some more small rodent-like animals that like to escape. I guess they're not really rodents. But yeah, anyway, you're going to see. You're going to see. All right, let's clear this place out real quick. A whole lot of digging later, and here we go. We got this place dug out pretty good. I'm thinking it's almost about the same size, actually, as the koalas over here. Yeah, it might be a little bit smaller, but that's okay. I'm not going to be putting as many koalas in here. Well, actually, it's not even koalas I'm going to be putting in here. What am I going to be building? What is the exhibit today? Well, first off, I do have to carve this thing down. But second off, let's actually go get them out of the chest, because I don't actually have them on me right now. And then we'll talk about what we're actually building today. The three-toed sloth. That's what we're going to do today. Now, these guys, I believe, can climb. That's why I'm going to be putting them in a completely sealed enclosed enclosure. So that way they don't escape like the koalas did last season. I'm still kind of salty about that. Boy, those things took years off the end of my life. I have 4 of them, and I think I might have some more hiding somewhere in here too, but we're going to just go with 4. That should be plenty for fitting there. Now, these guys are actually kind of small, so like, if you look at them, they're little guys. They're kind of cute. Look at them, they're adorable. But yeah, these... Not gonna lie, Corey, if you're watching, that kind of looks like your head on your Minecraft character. We might end up naming one of these things Corey. Alright, let's scoop this guy back up, though. We gotta go build an exhibit for these guys, so let's go ahead and squirt them into this backpack so I have them on me forever and ever and ever until next week. And then let's go get to building one of these exhibits. Now, after doing a little bit of research on these, it looks like they live in South America primarily. So we're going to try to go match the jungles of South America kind of look in there to kind of camouflage and mirror their environment that they live in. Okay, so I'm thinking that if we're going to be building like a jungle area in here, we're going to need a little bit more space, a little bit more depth. And that little like inlet right there in the back of the cave, I'm thinking about having that dip down just a little bit so you'd only be able to really see kind of stuff maybe if you're over here. I was going to say if you're over here, but I have a better idea now. What if we had the higher elevation up front over there and it dipped down to a lower elevation over here so you could actually still see all of the stuff, even if like you're right here, because the hill itself is going to be like right here, kind of diagonal. I don't know. That's what my brain's telling me. My brain's also telling me that I'm going to need to be sleeping pretty soon because creepers be creeping and it'd be nighttime. So, but I'm going to get to digging this area out, and we're going to get the general shape for what this exhibit's going to look like, at least the ground. Hi, buddy. You're still in there. That's really nice to see. You guys like to get out a lot, and I hate that. But it looks like you guys are staying in there right now. That's pretty good. Oh, I did it. I dug out the area of the land, like I said, a little sloping hillside here, kind of diagonal, like heading down to this lower area here, which I might put like some little patches of water with the lily pads on them or something like that, similar to what I did in here, just to make sure that they have water in there, simply because I think that a river would look really good, but I really don't know. I'm pretty sure that these things can swim, because I think I found some like swimming actually nearby a village or something, but I don't want them to die. I don't want them to drown. So I'm like terrified of that right now. So unless they're actually an animal that I know is aquatic, like a beaver, I'm not going to be putting water in here. Not anything that they can get into and drown in. So, alright, so we need to make this place look like a jungle. Now, it's interesting because this right here is jungle-esque. A little bit different, but jungle-esque. And so this is going to be full-on, like, jungle though. So we're talking, like, heavy foliage on the canopy for sure. On the top part there, coming out of the, where the oh, that's andesite. I thought that was bird poop for a second. Coming out of the ceiling, creating a canopy of leaves. How am I doing on leaves anyway? I didn't even check that. Like a true professional, I don't have anything ready. We got almost three stacks of jungle leaves. Might have to go grab more of those things. But first, I do need concrete powder. I might need more than that, maybe, because I need to make this ground here look probably a lot similar to this one, actually. Maybe a little less dirt. Less dirt, more grass. And get this all whipped into shape. So first we're going to be adding some green concrete powder, because if you've seen these series before, you know that I love adding green concrete powder to grass even, because it creates a different shade of green, but it's like the same texture. See how that looks like? That looks really good, I'm thinking. So I'll sprinkle that in here occasionally in places, and then we'll get on to moving on to the rest of the blocks that I need to add. Okay, with the green concrete powder added, we can go ahead and sprinkle in the rest of the blocks. Now, I said less dirt than in this one behind me here with the koalas. That doesn't mean no dirt. So we are going to sprinkle in just a little bit. Ooh, not that much, actually. A little. The haste really does throw me off sometimes. We're going to sprinkle in just a little bit of dirt in here, just to kind of break it up a wee bit. I think it always looks good adding a little bit of coarse dirt into a ground that you're trying to make look like a forested ground. Now, this is a jungle, so it's not going to be exactly forested, but it is going to have a little bit of dirt poking through. Okay, I think that's plenty actually. I don't really need to add any more than that. There's yeah, I think adding more might actually be a detriment to it. Now, same thing with the podzol. I'm gonna sprinkle in a wee bit of this occasionally here or there. Not gonna overdo it either because this is brown and we're looking for more greenery in this area. But I think that sprinkling just a little bit of podzol will add a nice little touch to it. And last but not least, I usually like to do something like gravel, but I think what I'm going to do is just a very rare occasional bit of stone actually poking up. Just because I think that's going to look, it's going to look pretty good. Now, I don't really want to put it on the slope. I think I'm going to, oop, that was too much. I kind of want to put it down on the ground actually, so that you don't see the side of it. But yeah, I'm thinking just occasional bit of stone poking up here or there will look pretty nifty. And now that we got this done, actually, we can go right into doing the path block. So we can actually mat this down quite a bit in places to make this look like it's been walked on a lot. Now, the sloths, I'm thinking, are not going to be doing a lot of walking on the ground. But, you know, they might actually kind of waddle across it occasionally if they want to get to, like, a food bowl or something. I just realized I haven't really been putting food bowls in any of these things. Like, I don't have them tamed, so they're not going to starve to death. But it's just kind of one of those things, like, I probably should be adding, like, food bowls. Maybe we'll do that this episode. And behold, we have a jungle floor. Okay, now this is just the canvas, really. We got to do all the vegetation and foliage on top of it. This gravel back here is really kind of tripping me out. I don't really like it. I think I'm going to get rid of it real fast. There, that's a little bit better. All right, let's go ahead and stash those blocks that it's dug up. All right, so vegetation, we're going for jungle-esque here. So one idea that I had in mind, if you guys remember the owl exhibit that I did not too long ago, I had like a big tree trunk kind of going up one side that I actually built like a hole in the center so the owls could go in there and whatnot. I'm thinking about doing something similar, but making it like maybe a big root kind of coming up here or whatever, and then going into the vegetation. So for that, we're going to actually need the wood backpack. Let's go ahead, and I probably don't need fir wood anymore. I'm not going to be using fir wood for this part. I wouldn't mind using jungle wood, but I don't have any of that in here. Oh, actually I do right there. I have 25 whole pieces. That's not enough. You know what? We need to take a trip because I'm going to need more leaves for sure. But we need to take a little bit of a flight here. And we need to head down to the jungle to the south and get some more leaves and get some jungle wood. So let's fly. And home sweet home. All right, we're back. I did collect an extra couple stacks of jungle wood there, so I got that going for me at least. So we got like 2.5 stacks. That should be plenty for me to build like what looks like a vine kind of going up the side there. It really makes me wish that I was in the version of Minecraft where I could get the like the bark blocks, you know, with the bark on all sides, but I'm not, so I'm not going to cry about it. But let's go ahead and start getting to work on setting up this vine kind of going up the side, maybe having it split part way. I don't know how this is going to look. This could turn out really bad, but we're going to go for it anyway. Something kind of like that. It forks a little. It goes two different directions. I kind of want to change one thing up, though, that I'm seeing just now that I got back to talking to you guys. I want to change this up here. I want to bring this over a little bit. And it probably doesn't look like much while I'm doing it because I'm just constantly looking up and down. But I want to take that one out right there. Actually, you know what? Maybe we should just keep it. Hold on. What does that look like? Let me just take a step back. Yeah, actually, I like it. Okay, we'll keep that. Yeah. All right, so that's like the tree trunk. I collected way too much jungle wood. Way too much. But that's fine. That's fine. We'll get over it. So now I got to add the foliage. I want to start with the roof, actually, because it's kind of dark up there also. I do want to hide a little glowstone in the roof, maybe like 2 pieces someplace. And that way people can actually see the sloths while they're up there. Obviously, that would be kind of boring if they climbed up there and then you couldn't see them at all. So let's go ahead. I guess we'll just use jungle wood for my building blocks. I should have probably done the path blocks later when I didn't have to put down blocks here because they're going to turn to grass. Or dirt and then grass. Now, it's probably pretty tough to see this on YouTube, so let's actually slap down a torch so I can see what I'm doing. I guess maybe you focus on getting the... Oh, there's some bird poop right there. Look at that. How foolish of me. I missed that. Let's focus on getting... Actually, bird poop, you might have come in handy right now, at least removing you. Let's put a glowstone piece right there, and then we'll cover that up with some foliage. And that will be... Is that enough, actually? That lights this place up really good. Like, quite a bit, actually. That might be enough. All right, let's fill this all in with leaf blocks now, with jungle leaves. And then let's see if I can't make the roof of this place look a little bit like it's an overgrown mess. Okay, that is a lot of jungle leaves up there. There's also a few oak leaves spattered in there too, to just kind of add a little texture change occasionally. But I'm thinking that looks actually really good. Okay, I like how there's a little bit of light emitting from it as well. There's not a lot of the cave left up on top there, but since there is still just a little bit, let's go ahead and grab ourselves a couple of cobble slabs here. Maybe some blocks of some kind to get up there. And what we should do is we should actually kind of give this a little bit of a custom touch in this area too, if I can. Like I said, there's not much left. What I actually really want to do, I need more cobblestone, which should hopefully, possibly, maybe be in the ground backpack. Yep, there is a little bit. Actually, this is the stuff I want right here, and I might not need any more than what I have right there. So let's just, I need the blocks again to get up there. Let's go ahead and try, will these connect to the leaf blocks? Oh, if they connect to the leaf blocks, this whole idea is going right out the window. No, they don't. Okay, good. That's awesome. So let's pillar up here occasionally, and slap one of these guys down. Can I get this one? Yeet, got it. Slap one of these guys down up there, so it looks like there's like a little bit of stalactite. Oh, that one's not connected. Stalactite sticking through the top of the cave, you know, through the brush on top, you know. That's what I'm going for anyway. Let's see if it actually looks all right when I'm all done. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for the ceiling there. There's not a lot of space for me to put, like, you know, roots coming down and stuff, so I think that's all I'm going to do. There's also not a lot of space for me to customize this either. There's just, I mean, I guess it already is custom. When you look at it, I mean, there's a bunch of leaves up there. That's not normally found in a cave, so yeah, I think that's all I'm going to do there. Now, let's work on the foliage down here, though. I did add a little bit of, like, gravel and some little rocks coming off the back wall there, too, just to kind of give it a little texture change. But I'm also going to be adding a whole lot of foliage too. So let's grab some of these dead leaves, not a whole lot of them though, some of these oak leaves, and also some jungle leaves as well. And I kind of want to add something for the sloths to like climb on a little bit. So squid backpack, what do you have for me? Do you have anything that I could use that would look fairly well? I mean, oak fences I think might be a fair attempt at this. But let's use some of this jungle wood and oak fences here, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna create like a little decorative thing for them to actually like climb up on. You know, it's basically just like like that. That might actually be it, just a little something for them to climb on, you know. So these things can actually like go up, climbing up a log and like hang on to something and whatnot. Now, if I could do like vertical or horizontal poles, I would absolutely do that, but you can't really do that with this because that doesn't really work so well. I could use, actually, hold on, I could use squid backpack. Where are you? I need you desperately in my life. I could use, hold on, this is good. Hold on, inspiration, rope. I could use rope. Name one thing you need a rope for. Well, I found one. If anyone's watched Boondock Saints, you know the reference. All right, so what if, oh, hold on, it's coming to me now. The inspirations are coming. What if, because this kind of lines up almost right here, but let's actually attach this thing here. Maybe knock off that top one right there. And actually, let's just knock that off. Can I attach the rope to these things? No. Oh, I thought these went. Oh. Failure, people. Failure. I thought these went horizontal, and apparently they do not. So that sucks. I was gonna have a line go right across there. Is there such a thing as like a line? There's so much about this mod that I still don't know. I haven't played it for years. You think that I would know it, but no, there isn't. I mean, I could put a string that would literally do it, but you can't really see strings, so that doesn't really do any good. End rods, but those things glow, and they definitely don't look quite right. Glass, I think does the same. No, glass does the same thing as fences. Stained glass panes, anyway. I think I'm SOL on that one. I don't think I can actually get like a rope going across there. I would love to, though, because I think that would look great. But for right now, maybe we'll just leave a couple of these little fences around for them to climb on. And the rest we'll do with foliage on the bottom, on the ground someplace. Alright, and trying to add a little custom detail here also. I think it would look pretty good if I put like a little mini rock pile right here. Just a little something kind of right up against the edge right here. Take this one out, for example. And maybe actually put some stone in down here on the ground. A little pile of stones I'm thinking would look pretty good. Okay, foliage. Now, we're talking about leaves and stuff on the ground here. Let's go ahead and actually remove some torches here and figure out where I kind of need to put some lighting. It's going to look terrible on YouTube, I know, but I need to figure out where I need to put some lighting in here. Obviously, in that back corner, I'm thinking is a really important spot. So I'm going to hide some lighting in the ground again, and then we might even build, like bushes or something on top of it. But for right now, it's got to go. I got to get a glowstone here. For now, it's got to go in the ground right about here. Alright, glowstone has been added. Looks nice and bright in there now, actually, which is good. I mean, it is daytime, so this corner right here will be lit up pretty bright anyway. But back here, this was like pitch black back here, and I think this looks a lot better now. This back corner might be a problem, but we can fix that right now. Let's go ahead and get to adding some bushes in here and making this place look a little bit more jungle-esque. Hold on, this guy come up right here. Making this look a little bit more jungle-esque, like it's kind of full of life a little bit, you know? That's what we're going for. We're gonna be sprinkling in bushes all around the place like that. I want the ground of this place to be actually mostly covered, I'm thinking, because if it is in the jungles, there's a lot of stuff in the jungles. Although, if I go too crazy on this, I'm not gonna have any place to put any like plants actually from the plant backpack, wherever that is, right there. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to add any of this stuff if I go too nuts. So maybe I'll have to not put a lot of leaf blocks on the ground, just so I have room to put other plants. But I'm going to spatter in a couple bushes here. Let's see what I can make here if I just kind of use my creative mind. Okay, there we go. I think that added quite a bit of foliage in this without taking up every spot that was available here for anything else. Let's go ahead and put all of these leaves away because they take up a lot of room in my inventory, as well as whatever else we can squeeze in here just to get it out here. Bird poop, I'm going to throw you out because I do not even want you in my inventory. Be gone, bird poop. Alright, so we need to add some actual vegetation in here now. I did mention earlier in the episode that I want to put, like, maybe a little thing of water in here, and I guess I should probably get to doing that before I get too carried away. Let's actually hide it right, like, back here. I know it's, like, really insignificant, but we're going to put it right back there. And then I also need to plant backpack desperately. Let's put, like, a flowering lily pad on it. There we go, perfect. So how does that look? Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So they'll have at least a bit of water in here. Now, plant backpack. What do you have for me? Let's get some actual bamboo growing in here too after I eat one on the ground on accident because my fat fingers. let's actually get a little bit of bamboo growing in here actually. Now I think this stuff will grow 2 spots actually, so that might actually look a little weird. Hold on, let me grab a piece of string and that way I can put it, we'll stop it right here from growing any further. So if that grows up 1, that's fine. If it doesn't, I guess that's fine too. Actually, you know what, no, I can't. Okay, if that grows up 1, that's fine. And then we'll put one down here. I need another piece of string. Let's go ahead and grab one of these things, and we're gonna put that right on. Never mind, that bamboo is gone. It's gone, people. It's like a magic trick. Let's put it right there. That way, that won't grow up at all. So hopefully, this one grows 1. I really thought that there was a way that I could. Let's get a block of some kind. Yeah, there we go. I could plant one next to it there, and it'll be fine. So this, I don't think, can grow anymore now that I got the string on there. And so from back here where the viewing area is, that looks like a nice little added detail back there. I really like the tree. I think that turned out pretty good. All right, and then these bromeliads. I haven't figured out how to pronounce this thing. We're going to go ahead and dot these things in here too, all over the place. Maybe not right in front of the bamboo, but we'll dot these in all over the place too. Kind of, these definitely look jungle-y. And I think they're found in the jungle too. I remember seeing a couple while I was in there digging up some more leaf blocks today. So, all right, now these coral berries and chiltepin, sure. I think I found these actually in the jungle, as well as these purple flowers here too. We're gonna just throw all of these in here too, someplace. This one can go right here. That cave noise actually made me jump. Not gonna lie. I actually jumped. I was like, "What is that?" All right, okay, cave noises aside, let's get back to placing some of these things. Just gonna sprinkle in a little bit of this vegetation in here. I can't overdo it too much. I do have to leave a little bit for the tall grass too, but we'll find homes for some of this stuff. All right, I added as much as I could. Now we're gonna make some. We're gonna get some dead leaves here, but we're also gonna make some live leaf piles too, to sprinkle in here. And I'm thinking, let's see. Get some live leaves down here as well, and then we'll sprinkle in a little bit of the dead leaves, and we'll see how this turns out then. Okay, I'm thinking that's about as much foliage as I can squeeze in here with what I got. Let's go ahead and put in some bone meal now. Let's grab a few bones out of here as well, so we can get more bone meal. And then we're gonna make some tall grass in the area, and that should be about it. Oh, that's the wrong stuff. I played Minecraft before. That should be about it then. I'm thinking this place will be basically done. We just gotta seal it up with the glass, and then do a little bit of work on the outside here, similar to what we did with this area. Where are you going, buddy? You're just climbing away. You're just going for a little trip up there. I hope these guys don't fall and kill themselves. I haven't heard them taking damage, so I think they're good. But yeah, hopefully they don't fall off and kill themselves. Same thing goes for the sloths. I also forgot to add these rafflesia flowers also. I kind of want to put them in here too, because I think these look very jungle-like, and I just totally forgot, but we'll squeeze them in now. Tell you, there's not a lot of spots for bone meal. There's really not. I think I got most of this stuff covered up here. So I'm thinking that's about all I can squeeze in there, which it doesn't look bad by any means. Definitely doesn't look bad. Hopefully that kind of looks jungle-esque. Sort of does. I mean, I could add like cocoa pods and stuff to the tree and stuff, and that would just kind of make it look more like Minecraft jungle-like. So I'm not really too interested in doing that. But let's get the glass backpack out here. And then I also did have one dandelion growing. I just couldn't do it. I'm getting better at it, but I just couldn't do it. I didn't think it looked good in here. But let's get the glass backpack out, wherever that is. I always have a hard time seeing it right there. Okay. And let's grab ourselves a whole bunch of glass. I'm going to have to probably chisel a few more of these things as well. And then we're going to fill in this area where I have the cobblestone. And that should be the exhibit sealed off and looking good. Now, there is one thing I mentioned earlier in this episode that I need to do before I just completely seal this thing off totally. And that is, I need to put a food trough in there. I said I was going to do that this episode, and I'm a man of my word. I'm going to do it. So let's get the glass in first, and let's go make ourselves a barrel then and put some food in it. Okay, there we go. Glass is put in. I should be able to make the barrel right here, because I believe it just takes grass, or kibble and planks, I think. Hold on, let me double check that, actually. I might be totally wrong. Barrel. Yeah, just planks and kibble in it. And I think I even have, I have a bunch of kibble. Remember, early in this series, I was planning on taming the animals and doing the whole shebang, you know? Except I'm terrible at keeping things alive in a virtual world. So if I tame these things, they'd probably all starve to death. So, and, you know, time is always a thing. That's the whole reason why we didn't actually tame them this season, was just because of time. But I should be able, I did originally plan on it, and as a result, I have kibble. So let me get one of these things ready. And we're gonna make ourselves I need the wood backpack. We're gonna make ourselves a barrel for these sloths. Now, which I can probably get this fastest. So let's go ahead and grab some of these planks. I'm trying to sit there and think, well, which one I wanted to actually use. Barrel. Okay, food barrel has been acquired. Look at us go. Yeah, I kind of want to put it in the ground someplace. Maybe we'll put it up here. So there's water down there, food up here. Yeah, let's put it like right here. Now, if I remember correctly, you can actually right-click on a barrel, and it turns it into that the color there, which I think looks kind of cool. And then, what do sloths even eat? I don't even know. I'm assuming that they're vegetarians, like they eat like fruits and nuts and stuff like that. But I don't actually know that. I gotta look real quick. Okay, yeah. One Google search later, twigs, leaves, and fruits is what they eat. So I guess we're going with vegetables in there. So let me fly back here, grab ourselves maybe some. What can I put in there? Oh, God, I just smashed that same fence post. Hey, the tree's still in the zebra, or the zebra's still in the tree. The tree's still in the zebra. That'd be horrific. What can we throw in there to be like plant life? I'm smashing the ground. I guess carrots. We can just throw carrots in there. Why not? Let's just throw some carrots in there. There we go. All right, got some carrots in there. Got some vegetables for them to munch on. I'm thinking that they'll like that. Maybe they like potatoes better. I'm not too sure. I can always change that up if I need to. But there we go. I think we got the sloth exhibit. I guess there's maybe one more thing I'm going to add to this before we get out of here. And I am going to probably add a few stones around the place just to kind of give it a little bit of extra life. If I have a single spot to put them, I actually don't know if I do. We'll sprinkle them in wherever we can. There's probably not going to be a lot of them here. I did put one by the stone pile to make it make sense, like it kind of flaked off there. Yeah, there's not a lot of space. Not a lot of space. This is kind of dark back there. I'm going to throw them back there just to make sure nothing spawns. There's just not a lot of space in this place. Okay, I guess that's all we're going to do. I think I've stored these in the squid backpack, actually. So, yeah, I do. I think that's it. I think that is the sloth exhibit. Hopefully you guys like it, and if you do, let me know down in the comment section if you think this looks like a good sloth exhibit, if it looks jungle-y. This was supposed to look more like, you know, the eucalyptus forest, so it wasn't supposed to be like a super jungle or anything like that. This is supposed to be jungle. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? Does it kind of look like a jungle exhibit? I also have 4 sloths that are in desperate need of naming, so you guys know what to do. Let me inhale a chicken, though, and then I think that's going to be it for today, though. I'm thinking that is all we're going to get around to building. So if you did enjoy it, though, please go down and smash that like button. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. I will be back next week with more ZAWA for your eyeballs to enjoy. So thanks again for watching. Hopefully you guys had a wonderful Thanksgiving, and I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. There's a beaver in the tree. Yep, there it is. Which one is that? Maple. Maple, you're in a tree. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing a little bit more work here on the zoo for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. Last episode, we did some fun stuff. We did some fun stuff here behind me. This is really difficult walking backwards. We did some fun stuff behind me here, creating this jungle-like exhibit for the sloths, and you guys absolutely killed it with the naming suggestions for that, so thank you so much for that. I've got a few to go over here in this episode, but what else are we going to be building? We're going to be building some fun stuff. I have a bunch of animals that I have not actually built exhibits for. I've got a lot of them captured, but I don't have a lot of animals built, or their exhibits built yet. Now, if you look, let's actually get a little airborne here. If you look up here, we actually do have a whole lot of exhibits already built, but there's just a lot to do. There's still a lot of animals to do. So let's go take a look at all the animals that I still have to build exhibits for. Okay, all right, here we are, down in this little storage area of mine here. I've made this chest right here, bam, okay? Now, these are the animals I don't have exhibits for yet, and this is only one animal representing each one that I don't have, okay? So there's a whole bunch of stuff in here that I still have to build exhibits for. And then there's also here, the large cats, okay? So there's there's 5 of them here. So there's 5 more nets added to this, imagine that. So that's what we got. Down here are all the ones for the aquarium. I'm going to do those later on, as soon as I figure out just what I'm actually doing for the aquarium. And then up here are all the other animals that I have to find a little home for. So I think I might pick this one. Let's do the black spider monkeys. Let's make an exhibit for them. But before we get to doing the spider monkeys, we have some sloths to name. So let's get to it. Big shout out to SlothBuddy206 and Bunny Eilish for this one. Actually, we're going to go with Sloth. Okay, now that is a Pokemon that evolves into Slaking and is modeled after a sloth. So why not name one Slakoth? And then by popular demand, we're going to go with Sid. All right, now Sid is the sloth from Ice Age. I've actually seen, I think I've seen every single one of those things. I know I saw the first one, and I saw the second one for sure, but I saw the first one a lot. So Sid is what we're going to go with. Now, big shout out to Charlie J21, Noah, Bunny Eilish, and Nacho Snake for suggesting that one. A lot of you guys are actually saying that one. All right, and for the third one, we're going to go with Flash. Now, Flash is the sloth from Zootopia. I haven't actually seen that, but you guys informed me that that's who it is in there. I guess he's the one that works for the DMV that goes like super slow. Anyway, that big shout out to Matt Myers, Kathy Clism, and Love to Craft for all suggesting Flash. And then it just wouldn't be right. We have a commenter, a viewer out there watching these videos named Sloth Buddy. Okay, so shout out to Sloth Buddy 206. We're just gonna name this one Buddy. After you, and as ironically though, actually you weren't the only one who suggested that. Not for the same reason though, but Kathy Clism also suggested the name Buddy. So interesting that you guys kind of both came up with that name for different reasons. Weird. All right, we have to add these things. Now I don't exactly foresee sloths outrunning me to get out of here, so maybe I'll just leave the door wide open on this one. But let's go ahead and put down Slakoth first. Now Slakoth, we'll put him right there, and Slakoth is a male. Alright, next we're going to put down Buddy. Buddy goes right there. Bam, there you go. And Buddy is a male as well. Next is Sid. We'll slap him down. I almost tried to name the dead leaf file. Put them down there. He's got a little mark on his back. That's interesting. Sid is a female. I don't think he's going to mind, though. He seems kind of like an interesting sort from Ice Age. Oh, she's making a break for it. There she goes. Off to the races. Let's quick name this one here. Bam, throw that one down. This one is going to be Flash, and that changes the color to the Zootopia one. I actually did not know that. Oh, actually, look at this. They're actually getting away. They actually are going to outrun. Oh, Sid, you're trying to make an escape. Get back in there. There we go. Okay, so that's interesting. So Flash actually changes the color. It is an Easter egg. That's one I did not know. Last season, I never actually did get the sloths put in the zoo because I didn't find any. Where did it go? Is it Where's Flash? Oh, okay, there he is right there. Look at that. Okay, so it changes the color of him. Nifty. So it looks like the one from Zootopia. That's awesome. I did not know that. But what I do know is that it's nighttime and creepers be creeping. So I need to get to sleep before we get to work on the rest of the episode today. big thank you to everyone who submits names for these animals. If I didn't select yours, please try again on this episode, because I'm going to have some spider monkeys that I need named. I think I have 4 of them. Maybe 3. I don't know. We'll find out before the end of the episode. But if I didn't select your name this week, please try again next week. I have a lot of animals still to name and a lot of things to do here. Look at these guys. They're just adorable. That's his butt. Okay, so I need to do some more carving here, though. And I'm going to probably skip the time lapse again because it's just me digging out a hole. But I'm going to have to carve out a new section of the mines here. Because let's pull up the map real quick here. And let's change it to daytime. Let's look where I am, okay? Right here. So we go in, and then we have this little T-shaped top right here in the mines right now. Now, this way nears the ocean, okay? So if I go this way, I might actually have to break out into the ocean, which I'm kind of for, actually. I'm not against that idea, but I wasn't planning on it, because that could be like a cool overview of some of the aquarium in the future. But for right now, I'm going to sticking to the right-hand side, because over here is all underneath the mountain. So I have a lot of room to work with over here, so we're going to go this way. And we're going to try to come up with something this way. Let's first grab ourselves a little bit of wood here. And we're going to outline a new path that we can go down. Now, do I want to keep it nice and tall like what I've been doing here? I also never added the detail on this one like I did on this over here. I'm only now noticing that. True professional. I could go this way. Do I want to keep it just as tall? I'm kind of tempted to. I like this being more of a facility than just a mine, actually, for this part, because there's going to be a lot of exhibits in here. There's a lot of small animals that I need to make exhibits for. So, and the spider monkeys are just one of them. They're also going to be very noisy too, I just remembered, so this is going to be probably a little annoying. But it doesn't have to be like in grid shape either. I don't have to like go down so far and put down one here. I can actually just kind of slap this bad boy wherever I want. And maybe we'll actually not make it like a huge tall thing instead. We'll actually make it just kind of like a standard mine shaft. Ooh, actually, just now thought of it while I'm doing this. What if we actually created more of like what we were seeing traditionally in the other mines here? And actually, hold on, wait, let me pull up the map again. So I'm gonna, nah, wrong thing. This one. What if, yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm pressing all sorts of buttons. I'm trying to move the map. There we go. What if it connected to the aviary section here? It could totally do that. That'd be interesting. I don't know. I'll have to give it more thought on that one. But we need to dig this thing out a little bit. And we're going to maybe actually that's what we'll do. We'll create these little off branches of smaller caverns, like cave networks and stuff that have a whole bunch of exhibits on them too. So I'm kind of liking that idea. All right, I have to get to digging. I'm going to dig this out a little ways. Make it look a little bit more like a cave. And then I'll be right back. Something kind of along the lines of this. Now, this is just rough cut in here. I haven't actually done anything. I didn't run into too many other stone variants other than andesite, which was kind of nice. Pleasant surprise for once. And, well, I mean, I ran into some of this, some coal ore, but beside that, not much. I didn't run into any bird poop this time. Now, this main hallway right here, I'm thinking will be maybe even more of like a... maybe more like a rest area kind of thing, you know, benches and tables and stuff, similar to what we put on top of the second floor of the aviary. You know, I'm thinking it might go right in here. Would be kind of a cool idea. But for right now, I'm going to focus back here because I want to add an exhibit in today's episode, and I want to put the black spider monkeys like right here, I'm thinking. So these tunnel networks kind of going through here, these mines basically will have, I mean, that's what they're supposed to be, it's Cerro Gordo. These mines will have all the exhibits dotted inside them there. And the reason why I'm doing it this way is because if you look at the map, I do not have a lot of room in this valley anymore, okay? And there's still, and you saw the chest in the beginning of the episode, I still have a lot of animals to add into this. So I can fit a couple in here, maybe a couple in there, and then the large cats over here, and then I'm on to the aquarium. There's no more room. So I have to find a place to put these things, and if we're making a mining colony, why not throw them in the mines? So we're going to put them in here for sure. Now, I need to dig this area out too, and I kind of like the idea how this is almost like a little archway right here, of putting them right in here. So as you're walking down the mines looking, you'll be like, oh, hey, there's monkeys. There's monkeys. There's also leg spikes, but there's monkeys. So I'm thinking about just inhaling a chicken, and then maybe getting to work on doing a whole lot of digging here. So let me get to that real quick. All right, voila. We have ourselves a cave to work with here. Now, I didn't even think about it, but this is probably going to be very similar to the last episode with the jungle exhibit because it's got to be kind of jungle-esque, I'd assume. To be honest, I never actually looked up spider monkeys, but I believe they live in, like... Hold on one second. Let me go look at this. Okay, yeah, the rainforests of the northern part of South America. That's apparently what the Google tells me these things live in. So I guess it is going to be very similar to like a jungle-esque kind of look. Kind of probably very similar to the sloth exhibit. Will fit in right here. I want to make sure I at least match their location kind of roughly correctly from what I can imagine it being. I don't really spend too much time in rainforests. I live more in deciduous forests myself. So I need to probably remove this land here and replace it with grasses to start off, just like what I usually do in my exhibits. It gives me a blank palette to work with. Grass is put in place. Now, I'm going to definitely be adding, if I can pull up the right backpack, some of this green concrete powder for sure. I love the way it looks when you mix it with the grass. But I also want to make this look a little bit more, I mean, it's rainforest, so we're talking like high humidity, right? So there might actually be like a little bit of mud spattered in with this one, actually, I'm thinking. And do I have, maybe in the backpack pack, save me, I need you desperately. There it is. It's a little bit of podzol, yep, for sure. Sprinkle that in here, and yeah, we're going to need some coarse dirt for sure. I guess we'll start with that, and maybe I'll overdo it a little bit so that it actually looks like there's more mud actually built into the ground, so that it kind of seems more, I don't know, I think rainforest, I think like definitely not a dry, arid environment. So I'm going to be adding the podzol and the mud sprinkled in throughout all this to kind of get that, drive that point home, as well as probably doing a couple little spots of water with the lily pads on it too, so it almost looks, I don't want to say bog-like, but it might look a little similar to that. So let's start off by adding in the green concrete powder. Okay, I don't really want to add too many spots of concrete powder because I do want to make sure that I have enough room to make some of the grass grow. It's sort of my downfall in the exhibit back there is I didn't have a lot of room for the grass to grow. So I want to kind of limit myself a little bit on this one. So let's go move on to, let's actually start adding in the podzol, and then we'll sprinkle in the brown terracotta to represent the mud. Okay, that's a nice even disbursement of podzol, I'm thinking. Okay, so now the mud, I know it's not mud. In case you guys are wondering, or if you're just now tuning into the series, and you're wondering why I'm not actually using the mud block instead of using terracotta like I am, it's because the mud block the animals get stuck in. So otherwise, I absolutely would, actually. I think that it would look really good to use the mud block. But unfortunately, no, animals like to get stuck in it, so we're going to limit ourselves on that. So I'm going to go ahead and sprinkle this in relatively heavily, because I think that it would look pretty good when you start mixing that all together with the podzol and stuff. So yeah, let me just sprinkle this in places. Okay, and then finally we're going to dot in some of this coarse dirt, give it a little bit more of a dirty look on the floor here. I guess if the podzol and the mud wasn't enough of driving that point home, we're going to add in a little bit of this coarse dirt too. All right, I think that's beautiful. I think that's good for the floor, actually. I don't really know if I want to add any more to that. I might later on drop in that water block here or there and, get to work on putting the lily pads on top of it, but I think that's pretty good for now. So we got ourselves a nice little cave here. This should be plenty of room for about 3 or 4 spider monkeys. So now we have to just doodad this up. Now, again, with the foliage, I'm thinking that it's going to have to come draping down off the roof again, covering up this area, kind of almost creating like a curtain around the viewing area here, so that it's heavy over here, heavy over there, and then it's a little bit more open in the middle here where we can actually see the spider monkeys themselves. They are going to want to climb on stuff too, so I guess maybe what I'll do is I'll start off with the foliage. Let's get some jungle leaves out here and some oak leaves. We'll start off with the foliage, and then we'll worry about the tree trunk that I'm thinking about putting like a root going right up the middle. Normally I'm not a fan of symmetrical builds, but in this case it might look a little symmetrical because we have this nice open shape here, and I'm thinking about putting a root right up the middle, right into the roof, and then that'll have like little branches and stuff off of it that the spider monkeys can climb on. But yeah, maybe I should add that first, actually, come to think of it. That might actually make a little bit more sense. Let's open up the wood backpack, look around and scratch our chin, see what we got. Okay, we got some jungle wood here. Let's see if we can't, I'm going to probably need that axe. Let's see if we can't work with that here. So, let's see, I wanted to end up coming out of here. One more over, right, one over, like right there. Wanted to come out of there, and I wanted to kind of twist and turn a little bit, so might take a little bit of finessing, but I'm thinking something along the lines of coming down to right about here. Maybe over one? Yeah, like right here. Actually, the base has got to be a little bit thicker anyway, so let's go ahead and actually start. I'm gonna work on this a little bit. It's gonna take a little bit of fine detailing here, but let me see if I can come up with something that doesn't look terrible. Okay, I'm thinking something like that. Okay, a little bit of work put into that, but It looks like a pile of wood right now, but I'm thinking something kind of like that. Now let's get around to adding the leaves. I'm not actually sold on this, but let's get around to adding the leaves, because every time I'm not sold on a build, I end up adding the foliage, and then all of a sudden it starts becoming a lot more clear as to what this is going to look like. So we're gonna might have to punch a little bit more of this out here. But let's get to work on adding leaves up in here. It's a little tall here. I might actually have to put down some blocks. But and we're gonna see what this ends up turning into in the end. Oh yeah, okay, so that's looking better. Okay, we got a lot of leaves put in. A lot of leaves. Now I've mixed in a little bit of spruce also. A little bit of spruce leaves, kind of give it like a darker canopy. I was gonna put lights up there also, but you know, I'm thinking that with the spruce leaves up there, making it kind of look darker up near the top of the canopy there, or the base of the tree really, or the base of the canopy is what I'm trying to say. I think that makes it look actually a little bit better. So maybe I'll leave the lights out of the roof on this thing and just keep them kind of hidden along the base of this. Now, the base of this also has to have quite a bit of vegetation in it too, because, I mean, it's supposed to be a rainforest-like, right? So maybe I should probably add the water right about now. Just a couple patches of it, maybe somewhere in the front here. Yeah, like right in this area someplace. There we go. Okay, a little bit of water in the ground there should work out pretty good for the spider monkeys. Get a little drink of water there occasionally. This is supposed to be not an arid environment anyway, so I want to make sure that it really drive the point home that this is like a damp, like a soil on the ground here. So, okay, now let's talk about the rest of the vegetation here. I am going to add like the path blocks and stuff. Actually, I should probably do that now. I should add the path blocks in here so that I can kind of... they don't have to be very heavy. Ooh, I need to fix that. They don't need to be very heavy though, because I want there to be room for the foliage down below, so I don't really want to go too nuts on the path blocks. And plus, the monkeys themselves, I'm thinking would be hanging out more in the trees than anything else. Eee, there is some bird poop. Yeah, the monkeys themselves, I'm thinking will be hanging out more in the tree than they will anywhere else. So I don't really want to go too heavy with the path blocks. Just the occasional one dotted here or there. I'm thinking will look pretty good. Okay, now let's talk about the other vegetation on the ground. We don't need the ground blocks anymore. We do need to put some of the, we need to put the bird poop away, for example. We need to put some of it away. But what we're gonna need is the bat backpack. I gotta get some of these leaves back out here. And then I'm also gonna need to get the plant backpack, which I have in my hotbar. Look at that. So, I don't really know if there's anything else I really want to add to this as far as like other details, stone pile, logs, stuff like that, little things, you know, little decorative things in here. I don't think I need to add anything else. I think the tree is a pretty awesome centerpiece already, and it kind of works with everything else. Now, if I really wanted to, I could actually fit a few of these leaves behind the wall, kind of to drive home the point that this is more jungle-esque, which I might actually do. Maybe I do need the ground backpack. Do I have any these things in here, and do I have any stairs? I don't think I have any stairs, but I can fix that really quick. Now I have stairs. I need some more cobble of all things. Don't I have any more cobble anywhere? I have a piece right there. That's not a lot. A little bit more right there. Okay, I got some to work with. So yeah, if I make a couple stairs here, I can probably fit in a couple of leaves behind the area. I need to figure out a place to hide some of this lighting though. Alright, well I can start by squeezing a block of glowstone back there. And then if I take the jungle leaves and fill this area in, the light still comes out. And I believe I can even put down a half slab there and the light will still come out. So it lights up the back area just a little bit. So a little bit more backlit because of that. I do need to make sure that I fill in all of these shadowy areas here in the exhibit itself too. So I think I'm going to do the old trusty bury a glowstone and under a leaf block to get that to happen. Alright, I think that works out the lighting alright. Let me actually get rid of this one real quick and take a peek. Yeah, I think that the lighting is just fine in here now. I got the glowstone hidden under the ground in various spots, like here and somewhere back here and somewhere over here. So that should light up the exhibit just fine. Obviously, there's still spots that it probably could spawn like up in there, but I can find ways around that. Let's get the slabs and this going here. I wouldn't mind adding like another spot like that somewhere, maybe on the side here. Something like that. Now, this whole design of carving things into the wall actually came out of my build that I did for VintageCraft Season 2 with the... Oh, I don't have any more glowstone. I gotta go get more glowstone. VintageCraft Season 2... Oh, it's nighttime. Creepers be creeping. VintageCraft Season 2, when I did the sewers underneath the Kingdom of Babel, I designed them so that they had like a little area behind the sewer wall that was like exposed, where it was like the whole thing was dug into sandstone, but the sewers themselves were made out of brick. Well, the brick was crumbling, and behind it you can still see the exposed sandstone. So that's kind of where I get this idea from, where I can see like the exposed area behind it. Is from that. So that's one of my own brainchilds there. So, We meet again, creeper. I heard you were creeping. Oh, look at you creeping. Don't do it. Don't make me do it. You're going down, creeper. Still freaks me out whenever I hear them hiss. Alright, so yeah, creepers be creeping out here at nighttime. Holy cow. Alright, I have plenty of glowstone in here, though, so no worries. Let's get back to doing some building. Okay, but this effect really only works if you actually have the wall kind of crumbling a little bit, so I'm going to go ahead and add in a little bit of extra detailing around here, so it makes it look like the wall is sort of falling apart. Oops, didn't mean to put that there. Sort of falling apart. Kind of like that. So it looks like it's kind of crumbling down like that. Okay, same thing over here and over here. I did the same thing to make it look a little bit more crumbling, like it's collapsing. And then I think we're ready to get around to adding the foliage. I didn't actually do anything fun with the roof. Hold on one second. Let's see if I can't... let me get a blank crafting grid here, and we'll actually make a few of these things here. See if we can't have a couple of these things kind of hanging down in various places. Just kind of add to the cave-like look, so it looks like some of the stalactites are hanging out through the leaves themselves. There we go. Got some stalactites hanging down from the ceiling. And, I think they're stalactites, stalagmites. I can never remember. People tell me every single time in the comments whenever I screw that up. And it never clicks. It's either they're hanging on tight, or they're hanging on with all their might. It's one of those two, and I can never remember how it goes. Because one of them is like, it's like there's supposed to be some kind of saying to let you remember whether these are stalactites or stalagmites. I think they're hanging on with all their might. So I think these are stalagmites. I can't remember. Comment section, let me know these things, because I'm a big old da-da-da and I can never remember them. Okay, I think we're ready for plants, though. Like, I could add a few of the bushes and stuff on the ground. It wouldn't be a bad idea, especially like in this area where there's a little bit of dead space. Maybe slap in a couple of something or another, just like that even. Something very simple and basic. Just kind of dotting the land with a little bit of foliage on the ground, I think goes a long way. Especially around where the lights are, so it almost looks like it kind of makes sense for there to be, you know, leaf blocks sticking into the ground. Just even adding, like I said, just a very little bit in places, I think adds a whole lot of detail to this place. Now that the leaf blocks have been added, I think this looks pretty overgrown. This looks very overgrown, actually. Let's get to work on putting down some plants in here. Okay, so these bromelade things, or whatever they're called, look pretty good. Slap a couple of them in places here. And then we'll see what else we got. I think that I'm gonna have to go get more of those things, I think. We also have bamboo. I have this, like, the Biomes of Plenty and the ZAWA bamboo in here. I guess we'll stick with the ZAWA stuff. Bamboo kind of makes sense why that could be in here. Let's go ahead and grow that up too, and we're gonna do the old trickaroo with the string so that hopefully this doesn't grow any farther. I do, however, need a block of some kind, and we'll just use this. Put that there, and then I need another one. With that, using crafting benches as placeholders. So, okay, so that looks pretty good. How does it look from the front, though? Can you see those things? Oh yeah, that looks good. I like that nice little detail. I actually used bamboo successfully. Look at me go. I'm learning. I'm doing it. I'm playing the game. I think toadstools would probably be a good idea too, just to kind of emphasize how this is kind of a damp area. And I think putting them down here would work pretty good too. Kind of dotting the area around with this, actually. I don't want to make it look like a swamp, though. I'm teetering closely on doing that right now, though. Yeah, I think that's plenty for the toadstools, though. So I have these carby. I think these are actually flowers, actually. I don't actually know what these things are, nor do I know if they're found in a rainforest. We're going to sprinkle them in, though, just because I think it looks good. After all, that's what this is all about, is putting things down that look good. Speaking of flowers, I guess there might actually be some flowers or something in one of these rainforest areas. So I should probably take a peek in here and see what... these aren't flowers. I don't know why those are in there. Golden sparks. I think I think this was found in a field, to be honest. I can't remember. A legume. I only have one of those things. Well, legume, you are going to be added into this exhibit here. Look at you go. I wouldn't mind a little bit more color in there, though. So wildflowers. That sounds more like a field. Peach flower, bellflowers. I don't know. I think it's found more mountainy areas. I don't know rainforests too well. So Rafflesia, I mean, these things can fit in here. I'm sure these kind of look like a rainforest-esque looking place, don't they? Maybe slap in a couple of these in kind of places like that. Yeah, actually, I'm thinking that looks pretty good. Now, I'm getting a little overcrowded now with the plants already, so I don't really know if there's anything else I really want to add into this. I don't think there's anything else I really need to add into this, to be honest. So maybe we'll add a little bit of dead leaves to kind of represent, you know, leaves falling off the canopy, and a dead bush. I was about to say thorn, but a dead bush or something like that, just to show that there's vegetation around here that actually didn't make it. We'll put it back there. Just, I don't want to have that be the driving, like, impression of this area. Yeah, I think just something hidden back there. I think looks pretty good. All right, let's dot some leaves in here, and then we'll call our quits and say this is good enough. Actually, real quick, we're going to dot in just a stone or two as well in this area, because I'm pretty sure rocks exist in the rainforest. Maybe not all over the place, but I'm pretty sure that you'll see the occasional pebble or something on the ground. So, okay, final detail done. Now it's time to add the bone meal, all right? Gonna make this pop with the grass popping out of the ground. Ta-da! All right, I'm thinking that's gonna be it. There is our spider monkey exhibit. It's a little clustered because there's, I mean, it's supposed to be a rainforest, so look. Oh, actually, hold on. Hold on. Ooh, inspiration is a tingling. Rainforests generally have water in them, right? Like, I added this little bit here, but what if we actually had water dripping from the canopy in places? How cool would that be? That's going to take a little bit of work, though. I'm going to have to probably grab my bucket. I'm going to have to hide this in the ceiling. Now, this water actually does not actually have 3,000 in it, I don't believe. If you look at the traveler backpack, it's almost empty. It's a glitch in the game. So I actually have to make sure that I create an infinite water source for this right now, so I'm gonna, so I can fill this back up. Maybe we'll just put it right here, just temporarily, because I used 2 buckets in the exhibit itself. So now it's actually empty. So now I can actually fill up my backpack again, so I don't have to worry about that ever again. Okay, backpack filled up. Now I do have to squeeze this in places, and maybe that stone right there is not very easily visible. So I'm thinking about knocking that out and then knocking out the thing in front of it. Ooh, I didn't think about this. This is gonna pour all over the place. Ooh, okay, hold on, better idea. So, I mean, I'm gonna do it. It's just that I'm going to pillar up right here. I just need a block of some kind. Where's my ground blocks? A block of some kind. Bird poop. I have a purpose for you, so that I have to remove you later on. Okay, so let's pillar up right here. Let's see if I can't get on top of that by some funky parkour. All right, and then what I want to do is, oh, actually, I want to go back here. I want to replace the stone that was here, and then I want to, hopefully there's no gravel above me, put the, how am I going to get out of here? Like that. Okay, this is going to be really tedious for such a little detail, but I think I can get away with doing that. And then, and then, the bird poop blocks are going to get the best of me. I'm going to just take some regular stone. Go away, bird poop. I guess I didn't find no use for you. And then we're going to fill this back in. Oh, no, 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 dang it. Oh, there goes all my concrete. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Ugh. Oh, actually, hold on. It just wiped out the... Oh, it only turned this to concrete. Okay, I thought it was going to wipe out the entire exhibit down here. It just flooded into here and wiped out the lily pads, which I found one of them. Oh, I just found the other one. Okay, so it wasn't as bad as what I thought it was going to be, but it was still pretty bad. Okay, so yeah, that's where the water's going to be hiding up there. Ugh, this turned into a way more difficult project than what I intended. I blame the bird poop. I blame the bird poop. That was what did it for sure. I think the worst thing about this is that it's not even in the right spot. that block was 1 block higher up. So it's not even in the right spot. I did it in the wrong spot. Ugh. 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 Alright, we're doing this the awkward way. There we go. Like that. Alright, so yeah, and then this... Okay, yeah, I screwed this up big time. It'd be cool, I said, if there was, like, water dripping from the ceiling, I said. Would you get out of here? You just scared the crap out of me. Holy cow. I'm sitting here sorting through blocks. I just replaced the concrete with concrete powder again. I was just combing through here trying to get some of the other blocks out of here to kind of fix my flub there. And that Enderman just scared the crap out of me. Oh, okay. Whew, I think I'm good. All right, so now the very little detail of the water dripping from the ceiling here, like that, is in this one spot. I wouldn't mind adding it one other spot, but I'm worried that I'm going to horribly destroy everything. So I'll do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'll find the spot. Right here. This is where it's gonna be. So the water needs to go right there. Little bit more careful planning this time. Of course, there's a worm clogging my inventory. Clogging my inventory. Now this isn't a dump chest, but I just used it like one just because I need to get some more room in my inventory. It's a little dark up here too, but we need a bottle, or we need a bucket of water, and then right there, that's where it goes. Now let's just seal this all up. Hopefully I did that right. And I think the last thing I got to seal this up here, and then the last thing I got to do is just add that right there. I think that's it. I mean, that went way better than the first attempt. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's water dripping out of there. Oh yeah. Okay, so small little detail. Was it worth it, or was that a giant gargantuan waste of time? I'll let you guys decide that. Okay. I think that's a complete exhibit. Now there is still one more thing to do, and that is to add a add the glass barrier in front. I don't need the shears. I don't know why I grabbed those. I need the chisel. Add the glass barrier in front. So let's chisel. There we go. Good. Let's put the chisel back. I'm opening up all sorts of menus. Sorry if anyone has epilepsy. Let's go ahead and put this all the way across here, and then fill this completely in too. And then this will be completely filled in as well. And that is the spider monkey exhibit done. Hopefully. What do you guys think? Does this kind of look like a spider monkey exhibit? Let's go ahead and pop this open real quick, though, just because I'm going to have to get in here to actually add them in the next episode, though. But all right, I am going to wrap up the episode here. So if you did enjoy, please go down and smash that like button. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs. And you, hold on one second. We don't know how many spider monkeys I have. 5. I have 5 of them, actually. That's pretty awesome. Okay, so I need 5 black spider monkey names. If you guys don't mind, down in the comment section, I'd really appreciate it. All right, I'm going to wrap this episode up here. So, if you did enjoy, please be sure to smash that like button. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. Have yourself a wonderful weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Holy cow, look at these little guys go. Oh, man. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more building here with the ZAWA mod, having some more fun for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. You guys once again killed it in the naming section for the spider monkeys, so thank you all for everyone who submitted names for those things. We're going to be doing some naming on that for today, as well as doing another exhibit. But as you saw in that clip right before the opening there, I went looking for other animals too, because I'm still missing like the tamarins, and I'm missing like the polar bears and stuff. I was looking for the tamarins specifically. I went and checked the savanna biome to the south of here, the entire thing. It's a very big biome. Didn't find anything there, although I did find that really awesome spider monkey spinning around. That was a little baby spider monkey. I thought it was pretty awesome. Thought I'd share it with you guys. All right, but we got some stuff to do today. Been working a lot on this thing. This area right back here. We've been working quite a bit on it. Smooth landing, like that, like a boss. We've been working in this area quite a bit over the last couple episodes. We got the sloths added, we got the koalas added, we got the spider monkeys that we're going to add today. And I kind of want to take a break from here. I want to get out here and do a little something else somewhere else other than inside of the mines back there. There's still a lot to do back there, so the next episode we'll be back. But I want to get out here and do something else, just to change it up a wee bit. And while I was out looking for those tamarins and completely failing to actually find them, I thought about this area back here. Now, if you look on the map, there is... Ooh, let me actually get to where I'm at here. There's a lot of open space right here. We can probably fit 2 exhibits here, 2 medium-sized exhibits, I'm thinking. We got to leave enough room for the path to go along the side of the hill, though. But right here, we could probably fit about 2 exhibits. So, one of them will be in today's episode. And since I was out there looking for the tamarins, I ran into a lot of different animals. But I already have a lot of them already captured. But one thing that I kept running into all over the place was tapirs. Okay, so I think today I might actually build a tapir exhibit. I might squeeze it in like right here. All right, ooh, leg spike. Oh, bigger leg spike. Oh, wow, that was a doozy. Right here, I'm thinking would be a good idea. But before we get to that, though, we've got some spider monkeys to name. Okay, we have got 5 spider monkeys to name here, and you guys killed it in the naming section, or in the comment section of the last video. Thank you once again for that. It makes my life a lot easier. This anvil does not look like it's going to hold up. How many name tags do you think we're going to get through before this thing just completely shatters? As usual, I got to preface this by saying that if I did not select your name this time, please keep trying. I've got a lot of animals to get through in the zoo still, so I will go through. Sometimes I just pick them at random. Sometimes I pick names that I haven't never picked from before, like a person that hasn't ever named one before. Little things like that. And today, actually, is an excellent example of that. All right, so Rafiki is going to be the the first one, okay? Now, Rafiki is I believe he's a baboon from The Lion King, right? Like, he's not actually a spider monkey, but close enough, all right? Rafiki, and I gotta give a big shout out to Milgill for actually suggesting that name. We're gonna name one Rafiki. All right, and for the second one, I got a lot of, like, Spider-Man references for this one, but a common thread across most of them were Peter Parker, okay? So we're just gonna name this one Parker, after Peter Parker, Spider-Man. And big shout out to Matt Myers and both Matt Myers and William Cunningham for both suggesting that. And then apparently, now I'm not a huge fan of this because this came after my time when I was well into adulthood, and my kids every once in a while turn this on, but they kind of watch a mix of everything. But apparently there is a monkey in Dora the Explorer named Boots. All right, and so we're gonna name this one Boots after that monkey. It's not I don't think it's a spider monkey, but it's a monkey nonetheless. And big shout out to Simon Holmes for naming that one. All right, so apparently we're going way back, okay? 1930 something, maybe. Might be wrong on that one. The Wizard of Oz has flying monkeys in it, okay? And the leader of the flying monkeys is Nico. And I want to give a big shout out to Love to Craft for naming that one. That is an awesome name for a spider monkey. And for the final name, we're gonna name this one Mankey after the Pokemon. Big shout out to Puppet Master 13 for naming that one. I'm a sucker for Pokemon names, so of course I was gonna pick that one. Alright, so what do you say we go and get these monkeys added into the exhibit here? Let's see if I can't fly in there without smashing myself against the wall. Oh, well, I almost was successful. Alright, so here we have the spider monkey exhibit that we built last week. Still think this one turned out pretty good. Actually, I gotta give a shout out to, I'm gonna butcher this name, I apologize in advance, Thien Long Wen? Is it Win? Is that how you say it? I'm not too sure. Probably got that one really wrong. But they suggested that maybe I should put a tire swing in here. After all, they're monkeys. That's a great idea. In fact, do I even have one? Like a true professional, I don't even think I have one ready. No, but watch this. With the power of editing, it will be made available. Holy cow. Okay, I have a tires in my tire swing, but I had to quickly bail out of there because creepers be creeping, and there is one in there. Whoo! I almost blew up the spider monkey exhibit. Okay, power of editing kind of got messed up there, but creepers, man, I tell you. Holy, it came down from on the tree. It was like right up in there. That's where it spawned. Oh, that was freaky. Whew, alright. Creeper scare aside, this thing needs to go someplace. Now, I need a little bit of room hanging out. I think this is like a little bit of a dead space. Now, I'm kind of trying to make this this look feng shui, you know? Like, I'm thinking like right there would be a good spot for the tire. And I believe these things will connect all the way up to wherever you have them hanging. So, like, yeah, just like that. Although I can... hold on one second. Maybe I can do better. Okay, there we go. It's like hanging down slightly behind the tree a little bit in back here. I think this looks pretty good. All right, so we got the tire swing put in there. I think that was an excellent suggestion. So thank you out there for listing that in the comment section. Okay, let's get to putting these things in here now. I'm pretty sure these guys can run on out of here and get away from me. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna seal ourselves in, and I don't think the... Oh no, I can totally do the Ender Pearl trick right here. So yeah, I can totally get out of here. All right, so I got to get the spider monkeys out, get my inventory started here, and let's get to placing these things. Okay, so let's get going here with Mankey. We're going to put Mankey first right here in back. Bam, there you go, Mankey. You have been added, and he looks so happy to be here. And Mankey is a female. All right, and then up here in the tree maybe, we'll put Rafiki. Let's put Rafiki down right there. Bam, there you go. Rafiki has been added. And Rafiki is a female as well. Alright, then we're going to be putting down Nico right here. Bam, there you go, Nico. Nico, in this case, is a male. Alright, it looks like Boots is up next. So let's go ahead and put Boots there. Just broke the net doing that. There you go, Boots, you have been added, and you are a male as well. And last but not least, we are going to put down Parker. These monkeys are driving me nuts already. There you go, Parker. You've been added. Parker is a female. Okay, I got to get out of here because holy cow, these spider monkeys make a lot of noise. Oh, he's blocking my way out. They're trying to keep me in here forever. Aha, you are unsuccessful. Wow, they make a lot of noise. Okay, spider monkeys and their noise making aside, let's get over here and let's start carving out an area that I want to do for the tapirs here. Now, tapirs, I'm not too familiar with where they live. I'm going to have to look this up before I actually get to work on actually building the exhibit. But I do want to squeeze them in here. It's going to be kind of a longer exhibit. Like, maybe to like right about here. And then, I got to map this thing out. Now, it's been a while since I've actually done one of these ones outside. But maybe we can bring it back to like right about here. kind of like a big long oval is what I'm going to go for right here, and it should stretch basically this entire length right here. And now it should leave enough room to put like one more little smaller exhibit right there for some other animal, maybe like the pangolins or something like that. So we gotta squeeze them in there too, and we're getting closer to doing all these big cats over here as well. So, but for right now, I'm thinking something along the line of this. Now, I have to dig this whole area out. It shouldn't be too much of a problem though, considering the fact that I believe it is, well maybe, I believe it, yeah, it's hollow underneath. Okay, so, I didn't see a block drop. Maybe I was just blind. I thought for a second that'd be a ghost block, but yeah, it's hollow underneath here. So it shouldn't be too big of a deal to actually dig this out. Can I actually like eat myself out of here? I don't think I'm going to be able to. Nope, not gonna happen. Oh, no, it did. It happened. Up I went. Whee! All right, sweet. So yeah, this is where the tapir exhibit's gonna go. So I'm gonna quick dig this thing out, and I'll be right back. Behold, we have a hole in the ground. All right, so now I do have this. I need to get more rockets. So we do have this dug out now. Look at this. All right, so that is about as bare basics as it gets for an exhibit. As far as there is just a hole in the ground. Now, there's a lot of detailing that needs to happen to this. I went ahead and added the cobble into the walls here. We need to get the wood frame, for example, around it to match the rest of the exhibits in the area. And it's kind of a tight fit, but I'm thinking I could probably get the 3D effect to the frame. You know, actually have the supports jutting out as opposed to recessed into the wall. So that means I got to go get the wood backpack, dig this thing out here. I'm gonna grab a bunch of fir wood here, and we're gonna get to work on placing some of this. But before I do that, actually, let's actually get the ground backpack out here. Let's get the actual ground put in so that I don't have to keep swimming around in the water here, because it kind of sucks when you're trying to bob around and actually place things. You go a little bit slower. So I'm going to coat this area with grass, similar to what I've done on the other exhibits. And then we're going to use that as a blank canvas going forward. And I have to spend a little bit of time researching tapirs because I kind of forgot where they live as far as like their environment. All right, the grass is in place, the walls are in place. I think we're good to go on getting around to decorating this here. We got the wood supports put in, as well as some fences to kind of make it look kind of like it's supported, almost like one of the mine shafts. So this is about the bare bone basics as it goes for one of the exhibits here at Cerro Gordo. Now, I have to design this to make it look a little bit more like their habitat. So, in the, on the internet, on the wonderful world of Google, I found out that these things actually live in Central and South America, and there's even different type of them that lives in Southeast Asia, but it looks like they live primarily in either jungle or forested biomes. So we've done jungle for the last couple episodes. I'm going to try to kind of break it up here a little bit, do a little bit more forested. These things also appear to be able to be just fine in water, as far as I don't think they're going to drown. So 1 block deep water I think will be fine. I'm going to give them like a little maybe pool down here, and then some forested area up on top here. Yeah, maybe something. Let's actually dig out that pool first. Something small, just like that. Just a little watering hole, basically, for them to come and hang out in. Now, we're going to have to design the bottom of this thing, so let's get the ground backpack out here and see if we can't grab some mud. We're going to need a little bit of that. A little bit of gravel, I'm thinking. Some, I don't have any coarse dirt in here, do I? I was going to pick that, but looks like I'm not going to. I'm going to have to look into the bad backpack. Save me here. Yes, there it is. Okay, I knew it was around here someplace. All right, so with these 3 blocks, I think we can come up with a decent bottom to this. There's a little bit of sand in here, which I'm going to remove because I don't want this to look more like a sandy area. But the clay, actually, I could fit in here, too, also. I just might have to move it around a little bit. But let me replace the bottom of this, get it to look more like the bottom of a pond. And then we'll get on to the rest of the exhibit. And there we go. Now, I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit of mud blocks and stuff on the edge of this pond as well. Give it a little extra added detail to this place. Just kind of get the idea that, hey, this is like a muddy watering hole. And we might even have that extend out just a little bit, like so, in a couple places. And then we're going to get on to doing the rest of the land in the area here, which I'm definitely thinking we're going to be adding some green concrete powder again, because I like how that looks with the grass, especially when you're dealing with a lively area. Actually, it kind of works no matter what biome you're in, because if you're trying to put like a little bit of greenery to make a desert kind of seem like it's like a dry grasslands, you can add the green concrete powder because it's green that doesn't normally exist there. I don't know. I just like the green concrete powder when I mix it in with this stuff, so I'm definitely going to be adding that. And that actually might be all I need to add for this right here. So yeah, green concrete powder, and let's see, we're going to go for a forested biome, so we're talking podzol. I don't have a lot of that. Hopefully I have more than what I have right there, because that's not a lot. Some podzol, some stone piles a little bit. I don't mind making this place look a little bit more bog-like, just because, you know, all the pictures I see of the tapirs on the on the internet look like they're near water for the most part. Let's see, where's the bad backpack? I need this thing desperately. There's the green concrete powder. That's good. I don't have a whole lot of podzol. Hopefully I have enough back at the base, though, because otherwise I'm going to have to go get some more of that. Huh, not a lot. I have 9 whole pieces in here. Okay, well, good news is I think I know where some podzol is. I believe over here in this eucalyptus forest, a lot of this is podzol. So I'm just going to run out there and grab some of that real fast. Okay, podzol has been dug up, and the green concrete powder has already been added. All right, so this is already coming together a little bit. I'm liking how this is turning out so far. I still need to add in a fair amount of podzol, though, that we just dug up, because I'm thinking that'll look pretty good to make this look a little bit more like a forested area. So I'm going to go ahead and dot this in here reasonably heavily. I mean, I guess not as bad, or not as heavily as the concrete powder, I'm thinking. So I'm going to space this out just a wee bit. But I'm going to dot the podzol in here a little bit, and then we'll get to probably sprinkling in a touch of gravel. Coarse dirt, gravel, and then path blocks, and we'll be ready for the vegetation. Alright, check it out. We got all of the ground put in. Now, I didn't put the path blocks in yet. Maybe I'll do that right about now, but I think we can go ahead and put the water in. So let me grab my bucket. Let's grab the thing that actually has water. And actually, you know what? I can get water right here. Look at that. Let me just grab some water and we'll put it in here. And then we'll seal this back up. There we go. Put that right there. Seal this back up just like that. All right, we're good to go. Let's get to filling this part up with water now. Ta-da. All right, so the water has been put in. So now I guess I'll go through and put the path blocks in. This is what really makes the exhibits pop, after all, is adding in the path blocks. It makes it look like the grass has been trampled down by the animals in the exhibit. And I think it looks really good. Ta-da! All right, so the path blocks are all done. The ground is all done. I think this is good enough for a forest-looking ground. Now it comes down to what are we going to put in here. Now, I could do a custom tree, and I don't think that would look too bad. But I think I might just kind of put like I'm thinking like either a spruce or maple or something like that in there, you know, or an oak. I mean, just something kind of simple and easy up top here. I'd have to go look to see what I have, but I'm thinking like forest. I don't see many spruce trees growing down that area. Actually, probably an oak or some kind like that. Maybe, I'm not too sure. I've never actually been there, so who am I to say? But let's go ahead and get maybe the backpack pack out here, and we'll actually focus on doing some of the vegetation first. Let's get some of these things, and we'll get some jungle leaves out too, just kind of mix it up a little bit. Maybe even we'll squeeze in a hint of spruce leaves in there as well. But primarily just jungle and oak leaves are what I'm going to do. Looking to add some bushes in the area, so something along the lines of that, maybe just little bits like that around all over the place here to kind of give this more of a forested look. Okay, I'm thinking that's probably enough for the leaf blocks around the edge at least. I'm trying to be careful not to give these guys a way out of this exhibit. Let's go ahead and put these all back there. Now, where's my wood backpack? I need you desperately in my life. Let's see, we're going to go with the pine because I'm going to do a down log probably right here actually. I'm thinking will look pretty good. And maybe we'll go one more with that. And where's my axe? I need the ultimate axolotl here. There we go. Put that right there. A little down log, kind of right in the lower area by the pond. Will look good. Now we do need some kind of tree right here. So I guess it's time. I have to kind of make up my mind as to what kind of tree we're going to put there. Let's go look in my storage area if I can fly. And we're going to see what kind of trees we have. And in case you guys are wondering, the Treba is still here. Okay, I've got a lot of oak acorns. I have got a ton of them, and I don't really see spruce trees growing in that area of the world. So perhaps I'll just go with one of these. I'll just put an oak tree in there. Why not? All right, let's go ahead and place this bad boy right. We got to give it room to grow. Actually, let's place this bad boy like right here. Okay, and let's give that a little bit of juice. Get that thing growing nice and big, so we have a little bit of room to work underneath it. I'm in the leaf block itself, it would seem. Now, I believe this is going to continue to grow. Hopefully I can get it so that they can walk underneath it just fine. I ran out of stuff. Okay, so this might... Ooh, this looks bad. This looks bad. Let me get airborne here. It looks like it's going to be nighttime, too. So that could be a problem, because creepers be creeping and all, but I'm thinking this looks pretty bad right now. It covers a huge portion of what you're trying to see in there. Ooh, okay, hold on. I might need to rethink the whole oak tree thing. Yeah, I'm not liking this. I'm not liking this at all. Let's just chop that thing down. Got a whole bunch of acorns out of it, so I guess it was kind of a return on investment. However, I didn't need any of them because I have a buttload of them down in storage anyway. So, all right, not an oak tree. Got it. I mean, I could do like a vanilla Minecraft oak tree. I guess that would probably look pretty good because that wouldn't grow all over the place either, unless it gets to be one of those big ones. Let's go grab an oak sapling. Let's do a vanilla Minecraft tree there, and let's see how that looks. Okay, let's see how this thing looks. Hopefully this isn't anywhere near as bad. I think we'll move it over just a little bit. Here, we'll put it like right here. Now let's hope and pray that this does not turn into a big oak tree. Okay. Okay. I think I can work with this. Now, can they climb up here, climb up here? Oh, no, I don't think they can. Okay, good, good. I'm thinking we can probably work with that. Now, I know that's not exactly great because I was hoping to do a little something extra and special with that. But I think that should be just fine. Let's actually get it airborne and see if that looks terrible or horrible from the ground where the people are going to be actually be viewing it, or if that's not bad. I mean, forested means I could probably squeeze in another one in here too, but I want to be able to give people room to actually see the tape here, so I don't really want to go too nuts with it. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking that looks just fine. I know it's kind of vanilla, but I'm thinking that looks okay. I might revisit this in a later episode, but right now I'm thinking that the tree there is fine. So let's go ahead and grab some of the plants then, because that's what we have next. Get the plant backpack out here. So we're talking forest, huh? So we're probably thinking there's going to be some probably wildflowers in the forest. Let's get these toadstools out because I'm going to squirt a couple of those things down in there too for sure. Dead leaves are probably a must. I'm running out of those things. I'm going to have to go on a dead leaf collecting spree. We can probably fit some cattail actually by the pond itself. So let's drop one of those there. I think these things grow. I'm not too sure. I can never remember. Well, if they don't, I can't grow them any further myself. So maybe we'll just do that right there. Just a couple of bits of cattail here or there along the back edge of it. All right, and then as far as the mushrooms go, we're gonna probably dot that kind of along the edge of this thing here, like so. I think that looks pretty good. Also gives that kind of like a damp look down there where, you know, there's a lot more moisture because there's the water nearby. We can probably dot a lot of these leaves on the underside of this tree as well. All filling up this area up here. Got a couple pieces of bamboo. I wonder if I can squeak these in here someplace. I always struggle to put bamboo in these exhibits, so this is always kind of a test to see if I can pull this off. Right here, and maybe another one, because these are going to grow a little bit, so I got to put string above them to prevent them from growing any further, but just a couple pieces, maybe even spread out. Boy, there's not a lot. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take this up, we're going to switch to this right here. We're going to put that there, and then we're going to take that grass block, put it there, bamboo on top, bam, I've done it. Okay, so now we're going to need to go into this backpack here and grab a couple pieces of string because we're going to need to block these things off. So, I don't really want them growing much higher than that right there, and this one can actually stay one block tall. I'm thinking that'll look fine. So if that grows one, because it says right there, if you look in the top left, growth at 0%, I'm thinking these actually do grow. So if that grows up one, that's fine, but then it'll hit the string and it won't be able to grow any further, and hopefully that'll be the end of the bamboo growing in here. Okay, so forested stuff, huh? Now, I'm having trouble. Okay, so usually like a bush would look great, you know, like a berry bush, but I don't have any more of those things. I wonder if I buried some of them. Let me just kind of dig in through here. Do I have any berry bushes back here someplace? Not really. Okay, I don't really have any back here. That's kind of a shame. It is a kind of a dark spot right here, though, so I might want to put a torch down. Yep, no berry bushes down here. I do know of a place where there is still a woodland biome, which I probably can go to and get some berry bushes. I did collect a couple of dead leaves while I was in there, you know, waste not and all. I do know of a place where there is still woodland, and that is out by where the graveyard is. Let me go take a peek. All right, berry bushes right here in front of the zoo. They're just waiting for me. Let's go ahead and grab a few of these things here, because I wouldn't mind adding these to these exhibits, especially the forested exhibits. I think these are going to look really good. All right, so let's sprinkle these things in occasionally, just kind of spread them out. I'm probably only like one or two I'm actually going to put in here, so it was a whole lot of effort for very little payoff, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll deal with that. It's fine. All right, as far as other plants that we can squeeze in here, I'm not too sure how much more I really want to go with. I mean, wild celery, maybe, I guess, maybe they'll eat that. You know, just a couple little patches of greenery here or there. Little green plants kind of jutting out. Something that, yeah, kind of breaks up, because the rest is just going to be grass, like tall grass, and having a couple of little things to break it up would be good. Speaking of breaking things up, let's look in the flowers backpack and see what I got in here that I might be able to sprinkle this in here to kind of give it a little bit different feel. I think there's something called like wildflowers. I have wildflowers in here someplace, don't I? Wildflower, right there. Bam. Okay, I knew I had it in there somewhere. A little touch of purple or lavender into this, I'm thinking will look pretty nice. Just kind of dotted in periodically as well. Not overdoing this at all. Something, maybe one more somewhere like along the water, maybe. Yeah, kind of like that. All right, I'm thinking that's pretty good. Now, is there any more flowers that I want to add in here? I don't really want to go too crazy on the flowers, though, because it makes it look more like a garden. These aren't supposed to be in there. I don't know why those are. I don't want to make it look like a garden in here. Maybe some bluebells also. We'll dot like 2 of those things in there. Okay, there we go. Bluebells have been added. I'm thinking that's all I want to do as far as the plants in here, because otherwise it is going to just look like a garden. So let's go ahead and grab some bone meal, go around here, and we're going to jazz up the grass in here a little bit, getting this growing a little bit bigger. You know what? We're gonna leave the flower. We're gonna leave the dandelion right there. That's a nice dandelion. I'm getting better at that, people. All right, so let's go ahead and raise the grass up a little bit here so that this looks a little bit more overgrown, and hopefully that it will be a completed exhibit. Maybe we'll sprinkle a pebble or didn't see nothing. Maybe we'll sprinkle a pebble or something in there, you know, just to kind of give it a little bit more detail on the ground. What do you guys think? Do you think it's a pretty good exhibit for the tapirs? It's almost completely done, actually. The last thing I have to do is just kind of tweak these things right here because these edges don't really look so well. I need to put some wood in there, just kind of make it work, because I'm going to have to go around and put the steel bars in here next. And they don't really like going diagonal. Ooh, the sun is setting. Creepers be creeping. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do this quickly with the steel bars, and then that's going to probably wrap it up for this exhibit. There we go. The fence has been put in, and that is, mwah, chef's kiss, another finished exhibit for the tapirs. So, I'm going to need some tapir names if you guys haven't figured that out already. But how many tapirs do I actually have? That's kind of the big question. I got to go look, actually. I'm not too sure. I caught them a while ago. 4 of them. Okay, I've got 4 tapirs. So that means if you guys could, down in the comments section, please head on down there and give me your best tapir names. These are Brazilian tapirs, so I'm thinking I probably should have built a jungle exhibit. But you know what? These ones are going to live in the forest. They're just going to be a little extra special. Alrighty, guys. I need 4 tapir names. The comment section, if you could be so kind, let me know your best tapir names. And I think that's a wrap. I think that's it. We got our exhibit done. We got the spider monkeys added. We got our tapir exhibit built. This has been a productive episode. So thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. And if you did enjoy, please go down and smash that like button. Helps me out, fight the algorithm, all that stuff to get more people to see these things. So it really helps me out a lot. So please hit the like button before you go if you haven't already. So if there's like 300 views, it'd be great if I could get like 300 likes. That'd be incredible. So alrighty, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Have yourself a wonderful weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, and I'm down in my hole playing some more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful Friday. I'm having a pretty good one. We got a big snowstorm recently, a lot of ice. It's kind of crazy. It's almost like winter's here. But we're making do. We're doing what we can. Alrighty, guys, I got some stuff I got to get to today. We got to build another exhibit. That's what you guys are here for. You want to see some exhibits being built? I got an exhibit I'm going to build for you guys. But first, before we do that, we need to get to doing some naming, because you guys killed it once again in the last episode with some names, and we got some names to do for the tapirs, remember. That's what we did last episode. So let's just jump right into it. All right, first things first, put that right there. Okay, for the first name, I'd like to give a big shout out to Anton DG. All right, we're going to name this one Small Bean. Okay, and that's because apparently tapirs look adorable and cute, and they're little small beans. So we're going to name one Small Bean. And there goes the anvil. All right, and for the second one, we're going to name this one Tip Tap. All right, and that is thanks to Laura Keaton. Thank you so much for suggesting that name. It's an adorable little name for these guys. These guys are kind of cute and ugly at the same time. I don't really know how they pull it off, but they do. And then, because I am a sucker for Pokemon names, we're going to name one Fanpy, and that's because it kind of looks like an tapir. That's what we're naming. Wow, I just had to break. You guys just witnessed right there before your eyes the total failure of a person's brain. It is the end of the day. I am a little tired. I worked all day today. Maybe that's why my brain's failing, or maybe just because my memory sucks. I can't really tell. But tapirs, that's a perfect name for it. A Fanpy looks like a tapir. That's why we're naming it that. And big shout out to I'm not stuttering there. That's actually what the person's name was. Big thank you to for suggesting that. And for the last one, we're going to name this one Worm. And that's thanks to Peter, you know, the guy that's doing that big bidding war with Todd right now. Yeah, Peter named that one, and it's because tapirs always just remind him of tapeworms. So, tapir it is. Or it's going to be worm it is then. Okay, so last episode we built this wonderful tapir exhibit, and I realized I didn't put any any lily pads or nothing in the water, so I'll probably do that real quick too while we're in here. But tapirs I don't think are gonna bug me if I'm in here with them. So let's go ahead and we're gonna put down small bean. Let me get the book out here so I can figure out what small bean even is. There we go. Bam. Small bean. He looks a little drugged up. I must have drugged these guys first. I wonder if they're gonna be mad. He's a male. I wonder if they're gonna be mad if they wake up and be a little crabby that I royally drugged them up. Alright, let's get these guys down quickly then. There's another one right there, and this is going to be tip-tap. Let's push him away from the tree so he doesn't wake up and suffocate himself. And then we're going to slap this one down right here, and this is going to be Fanpea. I kind of wish that would have changed to like a light blue. That would have been incredible. Look at the schnoz on these things. Holy cow. Alright, let's go down here. We'll put this one down here. Again, let's push this one away from the block so he doesn't wake up and suffocate himself. And this will be Worm. Now, while I'm in here, let's go ahead and grab the plants backpack real quick. Grab ourselves, well, I only have one of those, so I guess we'll grab one of those. And maybe a couple of those things right there, and maybe one of these right here. We'll dot this in here. I didn't really do much to this place here. Now, I don't think the tapirs are going to get stuck underneath it. Ooh, it's nighttime, and creepers be creeping. Okay, quickly do this. Reeds, yes, let's get reeds in here too. I think that's good, all right? I think that's good. All right, let's get, let's Edemus Maximus out of here, and let's get ready to sleep. Okay, radar says that somebody is right here. So where are you? Are you underneath? You are underneath. And creepers be creeping. Would you look at that? Oh, can I not hit him? Oh, it landed just shy. Got him. Just shy again. I want the boost to the looting, though. Let's get that, because I could use the gunpowder. Creepers be creeping. They are all over the place. Always got to keep your eyes peeled. Okay, in today's episode, though, the big cats. Yeah, I got to get to that. There's stuff I'm going to do to that. There's a lot of exhibits back there, and we'll get to that shortly here. Soon. Soon we will get to that. But for right now, I think we're going to stick close to this area right here, because last episode we did this, and we built the tapir exhibit. Thank you for turning your butt towards me. Really appreciate it. Oh, thanks. Now you look at me like, yeah, you like that? All right, but what we're going to do is I think right here, this is a small little area right here, so we can fit a small exhibit in right here. And I'm thinking it's going to have to be a smaller animal. And one thing that I have, I think he's up there somewhere. Oh, there's a zebra up there. That's not what I'm looking for. Somewhere up there, there was a Tasmanian devil. And I'm pretty sure I have some of those captured already, because I have all but just a couple animals. So, and that's one that I do have. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to build a Tasmanian devil exhibit today. And we're going to put that right here. And I believe they like to live in like a forested area, but I'm definitely going to have to wiki these guys real quick, because I forgot where they live since last season. So, alright, you guys, you know the drill. It all starts with a hole. Behold, I have a hole. Alright, so that actually fit in there pretty good, actually. I was a little worried that it would seem a little crunched, but for a small animal like the Tasmanian devil, looks like that'll work just fine. Now, these guys are from Tasmania, big surprise. But primarily, it looks like, according to the wiki, and I skimmed over it really quick, so correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like more of like a woodlandy area, kind of like I guess just kind of a brush, you know, I guess is where they're going to live. So we're going to kind of design this similar to the tapir exhibit, actually. Probably something very similar to that. I'm thinking that they'd be very comfy and cozy in a place similar to this. Not exactly a woods, but, you know, just kind of like a brushlands kind of design. So maybe we'll make it look a little bit more arid than that over there, just for funsies. Alright, so we have the hole put in. I do need to put these fences in place, though. This isn't done by any means, so I have to actually go ahead and kind of doodad up this still. So there's still some work to be done, but as soon as I get this stuff put in, I will be right back. Okay, the fences are in, the sun is setting, creepers be creeping, and I had noticed one thing. This is a very flat exhibit, and I do not like that one bit. I want to get a little bit of elevation change in here, but I don't mind it actually being like this elevation. I actually kind of like it, and I can't go up anymore, otherwise they'll probably be able to get out. So I think what I'm going to have to do is actually dig this down. Maybe I'll dig this down a little bit in the middle here, but I'm going to finesse the shape of this exhibit here and get it looking like something kind of decent. I also am going to have to fix up this wall then, because that's not going to look good, but yeah, I'll finesse the shape of this exhibit here a little bit and see if I can come up with some terrain that's a little bit more entertaining or custom or eye-appealing than just this flat ground in here. Alright, this is much, much better already. Now, I kind of want to change up the land, obviously, as far as like the palette here. This is grass. the blank slate, basically, is what we're working with. You know the drill when it comes to doing these things. So, I might give the green concrete powder a little bit of a break today, even though I use that a lot. I might leave it alone just for right now. Let's actually dive on into the bat backpack and the ground backpack, and we'll actually see what we got here. Podzol, sure, we'll put that in there for sure. Although I said if I want to, hold on, wait. If I want to make this look arid, maybe Podzol's not good, but coarse sandy dirt might look pretty good. I could probably fit some of this overgrown stone in there as well. In fact, I could make this look like it has kind of stony or outcrops in certain parts. That would look kind of interesting, I'm thinking. We need some coarse dirt, too, I want to mix in there. It's probably in the bat backpack. Oh, yeah, there it is. So we're going to do that. And if I really want to sell the dry, arid environment, I might actually sprinkle in a little bit of sand in there, which I have some right here. Not much. I'm going to go very light on that, though. And maybe red sand. We'll some terracotta, too. We'll figure out a way. We'll fit it all in there somehow. Let's start off with the overgrown stone here, because this is not going to actually be a block that's all over the place. In fact, I'm thinking this is going to be very lightly added in places. And it mainly needs to be added on the side, because you can't really tell the difference on the top. So who cares about that? This is just on the elevation changes that this is going to be dotted in here. Okay, there we go. We got the stone, overgrown stone added. Now, I think it's time to start adding in some of this coarse dirt and the sandy coarse dirt in places all over the place, and we're going to kind of mix them together as we go. Try to make this kind of look kind of like it's, some of the moisture in the ground has been taken out. If that makes any sense. I don't know if that made any sense to anybody. All right, let me just jazz this up a little bit here, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay. I think that's probably good enough. I mean, I can probably dot a couple more in here every once in a while, but for the most part, I'm thinking that's pretty good. I'm going to throw one of those right there, sure. Alright, so let's look in here. What else we got? We got the sand I want to add in here, though, and yeah, I got to go very light on this, otherwise it's going to look like a desert. Okay, so we'll just dot the sand in very rarely, occasionally in places, and maybe dig a little too much there, whoops. And then we'll also sprinkle in maybe the red sand, too. Yeah, just as sparse as the sand, and that hopefully will give this a much more unique feel than a lot of the other exhibits. And hopefully this will start making it look a little bit more like a brushlands kind of outbacky kind of area. I don't know. That's what I'm going for anyway. Okay, there we go. I think this is kind of looking weird, not gonna lie. This isn't actually tickling my fancy here. However, usually when things don't work out that well, I just kind of keep pushing forward, because in due time, it'll turn out just fine. I got to keep telling myself that, so I'm going to keep pushing forward. It's a good lesson for life, too. Alright, so now that those are in, let's go ahead and start adding some features in here before we get... I'm going to put path blocks in here, too, obviously, but let's go ahead... Ooh, actually, gravel. I wouldn't mind squeezing in a little bit of gravel in here, too. Just the occasional block. Just very occasional, actually. Even more sparse than the sand. Now, I think we have this terracotta, too. I was thinking about dotting in here as well, just kind of periodically, too. Most of these extra blocks, like the sand and the gravel and even the terracotta here, I'm going to put very lightly in here, and I think just combined total of all of them will end up making it look good. But I'm thinking then just path blocks, and this place is basically done as far as the ground. Okay, but let's start adding some detailing now, and then I'll go through and add the path blocks a little bit later. So I'm thinking adding like a little bit of a stone pile action somewhere in the exhibit, maybe like right up here. So let's put down that to start off. We're gonna slap some of this down on the side here. We're gonna have to try to blend it in with the terrain just a wee bit, and we're gonna do that. Actually, that's looking pretty good already, just like that. Something like this. All right, we gotta widen it out a little bit though. Let's blend it in with this existing piece of gravel that I have here, and like. So we're gonna make this work. We're gonna get this to work for sure. Okay, I'm thinking that's pretty good. Okay, little stone pile right there, kind of adding a little extra detail. I wouldn't mind squeezing another one of those things in somewhere too, maybe even somewhere up here. Although we already have a little bit of elevation change with this little mountain, or not mountain, this little tiny 1 meter high mountain. So I guess I don't really need to change anything up there. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Now, what other details can we add in here? The trees are definitely going to be a must, okay? So I'm going to probably add a couple of trees. Probably just maybe spruce wouldn't make sense there. More like savanna-ish for that. They do like to live more in forested areas, and I don't really want to put a savanna here, because although this is supposed to look kind of like a more dry and more arid environment, I don't want to make it look like a savanna. Although, I could make it look kind of dried up without putting acacia trees in here. I could put the dead trees in here, and that might actually look good. Although I don't really know if they live in that area either. I think they live more in an actual woods area, so probably getting it completely wrong. Although it might look good. Should I put the dead trees in here? I might put the dead tree in here. And then add some greenery for some bushes and stuff around the edge so it doesn't look like it's completely dead. Yeah, all right, let's go with that. Let's go do that. I gotta go grab one of the dead saplings, though. All right, gotta get these dying acorns put in someplace. I want to put at least 2 trees in here. That'd be ideal. Maybe one up here on the hill. Maybe a little off. Oh, I didn't mean to put it there. I did not mean to put it there. Oh, dang it. I gotta go grab another acorn. Oh, never mind. I get it back. Oh, whew. Okay, sweet. All right, I was trying to put it like right there. Okay, let's grow this thing up a little bit. Let's give it a little extra juice. Get it growing a little bit bigger. There we go. That's probably pretty good. Now, that might still grow on its own, and it does kind of look pretty sad just the way it is, doesn't it? Give it a little extra juice then, maybe. Yeah, okay, that's fine. And now let's put another one over here someplace, maybe down in the little valley area as well. I don't want it lined up with that one. Even if being off by 1 block would be better than nothing. All right, let's grow this thing up here a little bit. Do I have any more bones? I have more bones. Okay, I've got to have more bones. There's skeletons all over the place. Let's turn all that into bone meal. I'm having trouble sometimes with the controls today because, in case you guys didn't know, or in case you guys were curious, we've begun recording Valheim Plus. Okay, so expect that to be coming to the channel here very shortly. But the controls are obviously different in Valheim than they are in ZAWA. So if it looks like I'm flubbing some controls, that's why. Okay, so we got a couple of dead trees in here. Now, I know that seems kind of strange, but now it's time to liven this place up a little bit. Let's go ahead and grab the bat backpack. I need you desperately in my life. And we're going to grab maybe some spruce leaves as well as some oak leaves. And let's actually do this. Now, the spruce oak leaf combination was my main go-to method of buttering up the landscape in Wildwood Zoo. So it's going to be like kind of coming home. Except for this time, I think I might sprinkle in the occasional dead leaf just to kind of keep it the more arid or dry area. All right, so now we got to add a couple of shrubs in here. So let's get to work on putting some of them in here. And we'll see if we can't make this place look a little bit more green and a little bit more lively, even though we did just put dead trees in here. Well, all right, there we go. We got the bushes added in. Thinking that's just about it. I mean, as far as the block decorations goes, we might be already on to doing the plants. I think we might already be on the point where we got to do the plants, so let's go ahead and grab the bat backpack and just squirt these things right back into there because we don't need them right now. But let's go grab the plants backpack and we'll see what kind of fun we can have here. Now, dune grass, will that actually go out here? That might actually look pretty good. Doesn't go on there. It probably only goes on, yep, sand right there. That's what I was thinking. Well, we can sprinkle in a couple pieces of it then because we have some sand in here. Oh my gosh, the sun is setting. Okay, creepers be creeping. I got to do this quickly. All right, I'm going to drop these in on almost all the sand spots because there's really not that many of them except for maybe that one in the middle. I'll leave that alone. And then we are going to need to get a backpack and sleep real quick because I don't feel like having a creeper blow this place up. There comes a time and a place where hunting creepers is a thing, but I just don't have time for it right now, so I'm just going to sleep the night away. Okay, so dune grass is put in place. Let's open up the plants backpack again. I don't use dune grass anywhere near as often as I should. Perhaps it's because I don't really run into too many arid and dry environments. Again, I don't really think Tasmanian devils live in arid and dry environments, but for some reason my brain just is going to that. So we're going to go ahead and add a little bit of this desert grass in here too, sparingly, just periodically. Can this go on? It can. It can go on terracotta. Let's go ahead and just dot this in various places. Okay, so I don't really have any water in here. They probably would like some water. And I'm probably getting the biome completely wrong. The more I build this, the more I'm second guessing myself. So in the comments section, if you guys don't mind, let me know if I'm doing this horribly wrong. Although, I mean, maybe we'll find an outback animal to throw in here. Maybe we'll just do another kangaroo exhibit if I got this horribly wrong. All right, so barley, I'm thinking if this is more like a drier plains environment, might actually look pretty good in small patches. Like something like that. In fact, that might just be the only one I do, unless I want to squeeze something in on the corner here. Like that. Yeah, okay. I like the asymmetry. There's a little bit there and a little bit over here, but then there's like this open space over there where there's none. So I'm good with that. I like that a lot. Sea oats, interesting. Okay, so sea oats do look pretty cool, but I think we'll spread these out a little bit so that they're not overpowering in an area. Right over here too. That's probably good. Yeah, that's good. All right, let's pack those away. If I do want to really sell the desert area or the dry area, I could put a cactus in here, but you know what? I don't really I still don't actually know whether I'm doing that correctly. Whether they're actually supposed to be in here. Let's throw, well, berry bush would be a real kind of opposite of what I'm trying to do here. Dead bushes, that's what I'm talking about. All right, we're going to sprinkle these things in here occasionally too. I don't want to make it look like this is a completely dead area though, so that's probably fine. Got some dried bamboo. I wouldn't mind, well, I don't really think there's much bamboo in like an outback area, to come to think of it, so maybe not. Maybe not. Foolish idea. Shouldn't have done that one. Is that all I have? I'm running low on plants, and I believe Maddie left a comment in the last video saying that I should go plant searching, and she's usually right about stuff, so I kind of need to. All right, but let's go ahead and drop just a couple of dead leaves down here as well, just to kind of sell the whole leaves falling off that tree there. In fact, I think that's the last of my dead leaves. I gotta go find more of those too. Boy, I really do need to go plant hunting. Maybe that'll happen in an upcoming live stream. If I can squeeze it in somewhere. I gotta figure out. Plus, I gotta give people a chance to, compete for the top donor spot again. It's still there. Since the series is still going, it is still there. All right, these goldenrods I wouldn't mind squeezing in someplace too. After all, I do need more flowers in my life. I've been told this, so let's go ahead and drop these in places. Let's put one back there in the corner. All right, I'm thinking that's good. Let's get the torches out of here, because torches probably don't mesh very well with like flammable sticks right next to them. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's completely it right there. I don't really know if I want to add any more into this. I'm thinking that's probably fine. Yeah, all right, let's go around and actually make the path blocks like I thought I was going to do way earlier than this. Make this exhibit pop, because after all, it is the path blocks that make an exhibit pop. And behold, the popped exhibit. Okay, like I said, path blocks make the exhibit pop. I really like how it turns out once you add those. This is actually starting to come together. Hopefully I got the right biome. I'm second guessing myself now. Like I said, I skimmed over the wiki real fast. Time is a little short tonight because, well, I mean, like I said in the beginning, ice storms and stuff. I got things around the house I got to do too, so I want to make sure I get this in though, because it's important to me. It's important to me. I know you guys enjoy this too, and so I always try to squeeze this in, even if I have other things going on, because this is actually also my way of relaxing. So I like to do these exhibits too. So, all right, I'm thinking that's about it. I think all we have to do now is just add in a whole bunch of bone meal to this. I gotta get more bones to make sure I grab those next time I'm down into my little cave down there. So, all right, so I gotta tell myself flowers are okay. Flowers are fine. You can be fine with flowers. Just don't have a flower up here. Don't just. Okay, yeah, I think I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. That's fine. I'm getting better at that, okay? I am getting better at that. It is tough for me, though, because I just think that vanilla flowers just look so blah, because of boring. I don't know why. I've never... Okay. One, we'll stick with dandelions, okay? I'm weaning myself into it here. Not that dandelion, though. That one's not good. Okay, there we go. I think the exhibit is, for the most part, done. A little stone pile with some bushes right there, some kind of shrubby-looking trees here. And yeah, I'm thinking that for the most part, this is a done exhibit. Now, I need to finish putting the rails in, obviously. I'm not done with that yet. That is still yet to come here. So let's, squid backpack. Do you have a whole bunch of, you have 4. Look at you go. Okay, I need, I need more than that. I have iron stashed someplace. Where is this? Hold on. There we go. All right, let's get a bunch of that stuff. And I think the recipe's like that. I still remember. Look at me go. My memory usually sucks pretty bad, but occasionally I remember some useless thing like how to craft steel bars. I call it useless because I could always just look it up in JEI. But instead, I remembered it. Oh, I also need to fix this. This isn't right here. Hold on. Let's get the wood backpack out here. We're gonna grab a bunch of fir wood because this needs to get fixed up right here. So I gotta knock out like every little corner piece here because the fences don't really like going in correctly unless you have a nice 90-degree edge like that to go on. All right, so let me get the fence put in. Okay, I think that's it. I think that's a done exhibit. What do you guys think? Does this look like a Tasmanian devil exhibit? Tell me honestly, because I feel like I built something completely different last season and it's kind of bugging me now. But I'm thinking that's going to be it for this exhibit. Now, you guys are probably wondering how many Tasmanian devils do I have? Well, that's an excellent question, Carl. If there's a Carl watching. What are you even doing there? You're the Carl. Come here. Come here, Carl. Okay, Oh, there's another one. Creepers be creeping all over the place here. Wow. That's kind of creepy. Get it? Creepers, creepy. Okay, now that they're dealt with. Okay. Whew. Sorry, creepers. How many Tasmanian devils do I have? Well, let's go take a look. One? We got one. That can't. I got one. That's not good. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna grab this, get my gun. All right, give me a second. I know there's some up on the top of the mountain nearby, so let me go at least snake at least another one. I gotta have more than just one Tasmanian devil. Now I thought I saw one up here someplace. Is he by the zebra here? Hi. I could have swore I saw one up here. There is something else on the radar right over here. Is it him? No, it's a turtle. It's a little box turtle. Look at that. Okay, so that's not him. Where did this thing go? Oh, I see him. Ow. Okay, I see him. I did see him up here. He's right there. See him? So if I just shoot him, oh, he just fell down the mountain. I am so sorry. Let's go ahead and scoop him up. Now, Tasmanian devils, I believe, are kind of vicious creatures, and they're kind of like the honey badger. They just they don't care at all. So I have to be careful with these things because they could absolutely attack me. That's why I'm tranking them. Now, is there another one up here that I can find so I can get up maybe 3? Oh yeah, there's a couple right there. Hold on. Oh, I went for a soft landing instead. I overshot and then smashed into the wall like a boss. Okay, they're up here on top of this hill, hunting some Tasmanian devil. Oh, oh, right there. I knew I saw him someplace. Shoot that one. Shoot that one. Let's go up here and scoop and scoop. All right, so there we go. Yeah, I knew they were up here. This is probably what their actual environment's supposed to look like. Hilly with some trees. I probably screwed that one up big time. Whatever. They get a savanna-looking biome. All right, so that means that I have 4 Tasmanian devils. So, if you guys could be so kind, go down into the comments section and give me your best Tasmanian devil names. I would really appreciate it. And I think that's going to wrap this up, though. So, if you did enjoy it, please go down and smash that like button. It really helps me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. I will see you guys next week, where we're going to be building a little bit more onto the zoo. We're getting there, people. We're getting close to finishing this place. We got the big cats exhibit and a whole bunch of other animals that stick in that mountain behind me in the aquarium. And then we're getting to the end of season 2. Ooh. There's plans for season 3, just so you know. I have big plans. But that'll have to come later. So thank you guys so much for watching. And keep an eye out for Valheim Plus. That's going to be hitting the channel here pretty soon. Alrighty, guys. Thanks for watching. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. And I'm starting off here in the sponsor park here because I like to give a big shout out to everybody who tuned in the last live stream. We had one heck of a live stream. Holy cow! A lot of stuff happened. We built an exhibit. There was a new top donor. There was a death. I died. It happened. 2 on this world so far. Things happen, man. If you didn't see that last live stream, go back and watch it. Oh, it's a doozy. Okay, but yeah, big shout out to all these fine people that you see behind me on this board here for sponsoring the park. Any super chat amount of any amount will get you on this billboard during those live streams. So if you haven't caught a live stream yet and you want to get your name on this board, go ahead and tune into the next one, whenever that may be. Keep an eye on the channel. I usually announce it before it happens. You know, like maybe in the community posts. But yeah, you can get your name on here too. And you can be forever immortalized here in the zoo. But big shout out to Todd Feltz, who took over the top super chat spot. You are kind of crazy, mister. You and Peter, you guys are just duking it out for this top spot. Kind of blows my mind. Oh, there's a zebra behind me. Look at that. Look at that up there. Okay, yeah, you guys are kind of crazy. But, you know, you took over the top spot. Good for you. You got it now. So big shout out to Todd Feltz for holding on to the top spot for... well, this stretch until we do the next live stream. I heard Peter is itching for revenge. So something we did on that live stream, though, if you didn't catch it, just a quick recap of one of the things that happened. It was action-packed. It was crazy. Was we actually plotted out the area for the large cats, okay? So we actually have these torch lines here marking out where the large cats exhibits are going to go. There's 4 of them here, and then we actually had 5 large cats. And that's because... if you go back here into this newly created mine, we have back here the ocelot exhibit, okay? We put that here in the mine. It's kind of right here at the entranceway next to the large cats exhibit, so it kind of blends in. And then this mine actually goes down. Now, I also detailed up the floor since the live stream, so if you tuned into the live stream, this was just regular stone. I've done a little bit of decorating. But you come down here, and this leads to the reptile center. Alright, so this might look kind of familiar. I gotta get rid of some of these torches in here, but this might look kind of familiar here. We got the Galapagos tortoise right here. Master Uguay just chilling. So yeah, this might look a little bit familiar because that is the back end of the reptile center. So it connects to the large cats area, which I think is kind of cool. But we went ahead and named these cats, these ocelots in the live stream, so tune into that if you want to know what their names are. But in today's episode, we got some more building to do. But before we get to doing that, though, we have some naming to do because you guys in the last episode killed it with the Tasmanian Devil's names, and I have to get down to my little hidey hole and get to naming. Faceplant. Okay, we have 4 Tasmanian Devils that we need to name, so let's get to naming these things. First one is going to be named Lucifer. Okay, big shout out to Alessandro and Kathy Clism for both suggesting that. And the next one is going to be named Nicky. And big shout out to Peter for naming that one. That's obviously from the movie Little Nicky, the son of the devil, you know, for that one. So you might notice that there's a little bit of a trend going on here with the demonic names, you know. And the third one is going to be called Diablo. Okay. Big shout out to Matt Myers for suggesting that one. The trend continues, huh? And then the final one will be Beelzebub. I think I spelled that right. And that is thanks to Kathy Clism for suggesting that one as well. These are all like demonic names or devil names or maybe son of the devil or something like that. Since these are Tasmanian devils, you guys basically killed it with the names, and they were all demonic kind of sounding names. But if I did not select your name this time, keep trying because I still have more animals to name, and there's going to be more animals at the end of this episode that I'm going to need names for. So head on down to the comments section as soon as you figure out what animals those are. Probably knew from the title. I'm going to need a couple more names though for sure. So do not be disheartened. Do not get discouraged. I do read every comment and I pick through the names. Sometimes at random. Sometimes from people who haven't named an animal before, and sometimes for ones that just make me laugh, chuckle, or feel nostalgic. So head on down there and name animals whenever you come up with a good name. Alright, so let's get down here into the Tasmanian Devil exhibit. And we're going to start putting these things down. Now, I believe these things can attack me, but they should still be really drugged up from me shooting them. So I might get a little bit of time here. I do have my, let's get my tranquilizer gun on the ready here. Let's see if we can't place. And this is going to be Lucifer, and Lucifer is a male. All right, let's quickly do one of these numbers, get the gun on the hotbar in case bad things happen. I am in here with a bunch of devils after all. Let's place that one. This one's going to be Nicky, and Nicky is a male as well. Impish in nature, too. How ironic is that? Alright, let's slap down this one here, and this is going to be Diablo, and Diablo is a female. That's different, very different from the games. Alright, so, actually, I don't know if it actually is any kind of gender in the games. It's just some weird demon thing. Alright, let's slap down the fourth one, and name that one Beelzebub, and Beelzebub is a male. Alright, so we got all of our Diablo, our Tasmanian Devils put in place, all of our Diablos put in place, and they are home sweet home in their exhibit. Let's go down here and actually say hi to them. Yeah, they're still sleeping off the drugs, though. But, oh, that one's awake. Look at him go. He's the first one to recover. All right, naming Tasmanian Devils aside, now we have to move on to the bigger and better. I guess maybe not better. It might not actually end up better. That was a pretty good exhibit. The bigger exhibits, kind of, actually. We're going to head actually into the large cats exhibit area, and we are going to do one of these today. All right? I've been kind of putting this off because I kind of like doing the large cats exhibits. But I was hoping to finish some other things. I just do not have the gumption to get back into those caves and carve out another thing. Mainly because these guys are super loud and annoying. But I will inevitably have to get back there and finish that part of the zoo anyway. But for right now, I'm just not feeling it, yo. I'm just feeling more like doing a large cats exhibit. So why not start off with the king of the jungle himself, the lion, okay? We're going to probably... It's going to be right here, I'm thinking, because as far as the size of the exhibits here, this one's not a bad size area, too. There's not a lot of room here, okay? I wanted to have, that's a creepy cave noise. I wanted to give them a bunch of room, but I just do not have a whole lot of room to give. I'm thinking the lions exhibit, and this might stretch out a little bit further, actually, than what I have it right here. Let's actually, let's tear this down. Hold on one second. I'm going to redo the lines here. This one can kind of come over a little bit. And let's give these guys just a little bit more room. Something like along the lines of that, all right? Yeah, okay, that looks pretty good. So, First things first, though, I have to carve all of this stuff out. I'm going to do that in a blink of an eye. Blink! Alright, there we go. Hole is dug. We even got the cobble outline on the edge of the wall as well. I just kind of carved the mountain back a little bit here, and I'm kind of having a tickling, whatever the word is, idea here, where I kind of want to build this out, actually, so that it's kind of like a little bit of a cave, like a lion's den, you know? It's almost like it's a lion's den. Considering what I'm putting in here, that would make a lot of sense. But yeah, I kind of want to dig this out, or bring this out just a hair, and then I want to get to work on doing the ground in there for sure. Oh, I need to put the wood supports on the outside. Whoopsie, I kind of forgot about that. I'll take care of that before the next clip. But yeah, I want to have that kind of stretch out and maybe actually dig it in a little bit here, giving them a little bit extra room. I don't want to go too far because if you look at the map, and let's zoom in here where we're at here. Let's look at the underground view. Right here is the ocelot exhibit. So I got a little bit of room to play with there, but I don't want to dig into the ocelot exhibit because that would be like a massacre. We'd have lions ripping up those little things. So I don't really want to do that. But maybe just a little bit of an indent. Maybe even like it goes down to the ground a little bit too. It's a little place for the lions to kind of rest their head, you know? Okay, something simple like that I think will do just fine for the lion's den. It doesn't have to be like a deep cave or anything like that, because I do want the people to still be able to see the lions themselves. So just a little bit of shade, you know, while they're basking out here in the sun. Now, lions do live primarily, I believe, in like the I guess it's like the savanna, right? Like the prairie, plains, open area, dry, arid environment kind of thing. I think I'm going to go with that. All right, now I know we just kind of wrapped up doing something very similar to that with in the Tasmanian devil exhibit, but this one should be a little bit more clear cut and to the point. I don't have to tiptoe around making this dry and arid. I do want to make it look more like a grasslands though and plains, so I'm thinking maybe putting like a single solitary tree in here, probably an acacia tree. Kind of up in the air right now whether or not I'm going to do a custom one or not because this isn't a lot of room. So. Weird scratch. But anyway, let's start off with the actual ground here. I'm kind of liking how I have, let's get the ground blocks out here. I'm kind of liking how I have like a little bit of stone kind of poking through, like from over here, where the den is. And I'm gonna keep that going actually. Just kind of sprinkling out from where the lion den actually is over here, so that fades into the actual grass then. But then there's gonna be a lot of dirt, and there's gonna be a lot of sand and stuff in this one. For sure, to kind of sell that dry, arid environment. And I'm thinking maybe the occasional podzol, although podzol usually you'd think about like a swamp or a moist area, you know, but no, this one, podzol actually looks pretty good, especially when you mix it with coarse dirt, because it makes things look kind of dead, you know. And if you're talking about like dry, arid environment, just sprinkling that hint of podzol would really look good. But let's start off with I think we should probably start off with is actually just the coarse dirt. So bat backpack, I need you desperately. 62 pieces, that's definitely not going to be enough. Let me whip up some more. Alright, so I'm thinking that the coarse dirt is going to be one of the more prevalent blocks here in the exhibit. So I'm going to go ahead and just kind of rip up a big chunk of this land here. Replace it basically all with coarse dirt, actually, because it's supposed to look like the sand is kind of killed off in this area. And so I'm thinking this will look pretty good. Alright, so then the next block that we're going to be adding, now that we got the coarse dirt added in there, is going to be the sand and red sand. Now, red sand is not going to be a lot in here, but sand, I'm thinking, is going to be sprinkled in just about as much as what you see the coarse dirt here, okay? Because I need this to really sell the fact that this is a very dry, arid environment, and it's borderline desert, actually. So, except for it's going to have some obviously plant life in it, so... Yeah, I'm gonna mix in the sand here, a couple little specks of red sand along the way, and then we're gonna be cooking on to the next block. Okay, there we go. We got the sand put in, we got a little bits of red sand put in. Let's work on this. Let's work back here on this lion's den. Let's real quick grab the bat backpack, pull out some of this coarse dirt again, and maybe it's in the ground backpack. Some gravel. There it is, some gravel right there. And hold on, let's bring those bat backpack back. Bring back the bat backpack. I need something out of it. And the squid backpack. Holy cow, I got a lot of different backpacks. Let's grab some half slabs here for some cobble slabs, you know. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna just kind of dot this in here, just the occasional bit like that. Doesn't have to be the whole thing. Gives it a little bit of a slope for the lions to walk up. You know, don't want them straining themselves or anything, pulling a hammy or anything like that. So let's let's get down here and we're gonna rough up the ground in here just a little bit, and we're gonna add in little bit of coarse dirt, little gravel action stuff, you know, something or another to make this kind of represent that this has kind of been matted down, walked on, some dirt's been drug in here, you know, all that fun stuff. Actually, I wouldn't mind having like a bit of actual grass in here too. Like I said, this blending in, not just blending outward from the cave, but blending into the cave as well. I think will look kind of cool, ever so slightly. Like something. Let's do that right there. And then over here, there's actually stone kind of coming up on the surface here, so I'm not really as concerned about bringing the grass in over here, but rather having it already be kind of this design by the time it gets in here. So, yeah, kind of like that. All right, and then we're gonna throw in a couple bits of grass right in the middle of this thing that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But what we're gonna do is we are going to mat these down. This is what the lions have been walking all over. So yeah, it makes it kind of look more like a lived-in den then. Okay, I think that's enough for the lion's den right there. What about the rest of the land out here? So, definitely doing some path blocks in here. That's what's really going to make it pop. But I did just get done telling you about podzol, didn't I? So let's go ahead and grab some of this. Very lightly sprinkle this in places. Do not want to overdo this at all, because too much podzol will make it just look dirty and like a swamp, really. So just the occasional piece here or there in various places will really make this thing come to life, I think. Okay, and now the final thing to do for the landscape in here, at least for just the blank canvas in the landscape, because I kind of want to add like a little bit of rock and stuff in here, little rock piles and whatnot, but is to go through and add the path blocks. Path blocks always make things pop, and this build is no exception. There's a giant gap right there. Let's, where is my cobblestone? There it is. Okay, let's grab some cobblestone here and fill that in right there. Okay, I'm going to go through and add the path blocks, and then we'll get down to doing some of the foliage. There we go. Got the path blocks put in. See, now this is starting to look more like a savanna kind of esque area. Now, I did just say I wanted to add a couple of stone blocks in here, or stone areas in here. So, I'm trying to think about where am I going to put this tree. I'm thinking about putting the tree like right up here and kind of leaning over. I might have to do a custom one. Leaning over the slope right here just a hair. So that would mean that a good spot for the stone pile would be probably like right here. So let's go ahead and replace this with stone for right now. And then we'll actually have this kind of poke up a little bit like so. And then we'll jazz this up a wee bit. And then let's replace some of this with actual gravel, I'm thinking. Maybe put a pile on top of that. Dig out around this a little bit here, and we're going to continue to gravel out that way. Okay, something like that. A little bit of work on that, but yeah, okay, that works out just fine. Now let's talk about this tree that I want to put in here. Okay, let's talk about inventory space. Holy cow. Dump chest, need one of these things fast. Just yeet all this stuff into there, get it out of my inventory fast. I'll have to sort through that later. Alright, as far as the tree I want to put in here, though, let's get the wood backpack out, though. We're looking for a dry type of looking wood. Now, acacia wood will probably look pretty good as an acacia tree. However, is there a however that actually makes sense to this? I'm thinking that the fir wood still probably looks the best, although that is going to blend in a little bit with the supports that I have here, considering it's the same exact block. Perhaps oak wood would look pretty good too. Acacia just isn't. I mean, it is an acacia tree I'm trying to build, but this orange, it just doesn't work really for what I'm trying to do here. So maybe a mix between fir wood and oak wood would be the winner here. But let's try to create a little bit of a tree trunk here for an acacia tree. I'll start with a fir wood here, and it's gonna kind of come back that way. So it's gotta be kind of thicker on this side here, and then it's gotta kind of lean forward. This is gonna be very much a freestyle build here. So let me just quick whip up a tree trunk, and then we'll start adding the leaves. Okay, don't actually have like a lot of oak leaves, which is kind of what I wanted to use here. So we might have to use these a little bit sparingly and just use more of the dead leaves, because that's probably going to look like a dried out tree anyway. But this is the kind of general. Actually, let me take a look at this from the side. I didn't even bother to look at this. I started going for it. That's the general shape for the acacia tree that I'm kind of going for right now. Actually, you know, it's not that bad. It's not bad at all. Let me just hop up here. The acacia wood slabs actually worked out well for kind of transitioning the plant, or the tree trunk forward. So I'm going to keep with those things. Let's go ahead and actually start creating a little bit of a umbrella-like canopy here. We're going to start sprinkling in some of these dead leaves as well. Because I want this tree to look like it's been through better days. You know, like it could use a drink, basically. Is what I'm going for here. So we're going to keep the greenery kind of tucked into the inside a little bit, and then we're going to have it on the outside be kind of dried up, a little arid. You know, that doesn't look too bad. I mean, I know it's not like great or anything like that, but it's not too bad. It does need a little bit of extra detailing on the underside, just a wee bit, but it's not from anything that I currently have in my inventory. I need the squid backpack. Let's see what kind of branches we can put on this. Let's put some oak branches up here on this thing. Just kind of give it a little bit more texture to it, you know? A little something on the underside here just to make it look more like an actual tree. Yeah, let's put one there. Let's see, what does that look like? Not bad. Not terrible. Actually, I don't think that looks too bad at all. Yeah, okay, now let's get some distance from here and actually look and see if this looks terrible from a distance or if this looks okay. Kind of looks like it's just a blob of leaves at the moment like this. Let me just fall all the way down the mountain and we'll check this out. It needs a little bit of something more on top, okay? That's something that definitely needs. I need to inhale a chicken real fast too because I'm kind of getting a little hungry. But yeah, definitely needs a little bit more on top right there. So let's hop over here. And then heave-ho up here. All right, so let's bring this canopy out just a wee bit. Something like that, maybe? Green, sure. Fly! Made it, all right. Yeah, okay, that looks a little bit better. Yeah, that looks all right. All right, for a custom acacia tree, I don't think that looks too terrible. I know it's kind of small. It's not a very large tree, but I don't have a very large exhibit here, so... So I think we got to work with it. So we got our stone pile, we got our custom tree put in there. I think that's probably it for the bigger vegetation. Now we do have to get down here and actually add like the actual bushes and stuff. Now the shrubs themselves, they're not gonna be much. Not gonna be much as far as shrubs. In fact, I might not use any oak leaves in this at all. And if I do, I'll put like one only, and then it's gonna be a whole lot of deadness there, you know. So I got to add in a couple of very sparse bushes here, there. And then we're gonna get on to doing the actual like plant vegetation in here. All right, the plants have all been added as far as the bushes. I think that's it. Just a couple along the edge of the exhibit, not much. Let's fall in here, break my face, and get in here. We're gonna add some of the actual proper plants now. I did actually collect some during the live stream. Not many. I went and collected more lily pads because I kind of ran out of those. Not gonna do me any good here because I'm in the middle of like a deserty plains. But let's grab some stuff that would probably look good in more of a desert-like area. Not desert, but a plains kind of style areas. A dried bamboo would be interesting. I might be able to squeeze that in someplace. Dead plants are a must. Obviously, it's gonna look all kind of decrepit a little bit, or as far as like dried up dead leaves and stuff, or dead plants and dead leaves also are coming with us. Dune grass, you're coming with me. All right, I'm thinking that's probably it as far as like maybe we'll throw in a goldenrod or two. As far as the plant life in here, are there any kind of flowers other than the vanilla ones that might show up in these areas that I actually have? Goldenrods are. Let's actually combine these things because I have them in two different spots. So way to make myself confused. Orange cosmos. Let's actually throw in one or two of those things in there as well. I think that's it. I think that's all I got. So let's get to sprinkling in some dead plants here, dead bushes. What do you guys say? Okay, they are put in place. There's quite a few of them too because this is, after all, a dried up area. These leaf piles I'll add later. They're going to go under the tree someplace. But barley I'm going to add in various places as well, but I'm going to keep it kind of grouped together because it does usually grow grouped together anyway. Or at least that's the way I find it in the game. So if I put a barley patch in places, I want to make sure that it is kind of bundled together. That's a good location for one. I wouldn't mind throwing in at least one more somewhere in here too. This looks like the only place I can actually think about putting it. Let's do something like that. All right, so how does that look? Not too shabby. Okay, I'm thinking that looks pretty good. All right, barley, you've done well. Be gone now, though. So let's see if I can't find a good place for this dried bamboo right off the bat. Maybe like right over here. See, I have to put it like... I don't want that to grow up at all. I don't want to grow up. I'm a dry piece of bamboo. I want to put string on some of this stuff here. Let's put one there, and then this one says growth 0. I need blocks. I need blocks of some kind. Can I put one? There we go, like that. All right, let's drop string. Okay, that got rid of it. Dry bamboo, come back. Okay, so I need a string. I need another block up here. That means I think I've done this before where I've screwed up and placed the bamboo incorrectly before, but all right, there we go. Got the bamboo in place. Does look dried up. Makes it look really kind of dead in this area as far as plant life. Not a lot of water. All right, and then the sea oats also look really good, nice and tall as well. We can spot that in, you know, or place that in somewhere occasionally here or there. I don't want to overdo it with the sea oats though, because it is kind of an overpowering block. It stands tall above the rest of them, so just the occasional one, I think that's probably pretty good. Okay, dune grass. Now, dune grass I can probably go a little crazy on, though, because I think it... oh, you can plant it on gravel, too. Interesting. Didn't know that. Can you plant it on stone? No, you can't. Grass? No, you can't. Okay, so gravel... Coarse dirt, you can't either. That's interesting. So gravel and sand. Interesting. Okay, good to know. What about podzol? No? That's so strange. Okay, let's... you think coarse dirt for sure. But let's go ahead and add this in as many places as we can to really kind of sell this dry, arid environment. Okay, that means that we are now down to... oh, hold on. Okay, that means now we are down to the dead leaf piles here. So this is going to go somewhere basically under the tree in various places here or there, dotting all over the place. You can even go on the logs themselves down here, because this is where the leaves would have fallen off of the tree and just kind of sprinkled to the ground. And some wind would have blown them, so we're going to kind of spread them out just a wee bit also, kind of on the outskirts of the tree as well as being tucked back in here, because you know that the lions would have kind of drug some of the leaves in and then smashed back into their den here. Is it getting nighttime? It's getting nighttime. Creepers be creeping. I got to get to sleep. Okay, that means we are just down to the orange cosmos and the goldenrod to squeeze in here. Now, the orange cosmos I don't want to go too crazy on. I just want to plant this occasionally here or there in places. Maybe just there. I'll put one back there. Okay, and then the goldenrod kind of matches the barley a little bit, so I wouldn't mind just keeping it kind of close to that, just a little bit. Maybe the occasional one off to the side. This one I don't mind it actually being a little bit more in the exhibit. Look at me learning and getting better with making more flowers and putting more flowers in these exhibits. I'm getting better at this, people. Okay, I'm thinking that's it. I think that's good for flowers. Let's get these flowers out of my inventory so I don't second guess them. Now we just need to add a lot of bone meal. We just got to add a lot of bone meal. So now these lions are going to be comfiest in tall grass. So I'm going to first get down the base. Let's get rid of these torches too. No torches in here. The base amount of grass, and then I'm going to start raising a fair amount of it up actually, because I'm going to get at least a two high grass in a lot of places on here, just to give them places that they can hunt in. You know, even though they're not hunting anywhere, they're just in an exhibit. You know what I mean. Okay, so there we have a lot of grass. Now let's start raising up some of this grass, getting too high. Can I do that to the dune grass? No, I can't. Okay, start raising this up and get it like too high in quite a few different places. I do want to make this look kind of like a raptor field, you know, from Jurassic World, where you got raptors in the tall grass. That's kind of what I'm going for here. Something where the lions could easily stalk their prey in. Okay, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good right there. Now, there is something that I still need to add, and I'm looking for the ground blocks, and I'm looking for some... Actually, hold on. I screwed this up last time. I need these buttons. They're found inside the squid backpack. Definitely going to be putting a couple of them here around the stone pile for sure. Maybe one even up there on the actual pile itself. Then we're just going to dot these things in occasionally here or there throughout the exhibit. You know, definitely back here in the den too. Don't want to have that not look like there's a lot of little pebbles in there. You know, that would make sense if there was. I'm thinking that might be it. That may be all. I think that might be it. And one more. Alright, I'm thinking now that's it. Alright, let's fly out of here. If I can. Fly. Please fly. Please, come on. 5th time's the charm. There we go. There we go. Now we can actually see the lions exhibit. Oh yeah, that looks good. That actually turned out better than I thought it was going to be. What do you guys think? Do you like the lion exhibit? There's still one thing I have to do though. I have to fix these edges right here, and I got to get the steel bars on here. But what do you guys think? Look good? Yeah, kind of, sort of, not really. What do you? Let me know in the comment section. Final exhibit. There it is. I think this is done. Another chef's kiss put on the exhibit. I think that's all I'm going to do for that one. Lions exhibit. Let me know. What do you guys think? Did this turn out good? Does this look kind of like a savannah-esque area? I kind of like it. I think it turned out pretty good. Not gonna lie. Maybe there's a little too much grass. Not sure. Actually, you know, now that I think about it, now that I'm looking at it, I should have used like the sandy grass. That's all right. It's fine. It's fine actually. It doesn't need that little detail. I think that looks fine the way it is. But of course, I do need to put some lions in there. So I gotta go count my lions and see how many of them that I have. So you guys know how many names to suggest down below. Faceplant. Okay, I got 2. I only have 2 African lions. Now, I do actually know where more are, so I can go get more, but I believe I have a male and a female. So, if you guys could, down in the comments section, please give me your best lion names. That would be greatly appreciated. But I think I'm going to wrap this episode up here. At least 2 lion names. At least 2 lion names would be good. But I think I'm going to wrap this episode up here. So if you did enjoy, please go down and smash that like button. It would really, really help me out a lot. And if you haven't subscribed yet and you're watching this, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. I took a look at my statistics, and it looks like a majority of you are subscribed. So thank you guys so much for that. You guys are awesome. But there is actually about 1 out of every 3 people who are watching this series that are not subscribed. So if you enjoyed this, and if you want to see more, and if you feel like that I'm a fun-loving person, good person to watch, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It would really help me out a lot. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Have yourself a wonderful Friday. I will see you guys next week. Thanks again for watching, everybody, and bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, and I'm up here with the Treba. Just greeting you guys. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful Friday. Man, that guy is really loud. Tell you what, let's just see if I can do this in reverse third person. How about, oh, I'm gonna die for sure. How about, oh god, there's the giant cat. Hi, okay, let's do it from here. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful Friday. I'm having a pretty good one too. I recently got over a cold that was kind of destroying my sinuses. Kind of ruined my New Year's, but you know what? The Christmas was pretty good. I think I just caught a bug over Christmas. I blame my kids. They're little petri dishes. But hopefully you guys are doing a lot better. I'm doing better now, but hopefully you guys had a wonderful New Year's and a great Christmas and holiday season and all that fun jazz. But we have some stuff that we got to do today. You guys killed it in the naming section again. And see that exhibit right down there, like right here? This is really weird playing reverse. Ow. We got to put some lions in this exhibit, okay? And you guys killed it with the names, so let's get to naming some of these things because the sun is setting, creepers be creeping, we got an exhibit to build, lions to put in here, so much stuff to do. And faceplant. All right, let me put my nose back in place here. Oh, God, all right. So if you guys are enjoying this zoo series, be sure to leave a like on it if you could. And if you do go on to enjoy the video and you're new here, check out that subscribe button. You'll be notified for whenever we do any new episodes. But all right, enough with that crap. Let's get on with the naming ceremony, shall we? Okay, and for the first one, we're going to name this one Aslan. Now, that is the lion in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and it was recommended by several people, actually. So I'd like to give a big shout-out to Sino the Dino, Simon Holmes, and Adele Momtez. I probably screwed up that last one. I'm so sorry if I did. I am not good at reading words in front of me. And for the second line, we're only going to put 2 in there. It is a little bit of a smaller exhibit. But for the second line, we're going to name this one, the most requested name, Scar, okay? Now, I think one of them is a female. I think I got a male and a female lion. So Scar might end up being a chick in this one, but whatever, we don't judge. Big shout out to Matt Myers, Milgill, Lewis, and Puppet Master 13 for all suggesting Scar. Now, it was pointed out to me in the comments section that my ankles are weak, but that the lions could climb out of here. I don't really see how. I'm thinking I'm going to chance it and just go for it. Now, if they do climb out of here, it would not be the first time that one of the large cats escaped in one of the zoos I made. Remember last season when the snow leopards, or not the snow leopards, but just the Amur leopards got out and kind of attacked me while I was building the squirrel exhibit. But yeah, that did happen, but we're not going to worry about it. Okay, so the first one we're going to name here, if it has a mane, we're going to name it Aslan. If it doesn't, we're going to name it Scar. And this, oh, I do have the tranks ready too, because this could be bad if the drugs have wore off since... I don't know, I caught this guy like months ago, but all right, let's go ahead and put that one down. That one does have a mane. Yeah, it does have a mane, so that one's going to be Aslan. Bam, there we go. Welcome to Cerro Gordo Zoo, and this one will be, yeah, this is the lioness. That's going to be Scar. Scar's a girl in this one. All right, let's just Eudemus Maximus a Pearl out of here so that I can get out of here. I don't really feel like being in there with a bunch of lions. There is a zombie in there that I just landed next to. Ah, found the zombie. Get out of here, zombie. No one likes you. Probably should light this place up so that doesn't happen again. The lions are awake. They're roaring. That one looks kind of like he's headbanging. But they're awake and they're alive and they're fine. And I think that, yeah, I don't think I want to put any more than 2 lions in there, to be honest. Like I was thinking about it again, even though I said that's all we're gonna do. Oh, there's a ghost block right there. Look at that. That was a ghost block from last episode. Let's just eat that out of the way. But yeah, I think this is going to be pretty good for the lions. I don't really like. I know they have like packs mainly where there's like more than just 2. But given the size of the exhibit, I don't really want to put any more than 2. The exhibits in here are a little bit smaller than what I was hoping for because there's so many large cats I'm trying to fit in here. However, large cats, be gone. Okay, we're going to be doing something else, and I'd like to give a shout out to Nami if you're watching in the comments section. You correctly predicted what we're going to be building today. We're going to go back into this mine over here, Yeedimus Maximus in here, and we're going to go over here to the super annoying spider monkeys. Yeah, these guys. We're going to do some work over here. So, find your happy place, because I do need to build another exhibit over here, and it's going to be right across from them so that they can look at each other, and that is the chimpanzees. Okay, I thought I'd come over here by the sloths for a second, because it's really loud over there. So what I'm going to have to do, though, is I'm going to have to dig out a hole right here across from these really annoying loud things, and it's going to have to be here. Now, the problem is that the beacon doesn't quite reach over here. Even if I move it over here, it doesn't quite reach over here. So what I might do is go move the beacon a little bit closer, maybe. Might not have to. I'm just going to use a lot of rockets and just fly back and forth and get a little temporary boost. It's probably going to help me out, but I am going to dig this hole out real fast. Give me a second. You know what? I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth flying back and actually getting that because I barely get anything dug by the time the haste benefit wears off, so I'm just gonna dig. You guys are driving me absolutely nuts. Okay, so I got this place dug. This place dug out here. And I think it looks pretty good. Gives me plenty of room to throw a couple of chimpanzees in here. With a little bit of room for them to climb around. I raised the ground up here a little bit. Now, obviously, I'm not going to keep it stone. If you guys have seen the series, you know it's going to turn into some lush-looking exhibit like that one right there. Tire swings. I want to remember to put those things in here this time. What is that? Is that... Oh, that's one of them sleeping. I was like, is that an anaconda in there? What's that doing in there? All right. So what we got to do is we got to come up with a biome that these guys are going to live in. Now, according to the Wikipedia, these things live in the forest and savannas of tropical Africa, which I think is pretty interesting. I've never been there, so I can't really say that I know what it's like. But if you have, let me know in the comment section. So, but if I'm guessing, savanna and forest-like environments probably look a little similar to this, except for more arid and dry, I'm guessing. They're all sleeping, which means it's definitely nighttime. It's either that or they're drunk and they passed out. I'm not too sure. They still make noise while they're sleeping. Isn't that nice? Oh, no, that one's awake over there. But yeah, it is nighttime. Creepers be creeping outside, but I'm inside, so it doesn't really matter. So I'm thinking like a drier kind of forest-like environment. Okay, so we're... Oh, man, do I have enough... I need to organize my inventory, but do I have enough dead bushes and stuff? Let me see if I can't just yeet a bunch of stuff into this backpack just to make some room. And then, let's see, the bat backpack. I need you desperately. There you are. Let's see. We have 8 dead leaves. Okay, so I got to collect some of those before the next clip, that's for sure. But before I do that, let's focus on what we're going to do for the ground here, okay? So the ground is definitely going to need to be replaced with, starting off with grass again, but I'm going to definitely be replacing a lot of that grass with things like, probably sand, actually. I think the African lion exhibit is what's going to be very similar to this one, as far as the texture of the ground. Except for this time, I'm definitely getting some coarse sandy dirt and stuff put in here, just to kind of make things stand out a little bit more. I am going to have to get some blocks organized here, but then we're going to come back and I'm going to replace this stone with grass. Oh, by the way, did you notice I have the haste benefit, or the buff here? That's because I caved and I put the beacon over here in that bay right there. So I moved it from the lion exhibit over to here, and it's able to reach me in here, thankfully, because boy, this was taking a while to dig out. But okay, I'm going to replace the ground with some grass. I'm going to go grab some blocks because this is looking pretty dismal. Definitely some sand. Probably some other things too. Okay, got some sand, and I got some other blocks here that might look pretty good in there. We're going to start off with the sand, though, because I want to make this look pretty arid and dry. If it's in a savanna, or they say, you know, in the forests of Africa, which, I mean, there are actually, like, jungles and stuff in Africa, but if they're talking about savanna, and all the images I'm seeing kind of makes it look like they're in kind of a drier environment. So I'm going to sand this up quite a bit to make it look a little bit more arid. And then I'm going to have to sprinkle in some other blocks too. Probably a lot of the sandy, coarse dirt. I think will look pretty good, but I don't want to make it look like totally dry in here either. So I'm going to mix in probably some regular coarse dirt with that, and then probably a healthy amount of stone. Now, I do have a few pieces of sandy grass block here that I'm going to put in occasionally. See how that looks a lot drier than the regular grass block? I'm going to be putting that in along this elevation change here too periodically. just to kind of really sell the point home that this is kind of a drier area. But let's get the sand put in first. Okay, that should be plenty of sand, I think, to make this, or to sell the point here. So now let's go ahead and sprinkle in the coarse dirt as well as the sandy coarse dirt in periodic places here. Just to kind of, once again, driving the point home that this is kind of an arid and dry environment, but the regular coarse dirt will make it seem like it's not a total desert or anything like that. Okay, I'm thinking that should probably be pretty good. We could probably get those out of the inventory now. Where's if I were gravel, where would I be? Probably in the ground backpack, I'm thinking. No, apparently I would not be there. Where would, do I not have gravel? Look at me being super prepared. Absolutely no gravel anywhere. What about just one of the random dump chests? I actually just emptied them out recently, so probably not. Oh, never mind. There we go. Yep, it's in there. Planned it. Knew it all along. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and just dot in the occasional bit of gravel in here as well. Not a whole lot, actually. Not as much as what we've been doing with the other blocks by any means. Now, I'm going to keep other blocks out of here, such as like podzol and stuff. I'm going to keep this pretty just dry looking. So, yeah, maybe just the occasional gravel block placed in here or there. Just kind of give the idea that there's actually like some stone in the ground too, without actually just using flat out stone. And maybe one more somewhere in this region. Somewhere like right there. Let's put it right there, sure, why not? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking that looks pretty good. Now, that might be all I need to do for the landscape, because once we do the path blocks in here, this place is going to pop and it's going to look great. But now we got to talk about vegetation. All right, let's eat a chicken. Let's inhale this thing. All right, that's gone. We also have to talk about inventory space. Holy cow, let's just do this and do it. Throw all the, get it all in there. Okay, so there, we got inventory space now. So vegetation, we're going to need the, let's start off with the bat backpack real quick. And we're going to grab some of these dead leaves, which I did go grab more. We also don't have a lot of oak leaves, which is not great. I mean, I was going to say that's fine because, and then I was going to give you some great explanation, but in reality, I kind of need a few of them. Because although this is going to look kind of like a dried up area, I don't want it to look completely dead. So I think I'm going to need more than just 33 leaves. Well, I don't know. It's not that big of an area. Maybe I can get away with it. Maybe it's a challenge. Okay, and then one other thing that I want to do, and this is just kind of something that I'm thinking in my head, and it might look like crap, so I might change it. Let's grab some of these fence posts here, the fir and oak ones. I don't think I'm going to need my rockets in here. And I want to give the chimps like something to like grab onto and swing around I mean, it would be almost like a bamboo shoot, except for I mean, I'm not going to use bamboo because it just doesn't look right. But something that maybe like type of tree-ish kind of thing, like a not a tree, but like a sprout or not even a sprout. That's the wrong word too. What's the word I'm looking for?
A few moments later.
Sapling. That's it. We're looking for like a birch or beech sapling or something like that. Like kind of, I don't know, a custom tree thing. So let's go ahead and get to work on that. I'm going to actually change up the pole color just a little bit. I need some kind of block. That'll do. And maybe we'll just do something like up to here, and then move those real quick. And then we'll put a couple of these in here so that the chimps, like I said, have something to kind of crawl around on, maybe swing to if they want to do something. Oh, that did not. That was totally a misclick right there. Maybe kind of swing around to the other side of them or something like that. I don't know, just a little something for them to play with here inside the exhibit. We're going to start off with those, actually. Rather than putting in just a custom tree and calling it a day, we're going to do something kind of unique like that. Now, this is going to have some greenery on the top of it, though. So let's bring this down. And, oh boy, that's a big high thing, isn't it? Let's get up here a little bit, a couple blocks, and bring that down, too. All right. And then we're going to jazz this. This is going to look bad. You know what? I'm going to go with it, okay? This might end up looking terrible, but I am going to go with it anyway, because usually whenever I do things that I start off looking really bad, I end up just kind of winging it and going with, and it turns out not too shabby in the end. So we're going to just go with it and see what happens. You know, it's weird. I'll give you guys that. It's weird, but like I said, I'm going to keep on pressing forward. So those are like kind of like saplings, so to speak, of smaller trees, and that way the chimps have something to kind of grab onto and wrap around and stuff like that. I do want to actually add a kind of like a custom-ish tree, or at least another forested like canopy kind of thing, similar to this, but maybe not as heavy. So just kind of along the side someplace. But for that, I'm going to probably need to start off with a wood backpack. And we're looking for dry wood of some kind. So that's like birch or even pine, but I don't have a lot of pine. So, or not birch, fir, I mean. Or pine, but I don't have a lot of pine, so fir it is. Okay, so if I just put these little trees in here, so there's not a lot of room for anything else. But what if I were to do something back here and have it kind of take the place of this wall a little bit, and then we'll see. Let me see if I can't get something that looks halfway decent here. Okay, this has some potential. See how it's like a tree that's kind of stuck in the wall there, kind of growing into the actual stone? That doesn't make much sense, but for the purpose of this exhibit, it might actually work. So let's go ahead and carve a little bit more of the stone back, and then we can add a little bit of greenery around this tree, actually, but then a whole lot more, like, non-greenery, with it dripping down a little, like, that one doesn't look quite right. Let's see, oh boy, can I get way up here? Hey, got it. Alright, and then let's remove that and take these things down too. So it's just a little weird plant actually in the back there, which I kind of like actually. And it's going to take a little bit more jazzing up here to really make this work, but I'm thinking I might be onto something here. Okay, there we go. I got a little bit in there now. Yeah, we could probably work with that. Now, it's just a little detail in the back. The main exhibit, though, I'm thinking that's not really going to be a main focal point of the exhibit. These kind of tree things here are kind of part of the big focal point, as well as, obviously, the chimpanzees themselves. So, let's talk about, like, maybe the brushes that's in the area, like the shrubs and the brushes that are in the area. Without going full-on into the actual plants backpack yet, let's actually look to see what we can do here. Now, I have 8 whole hellbark leaves. Those are the ones that are found in the nether. That look pretty cool for like dry arid environments. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually dot in a couple of spots similar to what we have here at Cerro Gordo, and in various parts along the edge at least. And then what we'll do is we'll dot in the hellbark leaves kind of periodically on their own in other places. Okay, there we go. And now let's just dot in the hellbark leaves in random places here along the way. These kind of look like just side bushes on their own, the way that they are. There we go. We got like half of them placed in here. Yeah, maybe we'll tuck one in along the side of one of the shrubs too. Okay, good. In fact, you know what? I'm kind of like how that looks. Let's actually kind of sprinkle in the remaining hellbark leaves that I have in with the rest of these shrubs. Just kind of make it look kind of nifty, fancy. There we go. Okay. Now, I'm thinking we are ready for, like, the plants and bushes. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put the path blocks in first because, you know, that really makes things pop. And then I'll be able to focus on doing, like, the actual adding the plants then. Okay, there we go. Path blocks are in. It does make it pop, however. I did have to knock out a torch or two to get these in here, and that's when I remembered. Oh, yeah, this is inside. This is in a cave, and it's also very dark in here. So what we're going to have to do is add some lighting in here. So let's keep these dead leaves handy, because I think they're going to be our saviors on this one. Let's pull out the old glowstone here and get a few pieces of that here and bury this in the ground. Best way to hide lighting in here is just to bury it under leaves. So I'm going to have to knock out the torches. It's going to look terrible on YouTube, so I'm going to cut right here and get the lighting put in. Okay, that looks better. No torches at all in there. So, yeah, that'll light it up pretty good. I mean, there might be a little dark spot here in the middle where we might have a chimpanzee/creeper exhibit for a little bit, but that creeper will disappear after a while. So I'm not really too worried about it. Okay, so we got that put in. Let's go look at the plants backpack and see what we can add in here then. As far as dry, arid, let's get the dune grass out because I remember using that in the lines exhibit and it looked great. We're going to get the dead leaves for sure. And desert grass, yeah, let's throw that in there too. Barley, I might actually throw a little bit in here, but let's start with what we got out so far. The leaves I might actually hold off on for right now, but we'll be adding those for sure. Now, desert, or the dune grass here, I'm not going to go too crazy on, even though it does look really cool on sand. I just don't want to make that the overpowering block in this exhibit. Yeah, that's probably pretty good though. Let's actually throw another one over there because it kind of looked a little too symmetrical right there. We're like 1, 2, 3, 4, and this I need like something to kind of throw off the symmetry just a wee bit. All right, and then let's grab the desert grass. Now this stuff I believe can be planted on all sorts of different things, including sand. So we're gonna make sure to throw that in there as well. And then, what does that look like? That looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and throw another one here. We're gonna do a little bit more of these things here. Pretty good. Okay, and then let's grab the plants backpack again. Let's go away from the spider monkeys. Holy cow! Grab the plants backpack. Throw those things in there. Keep the dead leaves. I'm gonna need those. Definitely gonna want to put a dead bush or two in places. Don't want to overdo it on this either because this is a vanilla Minecraft looking thing, and yeah, that's fine the way it is there. What else can we throw? Barley. I was talking about wanting to put a little bit of barley in here too, and I'm going to stay true to that because I think it looks pretty good for making things look really dry and arid. Going to bundle it up a little bit here. That's pretty good right there, and then maybe another little patch right here. Yeah, okay, that looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and throw that back to put the dune grass back too. I really like the dune grass. I got to go find more of that. It's like late in the season here, and I just now am discovering that. Let's go grab ourselves some sea oats too, and we're gonna kind of sprinkle these in very lightly in places. So let's see, do I do just one? I might do just one. Well, no, probably squeeze another one in over here someplace. Probably right there, and maybe one more right up here. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. And is there anything else that I can crunch in here that's not going to harm the animals? The tiny cactus I don't think hurts them. I'm not too sure. I don't think it does. Boy, if it does, I'm going to feel bad. Do I put this in here? I don't want to lose another animal here. So tiny. I mean, the cactus would look kind of nifty in here. It definitely would sell the point home that this is a drier or more arid environment. Let's actually put one in there because these things don't hurt me, but if I take my boots off, then they do. So I'm a little worried that maybe if the chimps hit those things, they're going to die. But you know what? I don't want to chance it. It does look good, but I don't want to chance it. If you know in the comment section, let me know if that would have killed them or not. But for right now, I'm going to leave it out of the exhibit. Now, as far as the rest of the plants, I don't really have anything that just screams that it's super dry or arid in here. So we're just going to add some of the dead leaves right now. And then maybe there's something else that's kind of missing out of this. Although I did want to keep it kind of open to give the chimps room to run around a little bit. So I'm gonna put a little stone pile, a little stone pile. Emphasis on the word little, okay? Like lil, L-I-L, okay? We're gonna putting a tiny one here. We're gonna put it probably right here, and actually let's dig this block out right there so we can do that so that you can actually see it there, like so. And then maybe even replace a little bit. Oh, gravel. Where's the gravel? Oh, my inventory is terrible right now. Where did I put? I don't even remember where I put the gravel. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, when I said little, I mean that's it. That's it for the stone pile. All right, that was a nice little added detail. Now it's time to just kind of raise up, I think, the grass. And this exhibit is, for the most part, done. I do want to pretty up the cave itself that it's in, because this is not looking quite right. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves a few of these things. And let's do a little customization on the cave. Maybe even add in some hanging roots in here. Even this is kind of a weird exhibit. Not gonna lie, this one is much different than the other ones I've built because these tree things don't make much sense really. I just kind of wanted to give the chimps something to grab onto as they're swinging around, and then having the trees embedded in the cave wall with the canopies kind of poking in through the top, I think was kind of a nifty idea. But I didn't do that in any other exhibit either. I had them like the tree trunk going along the side of the cave and then going up like that, but not actually like stuck in the actual cave wall itself. Oh, kind of weird. Let's inhale a couple chickens. There we go. I added a couple little pebbles in places as well. Oh my god, these spider monkeys. These spider monkeys are just they're gonna be the enemy. That annoying squeaking. I'm gonna have that haunting my nightmares for the next week. Okay, so I did go ahead and add a couple like roots hanging down from the ceiling to kind of give it the underground feel. After all, it is underground. Oh, spider monkeys. But yeah, I think this looks pretty good. So let's go ahead and throw all the blocks back. Let's actually try to keep some of this organized just vaguely. And let's go grab some bone meal. We're gonna probably need a little bit more than that. So let's grab a few more bones. Now we're gonna raise the grass up in this area. What grass I can? Nope, not doing it. Okay, this is gonna be a dry, arid environment. I don't want to see any any flowers. Okay, we're taking those things out. Every single one of them. No dandelions. No, none of those poppies. This is the exhibit that I can just. Nope. We're just gonna give it. We're just gonna have. Actually, you know what? That actually raises a question. What kind of flowers would be in the savanna or dry, arid environment? These guys probably would. These guys might. So we can actually add some flowers. Just. Not the vanilla ones. I just can't bring myself to do it today. So that sounds so disheartened. Like I just can't do it. Okay, so let's dot these things in here occasionally, and then maybe even put in one or two of these somewhere in here as well. I kind of want to put it like right there, but I can't really fit it right there. So maybe put it right there, and then we'll raise the grass up then from here. Beep, 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 beep. You guys know what? I think that's a done exhibit. I think that looks pretty good. Look at that. There's a floating poppy back here. Let me go grab that real fast. But I think this is probably a done exhibit for the chimps. What do you guys think? Does that look pretty good? I need to put the glass in still, but I'm thinking that's pretty much all I'm going to do for this one. I do, however, need to go see how many chimpanzees I actually do have because, I don't know. I just remember catching them. To be honest, wouldn't that be funny if they're not even in the pack and I made this all for nothing? Funny? Wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be... I should probably go check. Oh, thank God. Okay. They are... They are in the pack. So let's see. How many of them do I have, though? Because I just put that... This is my chest representing all of the animals I still have yet to make exhibits for. But I have more of them someplace. Okay, I've got 4 of them. Okay, so if you guys could... let me fly. If you could, please head on down to the comments section while you're passing by or on your way to it to name these chimpanzees. You know, leave the names down there. But while you're passing by and leaving the names there, if you could hit that like button as you're going by, help me out a ton. But let's, I need 4 names, okay? I need 4 names for the chimpanzees. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, okay, I can count. Look at me. I was educated in public school, but I did it. All right, so I need 4 names for the chimpanzees, but I'm thinking that's going to be the end of this episode because holy cow, these things are driving me nuts. So, if you guys did enjoy this episode, please go down. Let me just back up here over here, just try to get away from these things. Oh my gosh, I can't take it anymore. Okay. So we have a finished. I gotta look at the exhibit. We got a finished exhibit right here with the for the chimpanzees. They can sit here across from the really noisy spider monkeys, saying hi, waving, doing the weird hand gestures, throwing up gang signs, whatever they do. I don't know what chimpanzees do and spider monkeys do. I don't know. Hanging out, swinging around in trees. I do need to fit like a tire swing or something in there still because obviously chimpanzees would probably love that. I'll squeeze that in between episodes, but I have to get away from these spider monkeys because, man, they're driving me nuts. But if you guys did enjoy this episode, please go down and hit that like button before you go. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs, your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. I will be back next week with some more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. Remember those chimpanzee names? I need them down in the comments section because I'm terrible at naming. So, alrighty guys, hopefully you have a wonderful Friday and a good weekend. I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo. Hopefully you guys are all having a wonderful Friday, and welcome to Friday, actually. We made it, everyone. We're at the end of the week. Hello, the weekend. We're here, okay? Hopefully you guys are having a good one. I'm having a pretty good one, working, doing my thing like I normally do. But today I'm going to do some work here on the zoo. Of course, that's why you're here. That's why you're here to look at some stuff. Now check this thing out, okay? Let's look over here real quick, because I did a little bit of terraform blending here on the hillside. So I could kind of blend this in, including where we got the train track up there going. That I gotta do some more work on that. Beard scratch. I'll probably do that. Ooh, there's creepers be creeping right there. Look at you. I need your gunpowder. Give me here. Give me here. Don't you blow up. Okay, got it. Okay, sorry. Got a little distracted there. Creepers and all, you know, that stuff. But I gotta do some more work on that. Maybe I'll do that in an upcoming live stream. Not too sure when that's gonna be. Pay attention to the community tab if you're watching this as it releases, because it could be coming up soon. But I'll let you guys know at least a day-ish in advance. But yeah, we gotta do some more work on this thing here because that's just barely begun. We had a lot of fun building this. If you guys didn't see that live stream, we were actually working on the actual roller coaster here, which looks like it just doesn't go anywhere, but it's actually because you drop down here. You drop down here and you land on the tracks and away you go. So yeah, a lot of fun that one was. That was a pretty cool live stream. I think that was 2 or 3 live streams ago. Got to get back to work on that though. Kind of been slacking. But I did do some terraforming here on the edge of the mountain here to get some biome blending going in a little bit, similar to what we did over there by the waterfalls. Because I want to make sure that this all blends together so it's not just a sharp, stark contrast. Obviously over there I need to do that as well. That needs a whole lot of love over on there because like that whole cave system right there needs to go bye-bye. So or I'd see that, or maybe I'll incorporate it. I don't really know, but yeah, I need to do some work over there. But today we're going to be doing a little bit of something else instead. We're not even working over there. Okay, we're going somewhere over here instead. This whole place here needs a little bit of love too. I'm probably going to squeeze one more exhibit in there, but not today. Today, actually, I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. Actually, a little bit different entirely. I'm going to build an exhibit that I don't think. I mean, aside from the animal, I don't think I've ever built one like that, like this. So what I'm going to do today, at all. So it's a kind of lofty goal. I kind of got to get to work on it. But before we do any of that stuff, we got to do some naming, okay? Because once again, you guys just absolutely killed it. I am floating. You guys absolutely killed it in the comment section for naming the chimpanzees from last episode, and we got to get around to doing that. Got a lot of suggestions, and I had to pick through and pick 4 of them because that's all the chimps I have, so it's kind of tough. But I think I did it. Faceplant. As always, I would like to start this off by saying thank you for everyone who submitted names. It makes my job so much easier. Now, I only had 4 chimps. There's actually 5 names I wanted to pick, but I had to settle on 4 of them. So the first one is going to be Ham. Okay, there's actually a few people who suggested that. Apparently, Ham was like the first chimp that went to space. So it seems like a pretty important one. So we'll definitely name one of the chimpanzees Ham. But thank you to Pauline Manot, Bunny Eilish, and Simon Holmes for all suggesting Ham. All right, and for the second chimp, we're going to name this one Jane. Now, I know that there's I think Jane was the love interest of Tarzan. That's not the reason why we're naming this one Jane. This one's going to be named after Jane Goodall, who apparently, according to you guys, you educated me on this one, spent her entire life studying chimpanzees. So we're going to definitely be naming one Jane, and that is thanks to Ridem Sarkar. I apologize if I butchered that name. And Peter, one of the guys in our race for the top donor spot. So thank you to you two for suggesting that name. It's a good one. And the other person in the race for the top spot, and I believe the current holder of the very top super chat, is Todd Feltz, and he suggested that we name one Nim, which was the first chimp to learn sign language, apparently. So there's a lot of chimpanzees that have done a lot of firsts. There's some pretty popular ones out there. So thank you, Todd, for suggesting that name. And then last season, we named a black spider monkey Caesar, after the leader of the chimps in Planet of the Apes. And I was going to just kind of bypass that one because we've already named an animal that before. However, so many of you suggested that. Again, this for one of these chimps that I can't not name one. So big thank you to Matt Myers, Christy Sank, Giga Tegu, Sloth Buddy 206, Bunny Eilish, not the singer, but the person that suggested the name, and Simon Holmes. Thank you all for suggesting Caesar. So we're gonna name the 4th and final one Caesar. Okay, so we got to get back here next to the really loud, annoying spider monkeys here, and we're going to just pop this open real quick. I don't think these guys are going to run away from me. I don't think. But if they do, I got a net. I can capture them again. All right, let's get these things ready on the hotbar real quick. Maybe go to the other side here where we're away from the spider monkeys, because, man, those things are loud. I did go ahead and put a tire swing in here, too. I said I was going to do that in between episodes. I did it. I'm not a liar. I did it. All right, so we're going to get to work on putting some of these things down. Now, of course, some of these might be male, female, whatever. We're going to check that, but I'm not going to be too picky on these. Jane might be a dude. I'm not too sure. All right, so let's go ahead and slap this down. This is going to be Ham. Bam. There you go. Welcome to Cerro Gordo Zoo, Ham. You're going to be followed up with Jane. Oh, let's actually check. Ham is a male and Jane is a female. Okay, so that actually did work out. And then the next one we're going to put down here is Nim. And Nim is a female as well. Modest in nature. And then the final one we're going to put down here, and we're going to name this one Caesar. It's actually a little off color too. It looks like a little bit older too, and he is a male as well. So that kind of worked out all right. So let's go ahead and get over here quickly before they escape. Say hi to the spider monkeys again, who just will not shut up. And there we go. We got our chimpanzees added to the zoo. They look lovely. So what are we going to be doing today, Carl? If there is one watching. We're going to be doing another exhibit, obviously. That's the name of the game. We're building a zoo, after all. Now, this place is really coming along. Like, we've done a lot of work. But one animal that we are missing here is a gorilla. Okay, so we're going to be doing a gorilla exhibit in today's episode. We're also going to have to sleep because creepers be creeping here and it's getting to be nighttime. Now, where to put the gorilla? Okay, so I looked at the map here and I was sitting there scratching my head. There's apparently an enemy inside here. There's a scratching my head, and I thought about here maybe, but you know what? I'm going to do something a little bit different. But before I explain what that is, I'm going to sleep because I really do not feel like getting blown up. Oh, I see you in there. I see you creeping. You creeper. Okay, I'm going to have to go take care of that real fast. What am I going to do today? So that's the mark on the map that I see here is actually a creeper. So yeah. Oh, missed him completely. Yeah. Oh, missed him completely. Let's just use the old-fashioned way. Hit him with a sword. Hit him real hard with a sword. There we go. Got it. That worked out way better. What are we going to be doing today? Okay, so we're going to be making a gorilla exhibit, and I'm going to be putting this inside of the cave over here. However, the thing that's different, more unique about it, is that whenever I do these outside exhibits, is that beaver? Is that beef? What? Okay, so he's right now. Good thing I put the steel bars there. This one is floating in midair. Which one is this again? Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Oh, it's Harrison Fjord. Yes, that's it. Okay, of course it is. That's like the magical one. But whenever I do one of these outside exhibits, I do one of these ones where they're recessed into the ground like this, and they look really good. I actually really like how these things look. There is, of course, the elephant exhibit over there, the one that's funny. You can't really see it from here. You can see the little stones right here. That's about all I can see, and the building right there is part of it as well. The elephant, zebra, and giraffe exhibit all combined. That is above the ground, and this one on this side of the zoo here, which is the eastern side here, this moose exhibit is also above the ground, hence the chain link fence. But everything else is basically recessed into the ground when they're outside and when they're an outside exhibit. However, what I'm going to do is something very similar to this, what you see right here. Actually, I guess I did kind of do that. I'm going to do an exhibit like this for the gorillas inside of the cave, though. Okay, I think it would look cool. In fact, I'm thinking about putting it like right here, right in front. Big exhibit right here for the gorillas to let them stretch out a little bit. Now I have to watch out because I can't go too far back. There's spider monkeys. In fact, let me grab some torches here to mark this out. So it looks like roughly, I can only go back to like right here. I think so. Let me count this out real quick. It's a good guess. I'm thinking like right there is probably as far back as I can go. Okay, I don't really want to go any farther because then I'll be breaking into the exhibit, at least on this side. Now, how many blocks back do you think that is roughly? Probably like 15-ish, 20 or so. I'm going to have to keep that in mind because I'm going to carve all of this out right here. I might replace this entranceway right here, which looks good. It looks like the rest of the zoo, but I might replace this entranceway and create like a stone pillar right here, similar to what we have in the reptile center, to hold up this section here, and then carve all this out, and we're going to put a nice big exhibit right here for the gorillas. But you know what that means? That means I have to get to digging, and oh boy, is this going to be a big project. Here we go.
I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me. And what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan. Your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour. Take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder. Work until you're prouder. And f*** all the doubters. They're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I'm just telling you to fight for your dreams, but it's not what it seems. Man, it's hard to be seen when everybody wants to be king. Yeah, they all wanna ring, yeah, we all wanna be free. So show me what you got, what you bring, how you fight in the ring, how you take a fucking swing. Do you got heart, are you mean? Got some scars, got some needs, are you willing to go bleed? I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown.
There we go. Check it out. We got ourselves an exhibit. All right. Voila, it's done. All right, that's it. Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been great. Hit the like button. Okay, bye. Just playing. Okay, we're not actually done. But we do have the area carved out. And I think this looks pretty cool. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. This is a recessed exhibit inside of the cave. I don't know. I thought I'd change it up a little bit instead of just doing another cavern like what we did with the reptile center. We're going to just kind of make this more of a experience when you come in here, okay? So we have some of them that are kind of designed to look like... I need to pretty up this area too, so it's on my to-do list, okay? But we have this area here that's kind of like a little mine shaft that also goes back this way, so you can actually still get back here to the really loud, annoying spider monkeys. And you can also see the chimpanzees there, which are actually surprisingly quiet. They're pretty relaxed and chill. I kind of like these guys. Their neighbors, not so much. Man, those guys are loud. But anyway, this is going to be an experience when you come in here. So there's going to be a lot of exhibits kind of inside the mountain. I think it's kind of cool. Here's that pillar I was talking about, kind of keeping. I went ahead and changed out all the blocks, all the bird poop was out of there, all the granites out of there. Left the andesite. I kind of like how that looks. But this gray look is what I was going for. Now, normally this is the part where I say, and now we got to put down a bunch of grass so that we can use it as a blank canvas. And that's coming, don't you worry. But I need to actually do the ceiling first, okay? I need to do the top of this first. At least get the customization down first, because I'm going to be tearing up all this stuff and doing all this doodadding stuff up down here. And then when I get that done, I'm going to have to try to like pillar to get up there, and I don't want to wreck anything that I do down here. So to start off, bat backpack? No, ground backpack? Yes. Okay, there we go. Let's grab those things as well as some blocks that we can just place. And we're going to get to adding a little customization to the roof of this. I'm thinking, actually, wait, hold on, come back here. Where's the ground backpack? Get your butt back here. It's not in there, and hold on, something's in there that I might be able to use. Squid backpack, where are you? There we go. I'm going to grab some of these things, too. So I'm going to do a little bit of decorating and make the ceiling of this place look a little bit more custom. There we go. Mwah, perfect. Okay, so we're going to go with that right there. Yeah, I'm liking it. I got like little Hold on, someone actually taught me this. Stalagmites and stalactites, okay? I believe the ones hanging from the ceiling are stalactites. Pretty sure I got that right. And the mites are the ones from the bottom. Because the difference is the T and the M. Somebody taught me that in the comment section. The T kind of looks like it's a thing hanging down from the top, you know? And that kind of made it make sense in my head. Mites kind of look like stalagmites sticking up off the ground. So the M, you know. I don't know. It made sense in my head. But anyway, stalactites hanging from the ceiling. We got them in there. And I think that looks pretty good. Now, this does look very still rocky, stony, cave-like, whatever. And I might go ahead and add, like, some dirt. Kind of sprinkle in there with some roots hanging off of it, too, because I like how that looks. But that might be later. I might add that detail a little bit later when we're done. Now comes the time, all right? Now comes the time that we have to... dig up this thing and add a layer of grass down here, because that's going to be our blank canvas for going forward. So, bam, just like that. All right, we got the grass put in. Now, I looked these guys up on Wikipedia, because I do not actually have any gorillas in the area that I live. Western lowland gorillas apparently are like critically endangered. So, yeah, I wanted them to give these guys a nice home to live in. But they live in, and I'm reading it directly off the page right here, primary and secondary forest and lowland swamps in Central Africa. So yeah, that's where they live. And as the name would suggest, they're called Western lowland gorillas. They live in lowland areas. So actually, foresty and swampy is actually kind of what I want to do here. Didn't think about that when I planned this out. Actually, I was planning on it being more jungle-esque, but apparently that is incorrect. So I think what I'm going to have to do, because seriously, I prepared for this thing. I was prepared like a true professional. Look at all these jungle leaves I got. I was a real go-getter. Instead, I'm going to have to probably use a lot of willow leaves. And I also have 16 whole oak leaves, so I might have to go grab some more of those. But I need to do a little bit of leaf collecting, including throwing a backpack on the ground, including going down and picking up maybe a little bit more willow leaves. Although that's like 100 some. I probably have enough to build this exhibit, to be honest. I do need more oak leaves, though, because that's just not going to fly. But what we got to do is we got to plot out kind of like a swampy... Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. All right, this is it. I got a plan. It just clicked in my head in case you guys couldn't tell. The light bulb just went on. But I'm going to put down here like more of a swampy marsh area, and up here more of the forested area. That way we get the best of both worlds. They add a little forest area up here, maybe some custom tree kind of thing kind of poking out, leaning over this slope, you know. I kind of like the sound of that. And then put some of the water blocks and stuff down here, a little marshy, swampy area down here. These guys are tall enough that they're not going to drown in one block of water. I don't see them getting stuck under the lily pads either, so we can kind of go nuts with it down there and have a good time. But I do need to go collect a little bit more oak leaves, and we also got to figure out a block palette for this ground. Okay, we got a couple of stacks extra of oak leaves now, so that should do just fine. I actually just went to the west of the zoo here in the woodlands area because let's actually get this so you can see what's going on here. It's all woodlands area over here, so I just kind of tore up some of the treetops over there. They should grow back in time. No biggie. That was actually a really quick way to grab them. The way I've been collecting oak leaves so far is by literally growing an oak tree, a dynamic trees one, and like harvesting one tree at a time. It's taken forever, and they realized, wait a second, I have an entire forest right over there. Why don't I just go grab it from there? Derp. That was a big old dut-da-da on my part this entire series. All right, but let's talk about the block palette for in the grill exhibit here. Now, okay, let's look in here for a second. Yes. Green concrete powder. Probably not, actually. Not this time. Probably. And then let's definitely. So we're going to grab the 2 blocks there, but I think I'm more inside the ground backpack here. Yes, I do. There's some more. Okay, we're definitely going to want some of that. Podzol is going to be pretty heavy, actually. Coarse dirt's also going to be pretty heavy. There's a couple of these mixed stones that I got to get rid of because they're clogging my inventory. Brown terracotta represent mud, absolutely, especially when we get down near the swamp. Gravel, I'm thinking, is a yes. And we'll start with that. Okay, so first off, this is actually going to be like 2 biomes mixed into one because up here is going to be more forest, down here is going to be the swamp areas. So let's rip this up a little bit and replace a big portion of it with, I'm thinking, the coarse dirt, actually, is probably what I'm going to want to change it to. So let me get around to just kind of plopping this in here. Okay, now that the coarse dirt has been put in, didn't put too much up here. This is actually going to be more, like I said, forested up here. Down here, we're going to end up having to put the, what's the word? I just had brain fart. Podzol, and also the brown terracotta, too. But I do want to actually plop down some spots that I'm going to say, here is water, okay? There's going to be water. Water. It's going to get rid of my torch, too, so I might want to slap that on a wall or something so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Yep, and water. And water. Okay, so these are going to be like water spots here. In fact, some of this can actually, like, open up a little bit. Like that, you know? Gonna get a couple of spots here where there's actually water. This should make it look a lot like a swampy area down here then, when it's all said and done. So, I'm thinking that's probably good enough right there. I don't really need to add a whole lot down here. But I do need to create my infinite water source, though, because it makes life a lot easier. Let's get this out here. And I think I have a bucket somewhere. What do I have? Oh, here we go. I have a water bucket right there. Look at me go. Almost like I was prepared. Meant to do that, sure. Let's put that down right there. Scoop up one more bucket out of here. Now that causes my backpack to look all wonky because there's like, it thinks that there's water in there when there's not. So when you open this up, it says that there's 4,000. There's not. I already took a bucket out of this. So I got to refill it. It's kind of glitchy. All right, but now that I have this infinite water spring here, I can go ahead and fill in the rest of these spots. And then we'll get to work on putting some of the brown terracotta in place to make it look more like a swamp actually down here. All right, so brown terracotta, we're going to make this look like mud kind of packed around here. And like there is a mud block, as I explain whenever I'm using brown terracotta to represent mud, there is a mud block actually. However, it really gets animals stuck in it, so I don't like using it because the animals get lodged in the mud and then they just never escape. So instead of doing that, I'm just using brown terracotta because they have no problem walking around on this stuff. Okay, the mud has been put in place, or the terracotta has been put in place. Now, the underside of the water here is still just stone, so what we're going to do is we're going to knock that out real quick. Probably can't really see much on the YouTubes because it's probably really dark down there. We're going to sprinkle in a couple of this what's the stuff again? Mixed stone, mossy stone here, as well as some actual mossy cobblestone in places, and then gravel and mud I think are going to be the winners after that. So that should give it a little look like it's the bottom of a mossy bog kind of area. Swamp, in other words. So we'll dot around those around here. Actually, we'll remove layers here, put some mud down there, and maybe some gravel in other places, and the mossy cobblestone in others. Just to kind of sell this idea that it's all underwater, it's all mucky and muddy. This is, after all, supposed to be more swamp-like down here at the bottom. Okay, so next step would be to add maybe the gravel and the podzol Yep, definitely that. Now, this wall right here, this cobble wall, you're not really going to see much of it from when you're looking at this area except for over here, and you're not going to see much of over here unless you're standing over here. So you actually are going to be able to see this. So I'm going to go ahead and knock out some of this here, and we're going to place... well, I didn't know the haste effect was kind of going nuts there. But we're going to go ahead and place some mossy cobblestone up there just so that we can sell the effect that this is actually kind of dirty, you know, slimy, swampy down here. Okay, mossy cobblestone is put in place. So the only thing left to do to add down here is actually just the podzol. And the podzol I'm going to sprinkle in pretty heavily, actually. I do need to leave a little bit of grass blocks, though, because if I want to plant any vegetation down here or put tall grass at all, I kind of need to have some room. So podzol's going in. Going to be pretty heavy in this area. Look at this. This is starting to look like a swamp already. I'm liking how this is looking. And then we're going to get around to maybe even sprinkling in the occasional gravel block, especially around the water. And then I think this part down here, the swamp, is actually done then. Okay, all of the blocks have been placed now for, you know, the podzol and everything for the swamp down here. Up here, though, is the forest. Now, I did add a couple blocks that would make sense for the forest up here as well. It's a little bit different, not as, basically it's minus the mud. And I think actually there's not much else I really need to add up here. I think this is fine. But what I should focus on next is probably the start of the vegetation. We're going to start with the more difficult thing, and that would be the tree. First, I got to get my inventory in order. That's always the most difficult part about playing this game. My inventory always sucks. All right, so the vegetation, though, I'm going to start with the big custom tree here. So let's see. I'm thinking possibly jungle wood. Is that... Right, maybe let's just go with oak, actually. Oak might actually work out better for this thing. So, I'm thinking maybe, like I said, a tree that kind of maybe hugs the cliff edge here and kind of extends out into this area underneath this stalactite and just kind of droops down. We're thinking more like a weeping willow-esque kind of tree. And now I could actually go get a willow tree and maybe even use willow logs. Do I have any willow logs? I don't think I do. No, I don't have any willow at all. But I don't also really need it. I mean, if I really want to get kind of close to willow, I could also just use fir. But I'm going to create my own tree, a custom one, a unique one. So I'm going to put the tree trunk like right here. Like it's really going to be hugging this edge here, you know, kind of like stuck on the side wall. This I might actually take that out completely. And then it's going to hang over this and droop down. That's the plan. Let's see if I can come up with something that doesn't look absolutely terrible. Ta-da! All right. Ta-da! It's just like, it's a stick, basically, is all it is right now. Now, I've designed trees kind of like this before. I think, like, if Minecraft, actually, I did a little stint on Minecraft where I did some custom trees where they kind of had, like, some vines almost, like, drooping across them, and I think that'll match with more of the swamp look. I'm in the wrong backpack completely. Let's open up the backpack and pull myself together here. Let's get the willow leaves going here and maybe some oak leaves. We're going to do a little mix of these things. The oak leaves in the middle, and the willow leaves will represent, like, the vines hanging down. So I'm going to go ahead and sprinkle in the leaves in here, get this place looking, or get this thing looking more like an actual tree with some vines hanging off of it. Hopefully this looks pretty good when I'm all done. You know, that doesn't actually look half bad. I was expecting that to turn out way worse. But I think that, yeah, that kind of works. I'm thinking that kind of works. Now, can the gorillas actually, like, climb up this thing and then, like, swing across the stalactites and get out? I don't think they can. I don't think they can get up here. Okay, so that's good. I want to make sure that they wouldn't be able to actually climb up here, mainly because they'll take some pretty heavy fall damage if they fall out of the tree. So, okay, I'm thinking that's pretty good for the tree. I don't really think I'm going to be squeezing another tree in here, actually, because there's really not a lot of room. So we're just going to have to go with regular bushes and plants and vegetation from like that, so that these things... I'm going to actually grab some dead leaves, so that these things actually look like they're still in a forested area. I also need some more oak leaves. Let's grab some of these things, too, for sure. Because we're going to go ahead and make this part up here look like it's got a nice big bush kind of going right here. And actually, I don't want to use these willow leaves for this. Let's actually get those out of my inventory. I just wanted those to look like vines hanging down. But let's get some dead leaves sprinkled in here too. And this should give it a little bit of a forested look. That's what I'm going for anyway. There we go. Okay, so the bushes have been put in place. They got progressively more dead the closer they get to the swamp down here. Kind of like that. So now the gorillas should not be able to get out of here. I don't think. Okay. Now we are going to have to worry about lighting in this. This is going to be a kind of weird one. I have to worry about lighting inside of a recessed exhibit, which is something new for me because usually these things are outside and I don't really care about lighting. because they're lit up by the sun. So this one's in a cave. It's not going to be lit up by anything. So I do have to actually sprinkle in... First I have to fall off that thing. I need to sprinkle in some glowstone in places here. They kind of make this work. I need to hide it even though people are going to be able to see it from up top. Eee, that's going to be tough. Alright, I'm knocking out the torches. I'm going to get the lighting done in here. It's going to get a little dark in here. YouTube makes it look really bad then. So I'm going to cut right here and be back with a nice, well-lit exhibit. Alright, the zombies be burning out there. But we did get the lighting done in here. There's no more torches other than the ones that are in the walkways over there. And this is all lit up. Now there's some spots where it's a little questionable because I'm thinking you might be able to see them from up here. Let me actually just yeet this over here. Make sure nothing's going to come in and blow me up. And then take a look. Now it's actually not bad. I hit some in the water too, so like it's not as noticeable hopefully. But it looks like a lot of this stuff is relatively hidden, and that's kind of the point. Yeah. Okay, this will work. Spider monkey. I just heard one. Those things haunt my nightmares. Alright, so now that the lighting is done, I think we're on to the actual plants now. We're actually like real plants we got to put in here. This is actually turning out pretty good. I'm not disliking this one here. Like some of the other ones, I'm a little I question myself as to whether it's going to turn out alright, but this one's working out pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and sprinkle in some berry bushes. Got some dead leaf piles, because obviously if there's a tree in there, it's going to drop some dead leaves. And then some of these devil weeds for down in the swamp area I think will look really good. What else can we squeeze in there? Eucalyptus, maybe? Bamboo? It could be. Dried bamboo? I always struggle to fit that in places. Some of these toadstools for sure. Oh, actually, that's something we could do. We could put like a down log in here. I kind of like that. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Wood backpack. I need you desperately in my life. Where's the pine wood here? Can we fit a downed log in here, right here? Even a small one, I think will look good. Let's go ahead and knock this thing out here. Yeah, that'll work just fine. All right, so let's grab these toadstools and dot this on either side of it, maybe. Yeah. Good. Okay, that's a little added detail. Although it does need something. Wood backpack. Where it does need a little something still. Do the pine... Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll do it with cobble slabs, actually. Where's the ground backpack? My brain is getting fried now just staring at these things. Let's grab a couple bits of this here. And let's dot that right there. Maybe I'll actually... Actually, you know what? Let me grab a couple more bits of these things here. Maybe I'll dot this on the slope here to kind of give it a little bit of a gradient, actually, so that it's not just, you know, full blocks going up. The occasional... Oh, I just fell in the water. The occasional rock piles here in the edge here, they'll make it kind of a gradual slide upwards. Yeah, I don't want to overdo it, though, so we'll leave it... We'll probably just leave it at that. Up here, though, I do want to grab the wood backpack for sure, and we're going to need to grab some of these slabs. Let's make a few of them. And what we're going to do is we're going to dot this on the tree along here, and maybe even right here. We'll do it right there. And we'll replace this with that. There. That looks better. Liking that a lot better. Things have been fixed. Okay, so there. Little added detail. Sorry, went off on a little bit of a weird tangent there, but let's go ahead and sprinkle in some of these dead leaves in places. And then we'll sprinkle them all down the hill too here a little bit, because it would have fallen down over this way. Like so. Okay, with those in place, let's go ahead and put these this berry bush in here someplace. We'll tuck that right up against the other shrubs that are up here. And maybe another one kind of on the edge of the hill right here. That'll represent more of the forest-like area, the woodland area. Now down here, we're going to sprinkle in the devilweed in various places. And that way, this will definitely make it look a little bit more like a swamp. Like that. Okay, looking good. Probably even sprinkle in an occasional toadstool here or there as well. Definitely give that swamp-esque feel. So it's not just by the down log right there, but it's kind of dotted throughout this whole thing. And let me grab this thing here real quick. I believe we have some flat mushrooms too that we can probably squeeze in here someplace. Maybe put one in the back, like right over here. And then another one kind of up here closer to the tree. These could absolutely be in the forested area. Let's put one right there. Okay, so what do we got in the plants backpack here that we can use? Let's get some cattail for sure. I don't know why I didn't see these at my first pass through here. We're going to dot one of those things maybe around the edge here. Maybe a couple of them like that. I think those things grow over time. I'm not too sure, but we'll find out. Squirt those back in there. Let's grab the tiny lily pads that I went and collected a couple episodes ago. And we'll grab a whole bunch of different sizes of lily pads here. And we're going to definitely be covering up these areas here with lily pads, because it's supposed to be a boggy, swampy area, you know? So why not actually make it look that way? Okay, we have some of this koru. Don't know what that is, but I like the little twirly look of the stuff. I think that would also look pretty good down here, kind of in the swamp area. So we'll just sprinkle this in lightly, I'm thinking. Oh, maybe it's not high enough light level right here. This might be a little darker area. Ta-da, fixed. A lot brighter now. Creepy cave noise, too, kind of happening in here. Sounds like somebody's riding the minecart ride. Okay, anyway, so that's fixed. We got some koru kind of added in this area. I like the way that looks. I think it looks great. Let's go ahead and put that back for right now. Anything else I can squeeze in here to represent kind of like a swamp area? Let's throw in a dead fern or two in here, or a dead bush, because I think that actually adds a little bit to it as well. In fact, these things can actually go up top as well, too. You know, they're not restricted to just being in the swamp. They can actually be up here in the woods as well. Place it. Does it not? Oh, it has to go on like that. Okay. Interesting. Learn something new every day. For some reason, I just always thought they could go on grass too, but I guess not. I think that might be it for the plants as far as what I can do. Let's actually, we'll drop a couple of eucalyptus up here too, someplace. Right there. And then maybe another one kind of on the hill right here. Okay, yeah, that works. This definitely has a different feel up top here compared to what it is down at the bottom. That is for sure. I think I've nailed that. So it definitely looks like a swamp down here. It looks more like a forest up here. I like it, okay? I don't think there's anything else that I can really add, aside from maybe having roots hanging from the ceiling. But in this exhibit, considering that it has stalactites and stuff, I think maybe I'll keep it like a rocky ceiling. Let's look at the plants backpack one more time. I mean, celery, maybe I could sprinkle that. I could drop that in there somewhere. I mean, I guess there's some stuff that I could squeeze in here to make it look a little bit more. Actually, these clover patches. I picked up some of these while in the live stream recently, and I don't think I've ever really used them. So maybe we'll actually throw in a little clover patch in here. Something like that. Actually, that looks pretty good. Yeah, just on the hillside here. Look at that. That looks cool. All right, so cool. Clovers. We've added clovers. Hopefully the gorillas like them. Now, let's talk flowers, people, okay? Now, I usually don't like flowers because I think they look weird. But swamp flowers in a swamp sort of makes sense. So let's grab a couple of them. And flax in the forest would kind of make sense. Bluebells would also be kind of cool. We'll keep with the blue theme, actually. Let's go ahead and sprinkle in a couple of these swamp flowers kind of growing down here. Swamp flowers have been added, though. So let's go ahead and put down a couple of these bluebells as well. Put one right there, and then maybe on the hillside as well. Like, let's put it right there. Bam, done. Now, there's not a lot of grass blocks left, actually, in here, but I think from here on out, let's put away the remaining swamp flower. I think from here on out, you know, I got like this one clover flower in here, so why don't we just, chew. Okay, we'll put that right there. Yeah, I think Lilia's Valley would probably look pretty good. There's a lot of things that would look good for a forested area, but, you know, I think I'm going to refrain from doing that, and I'm just going to go in here and grab some bone meal, and we're going to go around and add some actual tall grass in here now, and that should be it. I think that should be a completed, completed exhibit then. I see you, skeleton. I see you. There you go. Taken care of. Anyone else out there wanting to, like, blow me up or something like that? Oh, that's a burning zombie. Let's get rid of him. Oh, I see a creeper down there in with the beavers. Get out of there. All right, anyone else? No, it was nighttime. Creepers were creeping. Stuff was happening. So, okay, that's been taken care of. All the mobs have been handled. We're all good people. Oh, you dropped an iron ingot. Don't mind if I do. I'll just go ahead and throw that in with the rest of them. So, the exhibit is done for the most part. I'm thinking that that's a finished, chef's kiss exhibit for the Western Lowland Gorilla. However, we do need to do one little thing, and it's not in the exhibit, but it's around the exhibit. And we're going to need the squid backpack in our life for that. There are these steel bars here that we're going to be adding all along here to make sure that nobody falls into the exhibit, because that would be pretty brutal. There's not much room in there to move, so I don't really want anyone to try to... I don't really want people falling in here, you know. There's been real-life situations of that. It didn't end well for people or for animals, so we're just going to ignore. We're just going to make sure that nobody can do that. That should be it for the Western Lowland Gorilla exhibit. What do you guys think? Down in the comment section, let me know. Is this a good exhibit? Do you think this will make the gorillas happy? Now, it's not a very big exhibit. I was actually expecting to make it a little bit bigger, but I had to stop digging back that way because that is as far back as I could go before I break into the chimpanzee exhibit. So I could have expanded it more this way, but I do want to leave room over here for expansion for other stuff. So right here, this definitely opened up the cave quite a bit. I need to do that up this walkway itself, so it looks a little bit better. Kind of like I started a little bit here, but there's some more to do. But live stream stuff, that's what I usually do during the live stream. I do those detailing. So this place is coming along nice. Those guys are still really loud and annoying. But I think that's it. I think this exhibit is finished. So now the big question is, how many gorillas do I have? Because I need names. I need names, people. First, I also need to get rid of this worm out of my inventory because I do not need that. But I also need names. I need names for these gorillas, and I have 4. I have 4 of them. Okay, so I need four Western Lowland gorilla names. If you guys could be so kind to head down into the comments section and give me your best gorilla names. Yeah, let me know. Let me know it on the comments. Because I'm trying to think of a good gorilla name. I can't think of one. I can't even think of one. Not even a bad gorilla name. I need you guys to help me out here, please. I need some help. So head on down to the comment section and leave your best gorilla names, and I will sift through them, and I will pick out 4 of them, and they're going to be fantastic because they're going to be submitted by you. So, alrighty guys, I'm going to wrap this episode up here. So thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. I will be back next week with more of the ZAWA zoo building for your eyes and ears to enjoy. If you did enjoy this episode, please leave a like before you head on out to enjoy the rest of your Friday. And hopefully you guys all have a wonderful weekend. And I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo. Technically, I'm coming at you from just a hole in the ground, but we're at Cerro Gordo Zoo, and we're here to do some more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. Hopefully you guys all had a wonderful week. We made it to Friday, everybody. High five. Good job, everyone. We did it. Okay, we got some stuff to do today, so I want to just kind of jump right into it too, because I want to get another exhibit done. You probably want me to get another exhibit done. It doesn't make much sense for you to be here if we don't do an exhibit, so let's get to it. But before we do that, we gotta get to naming some gorillas. Thank you to everyone who submitted a name this week for the gorillas. I did actually address on the live stream recently, which if you didn't catch it, we had a live stream, so that's out there. That's out there. Go look at it. It was a lot of fun. I think I even died. Yeah, I did die. That's why I'm down to level 7. But ooh, I only have. Okay, I have enough to name these things. But yeah, I did mention that I was going to wait until we did do the naming on this episode rather than doing it on the live stream. So don't worry. Everyone who submitted names, I did look over all of them, and I had to pick between them here. And boy, did you guys give me a workout in this week's decision making here, because I only had 4 gorillas, and there's a lot of great names that are submitted. But first off, I'd like to give a big shout out to Gavin Boland and Sino the Dino, because we are going to name this one George. Whoa, caps lock is on. And I can't type. There's a whole lot of things that were wrong there. George, of course, is the gorilla in the movie and the video game Rampage. So I guess the movie was based off the video game. But I just remember it from the video game because that video game was fantastic. I used to love playing that. So we're going to name this one George. And then for the second gorilla, we're going to name this one Coco. And big shout out to Kendall Stout, Christy Sank, and SlothBuddy206 for all suggesting that. Coco, one of you guys mentioned was like a friend to Robin Williams back in the day. Kind of nifty. Another person said that was the first gorilla to learn sign language. Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff. Coco apparently was a popular dude, so or dudette. I actually don't know. I've never heard about that one. So you guys are educating me on that one. But yeah, big thank you to you guys for naming that one Coco. And then this one made me chuckle, so I had to do it. I had to name this one Optimus Primal. Okay. That was a fantastic name, okay? And thank you to Pauline Minot and Joel Capistrano for naming that one. I thought that was a fantastic name for a gorilla. And for the final one, we are going to name this one the most requested name of in the comments sections, Harambe, okay? Now, Harambe is... letters can be tough sometimes. So, Harambe, of course, is the gorilla that was shot when a kid fell into his enclosure, and to save the kid and to make sure nothing bad happened. You know, there's a whole lot of stuff that went on that. I believe that happened back in 2016. Yeah. The way I remember things is that is where was I when I heard the news? And I was deploying. Yeah, I was in the process of deploying to the Middle East. So that was that was 2016. So yeah, that's when that happened. But that was a most requested name, and I'd like to give a big shout out to Corin. Joran Connings, Gigategu, Sino the Dino, Pauline Minot, and Nightwolf for all suggesting Harambe. I also want to give a little bit of a shout out to, whoa, I almost crashed into the big cat head, to Riddim Starcar for coming up with the name Ape Lincoln, because I thought that was hilarious. And if I had another gorilla, I would absolutely be naming it that. But I don't, so we're going to just be sticking with these four. Let's hop, skip, and a jump over here. All right, we have to get some room on the hotbar real quick. Let's get bring those all the way down, and then we also got to get the book out. We got to organize. I'm not organized whatsoever, but I am now. Okay, so let's get up here now. These things should be good and drugged up from the last time that we encountered each other back when they were out of these butterfly nets. But let's go ahead and start putting this one down. This is gonna be George. Wham! There's George, and George is a male. I think that makes sense because I think he's a male in the games too. So all right, let's slap down another one right here. Whoop, that one broke right there. And this one is going to be Coco, and Coco is a female. And then the third one's, I gotta do this quick before they wake up. The third one's gonna go right there. There's a big gorilla face, and this one is a female, and this is gonna be Optimus Primal. And then the final one we're gonna put down here next to the swamp, and this is gonna be Harambe, and Harambe is a male. All right, let's just yeetily deep my way out of here. There we go. And there we have our sleeping gorillas. They are put in place. Thank you to everyone who submitted names. As always, if I did not select yours, please keep trying, because I have a lot of animals to name, and I like to comb through and try to pick out ones that make me laugh, make me chuckle. Sometimes I pick ones that people submit that haven't submitted a name before. That one is Awake, and there's his butt. So yeah, just keep on submitting your names. I'll keep combing through and picking them out. So do not lose faith. Wow, these things make some noise, don't they? They sure make some noise. I think Harambe, this one right here, actually look like this one right here. But whatever. We don't pick and choose. They just kind of, you get whatever comes out of the net. Okay, so with the gorillas named, we are moving on to the rest of the episode. And I was thinking about doing a little work right here. In the live stream, I mentioned about how like I would love to fit an exhibit like right here and have the path kind of cut along the edge of the water still. Problem is that the minecart track that we're planning on building has to go in right here, and then if I dig a big pit right here, that's not going to really work for having a minecart track going underground and up into the mountain and stuff. So instead, what I'll do is I think I'll have the path curve around this way, and then put the exhibit right over here. But that's not actually what I'm here to talk to you about. That's not what I'm actually going to do in today's episode. That'll be a future GReimer issue. I'm thinking about doing one of the large cats exhibit today, because wouldn't that be kind of fun? Let's see, we did the African lions already. So we have a few cats to pick from. We have, what do we have? We have the leopards, we have the panthers. No, the jaguars? Jaguars, yeah. And then the tigers also. And I'm thinking about doing one of them. The question is which one? All right, I'm going to do the tiger. I think I'm going to do the tiger. Now, which one's going to be the tiger exhibit? This is going to be a smaller exhibit right here, so I'm thinking about saving that for like the leopards, because they're a little bit smaller of a cat. So either the jaguars and the tigers are going to be one of these. So I'm just going to pick executive decision. Bam. I see you. What do you think you're doing? Why are you doing it? You're not supposed to be in there. The zoo is closed. I know creepers be creeping and all, but you need to get out of there. Here, you want to help me mine out some of this stuff? I mean, that's one way to start digging the hole here. Although I do want your gunpowder, so maybe not. One of those things actually blew me up in the live stream. It was a BS thing. I called it when it happened. It should have not happened. Minecraft kind of is laggy sometimes. I don't know. Go back and watch it. You guys will see what I'm talking about. Anyway, so we got some gunpowder of that guy. That was good. But I've executive decision right here. This is going to be the okay, most of it is hollow, or at least a chunk of it is at least. This is going to be the tiger exhibit. So I've got to clear out a hole here, and I'm going to just do that in a blink. Blink! And there we go. We got it all done. Okay? So I did dig this out. I got the wall all put in and stuff like that. Kind of like the standard wall that we've been doing in all of our exhibits here. I added a little bit of mossy cobblestone to it too as well, because this exhibit is going to be for the tigers. Now, the tiger is, I believe, I'm not a tiger expert, but I believe they live primarily in like jungles, right? So we're gonna have to make this one look a little bit more jungle-like, which would actually be okay because I recently harvested up a bunch of jungle leaves, and then it turns out that I didn't need them for the exhibit I was gonna be building. So those big old turns out gorillas don't really live in jungles primarily. They primarily live in other places, but whatever. I got I got those done. At least not the western lowland gorillas, but at least now I can use these jungle leaves for this, so it's not a total waste. However, this hill on the backside is kind of an interesting shape because I mean I did a little bit of work right here to kind of make a little bit more sense to keep it a wall so that the tigers don't be like, you know what, let's just go up the mountain. Now this isn't done by any means. It can easily get up right here too, but I want to carve this down actually. And maybe put like some mining things in the back of this, so make it look like a jungle-esque area with like actually man-made like mines dug into the wall on the back side of it. I think that might look kind of interesting. Plus, it'll tie it all together with the whole mining colony thing. So I'm thinking about putting like a mining operation thing like right back here someplace, and then having more jungle foliage over here. I don't know. I think it's a crazy idea, but to do that, I'm gonna have to dig out this hillside right here a little bit down to right about there, maybe. This block right here, this level, right here, this one, bink right here, probably do about this level. So we have this nice like cliff face over us right here, like the humans that were mining here kind of mined it back, and then started tunneling in and burrowing, digging in to the side of the mountain. So I got to do a little bit more digging here. We're gonna come up with something fantastic. I know it. Excavating done. Carved back the mountain just a little bit here. We got a nice flat face here. The tigers are definitely not getting out here. However, this looks really bad. So it does not look very good. I could actually do kind of what I did with the lions den, where I kind of carve it back just a little bit. And I'm kind of tempted to do that. I can also get away with like maybe adding a little bit in places too. Not that one right there. That's no bueno. Maybe just adding a little bit in places too to kind of come up with a more unique shape rather than just a flat line. That already looks a lot better. But I do need to get the, I need to get my inventory in order first. Dump chest, let's just yeet a lot of this stuff into here. Look at all that free space now. Let's get rid of the worms too, because I don't know why I hate those things. I hate digging up dirt and then getting those things always in my inventory. Okay, so like right about here is actually where I wanted to put a mine shaft kind of area. So let's grab some of this. And right where I put these decoration detailing things is kind of where I was hoping to do that. Which, I mean, I guess I still could, because after all, it's Minecraft and I can break blocks. So let's go ahead and bring that all the way out to right about here. And then this part right here, we're going to carve back just a wee bit. And we're going to put this other support right there. And that's where the entrance to a fake mine, a false mine, will be as a decorative piece. Right there. So everything in front of this then, hold on, let me grab that miscellaneous backpack out again and grab a stack of grass blocks here. Everything out in front of this thing will be like industrialized, kind of like matted down. People have been here kind of thing. So we're talking like crates and stone, more stone. This actually needs to be more stone. I only have 5 pieces of that. I need the dump chest again. Where is it? Let's grab some stone out of there. And then we're going to need to get our silky dampy out here. And we're going to need to redo a lot of this here and turn it just to stone for right now. And then I'll fix that up later. Okay, got the stone put in now. And I also kind of shaved down this slope a little bit so it's a little steeper than it was before. That way we'll actually have like space down here to do anything. Because there's only like a 1 block gap here where I could actually put anything in here. I'd either have to raise the land up, which was, possible. Or I could try to keep with the natural shape of the land here, and I decided to go with the natural shape of the land. I just kind of, like I said, made it a little bit more steeper right here. So, but this is the wall so far. Let's grab ourselves some more stone here, and what we'll do is we'll pretty this up. Is it getting nighttime? It's getting nighttime. We'll pretty this up a little bit here and make this a little bit more like an actual cliff kind of design thing, looking a little bit more natural than what it currently is. Like that already looks a billion times better. It is amazing what just a few blocks will do to transform this from this like a boring, straight-lined, nothing interesting kind of cliff face to something that looks way more natural. Now we do have to kind of burrow this back a little bit, and I'm thinking about doing like one of those false things in the background, the facades in the background here. I haven't done one in a while actually. Oh, look at that, we have an actual thing back here. Oh, goody gumdrops. Well, it looks like I gotta get the sponges out because this can't be here right now. Now, I don't need this to actually go very far into the cliff edge here because I'm going to be doing that facade, you know, so I can actually end this here. Probably right here, to be honest. Like, it doesn't need to go any farther than this. Let's just make sure this is all lit up in here because I don't really want to have creepy crawly things in here making a whole bunch of noise while I'm sitting here trying to look at the tigers. So, let's make sure it's all lit up. And this we're going to close off completely then. Said facades are kind of fun because they look good from a distance. But, you know, you get up close, which nobody's going to be because they're going to be up there, you know. You get up close and it's going to be kind of crappy looking, but from far away they look fantastic. Now, in case you guys don't know what I'm talking about with facade, let me give you an example right here. Let's go to the reptile center. We can just cut right through here. Whoa, oh my gosh, going so fast, smashing the wall. We can just cut right through here because right here connects to the reptile center. Assuming that there's no creepers in here waiting to blow me up. I'll just hope there aren't any. Alright, so I do have a facade mine shaft in here, and it looks like... Let me get around the corner here. It looks like somebody actually might be in here. Who's the... Oh, it's a zombie. Okay, zombies aren't as dangerous as, you know, like a creeper blowing things up, so... Be gone, zombie, and whatnot. Let me grab your XP. Goodbye, rotten flesh. Let that despawn. Alright, we also added the dragon the dragon egg in the last episode, or in the live stream too. So if you didn't see that, we added the dragon egg kind of here. We did have flames going around here, but it turns out, and I know this is going to surprise you guys, but leaf blocks are flammable. So to prevent this whole thing from lighting up and carrying the flames all the way up top there, we decided to opt out of the flames. I do not have fire spread turned off. I could. I just decided, nah, let's keep it all pure vanilla. So yeah, we have the dragon egg, like it's almost like here, and it's like seeping into the ground around it, like the flames and the ash and stuff. I don't know, something kind of fun that we added. But anyway, facade, right there, that's a facade. Now you get up close here, and you can easily see, especially when you put a little bit more lighting down here, you can see that this is black concrete. This is a block of coal. You know, this is gray concrete. This doesn't look very good close up, but you take the torch out, you go back here to where people are actually going to be, and you look down there, and that looks like a creepy, dark mine shaft. So, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about when I say facade. I think we also have one in the Komodo dragon exhibit as well. Oh, that guy actually made me jump. Ow, and then he shot me in the face. Whew. Not gonna lie, kind of pooped a little bit there. Okay, but right here, wow, that guy is freaking out. Okay, anyway, there's the facade mine shaft right there. That's kind of what we're going to be doing in the lion exhibit. You can see it back there. But I think it looks pretty cool. It also keeps things from going too far back there so that you can't see them. And if something did really go back there, then you would notice that it's a facade. But details. All right, but it starts with a blank slate like this. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves some black concrete. There's some blocks of coal and some gray concrete and maybe even some gray concrete powder. And let's get our hotbar in order here so we can actually doodad this up. So the deepest, darkest parts of this are going to be black, solid black concrete, because that is that's the perception that it's really deep into a dark cave type thing. So we're just going to actually start off by just changing this whole face to just straight up black concrete. Solid black. Now that already kind of gives a little bit of the effect, but since light travels into the mine, we're going to need to doodad this up just a wee bit so that, so that it kind of gives the impression. I like using coal blocks because they have a little texture, they have a little design to them different than just the solid black concrete. So it's like the first just changing over from the darkness to like a light of the stone. Then you can use gray concrete and stuff to blend it in even further beyond that. But let's go ahead and get some more coal blocks in here. And we're also going to need to make sure to have a kind of curve from the ceiling downward, because the light would be up in the sky right there, hitting this beam right here, and then going in down here. So it'd reach farther right here, but not so much on the ceiling. So yeah, let me mess with this a little bit and see what we can come up with. And the final result is, ta-da! Alright, so that kind of looks like a deep, creepy, kind of dark mine shaft area. There's still one little detail that I need to do on it, and that is actually the path leading in front of it here. After all, if this was a real functioning mine shaft, then people would be walking through here constantly, and they would be digging through here and trudging dirt through here and whatnot. So we're going to have to carve this out, similar to the paths that we do up on the top. We're going to have to carve this out just a wee bit and actually add a little detail to it. So let's, let's organize the inventory here a little bit, because holy cow is that bad. Let's just do a quick one of these things right here. I'm probably going to be digging these out later. We're actually going to bring those down there so I can keep track of them. Dump chest right here. Let's go and just squirt, 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 and squirt. And then we'll be back on track. All right. So now I need to get... what do I need to get? Not plants. Put the plants away. Put them away. Bad. I'm going to get those in a little bit. I'm going to need some gravel. And I'm also going to need the bat backpack desperately in my life because we're going to need some coarse dirt. Probably keep this out because I'm going to need that a lot, actually, I'm thinking. As well as some path blocks we're going to throw in here, too. So, alright, so let me dot this thing in here like so. Kind of like that. And then we're going to slap in a few of these path blocks, too. Kind of going all the way back into this area. Now, I do want to keep these like solid blocks. Because, let's see, let's get this dump chest out again real quick. Because I want to grab that. I want to keep some of these solid blocks right here in the middle. Because I'm going to be putting some... minecart tracks on those. Let's switch those up a little bit here. Put down the pathing a little bit here. And then we'll drop stone in there. That looks better. Looks better. Okay. So then, let's see. Is it squid? Squid backpack, I'm thinking is where they're at. Nope. Yep. There they are. Let's go ahead and just slap in a couple of those things there. Maybe another little bit on the outside here, kind of facing inwards to where they would have been carting the metal out of the mountain. So, okay, I'm thinking that that's pretty good. Now, if a tiger goes back here, they're not going to get anywhere, okay? There's nowhere to go. So, I think that's fine. I do want to grab the... Nope. Actually, yep. I want to grab these things back out here real fast. I said I was going to grab those just a little bit ago. We're also going to stack up a little something on the outside of this here. Kind of signifying that there were resources stashed here. Yeah, well, the miners were doing their work, you know. Okay, I'm thinking that's good. I'm thinking that's good for the industrialized part of this. We can, of course, jazz up this cliff face here a little bit. Probably will a little bit to make it look similar to this in a way, like have a little bit more actually, I can probably do that right now. Let's knock out, like, having a little bit of the grass bleed into right over here, too. This one doesn't have to be path blocks, so to speak. It just can be, like, little bits of grass. That helps blend it in a little bit better. So it's like it's been this way for a while, and the Mother Nature is starting to reclaim the stone edge here that was carved back by the humans when they were doing mining here. That's kind of the story I'm trying to tell here. Okay, but now we're, like, a big portion into the episode, and it's time to start talking about the ground itself. So we're going for jungle, hey? Let's, let me put some stuff away here, like the minecart tracks. I don't need those anymore. And, the wood backpack. What if we took, beard scratch jungle? We're talking, where's the backpack? I need that desperately here. We're talking these guys for sure to add a little bit more greenery to it. We're going to need a lot of jungle leaves. Podzol, I'm thinking, sprinkled in there too, because, jungle, actually, you know what would look pretty good probably is, a little bit of mud blocks kind of sprinkled in too. So jungles are supposed to be very humid, you know, very packed with foliage. And so I want to kind of do the same thing, especially down here where it's green more. But I think in these combinations of blocks with a little sprinkling of gravel in there will make for an excellent jungle floor. So now I got to get around to swapping out some blocks. I'm going to start with the green concrete powder and see what damage I can do with that. And then we'll switch it up and do the podzol and then probably the mud and then dot in some gravel. So green concrete powder, go. Okay, the green concrete powder has been put in, and now it's time to add in, I'm guessing, the coarse dirt. I did sprinkle in a couple other blocks as I was going because I didn't want to fill it entirely up. I clicked and the efficiency 5 dug out too much. I was like, well, I'll make it work, and I filled it in with some other block. So that's why you see the occasional podzol just kind of dotted in here, because I dug out one too many blocks while I was going. But we're gonna add in the coarse dirt now, I'm thinking. Make this place look kind of like it's a little dirty and run down, because it's supposed to be a forest floor, so it should look a little dirty and a little run down, you know. But we're going to leave plenty of the grass. Well, that's a piece of podzol. Didn't mean to put that down. Whatever, it's staying there. Sometimes mistakes happen, and they can be happy mistakes, so we're going to leave them the way they are. But yeah, this floor, I want to leave plenty of grass, though, available to do a lot of the foliage, though, because we're going to definitely need that. If it's going to be a jungle, it's going to have a lot of foliage. So I'm going to sprinkle in the rest of the coarse dirt and the podzol, and then maybe I'll even throw in the gravel occasionally here or there, and then we'll get on to doing some foliage, actually. Alright, I got all the blocks placed, except for the mud. I never actually added the mud. Now remember, I'm not actually using mud blocks. I'm using brown terracotta so the animals don't get stuck in it, but I'm thinking sprinkling the mud down kind of on the base down here, like where all the rainwater would have run down to, would make a little bit more sense. than just dropping it up on the top. I mean, I'll sprinkle a couple bits of it up there, but I do want to keep it primarily down here at the bottom of the hill. Okay, there we go. Check it out. We got the mud blocks added. Now it is time for foliage. So let's. I also added a little gravel pile over there. I will get the slabs out. Actually, maybe I should do that real fast. Where do I have those? What's my name? Where do I live? I think I have them in the ground backpack. No, that's not true at all. Don't have them there either. Bad backpack? Yeah, I got 2 here. 2 whole ones there. I thought I had more of those someplace. Squid backpack? There's 3 more. Look at that. I knew I had more somewhere. I need to I need to make more of those for sure. Let's go in here and just kind of click a bunch right there. That should be plenty for right now. And we're going to doodad up this little area a little bit so that it's a little bit more custom. And then, and also I've put some on the gravel piles here too, so it looks like it's kind of collapsed a little bit like that. Yeah, ooh, yeah, something like that. Yeah, look at that. I like how that looks. Some of these areas I did replace a couple bits with gravel as well. I think that just looks better. But yeah, we'll pretty this up with some slabs real quick, and then we'll get on to doing the foliage. Okay, so let's start with big foliage, trees. So obviously jungle should have quite a few trees. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to fit a few trees in here, considering the size of the exhibit. It's actually a relatively, I mean, it's a pretty big area, but trees are large, and so I think I'm going to go with something a little bit smaller than just or something a little less than just a bunch of trees like a jungle usually has. Plus, I want the people to be able to see the animals, you know, so kind of need to let there be room. So let's get the jungle logs out here. I still have a little over a stack, and we're going to create a small little jungle tree. Or 2, maybe 2. Might be able to squeeze 2 in here. Let's start off like right here, for example. And we're going to create some custom tree here that's going to hopefully look jungle-esque. And, I don't know. I'm just going to wing it right here and see what I can come up with. You know, I started to do a second tree here, and I don't like it. I think it takes away from some of the detail that I put in the back, so maybe we'll just leave it to 1 tree. Look at this pile of crap. This is this is not looking that great right now, but, you know, I haven't added the leaves. That's just the base of, like, the where the actual tree trunk would be. And I also can't go full-on jungle tree here because, you know, obviously it's going to be way too big for the exhibit. So I have to kind of shrink everything down and do a little bit of a customization to this. So if this looks poor right now, don't you worry. It's going to look better in a little bit. Just need to do a little bit extra work on it. Okay, while I'm up here, I think I'm going to just get to work on actually putting in some of the leaves while I'm up here right now, because otherwise I'm going to have to try to land with an elytra on that 1 block, and that's just not going to happen. My landing skills are not there, so... Alright, let's go ahead and actually put down a little bit of a leaf base up here. Something kind of like so. And then this is going to kind of droop down over the trunk itself. And then a lot of it's going to be right here, actually. I don't mind some of the trunk actually showing. I think that would kind of look kind of unique and interesting. But we're going to have like the leaves kind of gripping onto these branches sticking out here as well. It's going to be a lot of leaf blocks placed. Hold on. Give me a minute. It's going to look great. Maybe. Or it's going to look bad. Either way, sometimes you just got to press forward. Okay, after a lot of leaf blocks placing, this is what we got. I don't think it's actually too bad. I think it's an excellent little jungle tree. In fact, I really do want to try to squeeze another one in here somewhere, like maybe right here. But I'm afraid that it's going to cover up too much and people aren't going to be able to see the tigers then. So maybe we'll just stop with that right there. We'll just add a lot of foliage in other places on the ground. Alright, so let's grab a stack of every kind of leaf that I have available at the moment. At least these 2. and get to work on adding the bushes actually down here. Yeah, I do think this turned out pretty good. It does need one thing. Hold on. It's tickling my fancy here is I need to do... Let's grab oak, I'm thinking. And we'll add some branches on the underside of this thing here. Just kind of represent actual like sticks or branches that are holding up things. Little detail, very minor. People are probably not going to notice it, but I will notice it, and that's all that matters. Yeah, okay, I'm thinking that's probably good the way it is there. Okay, let's get to work on adding some bushes down below here, making this look all fancy-like, and especially jungle-like, because like I said, we need to have a lot of foliage in here, actually. Okay, the bushes have been added, and I think this looks pretty good. Definitely looks a little bit jungle-esque. Maybe throw another one in right here, maybe. Just kind of getting the idea that maybe that would probably look pretty good. Yeah, I think this looks alright. This definitely is starting to look a little bit more overgrown just with this right here. Now, I wanted to make sure this was cleared out over here. The bushes are not as prominent over here because this is where the people would have carved out, you know, a lot of the shrubbery and bushes and stuff would have been carved out here. But over here, this is supposed to look a lot more densely populated with the bushes. We got vines growing up the side of the cliff edge here. I'm thinking that looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm thinking that looks pretty snazzy. In fact, I might want to... No, actually, I think that looks good. I think that looks good the way it is. Now, we could also put some more bushes kind of down here near the base of the tree. If I really wanted to kind of add more into it, which, I mean, doesn't look too bad. Actually. Yeah, it definitely looks overgrown. Now, I'm thinking that's good for the leaf blocks as far as making them look like there's bushes with leaf blocks. Let's look at actually the plants now backpack. Plants backpack, come out here. Need to talk to you. We've used a lot of plants up. Man, this is getting pretty skimpy. I really should go look for just plants. Dead leaf piles are going to be probably a must in here. Clovers, not so much. I mean, this isn't really so much a plains and field. This is kind of like a jungle. So vines for sure, except for the problem is that things can climb vines. Although, can they climb willow vines? Is that a thing? Oh, yeah, you can totally climb willow vines. Never mind. Yep, scratch that idea. Bamboo. I can actually plant bamboo. Now, I do have some dried bamboo, but that's the ZAWA stuff. This is actually the Biomes of Plenty bamboo. What does this look like? It actually looks really good, and it also grows. So I don't have much of this. I should actually be getting more of this thing. Let's actually sprinkle this in some place for sure. I'll find a home. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be right here. Okay, now I do want to keep the bamboo at that level. I don't want to grow any further, so I'm going to put a string right here. Now this one, actually, I wouldn't mind like this one here growing. So I'm going to actually leave a space for it to grow, and hopefully it does that on its own. And then this one right here, I just want to be done right where it's at, so we're just going to leave it cut off right there. So that way, that one will grow up. You'll have it be too high right there. I'm just out of bamboo. I don't have any with me. I don't want to put any of the dried bamboo in here because I don't really see bamboo dying. Now, granted, in a jungle, the canopy is usually pretty thick, so the stuff on the underside of the canopy usually struggles to survive, and that could be like dead bamboo, I suppose. But there's only one tree here, so there's not much of a canopy. So I'm not going to worry about putting dried bamboo in here. But what other plants can we add into this? Maybe sprinkle in a couple of berry bushes, especially over here where the sun would be getting to a little bit more. You know, like right where the people have carved out an area. You know, just on the outskirts of that, because over here is more of the inside the jungle part. I also realized that we don't have any kind of water in here for the tigers. I mean, there's not much room for putting in any water either, so maybe this one will just not have that. But because I was just thinking about putting cattails next to it or something, but that wouldn't make sense. I don't think those really exist so much in the jungle. River cane, same with that. Although I really wouldn't mind throwing in a little bit of water. If there was water, it'd be down here. It'd probably be right where I just put the bamboo. So I just don't have room for it. I don't have room for it in this one. Sorry, tigers. All right, so I have one of these red little dotted things. I'm going to put this in here too because it adds a little bit of color. I don't actually know if this is where it's supposed to be, but I think I did get that from the jungle, so it probably is supposed to be here. We also have these ostrich ferns, which I'm going to sprinkle in occasionally because I think they look good. Nice they add a nice different type of green to the area. In fact, that might be enough. Might be enough. Yep. Okay. Now, mushrooms, I guess, could technically grow in here, especially like somewhere at the base of the tree, I'm thinking. So maybe we'll throw one or two around here, especially down here where there's a lot of mud. There'd probably be a lot of mushroom activity growing down here, too. So just a couple, I think, will be fine. I don't really know what else to sprinkle in here. Maybe we should stop worrying about it and look into the flower backpack. All right, so there's probably going to be some flowers growing in the jungle, I would assume. These big Rafflesia ones, I'm going to guess, is probably a yes. And then is there anything else that we can sprinkle in here? Wildflowers? Yeah, that one might. Yeah, I don't know. Let's get the Rafflesia ones put in first, and then we'll see. I'm adding in a couple of legumes in here as well, because I think they look kind of nifty. And is that it? Is that it for like the flowers and stuff? Because, I mean, I thought I'd have more to throw into this thing, but honestly, I don't really know what other ones. Peach flowers, maybe? Golden sparks. I think these are more plains-esque things, but I don't know. I'll sprinkle in a couple of these things, make this thing look pretty, and then we'll get on to putting in the bone meal, because I think we're getting close to actually being done with it. Oh, I need to do the path blocks. That's what really makes this pop. I also need to be sleeping, because creepers be creeping. All right, I'm going to add in a couple extra flowers, though, and then we'll be almost done. Okay, I think I got all the flowers added. I think I got all the dead leaves in. I got to add some of these, though, some stones, especially over here where all the mining was done. That would definitely makes sense for there to be pebbles all over the place in here. And then I think it's time to do the path blocks, and then we're almost done. Then it's just a matter of throwing in a little bit of bone meal to this place, and they'll be all good after that. All right, path blocks have been added. The only thing left to do now is to add a bunch of bone meal to this. Get a lot of the grass growing, because after all, especially up here where there's a lot of sunlight, there'd be a ton of grass growing in this area. With that, I think that this is basically a finished exhibit. Let me see if I can't maybe possibly fly out of here. I'm having a hard time taking off today. I had to spam the button just to get the rockets to launch. I don't know what's up with that. Maybe I'm off my game. I'm not too sure. But let's take a final look at what this looks like here. I'm thinking this looks pretty good. Thought it was sun was going down again. I think this looks pretty good. I'm actually liking this quite a bit for a tiger exhibit. Now let's finish this off though, because I still have to kind of connect these corners here for the top part and add in the steel bars. Now before we move on to the reveal of the tigers, let's take a look at these super depressed foxes. All right, they've seen some stuff, and we actually had a submission of fan art in this episode. So big shout out to Jeff Armstrong, who drew up this. Check it out. This is what the fox would look like if he was happy. I think this is fantastic. Thank you so much, Jeff, for submitting this. Now, if you guys have fan art that you would like to submit, you can actually just drop that over on my Twitter page, okay? That way I'll be able to get it and I can share it with all of you guys. I will absolutely showcase all people's art here. If you can take the time to doodle up something, I will take the time to showcase it. But I think this looks great. Look at him. He looks so happy. And there we have it. The steel bars have been added. We got all the exhibits put together here. We got all the grass grown. We got the foliage in. We got the path blocks. We got the facade mine shaft. Yeah, that does look like a deep, creepy, kind of dark mine shaft, doesn't it? It's kind of creepy. I'm thinking that's it. I'm thinking that's all we're gonna do. So this is the lions, the tiger exhibit. The lions exhibit is right here. They're already in there. Look at them. They look fantastic. How's it going, Aslan? How's it going? But yeah, this is it. This is the tiger exhibit. So I'm gonna need some names though, because we have to figure out how many tigers I actually have. I don't actually know off the top of my head. I think I only have like one, but I could probably find one or two more. I've got two. I've got two Bengal tigers. So if you guys could be so kind to go down in the comment section and leave your best tiger name, I would greatly appreciate it. But I think I'm gonna wrap this episode up here. So if you did enjoy, please go down and smash that like button. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs into your holes to this episode of ZAWA. I will be back next week with more. So hopefully you guys have a wonderful weekend. Congrats on making it to Friday. And we will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo. Hopefully you guys are all having a wonderful Friday. I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. But hopefully you guys are doing good too. And we're here just outside of the tiger exhibit where we last left off in the previous episode. We built this whole exhibit that you see behind me. And it looks fantastic. Now I got a couple of tigers I got to put in there. And you guys killed it in the naming section. And we're going to get to that. Don't you worry. But first, I got to give a big shout out to Kathy Clism out there, who put a suggestion in the comments about what to do to this exhibit to make it a little bit more jungly, and I'm going to do that, okay? So let's get to work. All right, Kathy's comment was she suggested putting more jungle plant life above the cliff edge here, hanging over it. I think that's a fantastic idea. So before we get to putting the tigers actually in here, we're going to do a little bit of renovations on this bad boy. This is going to take some work. It's going to be kind of a mess. So let's get to it.
I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I want to visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I want to visit. Are you alive? Flashing red lights, driving at night, windowless ride, feeling alive, nothing in sight, forever in flight, follow those lines, we'll make it this time, blurry street lights, work as a guide to memories that we'll make it tonight, oh yeah, we'll make it tonight, yeah. I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do, I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove, no end in sight, just always staying on the move, oh God. someone on the screen at last. They ain't looking inside for their needs in life. They wanna be liked by everybody in sight, but trust me, being free ain't spotlights. No, it's long nights and it's long fights with yourself all the time to get your mind right. But if you put in the work, you can find the light. Alright, I'll do anything that I feel like I wanna do. I'm living life like I got nothing left to prove. No end in sight, just always staying on the move. I'll go all night if that's just what I gotta do. Life's too short to care about what you can't afford. Memories are in what you explore, so just don't be ignored. Go ask for more, go ask for more. 'Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing? 'Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Going for a ride down the side, PCH, country limit. I don't need a guide, follow lights, take me where I wanna visit. Are you alive? Or just breathing?
Big shout out to Kathy Clism for coming up with that idea. That was a fantastic one. I'm actually kind of ashamed I didn't think of it myself. But no, that was a fantastic idea. Thank you guys for everyone who puts their little comments as possible ways to improve the exhibits in the comments section. That really does help me out a lot. It was brilliant. It's like, why that's great. Why not build the jungle above the area? And so there, what do you guys think? It kind of looks more like a jungle in here, doesn't it? Way better than just one little rinky-dink tree, you know? So look at that, we got a couple extra jungle trees up there. Put a little waterfall feature into the tigers should not be able to get up there because it's a block and a half jump right there. So it looks like it's all good. Looks like it's all good. I don't think there's any way they can get out of here. I did get a comment also saying that they can escape here. Let's just do a little quick one more little check here before I throw some tigers in here that are going to get free and murder everyone in the zoo. It looks like everything's fine. Like, this one kind of climbs up here, but it can't go any farther, you know? No, that can't go anywhere. I got rid of the vines that were creeping up the cliff wall since I was going to have the vines that were kind of draping down, the foliage that was draping down. So, yeah. I think the lions are going to stay put in here. Or tigers. I keep saying lions. Have I been saying lions this whole time? Am I a big old da-da-da? Oh, God. Am I a big old da-da-da? All right, yeah, no, the tigers. The tigers cannot get out of here. Right here it looks like another path that, yeah, you know, maybe, but it's kind of a tough thing to do, so I don't think they're going to be getting out that way either. But let's go name some of these things, because you guys killed it in the naming section, and I want to get to naming him. Naming all of them. Name them all the tigers. Faceplant. Alright, I got a lot of suggestions for Shere Khan. Not gonna lie, that was like the most requested name, actually, was Shere Khan. However, last season we named one Shere Khan. And so I'm trying to kind of try a little something different. Oh, that's the animal net. Can I actually name them in the animal net? Oops, I don't actually know if that's possible. Might have been doing this the hard way the entire time. But okay, we're going to be naming the first one Diego. And if you guys have seen Ice Age, that is the saber-toothed tiger in Ice Age. So we're going to name the first one Diego. Big shout out to Simon Holmes and Christy Sank for both suggesting that name. And for the next one, the second tiger that we have, which I'm really only going to put 2 in there, because, I mean, it's kind of a smaller exhibit. I don't want to kind of cram them in there. But that's all I got, too. I only have two tigers. I have to go try to find one. But for the last one, we're going to name this one Bog. Okay, now Bog, apparently, according to Riddham Sarkar, is Bengali for tiger. So we're going to go with Bog for that one. And big shout out to Riddham Sarkar and Bunny Eilish for both suggesting that name, actually. Okay, so these things are going to be pretty drugged up, okay? Because last time I encountered them, I shot them full of a tranquilizer dart. So they're going to be a little loopy when I let them out of here. But we're going to drop off name, and fly away if I can. In fact, let's just get this on the hotbar in case flying fails. Okay, we got to do this quick because tigers will probably attack me. Just double checking real quick. There is no way for them to get out. I don't believe. Can they stand? Well, even if they can, I don't think they can get out of here. Oh, that bamboo did grow, by the way. So look at that. How about that? They apparently can stand on here, but I don't see how they would get out even if they got up there. Okay, no, it should be good. All right, let's go drop off the let's go drop off the cats here, and let's put one down. This one's gonna be Bog, and this one over here is going to be Diego. All right, sweet. Now I need to get out of here quick before they wake up, because boy, they are probably gonna be a little crabby about me shooting them with a dart. But there, we have our tigers added to the zoo now. How about that? They're a little sleepy, still sleeping off the drugs, but we got them. So, Mary, if there is one watching, you're probably wondering, what are we going to do today? And the answer is, we're going to smash into a mountain. I accelerated too. Shake it off. The answer is we're going to be working on a new part of the zoo. A new part that I've been putting off because I didn't know what to do, but today while I was at work, doing my factory job, paying close attention to what I was doing, I was brainstorming what I was going to be doing for the aquarium, okay? Let's talk about the aquarium. We need to have a serious chat about it because I've been putting it off quite a bit because I just didn't have any ideas. And I have an idea now, people, and I want to kind of get to work on it. But it all starts with this small little cave. Okay, so there's a small little cave that I added that connects the river and all the water features, like the lake over here, to the ocean, actually, because there was another natural river that was just over here. And I dug this out, and I put the rapids in, and it connects to right here. This was the natural river. There's a little bluefish swimming right there that I did not put there. I'm not replacing Gil Gates. And then it connected to over here, and this is like the part of the zoo where we have up ahead a bridge to get across to where the aquarium is going to be right there. Okay, it kind of cuts just north of the kangaroo exhibit and just south of, I think it's the moose exhibit, or what do I have over here? I can't remember. No, the moose exhibit's right here. Oh, it's the giraffe, elephant. It's definitely the elephant exhibit. Yep, and zebra exhibit. So this area over here is going to be the aquarium, but there is so much to do over here. It's just stupid. That's why this is going to be a little bit of a different episode. I'm going to try to squeeze in another exhibit build here near the end. But I have a lot of work I got to do to terraform, obviously, this place. Let's actually get a little aerial view of this. Look at this mess that I have to turn into an aquarium. It's just completely biomes of plenty. Ooh, lake spike. Biomes of plenty nothingness right here. There's a big crack in the ground right here. This is a lot of work I got to do over here. So my idea for the aquarium, let's talk about that real fast, is I was trying to think about what kind of building I want to build to match this. That's going to be a big area for an aquarium, because I wouldn't mind putting an orca in here. We had an orca last season. I thought it'd be kind of fun to put another one in here. But there's just not a good building to match the terrain that's going to be massive. And, because like this is supposed to be based off the real Cerro Gordo, so they don't really have any real massive buildings. I think the hotel he's building up there is like the biggest thing, and that's not very big. So there's just nothing that really works. The aviary is about as big as I was going to go. But what if we had an outdoor aquarium? Okay, what if the exhibits were still outdoors and we had like see this, like this curvature right here? What are those things called? A pantomime? Is it like a play outside where you have like the seating outside, and then you have like, I could probably rework this peninsula a little bit, but we can put like is it called a shoal, or what's those things that they're man-made that prevent like waves from crashing into the shoreline that they put up on the coast all the time? Something like that, but it matches the terrain with a spiky with the spikes jutting out of the ground, so it kind of matches, and that'll be like the backstop of the aquarium. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. And as far as the other exhibits that belong in the aquarium, like the sea turtles and stuff like that, we can actually make little exhibits here for them. However, some of them, like the dolphins and the bluefish and the other fish, they tend to jump out of the water and kill themselves on land. So I'm not really all about that. I want to keep the animals alive in the zoo. So what if this little, like I said, it all starts here. What if this little cave here where the water's draining became something more, okay? I don't have a good place over here to put animals inside, basically. I can build outdoor exhibits. Like I said, the sea turtle exhibit will probably work out just fine because I don't see the sea turtle hopping out of there. Little things like that will work out great. However, I don't have a good place for like dolphins, which jump out of their water. So I'm going to need an indoor exhibit part to this. I'm going to need it. And I don't really have means to actually build the building. Like I said, the building would be too big. What are you doing over here, Bidoof? Why are you... Get out of here. Oh, there's totally there's a visitor in the zoo over there. Excuse me, visitor. You are not supposed to be over here. Get out of here. There we go. We kill all visitors in the zoo unless they bought a ticket. Since the zoo's not open, we didn't buy a ticket. But what if we built into the side of the mountain over here. My plan originally was to connect this walkway over to right about there, and I might still do that. That actually will probably still happen. But what if it continued this way? We open this cavern up a little bit more, and we have a walkway going on the side of it right here that leads to another mine shaft. That'll give us room to actually put down more exhibits inside. I can put the dolphin exhibit inside the mountain then. I can put like the any of the fish exhibits that are going to jump out. I can do all that inside of the mountain. I can put an actual aquarium right on the edge of the cliff wall. I think that'll look really cool. But I'm going to start there, I think. So that's going to require a lot of terraforming, and I'm going to dig this out in just a blink of an eye. Blink! And just like that, bam, check it out. It's done. Okay? I did a little bit of decorating in here too. I just wanted to kind of move on to the exhibit, really is what I'm pushing for. This is just a simple path cutting through along the edge of the river here. I think it looks pretty cool, actually. I might do a little touching up decorating on the other side there, but not much, honestly. I think this is about as good as I'm going to get. Okay, so we do have a little mine shaft right here too, and it kind of cuts into the mountain here. This gives us a little bit of wiggle room to actually do stuff. Now, if you look right here, if you look on the map here, you can actually see the underground view. It's fine. Here's the shoreline. I don't have a lot of room, okay? So I can't really just go nuts and bonkers over here. Got a little bit of room over here. There's also an underground lake right here, which I might dry up and kind of work a little bit here. But I don't have a whole lot of room to go farther this way, so I'm not going to push my limit on that one. I'm probably just going to go to like right about here. Maybe do a little bit of decorating and whatnot. But I have this X on the wall right here where I have some torches, because right here I'm going to be putting one of the aquariums, actually, the indoor aquariums. So I'm thinking maybe we'll just do the fish. We'll just do some regular fish. Although I do have like the octopi and stuff, beard scratch. Man, I got some stuff I got to dig in. But I'm going to put an aquarium here. So the aquariums are all going to be basically the same in a sense, like they're going to have the similar stuff on the ground. There may be just a couple of different block palettes, to make these happen. Maybe more sandy in some spots and whatnot. But I do have to dig this out, though, and that's going to take a little bit of time. So I'm going to do another little jump here. We're going to have a nice big hole in the wall right here. All right, the hole has been dug in here. Now, this is going to be an aquarium for, like, a lot of the smaller fish and stuff. But the problem is that once you put water in here, you're not going to be able to see anything. It's just going to be completely dark in there. Even if I put lighting in there, it's going to be kind of rough to see. So what I'm going to do to change this up just a little bit is I think I'm going to actually replace the stone with something brighter. Either something like maybe limestone. I could do limestone, or I could go like light blue concrete might actually work better, because, well, like I said, once you get the water in there, it's going to be really difficult to see, because you're going to be seeing it from the side. So, I mean, me having night vision in water, I can see in water, but not having night vision, yeah, it's going to be tough to see. So let me go see if I can't whip up the, let's do the light blue concrete. I kind of like light blue concrete. It kind of looks like an aquarium then. So we're going to line the outside, or the back side of this with light blue concrete. I just have to go ahead and get this whipped up. Face plant. There we go. Now, hopefully that will make it a lot easier to, like, see the fish, actually, once the water's in here. There is another option I could do. If you look at this backpack right here, I have a whole bunch of this hot spring water. I think it was Maddie who told me that this actually works for keeping fish in it, too. Plus, it gives them a regeneration buff. But that is also a lot different color, because if you look at it, this is what color hot spring water is. That could work too, but I kind of want to stick with regular water if I can get away with it. Now, I carved out the bottom of the floor here too, because we're going to need to be putting in a different floor as well. Oh boy, I desperately need a dump chest here just to get rid of these things out of my hotbar. Be gone, blocks. Okay, now we need to discuss what kind of blocks we're going to actually be using for this this part of the build here. I don't really see grass blocks making their way in here, so we can probably skip the coarse dirt and actually go with regular dirt for this one. Gravel would probably be a good idea. Maybe a little bit of mossy stone mixed in with that too would probably be a good one. This is going to probably look a lot like the bottom of like a river or an ocean bed. Let's is this all we got? Is this all we got for putting in here? Do I not have any other interesting blocks to throw in here? It seems kind of bland. Bland it may be, but that's about it. Okay, so let's go ahead and start sprinkling this in here. We're going to create ourselves a little bit of an ocean floor. With this sprinkled all in here. Maybe sprinkle in a little bit of sand heavily in here as well. Get a little bit of that put in there. We'll mix in a little touch of gravel. Oops, that's not the right touch of gravel right there. In here as well. And then we'll sprinkle in some mossy cobblestone periodically throughout this. Like nothing too fancy, nothing too heavy there at all. Alright, and then maybe we'll just fill it all in with either gravel or sand or we'll just kind of mix it all. We'll just get some stuff put in here. Okay, there we go. Now, I didn't make this too deep of an exhibit because it's only 3 blocks deep, and that's simply because it's going to be very difficult to see the fish if I make this any deeper than what it already is. So this is as far as I'm going to go as far as depth with the water, but we can jazz this up. Now, unfortunately, I cannot waterlog like slabs and stuff. Otherwise, that would look good to have like little bits of slabs and whatnot sticking up out of here. But I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to shine where the vegetation is more so than anything. I am going to run into the problem with not being able to see much of anything in there. So let's grab the ground blocks here for a second and just yeet some of this other material in there right away to create some more space. And then we're going to grab the chisel out of here. And let's go ahead and grab something that looks like lighting inside of an aquarium. Which one? I think last year I did these neon panels our last season. And they worked out pretty good because the rest of these things like look okay, but they got like a weird texture on them that doesn't quite look like lighting, and this is about the closest thing we got to it. So let's chisel the glowstone right now and we'll get some of that. Now, where am I going to hide this stuff to make it look like I can dot it into the roof actually itself here to kind of make this light up a little bit better, which wouldn't be a bad idea, but I'm going to probably need to find another place for it as well. That's not the right one. We have to find another place for it as well, like probably on the bottom someplace. Maybe I'll throw a couple bits of it in there, but something to light this place up. For when I put the water in there, I need to be able to see what's going on in there. Oh well, look at this. We can actually chisel concrete blocks. That's kind of interesting. Do I want to put a texture? I guess I don't really want to put a texture on this because I want it to remain relatively flat, so that the sunlight shines through it. So maybe I got excited for nothing there. Okay, I guess we're gonna need to put the glass in now, because if we are gonna be putting the glass backpack, where I can never see it, there it is. If we're gonna be putting water in here to hold all the things in place, we're gonna probably want, we're gonna want glass in front so that the water doesn't leak out into this cave and get all over the place. So let's go ahead and make some more of this stuff, chisel. And then we'll get to work on actually just filling this all in completely. And then I'm going to have to probably dig up and over to actually make my way into the exhibit, because I don't really have an easy access point into here. But that's okay. I just have to get in here once. So let's knock out these torches and see how it looks in here. If it's super dark or super bright, it still looks pretty bright in there. So this is definitely going to look like an aquarium, provided you can see the blue through the water. It's kind of the big test. Okay, let's start working our way into here. Actually, do I have, just to make my life a little bit easier, do I have, yes, some ladders. That might make my life easier. Let's go ahead and slap these things down across the front, climb up over here, and we're gonna knock out this block right here. Bam, we are in the exhibit. Now, I'm gonna throw on some water right here, and then we're gonna draw the rest of it from the backpack right here, so I can get an infinite water spring going, and then we'll replace in the backpack right away. That way I don't forget to do that later. Let's go ahead and put that back, even though it looks like it's full, it's not. And then let's start filling in the water. Okay, we are underwater now. Now let's slap down a ladder right there, and then climb out here, and let's take a peek. See, once the night vision wears off, is this something that you can actually see through to see possibly fish in there, or is it going to be way too dark to see them? It's going to be pretty dark. Not gonna lie, it's going to be pretty dark. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's going to be pretty dark. I don't know what else. I mean, other than maybe adding... Oh, that might work, actually. What if I replace the back wall with, like, white concrete? Because the blue of the water will already turn it kind of a bluish color, but it should lighten it up in there a little bit. Ugh. Gotta take out all that water. I gotta go get some white concrete. Okay, did it work? After the night vision wears off, we'll find out. But already that's looking pretty good, because at least you can see things. Although, like I said, the night vision is the thing that's doing it. Not much better. It's not much better. But it does remain a little bit of a blue tint to it. I really do. God, I wish I could get some better lighting in there. But it is something. And you should be able to see fish swimming around in there. So let's move on to decorating. And if it becomes a real problem, I'll figure it out. Last season, it was also an issue. I remember trying to get the lighting in there so that you can actually see the fish. It's kind of a challenge. Kind of a little thing. But all right, let's move on to maybe doing some vegetation in there real quick, and then we'll wrap this episode up here, because I can't really do too much inside of the aquariums here, because there's not much to actually do. I mean, there's not a lot of room. But let's grab the plant backpack here, dive on into this thing. Now, actually, let me grab the flower backpack, because I believe I have things in here that are part of water, like kelp. Kelp, I think most of the stuff is actually coral stuff and water, where there's actually going to be like some use for it. Now, I do want to put something in here, though. I don't want to just leave it just this flat bottom. It looks like crap. I want to put something in here. Let's ground backpack. Actually, let's look into this thing. I can't use stairs as much as I'd want to. Let's actually put maybe like some kind of ruins in here. Actually, you know, like something. I can't do stairs or slabs, so I gotta like really. This has got to look really basic. Like maybe some kind of ruins kind of scattered in here, almost like they've been broken down. Actually, let's take this thing out right here. Like it's been kind of broken down a little bit, but it gives the fish a little something to swim around in, actually, instead of just some bland, flat-bottomed area. It's about all I'm going to be able to do. Like I said, there's really not much else I can do here. Not a lot of room. I could make this deeper, but the more deeper I go, the harder it's going to be for like people to see the fish in there. And that's the reason why I'm keeping this relatively flat, is that people can actually see in here. Now this kelp, can I actually put this on stuff? I think last season I had trouble. Oh no, I can. I can put stuff on there. It actually grows too. Might just let that grow up. Yeah, okay, this might actually be a good thing to have. And hold on, wait, hold on one second. Is this going to limit my ability to put things right up against the glass? Because it's going to look like that, exactly. Huh. Well, that sucks. It displaces the water, at least it looks like it does. Does it actually, though? That's the million-dollar question. No, it doesn't actually. Like, you're still underwater in here. But it looks like it does on the glass, which is kind of crappy. Okay, so I can't put this stuff right up against there. That's probably the case with most flowers too. So, that means that I'm limited now to just 2 blocks of decorating space, and the front has to be just completely left alone. I could put blocks up against it, but that would look kind of weird. So, okay, let's keep that in mind. Let's grab the flowers backpack again here and see what else we can find in here. There's fire coral. Now, I don't think this is the stuff that hurts me or fish, and let me guess. Yeah, it totally wrecks the water going up against the glass. Yeah, that's sort of unfortunate. Okay, so I'll have to be pretty skimpy on some of this stuff. Let's see if we can't get any more coral that I have in here. Brain coral, sure. We'll see if we can't mix in a little bit of as much as we can in here. It's also a type of coral. Bladder rack. I don't know what that is. There's also these anemones and stuff, and I think this one, the sea urchin, I think this actually hurts whenever like things touch it, so I don't want to put this in here, but let's... Yeah, okay, yeah, that's the one that hurts. So screw that thing, I'm not putting that in there. Alright, let's go ahead and dot in a couple of this extra bits of coral here in places and try to make this thing look relatively pretty. We can even put maybe some coral growing. No, never mind, I can't. Oh, I guess it's going there. Okay, I was going to put it on top of this block here, but apparently we can't. And then what other types do we got? We got the brain coral. Throw that in maybe in the back corner like that. Like I said, I don't want to go too crazy with the coral in here. Like put just 2 rows of all the decorations and nothing up here, which is kind of what I'm going to have to do, but I don't want to go like overboard with it. Let's grab another piece of this kelp and throw this back here, and that way it can grow up nice and big and tall. I can't actually stop this from growing because I can't put string in here, so it's going to have to go all the way up to the top, which is fine. I think that'll look okay. Tricky placing not much stuff in here. This is not a very well decorated exhibit, but you're not going to be able to see the fish if I provide enough space to do that. And this is, after all, just for the fish too. This isn't for the dolphins. The dolphins will have more room. You know, as simple as this looks, I'm thinking this is about all I'm going to be able to do in here. So let's hop out and actually take a peek at this real fast. Let's actually close the whole thing up and everything. Let's make this look like we know what we're doing. Let's block that up, and let's just take a peek from right here. Yeah, that looks all right. Now, I still have the night vision, so we got to wait for that to wear off. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's difficult to see, but can you imagine if I made this any deeper, actually? The shadows kind of make it look like there's like boxes right here. Actually, hold on. Let's get back in there real quick. I have an idea. Okay, since I'm not going to be using this front row anyway, why not add a little bit of lighting in there and try to get it to kind of match up with what we got going over here. However, it is going to be really noticeable. God, I don't really... Hold on. Where's Backpack Pack? I need you desperately in my life. Let's grab a darker leaf block and see if we can't hide lighting right up in front here. I hear zombies. Is it nighttime? It is totally nighttime. Creepers be creeping. I'm in danger in here. But let's see if we can't knock this back one here at least, and then put down a piece of glowstone down there as well as that on top of it. That should prevent it from looking kind of strange, but it should also allow light in here. So let's line this stuff up with each one of the light sources on top here and see if this makes any difference whatsoever. I'm going to sprinkle a little bit of extra lighting in the back too, wherever I can fit it, kind of. And this actually gives me an idea. What if I did my own like custom kind of like seaweed? That might actually look pretty good, considering that there's not much other detail in here. And it would also help hide the lighting a little bit, because this is kind of noticeable with the stuff right there. So what if we made it less noticeable by like, okay, that's why. That's exactly why we're not doing that, because that looks terrible. Why does this one look so good, but the rest of it looks so bad? Huh. Well, it doesn't look so good on this side, but you can't really see that side too well. So, I wonder if... Wait, oh, see that? No, that does not look good. This does not look good. Why does it look... What causes this? Oh, it's because it's up against another coral thing. Got it. Okay, well, that's interesting. Let me see if I can't use that to my advantage. Let's pick this one up. And let's put this in front, and then we'll put that right there. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, good to know. Slap that down right there. Remove this one in the back there. Bam, like that. Okay, it looks a little bit janky on the back side here, but it's also probably a little harder to see. Boy, working with water, what a frustrating experience. Yeah, there's some spots that aren't exactly great in there. Is it? Well, let's see what else we can put in there. Okay, by putting these coral rocks and coral and kelp and stuff alongside the spruce leaves here, it kind of actually gets it to look okay. I wanted to actually create my own like seaweed kind of coming up the back, built out of spruce leaves. That's not going to happen. It's not going to work because it's going to look like the water's running down them. So the texture is just going to look bad. There is some terribly awful, noisy guy around here that I'd like to deal with, but I think he's above me, and I'm kind of busy at the moment. But I'm thinking that's probably about as good as it's going to get. The kelp is going to continue to grow all the way up and away. And then, yeah, I think that's going to be it for the fish. Now, the question is, actually, real quick, I also have to close up the top part, but the question is what kind of fish or how many fish do I actually have? I have to go count those things up. Ooh, that is a misclick of ultimate epic proportions there. I have to go count how many fish I actually have, as well as close this thing up too. It must be daytime because things are roasting out there. I think I put my white concrete block in one of the miscellaneous chests, and now I have to dig and try to find it. Final exhibit right there, though. Check it out. The lighting actually isn't too bad now that I put some more lighting down at the bottom. And you can kind of almost even see in there. All right, I'll take that as a win. Now let's go check out and see what kind of fish do I actually have. I know one place where there's a bluefish, that's for sure. But let's see how many other fish that I have saved up for this. Okay, we have 6 actually that I'm going to put in there. Now I was contemplating putting the eel in there, maybe the squid, but there's not a lot of room in this small exhibit, so I'll have to create another aquarium in another episode. But for this one, we're going to be putting in the marine tang, the clownfish, the bluefish, something other than Gill Gates, though he'll forever rest in peace, the kitchlid, the pufferfish, and the sockeye salmon. We're going to throw those into this exhibit. So I need 5 names for these kinds of fish here. We actually can hear the tigers underneath here now, so that's something I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my life while I do this series. But yeah, I need 6 names for the fish that we're going to put in there. Now, I might actually have a couple extras somewhere, like here's another pufferfish, but I think there's another kitchlid. I think 6 fish in there is already going to be plenty given the size of the exhibit. So yeah, let's go with 6 different names. If you guys could go down in the comment section and leave your very best fish names, that'd be greatly, greatly appreciated. All right, I am going to wrap this episode up, though, so if you did enjoy it, please go down and smash that like button and have yourself a wonderful rest of your Friday. And thank you all for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. If you're not subscribed yet, consider doing that because I'm going to be here building this zoo a lot. So if you like this and you want to see more of it, subscribe so that you know when new episodes come out. It's every Friday. You'll see more episodes unless some tragic, horrible, or even awesome or cool or good life event happens. Like that time that I missed an episode because I had a kid. That happened. It happens. Sometimes things get in the way like that. But other than that, I basically release episodes every Friday. So, alrighty guys, I'm getting out of here. Enjoy the rest of your Friday and have a wonderful weekend. Thanks for watching, and bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing a little bit more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy on this fine Friday. Now, I'd like to start off this episode by saying hello and shout out to Evil Banana. You wanted to see how Chubby Thunder was doing here in the Pygmy Hippos? He's right back there. He's one of those two, actually. I think Gloria and Dave are the other ones. But yeah, Chubby Thunder's doing fine. He's just enjoying his time there down in the swamp. He's doing great. But I'd like to get on to the rest of the episode today because I got a lot of renovations to do. Today is going to be a little bit about renovating some one specific exhibit, and it was one that we did last week. You guys killed it in the comments section, offering up a whole bunch of suggestions for ways to improve the aquarium, and I think they're all fantastic. Like, all of you guys were amazing. Oh, speaking of amazing, it is getting nighttime and creepers be creepy. I'm going to have to sleep here pretty soon. But today I'm going to be doing a little bit of renovations on the aquarium. Okay, so the fish names that you guys all submitted, thank you to everyone who submitted names. Keep them coming in because I'm going to be adding to the aquarium today, and I'm going to be adding fish into it in next week's episode. So if you didn't comment on last week for a fish name, do it in this one. Because we're also going to be adding the dolphins. Okay, so I'm doing the dolphin exhibit today as well, too. So I got a lot of work to do over there. I also really need to sleep because I'm going to get my butt blown up by a creeper here, just like I did earlier in the season. All right, so I got to get to sleep here real quick, and then I'll see you guys over at the aquarium. All right, last week we did this right here. We added this pathway leading into where the aquarium is going to start over here. I'm still brainstorming what I'm going to do there, but thanks to your guys' comments, I'm getting a good idea of what I'm going to actually be doing, and we're going to get to that in future episodes. But I want to go back to this tunnel right here, because this is our aquarium right now for just a regular fish. It's a very simple exhibit. I was complaining last episode about how I couldn't put things right up against the glass because it causes a visual glitch, where it's just like an air pocket there. It looks like. It's not actually an air pocket. Fish can still swim through there, but it just looks like it. That's why there's coral and things surrounding the spruce leaves over there, is because otherwise you'd see like water running down the side of them. It looks really ugly. And I had a lot of comments out there telling me I could do some better things with this than what I got right here, including sea lanterns and various things. You guys are very creative. In fact, I'm kind of ashamed I didn't think about some of these things before. But I'd like to give a big special shout out to Star Nanny and Kathy Clism both for suggesting that with this mine shaft, I missed a golden opportunity to do a tunnel. To do a tunnel aquarium here where people actually walk through the actual aquarium. And you're right, I did. And you know what? We're going to do that in this episode. That's one of the improvements that we're going to be doing. I'd also like to give a big special shout out to Captain Keeley Forever, if you're watching, because he or she suggested, I'm not too sure who you are, they suggested that I stagger the ground and put this layer of blocks on the other side of the glass, one block below the cobblestone. And that way I can put like things like a coral and whatever else I want to put on there, other than kelp, because kelp will grow up in front of the grass. I can put that down there as decoration, and it won't look terrible. In fact, I could probably stagger it in a sense, like I don't have to do it all one block in front, like one block down. I can do like some of it, like put a little angle, diagonal on it a little bit, and it'll probably look fantastic. So I'm going to definitely be doing that. But that means I have to basically throw out everything I did last week, and that's also why we're not naming the animals in this week's episode. It's because I gotta renovate all of this. But any name suggestions you guys did drop last week, I'm going to take those into consideration when naming the fish too. So if you want to get in on naming some fish, remember I got like, 5, 6 fish? I got a whole bunch of fish. Plus I got some dolphins. Whew, there's some stuff to name. But first, for me to fix this, I mean, aside from tearing all this up, I'll probably just leave that right there, to be honest, because that's fine the way it is right there. Except for the ground. The ground I have to fix. I have to dig all of this out too, because I want this area right here to be a wraparound aquarium. Okay? So when you come in here, and you go down here, I'm going to probably have to jazz up the roof a little bit here so that like the stone it's not just a sharp line and then voila, you're on glass. It kind of like wraps around the glass, and then one block higher or so is going to be the actual glass then. I'll probably remove the cobblestone here and raise the roof, so to speak. You know, holla, raise those hands up. They raise the roof here, and so that way we'll have places for the fish and dolphins to swim above here as well, and then on this side too. So this is going to be the dolphin exhibit is what it's going to turn into. Now, as far as the regular fish themselves, there's two options, and I want you guys to go on the comments section and let me know what you guys think I should do. Should I build another aquarium over here, maybe like a kind of like a U-shaped wraparound aquarium kind of thing, where they can swim all the way around you kind of thing? Or should I put an aquarium in the floor that people walk on and they can look down and actually see the fishies swimming underneath them? I'll leave that up to you guys. Mention down in the comments section down below if you could. Again, that's another reason why we're not naming the fish. I want you guys to put your insight in on this one. See how this stone here wraps around the glass like this? That's what I want on the roof, on the ceiling here. But this aquarium, I need to be connected on the top and all the way around. That's the plan for today, but it all begins with me digging. And I'm going to take care of that. I'm going to take care of that in a blink of an eye. Blink! All right, there we go. Check it out. Got this whole part carved out. Now, this is not actually done being carved out yet. This is just the beginning, actually, because this is this layer right here is where I'm going to be putting the glass that goes over this, which means I can probably go ahead and remove this. I'm going to have to be adding another layer of glass right here on this part. Oh boy, I'm going to need some more glass. Now, I do have a whole bunch cooked up, actually, so it's not like I'm going to be running out of glass anytime soon, but I'm going to need a lot more. Let's actually see if I can't... Where's the glass backpack? I feel weird pulling this out early on in the episode, because usually I'm doing this as like a final thing that I add. Now, I do have to get in there and actually change out like the whole ceiling part of that. This is just the beginning, but the glass is going to come around. I want to get one way back there, but I can't quite reach it. Wonder if I can just kind of do one of the... Got it. Glass is going to have to come along just like this, and it's going to go all the way over here, and then it's going to start dropping down right here. So this is going to be glass right here. Whew, man, this is going to take a lot of glass. It's going to take a lot of glass. Lots of it. Okay, so then this whole layer comes across over here. Eyeball this thing up here. Let's actually bring this across so I can actually see this a little bit better. To right here. Oh boy, yep. And then, do I want to put like that? Probably would probably be the correct thing to do. Yeah, I'm thinking... something, yeah, probably like that. I'm gonna have to make this 90-degree kind of turn with the glass. Otherwise, there's gonna be water filling in that area, which, I mean, isn't bad for the fish, but it might look a little awkward since, like, right here, you'll be able to see it. So, yeah, I'll do the 90-degree edge on the glass right here. But then I have to carve out above it as well and put a ceiling on it above that as well. Now, in preparation for this episode, I did go ahead and make 6 stacks of white concrete, all right? So, we have that. Now, is that gonna be enough? I sure hope so. But if it's not, I'll just make more. I do have enough supplies that I can just make more. But I got to get to putting in all this glass right now, as well as the white concrete backing like that, because like the white concrete, let's, where did I just put it? I just had it. Like the white concrete here is going to go all along the back of this. Now this is the same 3-block distance as what this other one is over here, because you can kind of see in there a little bit. The lighting is going to get a little weird though. I'm probably going to have to move the lights to the back wall. And that's going to look probably a little strange, but because they're going to be raised up, the roof is going to, remember, raise the roof is going to be happening. So this is going to go up higher. The lights aren't going to be as bright in there as a result. They'll still look pretty good on the ground here because remember, we have hidden lights in the ground. But then the lighting itself would be way up on the top, and there's going to be like this dark void in between where the fish are going to be swimming around in shadows. Not really liking that. So I'll probably move the lights to the back. I do also have another stack of glowstone that I added to my backpack here, so I can kind of play with that a little bit. Somebody did suggest using sea lanterns, and I think that would actually probably look even better. Problem is I don't have a whole lot of them, and sea lanterns, getting a whole lot of sea lanterns is a thing, okay? That is a thing. Like, that is a whole other beast, okay? Because I have to go get raid a ocean monument and then turn it into a farm. Or just go raid several ocean monuments and get a little stockpile of them. And that's a thing. That's actually like a whole thing. Maybe something in the future live stream. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm not sure. Or I'll just use glowstone. I'll probably just end up using glowstone. It's a little bit easier. But yeah, I've got like 5 blocks of sea lanterns. And that is definitely not enough to do what I want to do. So, okay, I've got a lot of blocks to place here. And not a lot of time to do it. Because time today for me is actually running short. So I have to do a little bit of speed building here. So I'm going to do a little bit of a jump here. And get this whole aquarium built super fast. So that... so that we can get to working on figuring out the decorations and building what we can build in here then. Okay, yeah, 6 stacks of white concrete were absolutely not enough. That was absolutely not enough to finish that thing. Holy cow, what was I thinking? I gotta make some more. Faceplant. Now, I got ridiculed a little bit in the comments section about why I turned this to concrete when I was just going to pour water on it anyway. And for the walls, that would actually make sense. I mean, I don't really know why. Maybe it's force of habit. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. I just like to make it into blocks first. I don't really know. But right now, my issue is that I don't have enough for the ceiling. So I actually do need concrete, not concrete powder, for this part. Boy, oh boy, have I been doing some work. Okay, I think it's done. Now, obviously, the torches are not going to be the light source in here, and I still have to remove this, but once I remove that, we're going to be digging into actually, like, the meat of this exhibit here, okay? Because now we're going to be digging into the actual part that has water and little parts that I can touch up. Now, the kelp has grown a little bit. Yeet. The kelp has grown a little bit, so yeet, we can actually harvest a little bit of kelp from this. Not like it matters, though, because before I started this recording, I actually went and checked the flowers backpack, collected more coral, because I knew we were going to need it. I also have the small sea urchin. I don't think this hurts anything. I think it's the large ones that do, but I got some of this anyway. All right, so now we're going to remove this and that, and can I reach? Nope. Yeet over here, that. It's going to get a little bit darker in here, but let's just jump into the water. Here we are, because now that the night vision kicked in, I can see all the kelp seems to have broken when I destroyed the ceiling, because I think it was touching the ceiling. I think if you break something that's like touching it, it freaks out. It's all right. I have to renovate all this stuff anyway, so I got to dig up all the stuff, everything I did last episode. I'm just realizing how heartbreaking this is. All right, so, well, almost everything that I did last episode. Gotta dig that up, because we have to fix up this floor, but I also have to fix up my inventory. Holy cow. Okay, so it looks like we're using dirt, sand, gravel, mossy cobble, and you know what, just because I can, because while I was out there digging up stuff in the ocean, I did grab a few of these mixed stones and river stones and stuff. I can sprinkle them in there as well. Let's grab the mossy, gravel, that, all that stuff looks good. So we're gonna need that to fix up this ground here. Now, dropping this down a little bit does create a little bit of an issue when it comes to the lighting, as far as the hidden lighting goes, but I still think it's a great idea. Remember, big shout out to Captain Keely Forever. It's an excellent idea. He came up with this one here. Full credit goes to you on this one. I'm going to definitely fix this up. I also have to replace the water down there because I don't want the fish getting like sucked down there. The fish will survive, but they really won't be very interesting to look as they're just squirming at the bottom like, help me! So all right, I gotta dig up I gotta dig up the ground here real quick, and then replace it all with those blocks that were just above it. I already completely forgot what they were, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Check it out. Okay, so like I didn't do just a gradual slope. It would have looked way too obvious to do just a constant slope going down like this. So I kind of made it a little change. I just changed up the terrain basically. So we do have some area down here where we can now put things like coral and stuff. I'm still gonna have to do the same thing around the spruce leaves to kind of hide these textures that are going on right here, because that sort of looks like crap. But we're gonna jazz this up. I still can't put things right in front of the glass. No, I actually can't. One of the ideas in the comment section was to put a bunch of kelp in front of it, because the kelp makes it look like there's no water there and you can just kind of see the fish. And although you definitely would be able to see the fish, it would look like they're flying. And it would also, if I did that across the entire front, would make it look like a kelp prison, which would have been a little weird. But I still can't do that even now, just because you can still see through the texture of the water, which is a little unfortunate. So right here, there's not going to be anything. However, that's okay. I can now put some stuff kind of in the middle where the main viewing area is, so it's not like the end of the world. However, before I get around to decorating, let's hop up here. I raised the water up a little bit also. Now, with the night vision going away, it's going to get a little dark over there, actually, I believe. Any second now, it's going to happen. Just you wait and see. There it is. Okay, so it's going to get a little dark over there. Now, you can see where it's lit up down the bottom, not so much on the back. I need to fix that. Right about now. Let's go grab some of these things. We're going to line the back of the aquarium, actually, with some of these things. Probably... Well, let's get down here and actually look. It's a little dark a few blocks up, so we can kind of eyeball this thing here. Let's see, the lighting... I can't have the lighting hidden throughout this whole thing, so it doesn't really matter where I put this. I'm going to try to evenly space this out the best I can on the back wall. Okay, that works out a little bit better. Definitely lights it up in there a little bit more as well. I hear a zombie walking around someplace. Might have a guest here in the zoo come wandering in and see its first exhibit. Me. But let me see here. If I put these things like right on the roof of this place also, that will probably light this place up pretty good, I'm thinking. I'm thinking that'll be a good spot for some of the lighting in this area. And I'll probably copy the same lighting pattern on the other side as well. In fact, because I'm going to need a really strong light up here as well, because there isn't going to be any lights on the ground. I mean, I could throw some on the side, I suppose, but there's not going to be any on the ground here. I just kind of spaced out these lights on top completely. Now, I do want to leave, because I'm not too sure if the dolphins are like Minecraft dolphins, where they absolutely need air. So what I'm going to do is I'm only going to fill the water up to 1 block lower here. So they'll have an air pocket to jump out still. I mean, they'll just bang their little snouts, snouts on the ceiling and go right back in. But it'll provide them air, and that's what's important. So that means I have to raise the water level up 1, 2, 3 more blocks. But before I do that, I'm going to actually hop down here and get to work on decorating up this place just a little bit. It is sunrise happening outside right now, which means that there is the possibility of some terrible things wandering in there. But this floor right here sucks. I need to fix it because it's just the bare bone basics. So I got to get some of the blocks down here that I need, and that all looks good. Okay, let's get to work on actually putting in a proper floor in here, something that kind of matches the other side a little bit. Okay, there's an interesting floor. It's like I said, there's a little bit of depth to it. It's not just a completely flat area, and it should allow me to put plenty of coral and stuff down here at the bottom. I do need the bat backpack desperately in my life, though, because I need to grab some of these spruce leaves. Oh, look at that. We do have a guest here. Hello? All right, get some of these spruce leaves here, because I need to hide some lighting down here as well. Actually, let's get the lighting back out. I put that away. Like a foolish person, I put that away. Because I need to get maybe right there. Maybe something else kind of up front here, right there. And then probably one right there. Trying to think about where I'm going to need the lighting. Maybe even right there. Okay, that should be pretty good for getting enough lighting in here to kind of make a difference. Let's remove that and put that there. You're going to definitely be able to see that. Hold on 1 second. That's not exactly where I want to place it. Right there. Put that there. Good. Got it. Okay, now let's put that back. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm going to have to do the same thing here by digging this straight down. Now this one, yeah, I could probably do 2 down also. Not the right block. Look at that, Minecraft professional right there. Hiding the lighting. Okay, that'll work. I got to do that to these 2, and then we can get around to actually putting water in here and actually filling this thing up. Do we have another guest? We do. Hi. My name's GReimer. I'll be the guy killing you today. Get out of here. I'm trying to fill up my aquarium. Okay, the water has been filled. Let's dive on in here, get that sweet night vision while we're in here. We're gonna have to jazz both of these areas up actually on both sides of this. All right, let's grab some coral. Let's grab some of this pretty colorful stuff. I like that. Let's grab. I can put this algae down, right? Is this a thing? I can. Okay, we're gonna definitely be doing that too. Remember, I had a hard time placing that last time, and I think it was because I was stupid. Let's grab the kelp. Maybe some of this pyropia. Sure, we're going to throw that in there too. A little bit of that. We got a lot of stuff. A lot of different coral that I can add in here. It's kind of bonkers how many different options I have. So, oh boy. Let's actually... Oh, I can't put backpacks inside backpacks. Let's start stashing some other stuff in here right now that I don't quite need, like tools even. I'll grab those things out of there in a little bit. Let's put the sea urchin in here. I don't know. I don't think... That doesn't hurt me, but I just want to make sure it doesn't hurt small fish too. So, okay. What other things can we put in here? That's another urchin. It looks cool, but maybe I'll just leave that out right now. Pink coral, sure, you're getting an all-access pass to the aquarium. The Amazon sword, I think, looks kind of cool. Doesn't hurt me. None of this stuff hurts me either. I threw out all the stuff that actually hurts me. Let's put the gun in there for right now. Let's see. What else can we throw in here? All right, I think I'm just going to have to stop with that because that's as much crap as I can fit in my inventory. Okay, so let's get the kelp put down first. Someplace where this can grow and not look terrible because... Let's put one back there because... and one I can't place down there. Ooh, in fact, hold on. I might have to move that thing. Oh, I don't have any room in my inventory. I might have to replace that one because I need to place something against that. Is there anything else I can place on that? I don't think there is. What about the seagrass type stuff? Nope, there's not. I have to replace that block because I have to cover up this texture issue right there. But I'll get to that in due time. Once I gotta figure out one more spot in my inventory here. Pickaxe. I'm gonna put you away for right now. And then I need the pickaxe. Dang it. Oh, that's not gonna work. Ugh. Bow, I guess. All right, we're gonna swap this one right here. Putting sand there, and then we'll put that right there. Perfect. Okay, that way I can at least, change that one out. Speaking of, all right, let's put that down there. And then maybe we'll put some more kelp right there as well. And then I got a colorful piece of coral there. Let's put a little bit of seagrass on that side. Perfect. Okay. I'm working on hiding these spruce leaf texture issues on the side first, and then we'll switch it up after that. Put one of these big bad boys in here. It's a large sea anemone, and then an anemone, and I think I had it right the first time. Anemone.
Okay, don't hurt yourself.
I think I got it. Put that down there. That looks weird because it's like translucent, but whatever. We're gonna keep it there. I think it looks just fine. Get a little bit of this glowing coral in here too. It doesn't actually glow, unfortunately, but I think it would look cool. Actually, I don't think it does. I have night vision on. Maybe it does. I'm not too sure. I guess we'll find out here in just a second. Let's put another anemone down right there. Nemo might not have been able to say it, but I sure can. Get some pink stuff in the back right there. Pink coral. Okay, we have another issue right here where there's a block. I gotta switch these two blocks right here. Let's pop that one out right like so. Put that right up there. Pop this one out here. Place and swim up and place. Okay, good. Now we can actually put something next to that. What do we got in here that's kind of fun? Brain coral? Sure. Put some of that Amazon river sword. Now, like I said, I don't think any of this stuff actually hurts the wildlife in here, which is good, because that's not really what I'm trying to do. In fact, quite the opposite, actually. But all right, we're going to need another piece of kelp growing in here somewhere, otherwise this is going to look very strange with only two pieces. Let's put one on the back right here. Okay, yeah, I think that'll look fine. Two on this side, one on that side. Asymmetry is your friend, people. Embrace it. Okay, I think that's probably good enough for over here. Now, there isn't any, like, ruins, like what we placed on the other side over there with, like, the stone bricks, and that's fine. Both sides of this aquarium don't have to be exactly the same. After all, I just said asymmetry is your friend. Embrace it. So, okay, I'm thinking that's probably good enough for this side. Let's hop on over here. Bloop, in the water we go. So this one needs a little bit of jazzing up too, including hiding the spruce leaves here again. So, kelp and kelp and kelp. Maybe you fit one more in here too, so they're not the same on both sides, you know, where there's like 3 kelp on this side and 3 kelp on the other side. Put one right back there too. Ooh, this is actually running the same problem with 2 on both sides. Let's get rid of that one. Symmetry. I just said some asymmetry is your friend, and here I am breaking that completely. Speaking of breaking completely, let's swap these blocks right here, because I can't put anything in the front there anyway. And kelp. There we go. 3 on this side, 1 on that side there. There's the asymmetry I was looking for. Okay, so now we can go ahead with some more of this weird translucent stuff. I wish I could put that on top of, like, stone. Oops, I placed it somewhere. Oh, no, I can't put it there. That's up against the glass. I wish I could put it against stone, but I can't. So I'm not going to complain too much about it, because otherwise I'll spend all night crying. So I'm going to just keep on pressing forward with putting the remaining coral anywhere that I can fit it. Check out the new and improved aquarium on this side. Okay, I'm thinking that looks way better. Again, big shout out to Captain Keeley over there for coming up with the idea for sloping the ground like that. I think that looks fantastic. Okay, I can finally get some room here because I can put a lot of this coral away. I think we're done. I didn't get even close to all of it put in there. But yeah, I ran out of room. But I got a lot of it put in, and that's all that really matters. Let's see if I can't squeeze this all back into this this backpack. Okay, now I think the only thing left to do, really, is to fill up the aquarium. I think that this has been very, very good for improving the aquarium. Your guys' suggestions, once again, killed it in the comments section. Thank you guys for all your inspiration with this stuff. It really helps out a lot. Let's fill this up, and let's see what we got for, like, a final product. All right, there we go. We got the water filled in. Like I said, I'm going to be leaving this top area open in the event that the dolphins actually do need air. I don't really know if the ZAWA dolphins need air or not. I'm not that well versed with it. I suppose I could probably reach out to someone on the development team and they could probably answer that, or I could just leave a space open. Think about just leaving the space open. Plus, that might light that up a little bit easier so you can see. How am I going to get out of here? Didn't even think about that. Not even a little bit. Is there anyone in here? I keep hearing, like, footsteps and stuff, and it makes me nervous. It's also nighttime out there, and creepers definitely be creeping. But can I do the trick? No, I can't. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I do the trick? Oh, no, I can't get out that way. Am I trapped in here forever and ever? Oh, I can do it right here. Hold on. Here we go. 5 chances. 1. Got it. All right, there we go. I got out. I escaped. I'm the best. All right. Whoa, this actually looks pretty cool. Oh, yeah. This is well, it's also night vision. Hold on. Let's let that wear off for a second. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. That's still pretty well lit. Okay, that's still pretty well lit. You can still see quite a bit of stuff. Maybe throwing lights on the sides. I'm not too sure. Actually, you know, it looks pretty good. I mean, I could probably throw like another set of lights up top here, maybe. Maybe some, well, not so hidden ones over there. You'd definitely be able to see them. But I'm thinking that this works out pretty good. Now, let me sleep real fast so that all the stuff, all the evil things out there burn up. And then I can look at this in peace. Uh-huh. Yep. Creepers be creeping. Look at this. As soon as I try to walk out the door, bam, there's somebody. Just shot him right across to this side over here. Ooh, good thing he didn't really see me. Ow, you mind? Get out of my zoo. What the heck just hit me? Did I just get hit by a last second shot? I think I got hit by a last second shot. Alright, so these mobs are annoying, but I know how to get rid of all of them. Just kind of leave the area and then come back. Go up here and say hello to the condor. Now, I don't think I actually added these guys. There's also wolves up here. And there's apparently some, what are those things? The Komodo dragons up here, too. How about that? Anyway, those things probably have despawned by now. Let's get back. The freedom of not having to worry about getting blown up. Okay, so this is the new aquarium. And I am going to be putting the dolphins in here. This is a much larger aquarium than what we had before. I'm not really a fan of how you can see the cobblestone sticking out of there, but hold on one second, we're not done yet. Let's grab some of this, and let's, it's not in there. Okay, let's grab dump chest, one of the miscellaneous ones. Here we go, let's grab some of that. Let's go back to the ground backpack. All this clicking, oh my gosh. Let's go ahead and grab a few blocks of this, because then we can actually smooth things out a little bit. And let's do a little bit of redesigning here, maybe just a little bit, to make this not look so terrible. Okay, I mean, it's not great still. It's still not the best, but it's starting to look better. Yeah, see, this looks kind of flat here, but it also kind of needs to be flat-ish. Although maybe, no, that looks a little too symmetrical running in here. I guess that's fine. All right, I'm thinking that's probably it. What do you guys think? Brand spanking new aquarium. I guess what you probably also need to know, in addition to the fish, remember, keep the fish names rolling in. I also need to name some dolphins. I wonder how many dolphins I have. You probably wonder how many dolphins I have. I've actually got a bunch. I've got a bunch of dolphins, but I'm going to limit it down to 4. We're going to put 4 of them in there. We're going to put 2 Amazon River dolphins, and we're going to put 2 bottlenose dolphins. So if you guys could, down in the comment section, please give me your best dolphin names, as well as your fish names, too. I have, 6 fish I'm going to be adding into that? However, given that we just increased the size of the aquarium by like 3 times what I currently had it, I might add a couple more. So give me your best fish names, and I'll sift through them, and I'll throw a bunch of fish in there. I don't even know how many. I got a lot of like kitchlid and salmon and stuff like that. Even a whole bunch of pufferfish too. I'll throw them all in there, don't you worry. We'll find a home for them. So, best fish names down in the comment section if you guys could. And I'm going to wrap this episode up here. I think we've done fine work. Thank you guys so much, once again, for all of your constructive criticism in the comment section. I love it. I love it. I love it because it gives me tons of inspiration. This episode would not have happened without you guys, actually. I was just going to leave it with that bland, boring aquarium. And you guys sparked my imagination. Actually, really, you just kind of shared your imagination. I'm just the builder. But alrighty guys, if you did enjoy this episode, please go down and smash that like button. And thank you all for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. I'll be back next week with more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. And before you go, the day of this recording and the day after is the day you're going to see this one. It's my son Oliver's birthday. Yeah, on Groundhog's Day. How about that? He turned 5 this year. Kind of mind-blowing. Happy birthday, Oliver, if you're watching this. I love you, bud. You are great. Alright, you guys. I'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Whoa. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. Hopefully you guys are all having a wonderful Friday. I'm still stuck at home with my knee kind of messed up, but it's getting better, and I hopefully can return to work soon, because not working sucks. So, alright. Thank you guys for tuning in today. We're sitting here in the aquarium that we built last week, and we have to fill it with all sorts of fishies and fun stuff. So, let's get back to doing some naming, huh? Let's just jump right into it. 10 things. 10. Hey, there's a Treba. 10 things. 10 things we have to name today. Okay, and you guys killed it in the naming in the comments section. Faceplant. You guys killed it in the comments section once again because over the last 2 episodes, actually, you guys could be submitting names, and you guys certainly did that. All right, we have 6 fish that we need to name, and we have 4 dolphins. So why don't we start with the dolphins? As always, I'd like to say that if I do not select your name, do not lose hope, do not lose faith, because we have still plenty of animals to name, and I will eventually get around to it. I just kind of pick them out sometimes randomly, sometimes the ones that make me chuckle, and sometimes from people who haven't submitted a name before. So, yeah, keep that in mind. All right, let's go and get to naming these things. The first one is going to be named Echo. All right, now Echo is an old Sega game from back in the day, Echo the Dolphin. And big shout out to Puppet Master 13 for naming this one Echo. For the second one, we got a couple of people requested. I actually named this one Flipper as well. Just like Flipper was the dolphin that died in last season when it impaled itself on a fence and suffocated to death. That was pretty brutal. It was also the second death at Wildwood, so it was really sad. However, because that one will forever live on, we're going to name this one Flipper 2. And for the third one, we're going to name this one Ollie. I kind of like it. It's a nice name. It's also the short version of my my son's name, Ollie. And big shout out to Pokemon Hindi Gaming Squad for that one. And I saved the best for last. Okay, this last one is going to be named Dolphin Lundgren. Or Dolph Lundgren for short. Big thank you. I'm so laughing. A big thank you out there to Tinnikin for naming that one. That's an excellent name for a dolphin. Or for a movie star, come to think of it. Like, kind of sounds like it would be a really good action movie star. Alright, thanks to the space that I have in my inventory, or lack thereof, we're going to go out and actually name these dolphins right away. And then we'll get around to naming the fishies. Now, I need to get back in there, don't I? Alright, we're going to do the old ender pearl trick. Works like a charm. It's like a door without having a door. It's going to be kind of a refreshing change of pace. These animals aren't going to be trying to kill me immediately. It's kind of nuts. Okay, let's get around to... I guess we'll release the Amazon River Dolphin first. We'll put it here on the glass because I don't want to accidentally suffocate it in the wall. So this one will be Echo. There you go. Echo is in the pen. Or in the aquarium. And he's getting some air. Okay, so it's good. Is it a he? What are we working with? Yeah, it is a he. Okay, so Echo is a dude. All right, for the next one, we're going to be putting down the next river dolphin. And this one's going to be Flipper 2, which makes sense because it was a river dolphin, actually. And Flipper 2, if I can click on it, man, fast, is a female. All right, don't you go impaling yourself on any fences now, you hear? Never forget. All right, laying down the first bottlenose dolphins here. This first one's going to be Ollie. There you go. Oop, Ollie. Get yourself some air. There you go. All right. And for the next one, this one will be Dolphin Lundgren. Got him. There you go. Bam. Dolphin Lundgren is a female in this one. All right. So there we go. We got our dolphins added. Now they got a decent amount of room to splash around in here. They can go up and down on either side as well. They got a lot of room up top, basically. So I think they'll do just fine. They're also going to probably poke through the glass, which is going to look a little creepy. Now, we do have more fish to name, and I kind of want to build a different aquarium for them. But I'm going to go ahead and name them now. And maybe we'll throw them in. Well, there's going to be a lot of fish in there. Never mind. We'll build another aquarium for them. Alright, I'm free. We'll build another aquarium for the other fish, and then we'll get around to naming them. We'll name them at the end of the episode here because I already got the names picked out because you guys submitted them. And most of you actually suggested that you'd rather see an aquarium in the ground rather than a new one on the side out here. So that's kind of interesting. So I guess we'll do that. Today we're going to work on the ground aquarium. First, I got to get my inventory in order because this sucks. This is not good. But then we're going to get some blocks together and we're going to start on this aquarium in the ground. Probably start by digging a hole. Alright, so all my hard work in designing this beautiful path here, all down the drain because we got to dig it up. I'm not really upset. This is an easy path to make. Alright, so we got to dig up all of this path here. Ooh, we got ghost blocks somewhere. Dig up all this path here, and then we can remove the stone in this area, and then we can get to actually figuring out what this aquarium is going to look like. Okay, so we got a little carved out section here. Now, I think what I'm going to do is I am going to bring this forward just a little bit like that. We're going to give ourselves a little bit of a rectangle to work with. Now, I don't plan on keeping it a rectangle, but for the purpose of building the tank, I want to make it a rectangle. So let's carve this thing down. I have to make sure I don't bust my way into the dolphin aquarium over there. That's not, these are not supposed to be mixed exhibits, because I'm pretty sure the dolphins would probably eat some of these fish. So I got to dig this down a few blocks. Again, I don't want to go too far because I want them to be able to see, I want the people up top to be able to see the fish, of course. And I have no idea how this is going to look from the top down, because remember, water looks different from the top down, so this might be a bad idea all around, but we're going to go with it. Creepers be creeping. I saw one on the radar there. Yep, I saw you. Okay, I guess it's actually, as long as it's lit up properly, I don't think it's going to be too difficult to see them in the water from the top down. I'm just looking at the river over here. This is, of course, outside lighting, so maybe it'll work. And on top of all that, I still have a little bit of leftover white concrete from making the other aquarium, so I can probably get away with adding that in the walls here. Might have to go make a little bit more. Okay, I know it's not super impressive because it's just kind of a box, but that's how it's going to start. We have to actually do that up the ground now, similar to how we did in the other aquariums. Of course, we're going to have to wait until we get the water in there before we can add the aquatic plant life. But I want to do something similar in a sense, like I want to put like a little bit of terrain difference or depth to this a little bit, you know, so it's not just the same all the way around. Plus, we can probably jazz this up a little bit better since we do have more room to work with. But I do want it to end, the ground to end like basically right here. Now I can dip down in certain areas and we'll work with that. I still have some white concrete, so I can use that. I can, like I said, I can always go make more. It's not a big deal. But we do need to get some blocks out for the ground itself. So backpack, don't let me down now. All right, so that's not a lot. I think I actually squirted some into this backpack just not too long ago. There we go. There's some more right there. All right, there's some coarse dirt. We're going to definitely be adding that. As well as sand, I'm thinking would make sense for down here, because this is going to be kind of like the bottom of the ocean, or at least the shore of the ocean. Shore of really anything where the fish might be swimming in. What other blocks can we use then? Let's see, what did I throw on the ground blocks here? Something that we can use for under here. We could actually get away with using some of the sandy dirt even to kind of mix in with it, I think, as well as gravel. This gunpowder can go in there. And then mud blocks would probably be a good idea as well. I think I put those... Did I use all of them? I might have used all of them. I might have to go grab more of those. Nope, not entirely. Brown terracotta, that's what I was looking for. So the brown terracotta is what I use for mud. In case you guys have never seen this series before, I use them that way because the animals get stuck in mud. And here underwater, it really doesn't matter. So, yeah, underwater, the fish, I don't think are going to get stuck in mud blocks, but you can't really tell the difference from with the water in the way anyway. All right, so now we have to create a kind of a terrain change in here a little bit. Something, actually, hold on, I don't want to be going too ham with the mud blocks. It's probably better to do this with, like, coarse dirt. We'll have to kind of sprinkle this in almost like a mosaic of stuff as we go here. We'll raise a little bit up on this side, or on both sides, kind of like a little diagonal. Kind of like that. And then we'll raise this up over here as well. Sandy stuff, and then it kind of blends into the dirt actually itself, right? Which I kind of get a kick out of. I think that's going to look really cool. Like that. All right. And then we're going to have to replace all of this with the white concrete here, because it's going to drop down one right here. Just like so. All right, yeah. So the sides of the tank have been carried downward. Now we have to dig this floor up one more block down, and we have to replace all of this. Okay, there we go. We got the floor put in completely now. I think that'll look pretty good once we start getting it buried underwater. Oh, and that's where the fun begins now. Okay, so once we get underwater, we can start worrying about like the decorating and all that other jazz here. We can start figuring out where we can squeeze decorations and what else we can do. Let's just squirt all of this into here right now just to get it out of our inventory. And we need a bucket. We need a simple bucket to get this started. All right, ta-da! We are underwater. Now, I think we're going to have to get to doing some little bit of decorating. Okay, not much, but there's one thing I wouldn't mind putting in here. If I can find the big red backpack. There it is, the wood one. All right, let's put... do I have any of the things I'm looking for, actually? I'm looking for dead wood, actually. I don't think I have any, but I do know where I could get some. If I remember correctly, there is a... like kind of like a swampy land to the southeast of spawn that has the dead oak leaves, and I wonder if dead oak leaves give me dead wood. If not, I might be able to check the shrubland, which I'm kind of going past. Might as well just dip down there and see if I can spot him as I go. Look at that toucan just dive bombing into the quicksand. That was awesome. Here's the shrubland. I can't remember where deadwood is actually found. It doesn't look like it's found in the shrubland either. Alright, I'll head over to that swamp, check there. If not there, I have one other location I can think of that might have deadwood in it. Don't mind the elephants just chilling on top of the trees. I'm sure that's perfectly normal. In fact, they seem like perfectly normal doing it. Alright, right here's what I was thinking, but this kind of looks like oak wood, not gonna lie. Yeah, that looks like an oak tree. Okay, so these are the dead leaves, dead oak leaves. Yeah, dead leaves, but these do not drop dead wood. Where am I gonna find that? Is there such a thing? Oh, there's leopards right there. I might want to watch out. Is there such a thing as like a dead forest? Because I'd probably be able to find one there. Let's take the nature's compass out real quick. This is kind of funny because this is like for such a simple thing, like yeah, dead forest right there. Am I standing in it? Hold on, wait. Am I standing in it? No, I'm standing in a fen. Okay. Let's start the search. There's also a dead swamp. Interesting. Start search. Where is it? It's 2,300 blocks that way. Let's go. Ah, yes. There it is. Right there. That's what I'm looking for. Let's hit the brakes right here. Hopefully there's no terrible animals around here that's going to murder my face. This tree. This is what I was looking for. Could I probably pick a different tree to use for this? Yeah, but I just wanted this one. So I should probably grab a couple of pieces of this since I'm out here. Mind the thorns, because those things will probably hurt. I think this is a new area that I haven't really spent much time in, which means I could find a couple of the animals I'm missing. I believe it's still the giant salamander, and I think it's a polar bear, which I did cross over some frozen areas, so it's entirely possible I could find a polar bear there. You're not a giant salamander, you're a Komodo dragon. There really weren't many dead trees here, and this is a small little biome, so I kind of got lucky that I even got what I got, and what I got is 29 logs. That's more than enough. Okay, let's start heading back, keeping our eyes peeled for a polar bear or something. There's a bear, not a polar bear, though. Oh, looky. Looky here, I take it this is the dead swamp. Yeah, dead swamp. I was just flying past this on the way back, and oh, look, there's more dead logs right here. How about that? There's also some gorillas here. Nifty. We already have those. I don't really need them, but it's kind of cool that they're here. Trying to keep my distance from the gorillas here. They probably are not going to be happy with me if I get too close with them, or to them. But I do want to collect a couple of these pieces of wood, and then we'll skedaddle again. I don't plan on using dead wood a lot anyway, so it's not a big deal. In fact, I really didn't even need it for this. Rocket Inc., how's it going? Man, you've never looked so bad. Alright, we are coming back into the zoo now, getting ready to do some more building now that we have this dead wood. Super important block, couldn't have gotten around it no matter what. I had to use this one for sure. That's not true at all. We could have probably used just spruce or something like that and gotten away with it just fine, or pine. But alright, we got over a stack of dead wood now. We only need like a few blocks really. I want to put a fallen log in here, and I wouldn't mind actually having it kind of like sunken into the ground a little bit, like that, and then maybe having it come up like this. Actually gives a little, the fish a little something to actually hide behind if they should so choose to do so. That was too many. I did not mean to do that. I forgot about the haste down here. Should they choose to do that, you know. There we go. Okay, so we have an actual like log in here that they can kind of hide underneath and behind, and I know that will probably block a little bit of the view from some people, but that's fine. It's not really a big deal. They should have a place to kind of hide under because, I mean, they're fish. They like to do that. Okay, now that we got that out of the way, though, we can start with the foliage. First off, let's get the bat backpack out here, and we're going to grab some of these spruce leaves. We're going to have to hide a little bit of lighting down here because once we do cover this up with glass and everything, it's going to probably look pretty bad. So some of this is going to have some lighting in it, and yeah, it's probably going to be visible considering it's from directly up top. But let's knock out what we can. We're also going to need to have blocks to kind of make that work, too. Let's see, where's the ground backpack again? I totally lost it for a second. Let's grab some sand out of here because when we dig this down, it's going to drop down. We'll replace that right away, and that'll be fine because we'll hide the glowstone right here. Well, not hide, like I said, it's going to be pretty visible. But we'll do something like that just to kind of make sure that nobody can see it. Now, I believe, yeah, it's still going to have the ugly looking things here if we do it that way. Maybe we'll leave those out of it, and we'll just line the bottom of this with a little bit of, like, looks like kind of like pond sludge or something at the, at the bottom. And hopefully that'll light this place up enough that people will be able to see what's going on. Okay, now I suppose I could actually get away with putting some of these things in here sticking up, considering that I'm going to be putting a lot of like other details in here. But I'm trying to make this. I know some of these fish, like the puffer fish and stuff, probably do want to exist in more of a tropical area, and I can add a little detail to that. But I'm tempted to make this one less tropical and more like a bottom of a lake. I don't know if that's even a good idea, but that's kind of what I'm thinking. See, I can't actually go any farther than 1 block out of the ground, because otherwise I'm going to run into the issue with not being able to place something to cover up the mess, basically, that's left behind by this water graphic. So if I do that, now I'm going to have to put it on all sides there. So maybe this one I can get away with it sticking up just a little bit, and not here though, because if it has something I can't place foliage on, I can't place a block there. There's not really any good spots for this stuff here. Honestly, maybe like right here might be the best one. Okay, that might be good enough. Now, let's go bust into the plants backpack real fast here. Oh, not plants. We need the flowers backpack. That's where I hid all this stuff. Let's get the kelp out for sure. Seagrass, sure. There is some other thing, like the Amazon sword, I think is what this stuff is called. It looks pretty good. And then the algae for sure. Okay, let's see what we can do with this to make it look not terrible. Sounds like we have company around here. Alright, so what do you guys think? This is kind of looking not so bad, right? I think that's looking pretty good. Can't really fit algae there. I don't need to cover the entire ground of this with this stuff, but I'm thinking this looks alright. This looks kind of like the bottom of a lake. Actually, I think this turned out better than the dolphin aquariums, to be honest. On the sides of them, anyway. I think that's really all I want to do in here, too. Now, this kelp that I do have planted, there's a couple of bits of it here. That'll grow. And that's fine. Let's drop another one like right there. That'll grow, and I think that'll look pretty good when it does. All right, I think we're done with the tank already. That was pretty good, pretty quick and easy. I like it. Now let's put all the blocks back, and then we're gonna work on covering this up. Now I don't just want to put a layer of glass across it and call it a day. I want to do a little bit something other than that. Real quick here, what does this look like when the night vision wears off? Can I actually see in there? Actually, it's not too bad. It's actually not too bad. It might not look that great on YouTube, but it's not too bad in my vision here. That's better than what I thought it was going to be as far as brightness. Now, I could actually get away with hiding some lighting on the walls, which I might do. In fact, I'm probably going to do by putting it here, because I don't intend on having this be a rectangle, okay? I actually intend on having like the stone kind of curve in a little bit on parts of this. Maybe make like a S kind of snake pattern or whatever on it, so that you can see down into the ground. Kind of think about doing something like that. So I could actually get away with putting lights on the side up top high so that it hides them later. Or at least, for the most part, hides them later. You're probably still going to be able to see them from a certain angle. Yeah, actually, I think I'm going to do that. Now, how bright is it once the night vision wears off? Yeah, it definitely brightened it up a little bit. Got the glowstone on the side over there. Okay, let's grab some smooth stone here. We're going to have to hide this glowstone now. Best we can. Like I said, it's not going to be perfect, and I don't intend on making it perfect by any means. It's okay if it's a little off, you know. But I want to make it kind of look like this is like a fissure, kind of carved into the ground here. See, actually, this is looking pretty good already. So it's not rectangular, is what I'm going for, really. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. Now let's grab the ground blocks here, and what we're going to do is we're going to actually use some stair blocks for once, to create something like this on the sides, and maybe like that. There we go. And now we can take our glass backpack. Where's my glass backpack? Is that this one? I keep like not being able to see that. Oh, I am out of glass. Hold on. I gotta go grab some more glass. All right, we don't actually have a lot of glass cooked up. We have a few stacks, but we're all out of it in here, which is kind of freaky because usually I have a lot of that saved up. So I've been going through glass quite a bit. And I would like to just go over here and take the sand and just yeet it in there real quick, but actually, yeah, we do have some stacks we can throw in there. Let's just do that for right now. Get some glass cooked up. I gotta go dig up more sand, that means. There's a thing about Minecraft, you're always resource collecting. Okay, now that we actually have our glass, let's go ahead and actually add this into here. We're gonna do it right here, level with the ground. And that way people can walk right over this thing and look down and see the fish. Now, how I'm gonna get out of this one is not gonna work with it's not gonna work with the ender pearl, is it? I'm not gonna be able to get out of here this way. But see this, like I said, you're still gonna be able to see like some lighting there. It's not a perfect way of hiding it. You can see it right here too. I wasn't really trying to make it perfect for hiding it. If I was, no, like there's really no way. There's really no way to hide it effectively, I don't think. I mean, it'd start looking weird no matter what. But look at that. That actually looks pretty cool. For the in the ground there, I think it looks really cool. For a mine shaft turned aquarium, this isn't too bad. Okay, now one last thing that we need to do to this area, aside from adding the fish, is we need to actually pretty this up a little bit. Now the ceiling is fine because obviously there's an aquarium up there and people need to be able to see the dolphins swimming all over the place, and they are going nuts. Have been the entire time I've been building over here. But I do want to actually kind of pretty this area up here too, just a little bit. So it's not what you'd call a pristine viewing area. Like, I want to make it look like this is actually part of the cave as well. Something like that. You know, just little details like that kind of sprinkled throughout here just to kind of make it look like this is actually part of the cave as well. This is actually... This idea I had for turning the mine shaft into an aquarium was a pretty boring one at first, and thanks to you guys offering these suggestions, this has turned into a crazy cool build. I'm actually liking this a lot. Alright, so let's get to work on actually putting in all of the stuff in here to make this look more like an actual mine. Let's go ahead and remove that. Like something like that. There we go. Now, it is going to get a little dark in here because all the torches, like this torch has got to go. So I am going to have to worry about like lighting in here maybe. Maybe. Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know what else I can add really. Let's pull out the squid backpack and actually see if we still have some of these bad boys in there. All right, let's knock this thing off here. And we'll put that up high like that so that people don't clonk their head on it. Put one on the outside right there. Now, like I said, the lighting in here is going to be a little tricky. I wonder if I can get away with adding an additional support without making it look terrible. I mean, it's not too bad, actually. It doesn't really match with the actual supports going on here, but like a little side support there, I think looks just fine. It helps explain the whole how this area is held up a little bit better. And I could probably match it over here too, kind of give it not quite symmetry, but a little extra support to this area without it being so structured like what these ones are. Except for actually kind of plan on doing a little bit of something to this right now, actually. Now, this is not going to be an exhibit because we don't really need one now that we have all the area for the fish here. But the mine shaft would have continued on this way. And I was thinking about putting a little bit of mining decorations here just to kind of make it look kind of like the rest of the zoo. Okay, something kind of like that. I just kind of whipped this up real fast, so hopefully that kind of looks good. Like, it's the end of the mine shaft. I just dug in just a little bit. There's some supplies over here. Now, I do want to continue... Where's the big red one? I do want to continue that kind of design thing with the boxes and stuff kind of along here periodically as well. Maybe even, like, one right here. Now, I know that this blocks some of the exhibit, and that's okay. Like, something like that. That's fine. That way people get the idea that this is actually still part of the mining area. Yeah, I kind of like it. Okay, this is really coming together nicely. Oh, it's nighttime. Creepers be creeping. I should probably take a nap. All right, there we go. I think that's it. I think that's the final product. What do you guys think? Does this kind of look like a mine shaft turned aquarium? This actually looks a lot better than when I first started and what I first had in mind. You guys really did inspire me on this one. This whole tunnel right here, dedicated completely to you guys in the comment section. That is awesome. In fact, I really do agree. I was skeptical about the aquarium in the floor, but I'm starting to like that now. However, we're not completely done, actually. As far as building we're not completely done because we still have some fish to name. Faceplant. All right, we have had a lot of submissions for the fish names since it's been spanning the course of a couple episodes. So thank you to everybody who submitted a name. If I did not pick yours, please keep trying. I only had 6 fish to name, so I can only name so many of them. Now, the most requested name was for us to name the clownfish Nemo. And I'm trying to think, did we name it Nemo last season? I can't really remember. If we did, it looks... Ooh, cap locks. If we did, then it looks like we're naming it Nemo again this season. Because that was requested by Nickel Plays, Lewis, and Matt Myers. Okay, so that's the clownfish. I guess the blue fish is going to be named Gil Gates version 2.0. All right. Big shout out to Lewis also, who suggested that we should rename the fish Gil Gates, despite the fact that we lost one this season already named Gil Gates. I just added the version 2.0 in at the end of it. All right, now we have a puffer fish that we are going to be naming, and Sakana suggested that we name this one Puff Daddy. And I love it. Now, some of the other fish, not specific for any type of them, so these names can be interchanged with any fish that are remaining. But we're going to name one Unagi.
Unagi.
Okay, that is a type of salmon,
Isn't that a kind of sushi? Yeah, it is. It is. It's freshwater eel.
And it was suggested by Peter, my anvil broke. Like it never happened. Okay, and for the fourth or fifth fish here, we're going to name this one Tatsugiri. I think that's how you say it. That is apparently a Pokemon in the new games that are out now for the Switch. I have not played them yet, and it's on my to-do list. But playing Pokemon is something that it takes a lot of time. Something that I am in desperate need of, actually. So I might not get to it right away. But apparently that is a Pokemon in the new Pokemon games. And thank you to Kendall Stout and Pauline Minot for both suggesting that one. And then I saved the best for last again. Puppet Master 13, once again killing it with the names these past 2 weeks here. This one is going to be named Dakota Finning. That's, of course, a play on words off the actress Dakota Fanning. But Dakota Finning because, it's a fish. Fins. Thank you, Puppet Master 13, for suggesting that name. It's an excellent one for a fish. Okay, so getting out of here is going to be a little tricky, but I'm sure I'll figure out a way. Let's just bust a hole in this right here so we can just jump on in. And also placing these is going to be a little bit tricky because we don't have a whole lot of room in here. All right, so the first one's going to be Nemo, and that's going to be the clownfish. We're going to start in the corner here, and hopefully we'll be able to get him. There it is. Bam, Nemo has been added to the aquarium. Enjoy your time here at Cerro Gordo. All right, so the next one is the bluefish, and that is going to be Gil Gates version 2.0. Bam, there it is. Bam. Gil Gates version 2.0. He lives again. Ha ha ha. Now, the third one's going to be the pufferfish. Now, this is not the Minecraft pufferfish, so I don't think this will poison me, actually, but it looks cool. Let's actually put that to the test, because yeah, okay, no, it doesn't poison me. It's actually part of the ZAWA mod. So that's not one that's going to poison me, but Puff Daddy is now in the aquarium. All right, so it looks like Kitchlid is going to be named Unagi. All right, there you go. Unagi.
Unagi.
It actually does kind of look like a kind of a cool name for that guy, too. He does not seem very interested in swimming around. He's more like the boss of this aquarium, just chillaxing. Unagi.
Unagi.
All right, so Tatsugiri is going to be the Sakai salmon, who just took off immediately, but I got him. There it is. Tatsugiri has been named. Is in the aquarium now, and that only leaves one more, and that is the Marine Tang, who's going to be named Dakota Finning. Now these guys are starting to crowd over here, so I gotta do this quick. Got it. Bam. There it is. The Tang is in the aquarium, and Dakota Finning is in place. All right, that means all the fish have been added. I could add more. I mean, I got more of each kind of these, like these are all just the individual ones. But I think that's probably pretty good for this size aquarium. I don't want to overdo it. Now, as far as escaping this place, I'm thinking what my best chances is to kind of swim up here and go yeet. There we go. I am out. Now, I didn't leave it behind a mite, did I? Because those fish will rip that apart. They eat bugs, don't they? Or at least a lot of them do, I'm sure. Plug that back up. Voila. We have the fish in the aquarium. And now that the night vision has wore off, you can actually see how well they're visible. There's Unagi, just like chillaxing in there. He is not in any kind of rush. I love that guy. But yeah, the rest of them are all swimming around like crazy. But yeah, you can definitely see them. So that actually worked out really well. And I think that's going to wrap it up for this week's episode of ZAWA for you guys. Now, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you did, be sure to hit that like button before you go. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful weekend. And if you haven't, check out the Hogwarts Legacy game that I'm playing. Check out those live streams because that game is nuts. It is extremely beautiful. Like, if you go watch it, just all over the sites. I mean, yeah, I've ran into some bugs, and yeah, there's some FPS issues in some spots. But man, it is a lot of fun. So go check it out. I've had a blast doing live streams on that so far. I'm going to probably continue doing that until I beat the game at least. So, alrighty guys, thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. I will be back next week. Thank you all for watching. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from ZAWA, here at the Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more work on the zoo itself. for your eyeballs and your holes to enjoy. Last week we did the whole aquarium that you're seeing around me right now with the dolphins swimming all over the place and the fish swimming underneath me. It's a lot of fun, a lot of progress. We've been spending a lot of time doing dolphin stuff and fish stuff and aquarium stuff, and I kind of want to take a little bit of a break of that, at least just for like a week, you know? I want to go step outside my my aquarium here and actually go do something else other than being stuck in this cave. So I think it's a good time to go back to the big cats exhibit and do a little bit of work over there. As you can see, we have a lot of space. Hey, Treba, we have a lot of space over here that that still needs to be done here in the large cats exhibit. We have our tigers put in place. We have our lions put in place. We have hop over here. Our ocelots put in place somewhere. There they are, right there. Bam. There's one right there, hiding behind that poppy. But we don't have our leopards or our, what's the other one? The panthers, right? Like the jungle cats, the jaguars. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, we don't have our leopards or our jaguars put in place yet. So I think this is kind of a smaller exhibit. I'm probably gonna put the leopards back here, and we'll put the jaguars over there. Yeah. Now, while I'm building this exhibit, I have to keep in mind that there's this piece of glass right here, and that piece of glass is actually part of the iron farm. So I'm gonna have to somehow build this exhibit and not remove this. I don't know. I'll get creative on that. But first, it all starts with actually carving out the entranceway to this, or the front viewing area for this. Where the torch line is kind of roughly where it's going to be, and it doesn't have to follow it to a T. I can actually kind of bring this out just a little bit to give myself a little bit more room right here. But I do need to keep a path over here to my super secret, not so secret hidey spot right there, so that I can get back to it. So let's just kind of carve this out roughly. It is still pretty much hollow underneath here. And we'll make it bow out just a little bit more than what I initially had it. And we'll have it go to right there. That'll give the panthers a little bit more room. Or not panthers. They, is that what it is? It's jaguars. That's what I'm talking about. The leopards. Wow, man, my brain is not working today. The leopards will have a little bit more room to kind of move around in here then. So I got to dig out the rest of this here, and then we can get to work on putting in the walls. You know the routine. You guys have seen these exhibits built before. Putting in the walls in this place so that we can actually get around to doing a little bit of decorating. It's going to take a lot of digging, though. In fact, I'm going to have to kind of jazz this up a little bit. This is another thing that I had to build because to hide these glass pieces right here. So I'm going to have to get a little fancy right here to try to hide that. But I'll make it work. Get out of here, zombie. Get out of here. The zoo is closed. At the moment, anyway. Alright, so we got this hole dug out over here, and it's kind of rough cut into here right now. I still got to fix up a couple spots of it. But I noticed something right here as I was digging it out. We also got the cobblestone wall put in the back here. This is the iron farm. Yeah, that's the iron farm right there. As the villagers in it would say, So I can't exactly dig that out right there. So I dug a little bit of a mini cavern kind of thing dug out over here. Now, I don't think leopards are... I don't think leopards are, like, cave dwelling. So I'm not going to, like, dig out a full-on cave for them. But it's like a little overhang right there. Something to give them a little shelter in case it's raining or something. But right here, I'm going to have to actually build the land up. Because I'm not going to be able to just leave this open, obviously. So, ground backpack, where are you? I need you desperately in my life. I need some stone. And what we're going to do is we're going to fill in... Well, I guess maybe I need some grass more so than anything. Ground backpack, come back. I'm not done with you yet. We're going to need some grass here, and what we're going to need to do is fill in this for sure. Because I can't be having that exposed. So we're going to have to raise the elevation here, and maybe I'll have it dip down like right in front actually a little bit. And so that way I'll be kind of like medium level, higher level, and then low level in the front. And I don't want to drown the leopards, so I might leave the water feature out of it, although I'm pretty sure they can swim just fine. Because I want to put like a waterfall or something in here, like a little bit of flowing river or something, but I'm worried that they will die because I keep having an issue, well, I have issues in the past of animals not making it whenever I put water features in here. So maybe I'll just, I'll give them a pond. I'll give them a pond because they won't drown in a pond, but a river, there's technically when the water flows down one block, there's like that 2-block opening right, or 2-block high thing of water, and knowing my luck, the leopards will just swim right into that. and then they'll be gone. So, what if we, I gotta change this over to stone. I think I hid the glass piece back here pretty good. Like, it's definitely not something you would notice. I also blended a little bit into the terrain up here, which I still gotta do a little bit over there as well. And this part as well has, like, glass openings for the iron farm in it. So this kind of blended in to make it look kind of interesting. A little bit of an overhang also right here. The shape of the exhibit I'm actually kind of thrilled with. The size, I wish it was a little bit bigger for the leopards, but real estate is kind of an important thing right now here in the zoo, because if you look at the map, I mean, there's not a lot of space left. So I can't really give them any more space. That's why I dug this out also, because I wanted to give them more space, because it was ending right here, and I was like, that's a tiny exhibit. So I gave them, you know, like a few more blocks this way. But I got to do a little bit of terraforming still over here to get the shape of this correct, as well as make sure that I have the iron farm completely covered, because wouldn't that be interesting if all of a sudden I came over here and peeked in here and there's an iron golem in it? That'd be awkward. Okay, that's looking a lot better. I still didn't fix ground backpack. Where are you? Give me the blocks. I need these things. I still didn't fix this right here. Hop. Ugh. I gotta get up here. Still didn't fix this right here. This looks like terrible stuff. I've been focusing so hard on the ground below that I didn't bother looking up. But that should look a lot better. There we go. Okay, yeah, that's looking better. Now, this shape that I got here looks pretty good, actually. I'm liking it. I also blended in a little bit of like the grass on into the stone over here. We still have a lot of detailing to do on the ground, so we're not even close to done yet. But as far as the shape of the exhibit, I'm thinking this is pretty good. Finished the wall also, so that's all done and ready to go. Added a little bit of mossy cobblestone, because right down here, I kind of want to put like a little bit of a little pond, a mini pond, just one deep, because I don't really feel like drowning these things. So, and it doesn't have to be too much water, just a little bit of something for them to come get a drink of water from. Really, that's probably, yeah. Let's bring it out to like right there, maybe. Yeah, that's pretty good right there. Okay, we'll put a little pond in here, something for them to get a little drink of water from. Nothing too much. Now, obviously, cats don't really like water too much, so this is simply going to be like a drinking pond. Now, leopards, I believe, live in like the forests primarily. I think they live in kind of forests. Hold on, I gotta look that up real fast. Okay, yeah, southeastern Russia and like north, what do they call it? Northern China is kind of roughly where these things reside, and it's primarily in the forest areas. So they're adapted to snowfall also, so it looks like this is Amur leopards specifically. I guess they're like the most critically endangered of all the leopards too, so I kind of want to make sure I get them here in the zoo. But yeah, they live primarily in the forest, so I was correct about that. And it looks like, judging from the pictures that they have of them in the wild, at least, it is purely like woods. Actually, is where they reside. So, so we'll go for more of a woodland-themed exhibit here then. But I do want to make sure, like I said, give them a little bit of water. So we're gonna jazz up the bottom of this pond real quick. All right, there we go. That's looking pretty good for the bottom of a small little pond. Let's go ahead and grab ourselves, if I can get the right backpack out here, grab ourselves, oops, just yeeted that right into the water. A little bit extra water so we can throw it in here. Like so. Okay, there we go. They got themselves a drinking pond. We're good there. Now, we got to get to putting in, or doing the landscape around here a little bit, obviously. I don't need to put any green concrete powder because I think grass is good enough for a forest biome. But what we should do is look in the backpack. We should probably grab some podzol out of here, I'm thinking. Definitely going to need more coarse dirt than what we have there. We got a little bit of gravel. What do I got in the ground backpack? Do I have anything good? I just cleaned out my backpacks too, so I tried to organize them a little bit, so now I'm probably not going to have enough blocks to do what I want. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a little bit of extra coarse dirt, because we're going to need that. We got enough gravel, podzol, coarse dirt, and path blocks, I think, are all that's really going to be needed for this. Maybe a little bit of stone piles here or there, just kind of blend in with the cliff edges here. So apparently they can kind of go a little bit into mountainy areas, but not so much. They reside primarily in the forests, so this being on the edge of a mountainside kind of makes sense a little bit. But let's get around to adding some coarse dirt first, and then we'll move on to doing the rest of the blocks for the ground. Okay, with the coarse dirt put in, it is time to start adding in a little bit of gravel. And the gravel in this area, I do want to be actually kind of sparse. It's the podzol that I want to add in a little bit more heavily. So I'm going to just kind of lightly sprinkle this in, and then we'll put the podzol in. I don't think I can put gravel right there. Might have to get creative. Now, regarding this cave back here, actually, I'm going to want to change up a couple of the blocks not cave really, the overhang. I'm gonna want to change over a couple of blocks in here as well to gravel, and also sprinkle in some coarse dirt in here. I'm gonna have to make this kind of like a path, like how I do with the paths through the rest of the zoo. So I don't want to just ignore this over here completely, because just a plain stone is kind of blah. Okay, that's probably enough gravel. Like I said, I really didn't need a whole lot of it put in here. But now let's go ahead and layer in a lot of the podzol, because I'm thinking that this is what's going to make it look more like a forest, actually. And then we're going to put the path blocks in, and the ground will be officially done. Okay, I'm thinking that's pretty good. That's pretty good for the floor. Now, we haven't put the path blocks in yet, so I got to do that still. But I'm thinking that this is looking pretty good for a Amur leopard exhibit as far as the ground. We're looking for a forest-like ground. That's kind of what we're aiming for here. Okay, with the ground done, we can now move on to like the plants and vegetation and other decorations here in the exhibit. Now, this is definitely something that needs to be looking like a forest, so it's going to need trees. I'm just trying to decide, do I have enough room here to actually put some of the biomes of plenty trees, or does this have to be custom ones? Because there's not a lot of room here. There's not a lot of room here, and usually custom trees I can fit exactly to where I want them to be. I'm thinking maybe spruce trees in this area might look best, given what, and I don't think I can fit more than one in here, to be honest. Like, if I put 2 trees in here, regardless of what kind they are, you're not gonna be able to see the leopards at all. So I'm thinking, actually, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do some custom trees, but we're gonna do one big and one small, or one big in air quotes and one small. So let's get some spruce wood out here. And I'll design something. This is probably going to look like the Nightmare Before Christmas kind of scraggly looking tree, but it's going to lean over a little bit towards the viewing area, diagonal a little, and then we'll put another one in somewhere like right down here, just a little one as well. And let's see how this turns out. First, it's going to come down to me just designing kind of like the trunk of the thing, and that's always kind of fun because I just kind of spam blocks to try to get this to look somewhat decent. Okay, so that definitely looks like a scraggly tree. In fact, I think that the leaves should probably go a little bit farther down the trunk. The problem is, of course, is that I don't want the leopards to be able to climb up on it, so we might just leave it just like that. Just like that. Now, once we add bushes and shrubs and stuff down the bottom, it won't look as noticeable, so that's just kind of the beginning parts. I also am running a little low on spruce leaves, so I'm going to have to go collect more of those. I used too many of them, it would seem, to make the Christmas tree during that live stream. So, in case you guys don't know what that is, there's actually a Christmas tree to the north of here on the iceberg. But yeah, it's a little scraggly tree. It looks a little weird from down here, actually, but I'm thinking it'll be just fine. Now, I do have to design the other tree, the smaller one, kind of jutting out from right back here as well. So let me get the trunk put down, and then we'll see what we can come up with. Okay, with 8 spruce leaves left to go, we got that little rinky-dink thing. Alright, so it's not supposed to be a very large tree. It's supposed to be more like just a little sapling for the most part. Just a little something poking out of the ground there. In fact, I might even take off that little bit down at the bottom right there. Because, yeah, hold on, let's work this a little bit here. Like I said, it's not supposed to be much. In fact, I think that's probably gonna be good. This uneven terrain that I designed so masterfully is being a real problem when it comes to getting around and actually looking at this from different angles, but I'm thinking that's probably gonna be pretty good for a custom tree in here. However, we do need to do a little bit more detailing to it. Bad backpack, where are you desperately? I need you in my life. We also need the squid backpack in our life here too. We don't have any spruce tree or spruce fences. Well, we can fix that real quick. It's some super simple detailing, but I'm thinking that'll add a little bit of extra realism to the trees by hiding. I put a couple of actually spruce fences up in the leaves up there. Now, you're not really going to be able to see them from the front, except for maybe this one on the side here. You'll probably be able to see that. But just a little extra detailing like that, I think, goes a long way. Bat backpack, you can actually hold on to these remaining fences here. I don't really need them. And, squid backpack, my bad. Bat backpack, you can hold on to the leaf block. That I definitely don't need. We still need a little bit of detailing on, let's see, it's going to be the wood backpack this is going to be in if I have any. We're going to need some slabs that kind of roughly match the spruce wood, but honestly, I don't know if I have anything other than actual spruce wood. So let's go ahead and actually make a couple of them. And then we'll dot them in on this to kind of smooth out the tree a little bit, adding like the roots and stuff made out of them. Something like right there. That needs to be changed over. That's not good. Yeah. And spruce wood, I need you. Where are you? Give me some spruce wood. Got it. All right. And then yeah, we're going to add in a couple more slabs along these trees to kind of make them look a little bit more custom, and then we'll finally be able to get on to doing the rest of the exhibit. Okay, custom spruce trees have been added. Now, I guess we're down to vegetation now, aren't you? So we need to put all these other backpacks away. We need to grab the plants backpack. What do we got in here that could make it look a little bit more like an actual forest? I'm thinking cattails around the water look pretty good. Let's put those just kind of along that one side. Yeah, we'll put one right there too. All right, cattails along the water should look pretty good. We could actually hide some roots in this overhang right here, I suppose. It's entirely possible if we just kind of remove something like that. Ew, bird poop block. Ew. Is that really the only spot? That might be the only spot we can actually do this. That's okay. If it's only one block, we will definitely do it. I will take the time to do this if I could find a dump chest that actually has blocks still in it. I need just regular dirt. There we go, dirt. Put the dirt in there. Grab a root out of this. And then small little detail, but I think it'll look pretty good, especially from a distance. You can kind of see that hanging down there. That looks pretty nice. And let's work on the rest of the exhibit, though. What else can we put in here to make this look? Clover patches, I think, will look pretty good in the open area, maybe right up in front here. We can probably sneak a couple of them in there, actually. Like that. Okay, it's a little. I think that'll look pretty good up here where it has access to the sky. Speaking of the sky, it's turning nighttime and creepers be creeping, so I gotta get a little nap in here real quick before I get blown up. Okay, enough with the clovers, though. What else can we throw in here that might look like it's kind of overgrown and grassy? I mean, dead bushes, sure, but yeah, I want to put like not many of these things. I want to put just a couple of them in, just here or there, really, because I don't want it to seem like this is a dead area. But obviously, on the underside of a canopy in a forest, you might have some dead bushes, so I'm gonna throw those in. Dead leaves are definitely a must. We'll add those at the end, though. River cane. I mean, river cane would make a little bit of sense too, especially given the part of the world that it's in. So maybe just a speck of it. We'll just put a speck of it in there for right now. We'll add a detail there. Now, if it's not snowy, okay, which is, I'm not making this one snowy because these guys, these Amur leopards can absolutely exist in snow areas, but let's just say it's a little bit warmer that season. If it's not snowy, having mushrooms and stuff isn't out of the question. So maybe if we just add these things lightly in at the base of the trees. And then what else can we throw in here? What else is there? I mean, it's not supposed to look very dry or arid, so we're talking about a lot of greens and more browns. Oh, reeds. We can put reeds in the water. That's something we can absolutely do. Let's put one there, maybe one right here. There we go. I've actually gotten used to placing those things, so I'm not screwing them up as bad. We'll put a little bit of lily pad action in the pond. Now, I don't think that they're going to get stuck under these because I believe they're more than one block tall, so I'm not as worried. But I do want to add just a little bit of added detail into this watering hole. That should probably be pretty good. I don't really want to go too big with the lily pads because, I mean, it's not a very big body of water. So this flat mushroom actually might look pretty good instead of one of these things in one of the spots. So let's go ahead and swap that out. And what else can we do in here? We need, like, I'm talking greener. Oh, bushes. Yeah, absolutely. We can put berry bushes in here. I think that'll work pretty good. And then I guess wild celery's a little green, so we can throw that in there too. Maybe sporadically. I don't really know how much celery is going to be, wild celery is going to be growing in this area, so maybe just one. What else can we put in here that makes it look like a forest? Really just leaves, I'm thinking, is about all that we got left. As far as bamboo, I don't really have any live bamboo. I need to go collect more of that. I need to go on like a plant hunting extravaganza. But yeah, I'm thinking that's it. What do we got for flowers, actually? What kind of flowers would be in the forest? These are very bright and lively, but I'm thinking legumes would probably look good. I only have one of those things. Maybe some golden sparks here. Those will probably look pretty snazzy. I only got one legume. Where are we going to put this thing? Right there. Perfect. All right, and then we'll add a little bit of golden spark here on the edge, and maybe one down lower, maybe? Somewhere right around like there. There we go. All right, so we're getting a little bit of flower action in here, too. And I don't know if there's any other flowers really. Yeah, these, well, not flax. Where are they? Bluebells. Bluebells will probably look pretty good in this area. I'm thinking. Let's just squirt a couple of them in here. Not. I don't want to overdo this at all. Just a couple of extra flowers here or there. Okay, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good. I don't know if any other flowers. Actually, lily of the valley might look pretty good in here too. But we might just throw one like in the back there, and maybe one more up front here somewhere, like right there. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, I think that's probably pretty good for flowers. This isn't supposed to look like a big flower field anyway. So I think we're down to just grabbing some bone meal here and putting in some tall grass, and we're probably close to done then. Couldn't bring myself to do it. Couldn't add the flowers, any additional flowers into there. Just couldn't bring myself at all to do it. It was bugging me. Bat backpack, are you in here? No, you're not in there. Ground backpack, are you in there? That's it. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for these stone slabs because I didn't do anything to jack up this like overhang here at all to make it look a little bit more custom. So I'm going to go ahead and do that, as well as build up the back of it. I need some gravel. There we go. Build up the back of it a little bit as well, because this was too flat for my liking. So we're going to, that's not very good. Something like that's probably just fine. Yeah, I'm going to need to jazz this up just a little bit. I just realized that as I was putting in the last remaining bits of bone meal, that this whole slope here just didn't really work so well for me. So maybe we'll have it come down just a little bit. And I don't want to actually give the leopards a way out of here, so I got to make sure I don't do that. But I do want to make sure that this looks kind of like, maybe it's like a little bit of a collapsed area right here, you know, is what I was going for. Don't like that one at all, actually. Maybe we'll do something like that. That looks better. Yeah, I want to make sure that this back wall here kind of looks like a little bit more rocky kind of terrain and not just smooth stone either. I want to make sure that it's like broken up a little bit. Okay, I'm thinking that's pretty good. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking that's all I really need to do to this. It's turned out pretty good. Now let's go take a peek at the top here. Yeet myself out of here. Oh, I need to fix this. This isn't good, but yeah, Amur leopard exhibit. What do you guys think? Kind of looks good. I need to fix the railing real fast though, because it's gonna bug me. I won't be able to sleep at night. Okay, railing has been put in. This is the final exhibit for the Amur leopards. What do you guys think? Does this look pretty good? If there's one thing I was gonna change about it, and I'm going to, because it's Minecraft, and I have the ability to do so, it would be that I totally didn't add any stones in there whatsoever. I'm gonna get back here and actually do that because I'm a big old dut-da-da and completely forgot to. Back here, especially where the cave would be kind of crumbling or the overhang would be crumbling a little bit, there should absolutely be pebbles all over the ground here. So let me just dot these in real fast, and then I think we'll call it a day. All right, there we go. Got the pebbles put in. That looks a lot better. A little detail like that was something that just was gonna bug me. So I'm thinking that's it. I'm thinking that's chef's kiss. Amur leopard exhibit. Oh, look at that. The sun is setting. Instead of sleeping, let's just get underground because you guys are probably wondering. One last look at this thing. You guys are probably wondering how many leopards do I have? I'm kind of wondering. Faceplant. I'm wondering that myself. Oh boy, I have 5 of these things. Okay, yeah, that exhibit is not big enough for 5. How about we do 3? Okay, let's do 3 of them. I need 3 names, if you guys could be so kind, down in the comments section to leave your best Amur leopard names, because I need 3 of them for adding into that exhibit. So I think that's going to wrap today's episode up, though. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. I will be back next week with absolutely more. Actually, you know what? Spur of the moment decision. I'll see you guys this weekend. I'm going to do a live stream from here. We got a lot of work to do on the aquarium. So tune in tomorrow. I'm going to say tomorrow. Keep an eye on the community tab. I'm going to put the time on there. So tune in tomorrow for the live stream. We're going to do a little bit of work here on the aquarium. I need to do a lot of terraforming over there. So, alrighty guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Have yourself a wonderful weekend if I don't catch you. And bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy on this wonderful Friday. Hopefully you guys are all having a wonderful Friday, because I'm having a pretty good one. I'm doing alright. I am doing good. Hopefully you are doing good too. Alright, so if you guys did not catch last week's, this past weekend's live stream, you missed a bunch, okay? We did a lot of work over in the aquarium area as far as prepping that body of land to be more like the rest of Cerro Gordo, doing the landscaping and stuff, kind of molding out the shape of everything. And we also built this thing, all right? So we built the banded penguin exhibit, and there's 6 of them in there, actually. And they were actually native to this land. Oh yeah, by the way, check this out. We got this land built in the live stream, as well as all the seating that you're gonna see here for with the orca exhibit, which is right here. It's a perfect circle, which I'm not against, but it is a little small, so I might make it more oval shaped later. I'm not too sure. Still kind of bouncing around that idea, or maybe I'll just keep it a circle. Who cares? I mean, it's fine. It's a pretty big aquarium. In case you didn't notice, I got a little something going on back there. That was done after the live stream. That is a shipwreck that I'm working on, but that is taking a while because that what you're seeing right there is 4 hours. That's 4 hours of work right there. This is actually a design that I've built once before, and it was my base on Pixelmon Evolved. If you guys watched that series, it's on the channel. Go back and check it out if you want to see the final result of what this is inevitably going to be. But as you can see, this ship is actually kind of canted to the side a little bit. This isn't just like a ship sitting flat. This is kind of canted to the side. And I got like the ribs of it kind of put in place, and as well as some kind of markers for some other details I'm going to be putting on it. And I started working on the back also before I kind of gave up and logged off because my brain was leaking out of the side of my head. So this is, it's coming together slowly, but I'll have to keep working on this in between episodes because this is not very interesting to watch. This is me placing a block, stepping back, wondering if it's right, and kind of positioning it again, and it takes forever. It takes forever. So yeah, it's not it's not super interesting to watch, but the end result is always really cool. So I'll keep working away at this. This is the backdrop for the orca exhibit. Actually, it's gonna be shipwreck. That's what we went over in the live stream, and this is what this is the start of it so far. So I got like the bow of the ship out there, and the keel of the ship is actually like right here. Technically, it's this one right here, and then this is like part of the side. Yeah, because it's kind of leaned over on its side. I don't know if I'm making sense with what I'm saying, but you'll see it in its finished glory as the episodes progress. I'll keep chipping away at it and getting more and more done. I also added a whole lot of extra land right here, and it is kind of sporadic. Like you can see water still here or whatever like that, but I mean you can't really go down in it. And that's fine because I got to do that up this whole landscape. So it looks like this shipwreck has crashed onto some rocks that are jutting out. That's the plan. My original plan was to actually just take this existing peninsula, which is here, which kind of curved, which way it curved? West and then northward a little bit. Take that, but then reverse the curve of it and have it go more northward and then curve westward. That way it might like kind of like a breakwater is what I described it as. And that way the ship was crashed onto that. I had one problem with that though. I outlined the peninsula. I got it down. I started filling it in, and then I looked at the mini map. Okay, so let's just try to keep a good holy mind here, good Christian mind, but with this nice circular design right here, and then a peninsula that that went out this way. It looks bad. Okay, so I built more land to make this one big body of water, because that was totally on accident. And when after I outlined it, I was like, once you see it, you can't unsee it. So we got more land, people. I'll pretty this up to make it look all nice and decorative. It's gonna be kind of like shallows with the rocks jutting out of it. That's the plan anyway. And I even got to work a little bit on like fixing up this side over here, right here. Look at that. I even blended that in so that it actually kind of makes sense. I'll add spikes and spires sticking out of the water a little bit. I think I still have to get the bow side of the ship, the land there done, like over here. Yeah, I didn't do this yet. It's just flat. So there's still a lot of work in progress for this thing. This is, like I said, this is a project that I'll be working on between episodes because of how slow and tedious this goes. But it's started. But that's not what I want to talk about in today's episode, though. Today's episode, I want to add another exhibit into the aquarium. Now, we built these bleachers, that's like circular seating, which I still think looks really cool on the mini-map, actually. The beacon's obviously not going to be there when we're all done. But it did leave this canal right here. We also got this bridge done over here. We actually did a lot. Go back and watch that live stream if you could, because, man, there's a lot of stuff done. We got this land built up right here, as well as a bridge connecting over here. We got so much stuff. I do have to finish the path, though. I didn't even get around to that. I was building a boat. Sorry, I was building a boat. But yeah, we got this bridge leading across here, and instead of raising it up and getting it up on top of like the landmass here, I figured why not keep it down low and we'll build this trench right in here, and then we can put exhibits on either side of the trench. Plus, I had to keep it blending in a little bit to the mountain, so there's some stuff I had to keep in mind. But right here is where people will walk through then, and we can have exhibits on either side of this here. So I think this will make for a really awesome kind of natural looking aquarium section, as well as having a little bit of a part that kind of turns into a cave. I need to somehow, and I haven't figured this out yet in my head, but I will, figure out how to connect this path up to the sides of the viewing area for the orca, because that's how people would get up here then, is on either side of it. We also have a little path in the middle of it. So yeah, now the bottom inside here, this is not finished. This is nowhere near done, okay? This is just the raw ocean floor that was here to begin with. So we still got a lot to do in the orca exhibit. That's in a later episode. But in this episode, I thought it would be fun if we added an aquarium to one of these walls right here. Like maybe even the big one right here. Because I kind of want to put one underneath the seating area for the orca exhibit, going all the way along this. And I'm thinking about doing it for the eels, actually. Yeah, I think we should probably do this for the eels. But before we get around to putting eels and digging out a whole big section there and designing some really epic looking aquarium and all that other jazz, the sun is setting, creepers be creeping, I need to take a nap, but most importantly, I need to fly back home because we have some leopards to name. Because you guys killed it in the comment section, and I gotta go name them. Let's go. Okay, if I do not select your name, do not be disheartened, do not be discouraged. I pick these things kind of randomly sometimes, and also I kind of look to see which ones make me laugh and all that other stuff. But thank you to everyone who submitted a name this week for the leopards. We're going to go with the top voted one, and that's Bagheera. Okay, now Bagheera was the panther in the Jungle Book, but people are saying we should name a leopard that. So there we go, bwam, Bagheera. And big shout out to Puppet Master 13, Christopher Renshaw, Milgill, and Nickel Plays for all suggesting Bagheera. And for the second leopard, we're going to name this one Harry Potter. And that was suggested by Kathy Clism, and it made me laugh. And for the last one that we're going to be adding, we're going to be naming this one Tai Lung, and that is the name of the panther in, of the leopard in Kung Fu Panda. So that was the antagonist in that film. So big shout out to Christopher Renshaw and Giga Tegu for both suggesting that. All right, so here we have our leopard exhibit. Let's hop on down here and get these placed in here real quick. We got the first one's going to be Bagheera. There we go, Bagheera, and Bagheera is a male. And the second one, place that one right there, bwam, is Harry Potter, and Harry Potter is a male as well. And for the third one, we're going to place that right there. This is going to be Tai Lung, and Tai Lung is a female. All right, we can get out of here with a little ender pearl action before these things wake up. I mean, they're still pretty drugged up from the last time we encountered each other, but that'll wear off shortly, and then they'll be back looking for who shot them. And that was me. Oh yeah, they are awake. And they are pissed. Anyway, back to the aquarium. Okay, so we got to think about what we're going to do today. Now, I want to make this for the moray eels, I think is what they're called. I want to build a nice long exhibit right here so that they can swim back and forth on it. Now, the decoration I put right here for kind of like the cliff edge doesn't have to be necessarily followed. I can always take some liberties with it. I do want to have the stone kind of curving or kind of curling over the edge of the top part of the glass for sure. But I am going to have to dig this thing out real quick. And I think it's basically hollow on the inside anyway. But I got to make sure I don't do that. Like, that's bad. Okay, after doing a little bit of digging, that's what we got so far. Now, this is not by any means the finished product. This is just rough cut into the wall here for right now. And it fits underneath the bleachers. As you can see here, like these things, this is actually where the bleachers are. Like, it's totally where the people are going to be sitting. So I can't really dig that part out. So that's going to have to stay there just the way it is. But we can work with that. It's going to look like there's like a little bit of a slope. So this is going to look like they're in a cave, which I think is kind of interesting. However, the question is, do I want it to keep that look, or should I line the back of this with like a white concrete so that it looks more like an aquarium? I'm kind of tempted to do the white concrete, but obviously we're going to have to jazz up the floor here a little bit. That can probably stay put right where it's at. But we're going to jazz up the floor here a little bit and bring it down just a hair, just so that we can do some decorative stuff in the front of this. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower the ground here just a little bit in the front, and then I'm going to put some white concrete along the back of this. And then I'll leave the stone ceiling part the way it is. And then we'll be getting closer to being able to fill this thing up with water, and then actually get around to filling it up with water and putting eels in here. I mean, we just got a couple of decorations to do, and this thing will be almost done. Maybe jazz up the front of it. Yeah, this will probably be a pretty easy exhibit. But first, I gotta go make more white concrete. Okay, white concrete done. Now we just got to put this all in place. Okay, now that we have the back of the aquarium in place here, we can get to work on putting in the bottom of this. And so we're going to sprinkle in, kind of like what we did in the previous aquarium. So we're going to sprinkle in a lot of coarse dirt, gravel, and then we're going to sprinkle in a little bit of the sandy coarse dirt, a little bit of sand, maybe even the occasional moss stone, and even got one river stone to throw in here. I kind of ran out of those. I got to go get more of those. But we're going to first by starting off by sprinkling in the coarse dirt. All right, coarse dirt has been added. Now we just got to dot the gravel in here as well. We're going to switch up to the sandy coarse dirt. And then we're going to leave a few spots open for just some regular sand in here as well. Okay, there we go. That should work pretty good. I also added in a little bit of moss stone here or there. Got the river stone in place as well. Tried to make this not so evenly made right here. I kind of tried to add a couple bits going out. And even this part right here, it's flush with the cobblestone right here. Hopefully that looks all right. Now, we could probably actually put the glass in front of this and start filling it up, because I can always jump in from the top. I can just go up on the stands and just drop on down in. So let's get the glass backpack out right now. And I also cooked up a whole bunch of this stuff, so now we're good to go on glass for a while. Let's start placing some of this stuff in, and then we'll be able to start filling it up with water. All right, the glass is put in place, and this looks pretty crazy now that I actually have that down. I kind of want to... Like, I don't mind this being the full length of the underside of, like, the bleachers and the stands here, but I kind of want to add a little bit of extra support, and this right here looks like the perfect opportunity to do that. Let me grab the ground blocks here and grab a little bit extra stone out of this here. What we're going to do is we're actually going to bring this down so that it's kind of more like a pillar here, like so. And then hopefully that'll make this kind of come together a little bit better. Yeah, that actually does. Okay, so this is still one exhibit, but it has a little extra support right here in the middle, because that's just a lot of weight for on top of glass, you know. Now we do need to jazz up the front of this still, because like I said, I want to have the edge of this wrapping around, kind of like what it is doing right here. That looks really good, actually. But I need to do that on like the entire thing. So I need to kind of do a little extra detailing work on here to make that kind of work. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that looks pretty good. It kind of looks like drooping like frosting on a cake or something coming off over the edge of it. I sort of like it. All right, now we have to get in there because we have to fill that up with water. I think the easiest way to do that would be to go up top and then just bust our way in. Mission Impossible style. That's glass, dang it. Mission Impossible style. There we go, we're in. Now, I need to start filling this up with water, so give me a second. Okay, it's a little bit of a tight fit, but I did manage to get all the water put in place here. So it looks kind of weird. I think these are just visual glitches. There's water there, so... Okay, so the water's in place, and we can actually move on to decorating. My inventory sucks, though, so I have, I have to kind of clear up some blocks here, get them out of my inventory so I can actually see what I'm doing. But then we'll move on to putting down the plants. I guess before we do plants, though, what I really should worry about is the lighting in here, because... It is going to be a little dark in here with all this water. And so we're going to probably want... Oh, I don't have a lot of spruce leaves. I got to go collect more of these things. But we're going to put down a couple of lights in the ground, I'm thinking, because you can clearly see everything up here, including if I put things in the ceiling that's going to be visible on the stands above it. This is a little bit of a tight fit to fit an exhibit in here. We're going to make it work, but it's just going to be a little bit of a snug fit. Okay, we got these sprinkled in throughout here, so that should provide the lighting that we need to make this actually look pretty good. Now, some of these spruce leaves actually have the face here that looks terrible, but that's fine because on every single one of them, I believe, I can actually fit something so that you can't see that visual defect there with the water in front of the leaves. So I think that should work out pretty good. Now let's dive on into let's actually quick put the leaves back, and then we'll quickly make a little bit of extra wiggle room in our inventory. And then we'll dive into the plants backpack and I believe the flowers backpack, because that has coral in it. Let's see, that's plants. Yep, coral is in the flowers backpack. All right, so let's grab a variety of coral and we'll start dotting that in here. Okay, let's start with what I got here, which I got a whole bunch of stuff in my inventory. Let's start with what we got here and see what we can make work in this murky abyss here. Murky Abyss, what do you think? Band name? Probably a pretty good band name. We're going to need to put down some kelp for sure. Something that the eels can kind of swim around in and kind of bob and weave in between. So these can kind of be periodically spread throughout. I don't want to make it look like they're evenly spread out, though, so I am going to kind of dot some a little bit closer in some spots and a little bit farther away in others. I can't have them going in front of the glass, though, because that will look really awkward if they get bigger and... then you have that weird visual lighting glitch where it doesn't look like there's any water in there, but the kelp is still growing, so I'm going to try to avoid that if I can. All right, let's start off by making sure that we get something in front of the spruce leaves here, so that it gets rid of that weird visual look. Because otherwise, if I forget that, then it's gonna bug me later. Okay, I think that's all of them there. Now we're just gonna sprinkle in the rest of this coral and see what we come up with. Okay, I'm thinking that's it. Look at that. We got a nice little coral reef thing kind of going on the bottom here. We also got the kelp growing up. That'll look pretty cool once that's all done. Now, we do have to get out of here because there's nothing left for me to really do in this exhibit, I don't think, on the inside. I have to jazz up the outside just a little bit. But this should do just fine for the eels. I'm thinking that they'll do just... They'll be happy here. It's a little bit of a tight fit, but I think they'll be fine because they'll feel sheltered, you know, in here. And I really can't make it any farther back. Can't make it farther back because, one, you'll start to not be able to see the eels with the depth of the water, and two, the bleachers are in the way. So now I have to try to get out of here somehow. Where did I come in here? Was it right here? Oh, is it nighttime? Creepers be creeping. I bet you they're everywhere. Oh, yeah. There's monsters all over the place. Lost track of time while I was down there. Let's see if I can sleep quick so I can get rid of some of these guys. Alright, slept, but this guy wanted to come and say hello. Let's take care of some of these creepers here. We also got a little baby zombie coming towards us. Get out of here, baby zombie. Shoo. Alright, let's take care of some of these creepers too, because I really don't feel like blowing up this brand new area that I got. Alright, got 11 gunpowder out of that. Not too shabby. Okay, let's get back over here to where we were, though. I had to clear out kind of in a wide range here because there's a lot of enemies that spawned in over the night. That's what happens when you lose track of time. Oh yeah, look at this. This is looking pretty good. I'm liking that a lot. I think that's really cool how they have it. I have it bedded like in the wall here, so that it's part of the channel that you're walking through here. So, all right, we're going to be putting some eels in there, and I have a whole bunch of eels. I'm going to say probably at least 3, maybe 4 eels I'm going to put in there. So I need some eel names, if you could, down in the comments section. That'd really help me out a lot. Now, before we get out of here, though, I do want to make sure that I jazz up the path here a little bit. So let me get to digging this part out. All right, with that dug out, you know the routine here. We're going to speckle in a bunch of the stone I just carved out of there, actually, but it's going to be much more sporadically put in. It's easier to do it this way for me, at least. It might be different for other people. Ooh, leg spike. Because, yeah, I don't have to really think about where I'm punching in the holes or anything like that into the stone. So dig all of it out and then come back through and dot it back in. And then we're going to go through and add in a couple, whoop, not right there, that's a bad placement right there. A couple of grass blocks. Now these are obviously going to be turned into path blocks in the end, but we're going to speckle them in here just occasionally. And then of course mat those things down so that they look like path blocks. We're going to go through with some coarse dirt then and add that as well, kind of heavily actually, because we're going to have this be a primary block here in the path. And then we're going to add in a bunch of gravel too. So the gravel will be pretty heavy also, but I got to leave a spot or two occasionally because very rarely I sprinkle in cobblestone into these paths as well. Just like that. Couple little blocks here or there. Perfect. All right, so we got our path put in. That should do just fine for the footpath in this area. Now this is obviously going to branch off this way and go up over there, but that's all for a future exhibit, I'm thinking. So, all right, we got the eel exhibit put in, the moray eel exhibit put in today. What do you guys think? Does this look good, bad, in between? I'm thinking that this whole area is going to look really good. Now, I have to do a lot of terraforming, and like I said, I'm going to be working on this in between episodes as far as like the shipwreck because it's slow and tedious and it takes forever. But then I'm going to be doing some of the landscaping over in that area, especially to go with the shipwreck too. So next episode, you should see a big jump in production there as far as how far I've gotten in the build. Hoping to get all of it if I can. I mean, it's going to take a little bit, but I'm hoping to get all of it if I can. And then as well as the landscaping. This chest, by the way, just has stone in it for working on the landscape in case you guys are wondering. But I'm thinking that's going to be it. I'm thinking that's going to be all we're going to do for today. So if you guys did enjoy it, please go down and smash that like button. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. Remember, I need some eel names. So if you could in the comment section, I'd really appreciate it. All right, you guys, have yourself a wonderful weekend. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo. Playing some more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy, and we're just chilling out here in front of the Big Cats exhibit because I just thought this would be a very nice place to do an intro. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful Friday. I'm having a pretty good one. I'm back at work. I was out with a knee injury for a little bit, but I'm back at work. My feet are sore. I feel like I've done something this week. But I'm going to do something this week in today's episode, that's for sure. Right behind me actually is where I'm going to be working today. But before we get to that, you guys rocked it. Absolutely killed it down in the comment section with some eel names. Remember, we built the Moray eel exhibit last episode. Hold on one second. Let me get some airborneness here, and let's go over here and take a peek. All right, I've been doing some work on the shipwreck. I got the the starboard? Yes, the starboard side done. I don't have the deck or the port side or the mast or any of the really cool details done, but I got this jumbled mess right here. And if you look at it, it's supposed to, look like a shipwreck kind of leaning off to one side. So like the center of the ship is actually right here, and it kind of goes up diagonal. It's a mess. It's not done yet. I tried. This is like 6 more hours of work put into it. So I got to do the other side still. It's still a work in progress. But in last week's episode, we did build. This, okay, we got this aquarium built right here, and this is for the Moray eel. And you guys, like I said, killed it in the comment section. I'm flying. You guys killed it in the comment section with names, so we're gonna go squirt a couple of them in here. I got 4 of them in my inventory. I was thinking about putting maybe 5, and I might put 5. What if we put 5? We might do 5. Okay, let's put 5 in there, and then yeah, because this is a pretty big exhibit, pretty long exhibit. Should be plenty of room for 5 eels to swim around in. But let's get to doing some naming, because you guys entered names, and I needed them, and so let's go do some naming. Okay, as usual, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who submitted a name this week, and if I don't pick your name, keep on trying. We still got more animals to go. All right, so let's get to this. The first one is going to be named, and I love this name. Shout out to Sakana for naming this one. Eel Patrick Harris. After, of course, the actor Neil Patrick Harris. So this first one's going to be named Eel Patrick Harris. Excellent name. Partic. I spelled that wrong. Patrick. There we go. All right. Thank you, Sakana, for submitting that name. Sorry about my little derpiness on typing. It turns out that da-da-da's got a da-da-da sometimes. All right. And then the next one is... We named a camel, I believe, last year after... Kal-El, and we named him Camel. So we're going to stick with the tradition of naming an animal after Superman, and this one is going to be named Kal-El. Kal-El. the last eel of Krypton. Thank you goes out to Alessandro for naming that one. And then this was actually the most requested because it was by 2 people actually, but we're going to name this one Elvis. After Elvis Presley, obviously, so this is going to be named Elvis. And that goes, big shout out goes out to Sakana and Evil Banana for naming that one. And then you guys know my affinity for Pokemon names. It kind of gets the best of me sometimes. This one's going to be named Tynamo, and it's because Sloth Buddy 206 suggested I name him that. Tynamo is, of course, a Pokemon, so kind of tickled my heartstrings, and I couldn't resist. And while we're talking about Pokemon, let's go ahead and name this last one Huntail, okay? Now, Puppet Master 13 suggested that we name this one Huntail. That is, of course, another one of the Pokemon in the wonderful world of Pokemon. So 2 of them named after 2 Pokemon, and then the rest of them named after other people. I think that was a pretty good haul right there. Thank you guys so much for submitting names. Let's go name these things. Here at Cerro Gordo, we have nothing but the fanciest and most up-to-date ways to get to our animals. It's called digging a hole and jumping in it. Okay, so we're here in the aquarium. I gotta remember to seal this when I leave here, because that might be awkward. Actually, I think this stone, I gotta figure out where the stone actually goes. I'm pretty sure it just goes right here. I don't think that's supposed to be a water block, but all right, we'll fill that in when we get to that point. Okay, now there is not a lot of room once you actually get in here, so we're going to try to start over here and work our way that way, and hopefully we'll be able to smash in 5 different eels in here. Okay, let's put the first one down. This one's going to be Eel Patrick Harris. Ooh, like that. There he is. Look at him. He's kind of greenish in color. Enjoy yourself, Eel Patrick Harris, and welcome to Cerro Gordo. Okay, then he's actually kind of swimming this way, so the next one is going to be Kal-El. There we go, Kal-El. He's got a zebra stripe going on there. There we go, Kal-El. Welcome to Cerro Gordo. I love that name. Okay, then we're going to be putting down Elvis. He's also a tiger stripe looking one. There we go, Elvis. Welcome. Enjoy your new aquarium. And then the fourth one's going to be Dynamo. I just want to make sure that I don't accidentally name another one that... There we go, put that down. Dynamo looks kind of interesting. It's like a darker green. That's kind of cool. Creepy looking. And for the last one, we're going to be putting down Huntail. Boom, right there. Huntail is a gray in color. That's kind of interesting. So we got 2 tiger striped, or zebra striped design ones, and then the rest of them were all kind of unique. That's pretty cool. Oh, get out of there, get out of there. I got to get up here and block this up so that they don't get in here. If I could press buttons, I'm pressing all sorts of wrong things. I gotta block this up so they don't get out of here. But welcome to the zoo, eels. Enjoy your stay. Oh yeah, I like this. You can kind of see them through the glass there. I mean, water exhibits are always kind of difficult to see them through it, but their tails stick through the glass occasionally, so they make them really visible to see. I think it's gonna work out pretty good. Oh, look at that! The sun is setting. Creepers be creeping. I gotta take a nap. And then we're going to head on over to where I started the whole episode off over there, and we're going to get to work on doing a little bit of work. All right, so this area is where we're going to be working in today's episode. It's been kind of left open because I didn't really know what to do with it. A few episodes ago, possibly on a live stream, I don't know, my memory sucks. I talked about how getting an exhibit in here was going to be a little tricky because I needed a path to come through here, like right here. And I also couldn't just put it... originally, I would like to put the exhibit just right over there. But remember, we are slowly working on this this minecart track that's going to go into right there. And I can't exactly have a pit dug down right there. Otherwise, it's going to be right in the way of the track. I guess the track could go through the exhibit, but then we run the risk of running over an animal, which, by the way, we're going to be doing the pangolins today, okay? The Indian pangolins, they're like the scaly anteater looking guy things. We're going to be doing those today, and we're going to be squeezing them in right here. So, as I was sitting here brainstorming and thinking to myself, I was like, Self, how are you going to get the path through here? Okay, because if we can't put the exhibit over here, that would be the easy one. Exhibit here, path runs that way, problem solved. But we can't do that, because remember, the minecart's going to go that way, so we can't really do that there. So we have to put the exhibit over here, which means we could curve the path up and over it and there, which wouldn't look bad, but what if, and hear me out on this one, what if we put the path directly through the exhibit? What if we built a bridge that went right through the exhibit? Now, pangolins aren't exactly like super dangerous as far as I'm aware. I guess I don't really know much about them. I know that they live in kind of barren and sandy-ish. Actually, they live kind of in all sorts of environments, but they prefer barren and like sandy-like environments, so it's easier for them to dig burrows and stuff, according to the Wikipedia. But what if we built like a bridge that went right across it? What if this was just a straight path leading right across it, and then the exhibit was just kind of in here? I think that'd be kind of a cool idea. But to do that, we're going to need to mark out the exhibit first, hence why I got my torches out. We don't really need these torch lines here because we know the path is going through here. Plus, it didn't really follow those anyway. It just kind of went that way. These were just rough guesses anyway, so I mean, whatever. But we need to mark out the path here. Now, I don't mind carving this back just a little bit because we don't really need that elevated much. It looks like we'll still be able to fit the minecart in there. But we can carve out pretty far, like somewhere like right... We're just winging it here. Winging it, people. Something like that. Okay, that's actually a pretty big exhibit considering these things are little creatures. But why not, you know? Let's actually go for it. Okay, so now that I have it marked out, the digging begins. Now I don't have, is this hollow? Yeah, okay, it's mainly hollow. I don't have, not entirely. There's actually some stuff here. I don't actually have the beacon, but I'm thinking it would probably be a good idea to go get it for this and set it up somewhere. But alright, I have to do some digging. It's not going to be that big of a deal for you guys because it's all going to happen in just a blink of an eye. Blink! There it is. Done. See? Told you it's going to be a blink of the eye. Alright, so the hole has been dug into the ground. A little tricky on this one, not going to lie. It was a little bit of a pucker factor, actually, while I was digging this up because there is totally a ravine underneath there. But that's alright, we're just going to cover that up, whistle nonchalantly, and walk away. Alright, so we got the hole dug into the ground now. This is a pretty big area for some pangolins. Now, it looks like, according to the wiki again, I am not an expert on these things, they like to live in more... Well, they live in a variety of biomes. Like they can live in like some kind of forested biomes and plains and everything. But primarily, they like the like kind of hilly, barren, and sandy biome. So I'm thinking that's what we're going to go with for designing this thing. Now we do have to keep in mind that the plan here is to put a really big bridge that goes right right across the top of this thing. Probably going to do a suspension bridge too, so it's going to dip down a little bit. So I might actually need to lower the ground just a little bit more, because I want to put some elevation change in here. If they like hilly areas, I don't want to keep this flat. Ugh. Yeah, I'm going to lower it one more. Okay, I have lowered it down by 1 block. And then I went ahead and filled in just this little section here. This is where the ravine is. Can you tell it's in the shape of a ravine right there? I also quickly threw up the walls. I think they're done. I'm not going to be putting any mossy cobblestone in here because this is supposed to be more of a dry and sort of arid environment. Now, I kind of need to actually remove these blocks here and replace that with grass as well. Just to get the starting block, just to get our blank canvas. Because I don't want to... I mean, there will... actually, hold on, wait 1 second. I might be second-guessing myself. What if I actually use these spots to raise the land up? Because remember, this is supposed to be like a hilly terrain. So what if I just filled all this in with, like, grass right here? And then it would be, like, a little bit of a divot right here. And then, yeah, okay, I like it. I'm trying to create a hilly kind of dry area. So first, let's start off by slapping in a bunch of grass here to kind of get the shape of the terrain down. And then we're going to change over the terrain to be more sandy, barren, wastelandy, well, not wasteland, brushland kind of more. But it all starts with putting down a bunch of grass. There we go. We got a bunch of grass put down now. So this is going to be like the terrain for the most part. I might add a little bit here or there, but this is the general shape. Now, this is a whole lot of grass, and grass is not what I'm looking for. In case you're wondering why that's open there, that is actually the bridge, where the bridge is going to go. So I just kind of left that the way it is right now. But yeah, this is not what it's going to be in the end, of course. This is just our blank canvas. So let's get the ground backpack out here, and let's look around. I have a lot of this sandy dirt, which is good. Gravel, Let's actually just make that a full stack. Sandy coarse dirt, that's excellent. That's actually what I wanted the gravel for. And path blocks, I'm thinking, are going to be a big one in here, too. Do we have any sandy or coarse dirt in here? I think that's in the bat backpack. Let's look in there real quick. Yeah, there's a little bit in there. Okay, we might have to make some more of that. Podzol might not be a bad idea to sprinkle in there as well. Definitely not any green concrete powder. We're not making it look nice and lively here. Is this supposed to be more barren or dry? Okay, and then I'm thinking probably stone. Do I not have any? Do I not have any stone anywhere? Where's the dump chest? It's got to be in there. Dump chest, stone. Thank you. There we go. It's probably just some regular, good old-fashioned stone will work out pretty good. And then, oh, actually, you know what? Sand. It's regular, plain old sand would probably be great in here too. So that way it'll look like sandy kind of, I need to get some, oh, actually, hold on. Wait, where's this stuff? Sandy dirt. Let me take some. I'm going to replace some of this on the edge here and let the grass grow over the edge of it. That way I don't have to go farm it up. Just a sandy dirt. Let that start turning into sandy dirt with grass growing on it. That way you'll kind of see that on the edge there. Dot that in along the edges of the where it kind of drops down a block. And I'm going to probably sprinkle in some of the sandy coarse dirt in there, as well as a little bit of sand. Okay, just like that. Okay, I'm thinking that's pretty good. I tried to kind of disperse this evenly throughout here, because we're not done by any means, of course, but we do have all of the coarse sandy dirt down, as well as the sand blocks themselves down, and that's all I added to that right there. Some of the grass has grown over just the sandy dirt that we had here, just the regular stuff, and that's good. It makes it look really nice and dry kind of on that edge. That's kind of what I was going for. So now I'm thinking if we were to add like gravel and stone in here with the occasional podzol block, like I don't want to go too heavy on the podzol. That would look weird. And then we could also sprinkle in some coarse dirt. I'm thinking that'll look pretty good. But which one should we start with? Let's go with the coarse dirt and with the occasional gravel bit in there. I'm thinking that's probably what we're going to want to do. Okay, those are all put in place now. I tried to go a little bit lighter on those blocks rather than the sand ones because I do want this to look very dry. Now the podzol, like I said, very, very lightly. Ooh, that was actually too much already. Very, very lightly. I want to kind of dot this in here. Really, this is just going to be a few blocks put in here. Not much. Not like I said, don't want to overdo it with the podzol because that makes things look kind of like damp and just not the right feel, you know. But I do want to have it be in there because the brown color is an interesting color, and I think that's going to blend in really well with the rest of the terrain. But like I said, sparingly. Ta-da! It's like such a small detail, but I think that works out. Now, we do have to sprinkle in a little bit more stone in here, though, because this is a little bit too grassy for what I'm trying to kind of convey here. And these will add interesting spots for some some stone piles, I'm thinking, throughout this as well. Okay, I think we got all of the blocks put in that I want to. I guess some regular terracotta would probably look really good mixed in with this. So I probably should have added that towards the beginning. I'm thinking probably would have looked better. But you know what? There's a creepy cave noise right there. But I think we can probably get away with adding this in a little bit here or there as well. So let me just quickly dot this in here too. Okay, I think that's pretty good. That'll do just fine. It actually does really change up kind of the style of the whole land when you add that terracotta in there. Let's quickly inhale a chicken here because I'm getting a little hungry. Maybe 2, maybe even 3. Yep, let's eat 3 of them. And then we got to talk about like vegetation. I didn't add the path blocks because usually when I add the path blocks, I end up putting vegetation and stuff over them. It kind of ruins it. So this is supposed to be barren. So we're gonna have to probably dive into the bat backpack and grab ourselves 30 whole dead leaves. I got to collect more of those things. As well as we'll grab some oak leaves as well, just for kind of adding a little extra greenery inside the dead leaves. Now these are going to be very similar to the plants that we actually have around here in the just outside of the exhibits, but I do want to add just like a little bit of bushes in some places, like maybe that, you know, just a couple of them around here. Just it's supposed to be, I guess, a brushland is kind of like closer to what it's going to look like, but it's supposed to be a little bit of a barren kind of dead area. So I don't want to overdo it with too many plants, but I'm going to add these in just occasionally, and then we'll move on to the next step. Okay, so the next step, I'm thinking I'm going to need some of these cobble slabs, maybe a little andesite, maybe not actually. Let's grab some gravel. Yeah, gravel would be good, and some smooth stone here. We're going to work on these stone piles here before we get too much farther along. I do want to add in just a little bit of stuff, I mean, that's pretty good the way it is, right there. Let's just add in a little extra detail into these places here. Let's actually remove that right there. I think that'll look better. Just a little something jutting out of the ground so that it's not as flat and boring. There we go. All right, we got some elevation here, a little bit of terrain change, so it's not just the same old, same old. So now I think we're actually ready to move on to like bushes or like plant life and stuff. Let's oh man, my inventory is not looking too great right now, but we can quickly fix that. Yeah, I'll throw that right there. Let's move on to the plants real quick. See what kind of plants we can squeeze in here. This is actually looking pretty good for looking like a dry, barren, hilly area, I'm thinking. So, well, I don't really actually have a lot of plants left. I forgot I was supposed to go searching for plants, and then like a big old I didn't. Okay, but dead bushes for sure are going here. Luckily, I don't actually need a whole lot of lively things here. Desert grass, probably a good idea as well. Don't really have a whole lot of that. I really need to go get some of that. Dried bamboo, you know I'm going to fit that in here. And I don't want to put thorns because thorns will probably damage them. Sea oats wouldn't look too bad as well. Barley, Desert sprouts, probably. I don't think we're going to be putting clovers in on this one right here. And then the tiny cactus, which I still don't know if that hurts the animals or not. I think I've tested this multiple times, and I just keep forgetting. But we'll leave the cactus out of it for right now, at least. All right, let's start off by sprinkling in a bunch of dead bushes in here because this is going to be kind of a drier, kind of decrepit landscape, so it's okay to have a few of these sprinkled in. Okay, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good. Be gone, dead sprouts. Now let's get the desert grass and the desert sprouts down here. So I think these have to be planted on something kind of, yeah, like that. Okay, now, and I think they can also be planted on sand. Yeah, they can. Let's go ahead and just sprinkle this in occasionally all over the place. All right, that should be pretty good. Now we got barley and sea oats to kind of pack in here someplace, as well as the dried bamboo. So dried bamboo, huh? I guess we'll kind of squeeze it over here in the corner. Now this is going to want to grow, so let's grab some string. And I'm also going to need some kind of block. We'll just grab this, I guess, for right now. Actually, here, we'll grab some gray concrete. Seems like a good block to use. This is going to want to grow, like I said, so I want to keep one shrunk right there. And the other one, I wouldn't mind, even though it's dead, it says right there, grow 6%, so it's already working on it. I think I'm going to put that like right up there. That way it'll grow up too. So it won't grow up fully, but it'll always look like it's kind of like a staggered pattern there that way. But then the barley and the sea oats. Now the sea oats, I don't really know if I really want to go too crazy on these things, but I do want to sprinkle them in occasionally because this is definitely not near any kind of like ocean. Yeah, these are primarily found like on beaches and stuff, but I think they look pretty good for making it look kind of like a dry field because it's like tall grass. Like it's like tall grass, but it's not vanilla Minecraft tall grass. If that makes any sense whatsoever. So let's go ahead and just dot this in here occasionally, like so, and then that'll probably be pretty good. Now the barley we're gonna dot in as well. Now barley, like I've done in other exhibits, I try to keep it kind of close together-ish, you know, like something like that. That'll be pretty good. So little patches of it around, and I think that works the best for this stuff because it kind of seems to grow in sort of patches, a little bit like that. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just looking at trying to think, does this make any sense whatsoever? I think it does. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. I'm thinking that looks pretty good right now, or as it is right now. And let's go ahead and grab the plants backpack, and we're just going to yeet everything back into there. Yeet. Okay, out of there. And then, where's the squid backpack? I need you desperately in my life. We're going to grab some buttons out of here, because this will definitely have some pebbles, especially around the stone piles. Let's go ahead. Actually, let's pop that. Don't really like that. Let's move that over a little bit, because I kind of like the grass being right there, because I'm going to put tall grass on it. It's going to look fantastic. I can't wait. But let's dot these pebbles in here all over the place, and then we'll be on to doing probably the path blocks after that. So the pangolins that are going to be living in here are definitely going to be matting down the grass, so we're going to have to go through this and kind of mat down a fair amount of the grass blocks, actually, and make it look like it's been trotted on a whole lot by the animals. That looks weird. We got to fix that, that's for sure. There we go. That is better. Let's put the sand back in its home there so I don't get that all lost and confused. All right, so now we just got to go around, put down some path blocks here or there, and then we'll be on to raising up some of the grass, and this exhibit is just about finished already. How about that? I'm thinking that looks pretty much like a kind of a sandy, gentle hill, barren area. I don't know. What do you guys think? Does that look kind of like what you'd expect? I mean, I'm going off the wiki, remember, and there is multiple different biomes these things could live in. So I just kind of picked one, and so this is what, because they could also live in like forested areas too. It says so, but this is what they seem to prefer: sandy, hilly areas, and it described them as barren. So I didn't put any trees in here because of that reason. I'm thinking that works out pretty good. Now we're not done yet though, because we have to add some. We need to add some of this stuff here. We need to add a bunch of bone meal to this grass and get this growing. And then I think we'll be basically done in here. But we're not done completely with this episode, because not only do we not have the fence up there, but we also don't have the bridge built, so we still got stuff to do today. Listen, I'm just not there yet with the flowers, okay? Every time I see them pop up, it's like it's gotten worse. It's gotten worse. I've been trying to get better with it, but it's gotten worse. The yellow yellow ones wouldn't be that bad, but these flowers are killing me. The yellow ones wouldn't be that bad, but I just hate how vanilla flowers look when you got all these other better options. I completely forgot to add flowers to this. So once we get the grass put in here, we'll go back through and we'll add some flowers for sure. Okay, I'm thinking that looks pretty good. Now let's go dive into the flower backpack here. I'm thinking these guys will actually probably look really good in here. And I don't know of anything else really, because it's supposed to be kind of a dry area. So I'm thinking that these things are about the best bet. So I'm going to go ahead and just dot these in occasionally. Oh, I just got rid of a dead bush, but it's fine, it's fine. It looks like it's going to be nighttime here any second now. Creepers be creeping. They're definitely going to be blowing me up here pretty soon. So I'm going to quickly put down some flowers. And then maybe get to sleep before I get blown up. That guy just appeared right there. He's still on fire. How did you get there? How? What? That was creepy. He actually made me jump. All right, I need to sleep before the creepers blow me up. Okay, so that's looking pretty good, but my only real question that I have, and it's an important one right now, is who is in there? What is it? Is it a creeper? Is it a skeleton, a spider, enderman, witch? What is it? What are you? I think it's a skeleton. It's a skeleton. Okay, we're good. Whew. Okay, I was gonna be like, I don't want to get blown up. I don't want to go into my my aviary and just get immediately exploded. So, gotta keep my eyes out for that. I'm always keeping an eye on the radar up on top of the mini map up there whenever I head towards there, because things can kind of spawn in there. It's not exactly safe. I mean, neither is the entire zoo. So, but. All right. So, what do you guys think? Does this look like a decent exhibit for some pangolins? I think I kind of like it. I actually do kind of like it. Didn't mean to fall in here, but I kind of like it. Let's just yeet myself out of here real quick. Yeah, I think that this will work pretty good. Now, we're not done yet, though, because we still have to build the bridge. Now, if you look, this bridge is not lined up quite correctly. If you also look, there's a chunk glitch right there happening. But if this isn't lined up correctly, it's actually one over, so it is going to be slightly diagonal, and that's okay. I'm not scared of that stuff at all. I can definitely get it to work. But first, before I get to doing that, I'm going to quickly finish off the railing around this thing so that we don't accidentally fall in here again. And then I'll get to work on the bridge. Okay, the fence has been put up on the side here. Not like that really matters. There's not going to be walkways on the side of this, but it just kind of makes it blend in with the rest of the zoo. So now the walkway is cutting right through the middle of this, so you're going to be able to look over the edge basically to see the pangolins. But it's going to dip down a little bit, so I got to actually kind of plot this out. It's going to start there, and it's going to dip down to probably relatively low, actually. I'm thinking maybe right here. So I got to just bring this across, if I can, without getting caught in the tall grass and stuff. Bring this across, and that'll be the lowest point of it. Now, if I need to raise this up at all, it's not that big of a deal, because I can just... just click on the, put a block on the top of it. But for the center part, that's actually probably pretty good for right now. For the center part, I didn't make it. That's going to be where I want to yeet. There we go. That's where it's going to end up going to. So it's going to probably dip down here a little bit, and then it's going to dip down to right about here is the lowest elevation you're going to be at. So you're going to be like inside the pen, which I think is kind of cool. But it does have to actually turn, yeah, a little bit. Okay, so now that I got the blocks placed there, I should be able to get to work on actually putting in some slabs, and then we should be able to get a little bit of a shape to this bridge. I gotta try to center the bow, though. That's the thing. How many blocks apart is this thing? Let me just count this real quick. 25. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is the center. Did I get it right? See, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 on that side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost. I almost got it right. It's incredible, actually. I could actually just do like little one of these numbers, and then I think that's centered now as far as the bow, like how far down it bows. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, sweet. Now, ender pearls, I need you really badly in my life because I need to get out of here. I need to inhale a chicken once I get up here, and it's time to start placing some slabs. Actually, 2 chickens. I must have been really hungry. It's time to start placing some slabs. Let's see, fences and stuff. I don't think I put it in there. I think it's actually in the wood backpack. Yeah, it's right here. There's some fences right there. I'm also going to need to make some fur fences as well. Let's do a whole bunch of this right here. I need an empty place to do some crafting right now. There we go. All right, so we got a bunch of slabs. This should be enough for us to get across there. Okay, let me start placing these things and see if we can't make ourselves a bridge. I'm going to try to do a suspension bridge similar to... Well, hold on one second. If I do a suspension bridge, it might be a little difficult to see over this. Yeah, suspension bridge is probably the best bet here, I'm thinking, because I don't want people falling into the bed. So yeah, suspension bridge I'm thinking is still the best bet, even though it might look kind of weird and might impede a little bit of the view. Obviously the bridge itself is going to impede some of the view. I could do like a glass bridge, but that's very, because then they could, people could look down, but that's like very, very different style compared to everything I've done here in the zoo. So to keep it with the style, keep it stylized with the rest of the zoo, I'm going to do another wood suspension bridge, and I think that'll look just fine. So let me get to placing a bunch of slabs here, and we'll see what we got. Oh, right, there we have one beautiful looking suspension bridge with absolutely no railings or no suspension things at all. So it's not that bad. Like, it works for what the purpose is. You can walk across it and you can see in the exhibit, so it works. But it definitely doesn't look stylized enough to really warrant being here, because you could totally just fall off the edge into the pangolin exhibit. And that's not really what I'm trying to do here. So I'm kind of thinking, I mean, this is really going to impede the view, though. That's the thing that's kind of bugging me, is you're not going to really be able to see around the side. Maybe I should just leave it. Maybe I should just leave it. Because I was going to add the railings on the side, like similar to what we did here, which, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it just like that one right there. That's how it's going to be. We're even going to put the little things on top here, if I can figure out how to get up there. I need to put a block, and then I can bink, and then bink, got that one. And then we're going to have the railings kind of come back just a little bit. Like that. Okay. And then we're going to go right into the rope railings kind of going along the sides here. I mean, they're made out of fences, but, ropes is what they're supposed to. I'm just using my imagination. I heard a skeleton. Where are you? Oh, he's right there. I see him. Okay, so you clearly need a torch down here. Don't want any skeletons spawning in down here. That's not any fun. It makes weird noises and it scares the guests, so we want to make sure that you are dealt with. Okay, now we can get back out of here, and we can put these railings in properly. Interesting. I had exactly the right amount of fences to pull this off. I think I might have dropped one too. I can't really remember. I don't know where. Well, it's fine. It's gone. It's gone forever. But yeah, I had exactly the right amount of fences for that. Now that does look kind of clustered and stuff. Now I could put fence gates in there, which I don't think would look too bad actually. I usually do that to kind of break up the kind of the repeated pattern of just repeated fences. So I do have a few of them made up, so I can probably squeeze them in there somewhere. Let me just quickly dot. Oh, they're going to need to be put on blocks, aren't they? Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of effort, but all right, I'll get them in there. Let me just dot these in real quick. Ta-da! All right, I got the fence gates put in here, so obviously people could just walk right through them and fall into the pangolin exhibit, but they're just for looks anyway. It's just something to kind of add a little extra detail to the bridge. So I'm thinking that's going to be it for the pangolin exhibit. I know that it doesn't allow for a lot of viewing area, and they could absolutely hide underneath the bridge, but this is just supposed to be like a nice added feature to this walkway going across here, and it was the best idea I could come up with. Like I said, I could have just curved the path around there, but it seems just kind of boring. I think the idea of a path going, like a bridge going through an exhibit is kind of cool. I don't know. Like I said, it's going to give them a lot of places to hide, but that's okay. I don't really care. But the big question is how many pangolins do I have? That's a pretty big exhibit. I could probably squeeze quite a few of them in there. So let me just go check. Let's go check, because I'm going to need names. So let's go take a look. I actually only have 3. I've only ever caught 3 of these things. I'll see if I can find another one before the next episode, but at least 3 pangolin names. Pangolin. I think I'm saying that correctly too, by the way. If I'm not, please comment section, let me know. But I'm thinking I'm going to need 3 pangolin names. So if you guys could be so kind as to head down into the comment section and leave your best pangolin names, that'd be greatly appreciated. All right, you guys, I'm going to get on out of here, though. Had a lot of fun building that one. Hopefully you guys like the exhibit. Let me know what you guys think. I really do want to know. But thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. Have yourself a wonderful weekend. Congrats, everyone. You made it to Friday. I'm proud of you all. So I will see you guys next week for some more ZAWA fun. Thanks again for watching, everybody, and bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more building here in the ZAWA mod, building our wonderful zoo that you see behind me here. This place is really coming along. Do you guys remember? Do you remember the 21st day of September? Or do you remember the beginning of the series, what this place looked like before I did all this stuff? Remember, this was just a woods. This was just like a forest nestled in the mountains. That was it. This place has come along quite a bit. Oh yeah, I did some more work on the shipwreck. I haven't finished it yet, but I did finish the left side, port side, right? Correct? Port side. The one on the left. I'm not very familiar with boats, okay? But I think that's the port side. Okay? I finished that. It's done. Let's actually do a little quick flyover over there so that you guys can see. Maybe get a good view of this thing here, if I can fly. You can see how it's like tilted on its side a little bit? You see that? You see the thing? That's what I was going for anyway. I don't know if I got it. Let's look at the back side here. Yeah, there. See how it's tilted to the side? There's a little, dungeon cage on the back side of it right now. So there's a lot of work to do still, but I did finish. Not this side. We got to get over to the side to finish. I still haven't finished the land under the water here. That's still to come. See that? That's still not done yet. Bad me. I didn't actually do it. Now I left this open here because the shipwreck obviously sank for a reason. So I want to put like maybe a big rock or spire or something jutting up in there or something like that. But yeah, I finished this whole side. It's completely done. I don't think there's anything else I want to do to it. And I just have to finish the deck and then obviously the masts and stuff. I'll probably put a fair amount of the rigging in there too, but I'm not sure if I'll put all of that in there. It's gonna be a lot of fence posts. A lot of fence. Oh, look at that. The sun is setting. Creepers be creeping. I'm going to need to be taking a nap. But real quick before I go do some sleeping, do some snoozing, we got some pangolins to name because you guys killed it in the comment section once again, leaving me a whole bunch of names to pick from, stressing me out, and it was such a good it was such a good thing to be stressed out for because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to name any of them. So we have to go name some pangolins. I'm going to take a quick nap, and I'll see you down in the hidey hole over there. Faceplant. Okay, so you guys killed it in the comments section. Thank you guys thanks to everybody actually who submits a name for the animals of the zoo. I have 3 pangolins to name, And if I don't pick your name this week, keep on trying. We still got plenty of animals to go. All right, so the first one is going to be named Tank, all right? And Tank, I just like the name. It just sounds cool because remember, pangolins are like armored anteaters kind of looking things, you know? But thank you to Star Nanny and Tim Sourbeer for both suggesting Tank. And you guys know me. You guys know me way too well, actually. I like Pokemon. I like Pokemon. And since they kind of look like them, so, it was suggested by both the Certified Westerner and Five Nights at Freddy Clapp that I should name one Sandshrew. So why not do that? Honestly, I think Sandslash is kind of... I guess they don't really have to... Yeah, the Sandslash would have worked too. But since you guys both suggested Sandshrew, we're going with that one. And for the last one, this was requested by Matt Myers and Nickel Plays. We're going to name this one Tony Stark. Now, I'm trying to get the reference to this. So either of you two, or if anyone else gets it, let me know in the comments section. I get Tony Stark is Iron Man, but I don't get what that has to do with a pangolin. But you guys both suggested it, so it was one of the more requested names. So yeah, going with Tony Stark. A little confused on that. Please educate me, enlighten me down in the comments section. But thank you guys for suggesting that name. Now, we don't have to travel very far because the pangolins are right here. So we built this nice bridge leading right over the exhibit in last week's episode. I actually like how this turned out. This is up there is one of my favorite exhibits, actually. I like how you can cut across here. I wish that I could have expanded it a little bit farther to the left and right to have more viewing room. But there's a river that way, and there is going to be a rail track that way, so we're kind of limited. Got to do what you can do, you know? Alright, so let's open up every single backpack except for the one we need, and then we'll get to the one we need, and it'll be special. So let's grab the pangolins here, the Indian pangolins. Let's gonna grab the book so we can find out what's going on with these things. Get a little organization going on the hotbar here, and then we're gonna get to placing these. Alright, so the first one's gonna be Tank. Bam! There you go, Tank. Welcome to the exhibit. I don't think these things are going to attack me. Tank is a female, but I don't know 100% sure. I didn't have to drug them up to the eyeballs to get them into the little animal nets, so I don't think they're going to attack me. But let's put down another one here. This one's going to be Sandshrew, and Sandshrew is a male. Interesting. All right, and for the final and last one, we're going to put that over here by this flower, because that's a nice flower. All right, we're going to put that down there, and this one is going to be named Tony Stark. All right, and Tony Stark is a female in this zoo, not really in real life, so, or not in real life, not really in the comics and in the movies and stuff, but in this zoo he is, she is. I'm so confused. All right, now that the pangolins all have their home and that they can reside in and relax in, Treba, we can actually get on to doing another exhibit today. Now, I think I want to take another trip back to the aquarium area because we still got some stuff to do over here. We have a lot of room to build over here. Now, there's things. I'm sitting here racking my brain and also smashing my brain into the wall or into the rock there. Racking my brain like, one thing, I'm going to let you guys know, future episode, we're doing a walrus exhibit over here. I just haven't gotten to that yet. But I'm going to go back here to where we have the moray eels, okay? Because we're going to do a similar exhibit on the opposite side here, on this wall here. And that's, I'm thinking, what do I have? I'm thinking that's going to be the octopi exhibit. Yeah, it'll also give me a chance to pretty this up a little bit because this is not the final form of this like trench right here. I want to jazz this up a little bit more. But this was just like the start of it. You know, this is the base layer right here. But it's going to require me to do a little bit of digging though, because I do have to carve this out same way that I did with the eels. However, I do have to keep in mind, like with the eels, I had to keep in mind that there is seating above them that is going to be for the people that are viewing the orca. But with this, I got to keep in mind that there is a river right here, and I can't actually go back all that far, which is fine because like these water exhibits get a little difficult to see in when there's more layers of water to see through. So I don't mind it being a little narrow, but it also does limit how much decoration I can do. But I'll probably do something similar in here where I actually leave a lot of space. I'm going to need to put a lot of coral and stuff for the octopus to, or the octopi to actually hide in, but it all starts with digging. Now I do want to keep with the concept of like there actually being support pillars in part of this, so I'm thinking if it were to like start right around here, let's get the torches out real quick so I can kind of map this out. Or to start like right around, let's do like this area right here. Yeah, kind of right across from where the support is right here. It starts here and it carves out all this, and I want to put another support beam somewhere in here. Blah, blah, blah. Somewhere in here. And then maybe have a little bit of a viewing area right here still as it goes into this path that goes up to the bridge and onto the other part of the zoo. I'm trying to envision this in my head. That might actually work. I also need to get a little bit more of a mining feel in this area, because right now it just looks like some stone that I dug a trench into. So I do need to get a little bit more of a mining feel in this area. But it all starts with digging this out. So first, I'm going to do that. Ta-da! All right, there it is. Carved it out. Already added the cobblestone, kind of outlining where the glass is going to be. Obviously, the top part of this up here is going to need some work, okay? Because what I got right here is just a whole lot of cobblestone sticking up. This is going to need a little bit of love, a little bit of TLC to hide that for sure. Here's the little viewing area over here like I was talking about. Just a little bit of a spot to kind of see through there to get you the idea that you're heading into the aquarium. A lot of water on both sides. That's the idea here. Now, this looks terrible. So we got to fix that. Ooh, okay, first thing, do I have any room in a dump chest that I can just eat a lot of this stuff in here? Not a whole lot. The worms. I keep collecting the worms. All right, I'll have to just stack these in someplace. But yeah, I got to clear out the floor still, obviously. Well, I'll hold off on that 1 second. I got a bigger fish to fry. I'm going to put in the white concrete in the back right now, because remember, that's the only thing that really makes it look visible in there is a solid white background. I guess I could use marble, but I sort of kind of already whipped up the white concrete. Did that before I even started recording today, so I'm going to go ahead and slap this in all along the back side of this right here. All right, there we go. Now, the more I'm looking at this with the depth of this tank here, actually, I'm kind of thinking that the eels probably should have been over in this one right here, because it would have had a little bit more room to move around, and the octopi could have been in this one. But I mean, I guess if it really bugs me, I can always switch them. But for right now, we'll just keep pressing on like this is going to be the octopus exhibit. So we got the walls put in the back. I'm going to leave the top stone because there is going to be some work I'm going to have to do on the top part of this. And I don't really want to replace it with white concrete because it's probably going to be visible. So I'm going to leave it stone for right now. If that changes later, of course, I can always come back in here and fix it. But for right now, stone it is. Plus, with all the water, I don't think people are really going to notice, so it's not a big deal. But I need to remove the ground here so I can get to replacing it with something that looks a little bit more like an ocean floor. And similar to what I've done in the other exhibits, thanks to you guys in the comments section suggesting it, I am actually going to lower the floor here in the foreground just a wee bit. So that way I can put some decorations right up next to the cobblestone. Okay, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good. Now, ocean floor. All right, let's go grab the ground backpack real quick. So for an ocean floor, I am thinking coarse dirt for sure. We're also going to probably need a little bit of sand in here too, because I'm imagining it could be a little bit of a sandy bottom. Gravel, yes. And what do we do in this one? I already forgot. We put a lot of sand in there. There's some coarse dirt. And it looks like, is that sandy coarse dirt right there? That might be sandy coarse dirt. Okay, so we did do a little bit of that there. I guess sandy coarse dirt would make sense if it's mixed in with sand. And gravel, yeah. Okay, it looks like we're doing the same kind of block palette there. I mean, it is the bottom of the ocean. It just kind of makes sense. So let's go ahead and dot the coarse dirt in here all over the place. Probably not right there. When I said all over the place, I meant just in select specific spots. So get this speckled in here so this looks all nice and muddy and dirty. And then maybe we'll leave patches open where we can actually put a bunch of sand, actually, to kind of make it look like there's actually like a sandbar kind of thing going on here. Yeah. Now, I did actually deliberately raise this up in the back here because I think that that'll look pretty good. But I do want to put a healthy mix of sand in here so that it kind of looks like a sandy ocean bottom a little bit. Let's see. Let's switch it over to the gravel real fast. Now, the gravel I don't want to do too much of. So I'm going to have to add other blocks in addition to this, though. I'm clearly not done yet. All right, sandy coarse dirt, or sandy dirt it is. There's no grass in here for it to grow on this, and obviously it's going to be underwater. So we're going to mix in the sandy dirt in here as the last block, and that should really make everything come to life then. Let's put that in there, like so. And just like that, I think we're done with the floor already. How about that? Now let's grab the ground backpack and let's throw this back in there. Yeet that in there. Sure, we'll yeet a stack of stone as well. Cobble, marble. Sure, why not? I need this backpack because I need to put some of this concrete somewhere to get it out of my inventory. Inventory management in ZAWA is like a huge thing. I don't think there's ever going to be a ZAWA pack I play where I can't make the adventure backpacks. Because like shulkers, for example, I mean, you could do with shulkers, just gotta set them down. It's kind of extra tedious. I just have all these in my inventory. The adventure backpack is like a must-have for whenever you're playing a mod pack with of ZAWA. So highly recommend it. Okay, that's not right. That's wrong. There's not supposed to be marble right there. Let's just throw a piece of sandy dirt there. Perfect. Okay. So now I think we're ready for like water and doing some of the vegetation on the inside of this. However, we have a problem. If we pour water in here, it's going to go all over the place. So we got to get the glass backpack out. And we're going to seal this bad boy up right away. And then we'll have to poke a hole in the top or something like that to get in here. All right. Glass is in place. Sun is setting. Creepers be creeping. We got some work to do. So I'm going to just keep on pressing on. Probably take a snooze here in the aquarium itself. We got some room here. We got a little bit of room. And because we have a little bit of room, I want to grab the wood backpack, okay? Now we did a whole like trip to go get some of this dead wood. And I should probably use it more than just one exhibit. I'm probably going to be putting a dead log in here somewhere. Maybe even a little bit of a diagonal one. Something a little extra other than just a bunch of plants. That way it doesn't look identical to the eel exhibit that's right across from it. Alright, now the biggest open space I got is kind of like right here in the center. So I'm going to probably be putting this thing like right in here. Somewhere. Let's start down here. And then maybe we'll bring it up one like this. Like, well, actually, yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We're gonna make this work. All right, there we go. I realized it kind of looks like a deformed USS Enterprise. Kinda. See that? Or maybe this is a Rorschach test, and I just Star Trek popped into mind. But there, we got a dead log in here. It gives the octopi a little something to hide in, you know, a little bit, kind of hidden from the view of the people who probably paid admission to come in and see them. Anyway, whatever. They're gonna give them a little bit of shelter. Not there. Where's the glass backpack? That's what I'm looking for. Trying to organize my inventory the best I can. Usually I fail pretty bad at this. I fail pretty bad at keeping this organized, but I'm just gonna try anyway. All right, so now I think we're ready to be putting some water in here actually, because hold on a second. I got another idea. You know what? Scratch that idea. I was going to put a stone pile in here of some kind, but without being able to put down slabs, because in this version of Minecraft, I can't waterlog blocks. So without being able to put down slabs, it's just not worth it. Let's get the buckets out here. I guess I forgot to refill. Here's one right here. It's like I forgot to refill it. But let's get the buckets out here and let's start putting water in here. All right, we are now under the sea. All the water has been added. This place is completely filled up. It's time to jump right to vegetation, actually. These aquarium exhibits, actually, I think are a little bit easier than the above-ground ones. Because, I mean, they would be a little bit more difficult if I didn't have this really sweet backpack on that gives me water breathing. But they're a little bit easier thanks to that. Because I can't drown, and I also don't really have many things that I can do underwater for decorating. So I'm a little limited. I guess in a weird way that I say they're easier because there's just less stuff I can do, but at the same time that's also equally more difficult because you have to get creative with what you do have. But alright, so we're definitely going to want some mixed coral in here. I'm going to grab a bunch of this coral and we're going to sprinkle this in here somewhere. Actually, I'm sitting here picking out the coral and then I realized it's probably super dark in here. I should probably do the lighting before I do the coral. Okay, let's put this all back. But we gotta definitely do the lighting first. So let's grab the glowstone and the backpack. I need you desperately in my life. We're gonna do the same old hidden light. I have 8 whole spruce leaves. Now that's probably enough. It's probably enough for what I want to do in here. It's just that, man, I really need to go get more of those things. You know what? Hold on. You know what? I'm just gonna kind of do one of these numbers. Hold on. Would you look at that? I happen to have just over 2 stacks of spruce leaves. Weird. That happened fast. Quick little fly over the mountain there. There's some spruce trees over there. Grabbed a couple more leaves. Not like I need them. I think 8 of them would have been more than enough for this exhibit because we just got to hide a little bit of lighting. Where can we... Let's squeeze one right here, actually. Put one right here. I'm going to have to get some blocks out to kind of help hide this a little bit because like right here that was too much. That's not gonna fly. I'm gonna have to get a little block to match this thing above it right here. So I need some sandy dirt. We need the ground backpack in my life desperately right now. Let's grab some sandy dirt And we will quickly just squeeze that in there and then cover that up. Bam, we got some lighting over here. Now I'm going to sprinkle this in the rest of the exhibit here before we move on to adding like the coral and all that other fun jazz. Oh man, oh geez, I didn't realize. It is totally nighttime out here. There's probably creepers all over the place. There's definitely that zombie right there. He's coming to mess me up. But I gotta get to sleep in here. Creepers be creeping. They're definitely going to blow up everything I worked on. If they blow up that ship, there's one over there too. I'm going to be so sad. Alright, I gotta take a little snooze here. Then we're going to get right back to decorating. Zombies burning over there and all that other fun jazz. How about this creeper over here? Can we just deal with this guy? Because I really don't like having him even any... Oh, pro shot right there. I played UHCs and everything. I don't like having him over here knowing he can blow me up at any time. Did he not drop any gunpowder? None? What a jerk. What an explosive jerk. Okay, there is somebody inside of the... Oh no, it's below it here. Actually, never mind. There's someone in a cave below here. I thought they were inside of the ship, and I was like, that's kind of unfortunate. But I don't really see them getting out of there anytime soon. Not getting over to me quickly, at least. They have to go out the backside and circle around. Really unlikely, so I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. I do, however, have this guy to be a little bit concerned with. Let's take him out and throw his guts all over the place here in the in the river. Don't really need to be dealing with him. Is there anyone else over here that's going to cause me grief while I'm working? There is somebody right through this wall, I think. Uh-huh. You. Creeper be creeping. I knew it. I'm gonna come over there and stab you. I want your gunpowder. Walking around like you own this place. Get out of here, creeper. Okay, 3 gunpowder. Pretty good. Even better, I think we're creeper free over here for the most part. There appears to be someone on the other side of the river over here, but I don't think they're gonna eat much because I think they can't get out of the pen that they're in. The skeleton. Okay, skeletons, they can just stay there. I don't really care. It's fine. He's not going to shoot me while I'm underwater. I'm more worried about a creeper jumping in and balloon blowing me up. All right, let's get in water here, and let's actually do a little bit of decorating here. So I did get the lights hidden throughout here. They were kind of all over the place. Now, some of these spruce leaves here, obviously, I need to put some stuff next to them. Otherwise, they're going to look really, really ugly. So let's dive into the flower backpack. That's where I keep my coral also. Start loading up my inventory full of coral, and let's get to decorating. I do actually want to add a few pieces of kelp in here as well, so that grows up nice and tall. I want to make sure I kind of have that mixed a little bit in the foreground and background of this exhibit. I don't want to overburden this this aquarium though with the kelp because otherwise it's just going to look like it's murky. That's not the point. So I might just put a couple pieces in here. Not there. Nope. Right there. Yeah. See, that one block made a difference. I think that's probably all I'm going to put. Just a few blocks in there. I think that's all it's going to need. I still have a few more bits of coral to put in place here, but then this place is just about done. I don't want to overdo it with so much stuff in here, though, that it just looks messy, you know? So, can I put algae and stuff on top of, like, logs? No, I can't. That would have been amazing. Dang it. Okay, no, I can't. It does want to, at least lets me right-click on it, unlike the Amazon sword. So it's kind of like it's trying. It just doesn't. It's not like the little engine that could. It's the little algae that couldn't. Okay, I could probably squeeze a couple more bits of coral in here. And there's definitely room for it as far as like where I could actually put it. But I don't really want to put too much more than what I already have in here. I'm going to leave a little bit of spots open, actually. And that's because octopi tend to, like, lay down on the floor of the ocean here, and they just kind of chill. And if I have too much coral in here, which I already have quite a bit, if I have too much coral in here, you're not going to be able to see the octopus at all. Like, they're not going to be around here at all. They're going to be, like, stuck here in the brain coral, and you'll never even notice them. So I'm thinking that they're probably going to be kind of difficult to see from the outside as it is already. In fact, speaking of, let's actually head out there real quick and see what this looks like from the outside. Ow, my legs. Okay, little visual glitch there with some water, but that's also happening in this exhibit too, so I don't think I can avoid it. But yeah, now that the night vision's wore off, though, you can see in there. I think that's pretty decent. Obviously, that hole's gonna be plugged up. It's pretty decent. Now over here, you should be able to see inside there as well, which I think is really cool. So yeah, all right, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good. So we're done with the exhibit. I'm gonna need octopus names, by the way. Let's quickly go find out and see how many octopus do I have, and then you'll get plenty of opportunity while the rest of the episode goes on to brainstorm an idea for an octopus. I actually have 6 of these things. Okay, I have 6 octopi, so I need 6 octopi names, if you guys could be so kind to head on down into the comments section and leave your best octopus names. I could use them right about now. Oh, look at that. The sun is setting. Creepers be creeping. Should probably get to sleep. We're not done yet. We still got stuff to do today, though. Okay, as I said earlier in this episode, this part looks bad, okay? This looks really bad. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to definitely cover basically all of this up here with stone. Now, I do have to jazz up the terrain here to make it look less crappy. But that's a whole different thing I got to do. Probably in a live stream I might take care of that as far as knocking out some of the terrain. So now that we have that there, I do want to kind of design it similar to what it is over here. In fact, there can be even parts of it that sort of connect. I think might look kind of cool. Partially connect, you know? In fact, one could be like right here. Hold on, because that needs to get covered. All this needs to get covered up here too. So let's, you know what? I'm gonna leave it. That was a misclick, but I'm gonna leave it. Sometimes it's just a happy accident. You know, sometimes that happens. So let's just let's bring over like some of this terrain right here just a wee bit and actually connect this up right here, just a hair. Just a bit, like that, alright? Now, the rest we'll fix with slabs and whatever else. But, yeah, there we go. Okay, it's starting to look like something. Yep, starting to look a little bit like something now. Now, the reason why I want to connect this over here is because I wouldn't mind... Where's my wood backpack? I need to get this involved here a little bit. Let's grab some fir wood. Now, this has been the support beam of the entire zoo, and I need to kind of unify this area because it's not really too much like a mine shaft the way it is, but I do want to add like some supports actually in here to kind of anchor this into where it is. Maybe that makes any sense. In fact, we might even just go full on, put one right here, just to kind of sell that point home. I'm brainstorming right now, so if I seem lost and confused, it's because I am. Let's do something like that. I'm thinking that looks too much. Hold on. That actually looks fine. Okay, we'll just do that. And then we can actually bring this forward just a wee bit as well. So I'm going to be decorating this up a little bit better with slabs, I'm thinking. In just a little bit. Just something like that. There we go. Alright, so this, I think, makes it look a little bit more like an actual part of the mining colony. Little details like that are huge. Now, we're not done yet doing some details in here. We're definitely not done yet working on that top on this part on the top there. But I think another thing, let's get rid of these torches here. They're just marking off the path, and I get the idea. I get the idea of where the path is going now. I don't need the torches anymore. Let's dive deep back into the wood backpack here and pull ourselves out some of these and some of these. All right, now these are like the storage crates that I've been basically sprinkling throughout the zoo the entire time to kind of make it look like there's been, you know, mining operations going on there. And I'm thinking that this is no different for this place right here. I want to put these things in along the edge of the exhibits here, too, to kind of signify that. That I meant to go right there. Got it. And that way this looks more like an actual like place where materials were stored and whatnot. I think that's pretty good for right now. I might add some more later and stuff. I definitely want to add like at least another support and maybe like in here. This is a whole nother beast. I gotta go do something like that a little bit later. I gotta work on that later. But for right now, we also can fix up. Let's put the wood away for right now. I think I'm good on that for right now. We're gonna need to go grab the slabs, which I have a whole stack of them there. I knew it. Like looking around for them. I have them somewhere. But we're gonna actually pretty this up just a wee bit, just so that this actually kind of blends in a little bit better than what it currently is. And then that already looks like a billion times better. This is already starting to come together. Now, this eel exhibit, I was happy with the eel exhibit. I just wasn't happy with the outside of the eel exhibit. And this is kind of me fixing that in my head, at least. Yeah, just a wee bit. I'm going to actually slap one back there. You're not going to be able to see it, but it will prevent things from spawning in there. I don't want to be walking past here and have like a skeleton just dome me in the side of the head. So just put that back there for right now. In fact, we can actually even like, well, I don't really like that. That creates like a dark area back there that looks weird. It's a light glitch, so let me just take that off right there and slap it right there. Perfect. Okay, it looks a little bit like it's buried, you know, just a hair. Yeah, a little detailing like this I think goes a long way. We can detail it even more by adding not that much gravel. By adding some gravel in here. And then having this kind of sprinkle off of it like that. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. All of this is looking pretty good. I'm actually liking how this is coming together now. This is actually getting close to something that I would say is presentable. Let's go take a peek up at the top here just to make sure. Oh, yeah, hold on. This thing right here is actually something. This was a thing, wasn't it? Yeah. That might be all I need to do to it. Let's actually do a little pile right there, too. Perfect. Okay, so up here is a whole nother thing, a whole nother beast. As far, oh, look at you, you little creepy creeperson, creepy McCreeperson. I got him too. That was a heck of a shot. So he must have spawned there, actually. Well, I have a way to fix that. Aha! Be defeated, creeper. Yeah, creepers be creeping. Holy cow! But I was gonna do something, and then I saw that green and that frown, and I was like, eee. Something about up here. Something blocks something. Something dark side. Okay, so vegetation. Let's talk vegetation. In this area, it's going to be very much like the rest of the vegetation over there. I don't want this area to seem any different than over there, other than this has like a little trench carved into it. So we can actually go ahead and grab the let's grab the ground backpack, and then we're just going to yeet a whole bunch of stuff in there for right now just to make some room. Inventory management, and we're going to grab the bat backpack, something I desperately need in my life. And we're going to grab some oak leaves, and I barely have any dead leaves. Okay, I'm gonna definitely have to be getting some of those in between episodes. Actually, 15 is probably enough. You know what? Check this out. Oh, look at that. I have almost a stack and a half of dead leaves. Luckily, the biomes have plenty trees. Or the dynamic trees, they just kind of grow back their leaves too. So I could also hit it with bone meal and get more. I don't really need any more for what I plan to do here at the moment. So I might have to jazz up the backside. Well, I don't really need to jazz up the backside of this. I like the natural look of the seating in here. Like it's built on top of the stone, and it's not like an actual structure in a sense. Like it doesn't have a back wall. There's no dome on this one. I like it all out in the open. I think it's great. So I don't really necessarily need to jazz up the back this much more than what it already is, other than to make it maybe look not so like roundish, like deliberately roundish, if that makes any sense. Like bring this out just a little bit more, you know, something along the lines of this. You can actually even have it jut up a little bit, something, you know, because right now it looks like it's just dotted along the back side here, and that's it. There doesn't really need to be much walkway back here because people are going to be walking and sitting up front, even though the seats are ridiculously high when you look at the proportions of it compared to my character. But yeah, we can actually like raise this up just a little bit and do some fun stuff here to kind of bring it out forward. Yeah, I don't know. I'll play with that a little bit. There's some stuff that can be done. Maybe. I don't know. That's not my main focus. I don't really want to be worrying about building the terrain up in this area right now. I want to be worried about doing, well, two things, really. I want to be worried about going to sleep because creepers be creeping, and I want to be worried about doing, like, the vegetation up here as it dips into the trench down there. Okay, so we're going to be adding a little bit of vegetation actually up here, but this is very much like the dead vegetation that you see kind of looming all over the place here. But I do want it to be kind of dripping down into here a little bit. Kind of like, do I put one there? Starts to look weird then. Everything just started looking weird. Oh, I did not mean to break with that. Everything just starts to look weird when I do that. I guess I could just leave it like that. That's fine. It's not supposed to be like vines so much as it is just a little bit of vegetation kind of growing around the edge and just kind of hanging over. So, because it's not like it's supposed to be a jungle in here. This is very much like an arid and dry area. Did I do that over? Hold on. Did I do that over by the waterfall where the reptile center is? Because I know I have a crevasse or a crack in the ground there that I have plants and stuff coming into. But let's just dive bomb down and see. What did I do in here? And I do have to be careful because there can totally be things in here that blow up in my face. Not exactly the safest zoo. But what did I do? Did I actually do vines? It looks like I might have done vines actually. Although this is a little bit more of a... There's water here. There's a lot more water here. There's also dragon eggs, but it's a lot more water here, so maybe that's not a bad thing to have more vines in this area. Even here I had it kind of dying off. There's a lot more vegetation on this hillside, though, than what I'm doing over by the aquarium. Okay, so I think I'm just going to put some sporadic bushes in here, and then maybe we'll call it a day after that. Okay, I can't in good conscience walk away from this exhibit today without first fixing like things like this. This looks like crap. I want to at least get the stone put back in here right now. That way at least it kind of looks little bit coherent, like a little bit like the rest of the exhibit, like that already. A billion times better. I still have work to do that way, so I'm not going to worry about it. But also, like this ground here. What is with this ground? We're gonna we're gonna have to dig this up here real fast and get this at least connected to this path right here. I'm thinking that all should be pretty good. I left a little bit of stone there. And we'll just kind of sprinkle in a couple bits of it here, there too, just to kind of put some of it back. All right, now I need some blocks that match the rest of this path. So we're talking coarse dirt for sure. Let's just dot that in there. Dot that in there. Okay, and then we're going to take the ground backpack, and we are going to, let's move the backpack out of here. We're going to need some gravel. Let's get a little bit of that. Don't need too much of it. Just here and maybe right there, and that's it right there. And put that there. Grab the grass backpack or grass blocks, because we're going to need to put these things in here for sure. Like so. Then mat them down immediately, because we don't really care about having grass in here. Alright, good. Let's put those all back, and then we're going to need a little bit of cobblestone. Got that in there in a couple spots. And I think we're just about done. I think that spells mama. All right, so let's just put that back in there, and maybe we'll just put that there. Good. All right, I'm thinking that's good. I think that's it. I think that's getting there. I think we're done. This looks a lot better than what it started today for sure, and not just because I added in an exhibit. The extra decorations I think go a long way. But alrighty, guys, I think I am going to wrap up this episode here actually. So if you did enjoy it, please go down and smash that like button. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. Remember, I need some octopi names. So if you guys could go down in the comment section. I have 6 of them. 6 octopi. It's kind of nuts. That's a lot of them. It's not a very big exhibit, but they're not very big animals. They'll all fit in there. No problem. But alrighty, guys. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful Friday and an excellent weekend. I will see you guys next week. Thanks again for watching, everybody. And bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more ZAWA fun for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. I hope you guys are all having a wonderful Friday. I really do. I'm having a pretty good one. Things are doing alright. I'm just back at work doing my thing. Hopefully you guys are having a really good time though. And hopefully you have a really good time in today's episode. I had an absolute blast reading through you guys' comments about the octopus names from the last episode. And I finally settled on 6 of them since we have 6 octopi to name. Man, that was tough. That was... There are so many good ones. Thank you guys all for doing that. That was great. Oh, hey, check this out. See that behind me? I got one of the masts built. Look at that. I did it. I'm actually making progress. I put the deck on the boat, on the shipwreck over there, and I got one of the masts put in. So it's a slow-going process, but I'm getting there. Let's actually go take a look at that real quick. Okay, you guys seeing like how I've been telling you this entire time? It's kind of on a slanted angle. Like it's like leaning to one side. That's what I was going for on this one. So let's just do a little flyover. We'll actually go up in the sky first, because then you can see I actually got the deck put on. I got some markers down for where the other masts are going to go. There's probably a lot of rigging that still needs to happen in this thing, but I'm thinking that this is starting to finally take shape. Let's go over here. I don't actually know if it's going to look too good over here, because you're not going to really see the angle. It's going to be like looming over you. But I guess for people who are viewing the orca exhibit, which is something we really got to work on, they can probably get a good appreciation for this, because it's going to be like looming over them, all the masts and stuff. I think that'll look really cool. But yeah, it is slowly coming along. Let's just see if I can't do a pro ender pearl, tease it, maybe something like that, and see if we can't get up on top of there. And I got it. Look at that. Ho ho. All right, so yeah, this is up on top here. Obviously, it looks kind of bad when you're up close, because it's just kind of a mess of stuff. But yeah, it's coming together slowly but surely. Building this took a long time. Took a long time. This is like another, I'd say about another 3.5, 4 hours of work just in this. This whole process has taken me almost an entire day to build, probably at this point, or getting close to it. But, oh, look at that. I got a little guy left back there. Look at me. Let's get him. Alright, so we got to get to doing some naming, though, because you guys killed it in the comment section once again. Oh, speaking of getting wrecked there, just kind of smashing the wall. Remember, we built this last week, the octopi exhibit. And we have 6 of these bad boys to name. So, let's get down to the little hidey hole and get to naming. Alright, so that anvil has seen better days. Let's just do a little one of those things. Okay, I have a feeling that's going to be breaking here pretty soon. But I like to start off by prefacing once again, thank you to everybody who submitted a name. If I did not select your name, do not fret, do not fear, and keep on trying, please, because I have a lot of names to pick through, and I try to pick them sometimes by people who haven't suggested a name, sometimes ones that make me laugh. I'll have fun, and of course, you guys know me by now, Pokemon names are my weakness. So, alright. But this first one is not a Pokemon name. The first one's going to be named Hank, alright, from Finding Dory. And that was the most requested name. So big shout out, thank you to Puppet Master 13, Lewis, Evil Bananas, or Evil Banana, Mason Thurtle, and Imagine Wild Dogs for all suggesting Hank. And for the second one, I would like to give a big shout out to Matt Myers for suggesting Davy Jones. Now that's a pretty obvious one, and I kind of ashamed I didn't even think about that. Oh, there goes the anvil. That was going to happen. Kind of ashamed I didn't think about that one because obviously Davy Jones, you know, Pirates of the Caribbean, the whole octopus face thing makes a lot of sense. So thank you, Matt Myers, for that one. All right, and for the third one, we are going to name this one Mr. Grabs-a-Lot. Mr. Grabs-a-Lot. Thank you to Elena Torrell for suggesting that name. I laughed pretty hard when I saw that. It was an excellent name for an octopus. Okay, and then on to the second most requested name, actually. We're going to name this one, obviously, Dr. Octopus, the villain from Spider-Man. But in this case, it's going to be an octopus here at the zoo. But thank you to Mason Thurdo, Gene Capistrano, and Archie Stathan for all suggesting Dr. Octopus. And big shout out to Sican out there for suggesting Taco. All right, now a taco is not like the absolutely fantastic Mexican food. This one is apparently, according to Sicana, Japanese for octopus. So it's kind of on the nose also, but I love it. We're going to name one Taco. And for the final one, yeah, I like Pokemon. Okay, so we're going to name this one Clobopus because I'm a big fan of Pokemon. So, and that is, of course, one. And Puppet Master 13 and Peter were both so kind to point that out. So thank you to you two for suggesting Clobopus. Now, I am a little bit concerned with just how difficult it is going to be to name these octopi once they release them into their aquarium, because they're going to try to swim away from me pretty fast. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to do the smart thing for once, and I'm going to release them inside, like here, name them, scoop them back up, all right? We've done this with other animals that like to attack me and stuff, so this will give me a chance to actually get them named without them swimming away. So let's put this one down first here. This is going to be Clobopus. Put that one there. Boom, name them that, and scoop them back up. There we go. We got Clobopus named. I'll check what they are actually once we get them in. Actually, I don't think octopus are anything. Anyway, well, we got Clobopus in the net. That's all that matters. All right, next one's going to be Taco. There we go. Got that one. Scoop that one back up. Then we got Dr. Octopus. Oh, he's a little guy. He's just a wee little guy. That's adorable. All right, and then we got Mr. Grabs-a-Lot. Oh, wow, that's a big one.
That's what she said.
That one's huge. Okay, that's amazing. All right, so there we go. We got it. That's a great name for it, too. Mr. Grabs-a-Lot. It's massive. All right, and then Davy Jones. All right, that's a normal size one. There we go, Davy Jones. And then we got Hank. There you go, Hank. Voila. All right, now that we have them all in a net, though, and they're all named, let's go and actually add these guys to their exhibit over here. All right, so last week we built this place, and this week we are populating it with all of the octopi that we have collected so far. So, all right, let's see. The first one's going to be Clobopus. There you go. Bam, welcome. See how they just take off immediately? That's what I was a little worried about when it came to naming them. I didn't want to accidentally name somebody the wrong thing and misclick and screw everything up. So, yeah, they like to swim right away. But welcome to the exhibit, Clobopus. You are about to have a whole lot of friends. Okay, and then we're going to be releasing Davy Jones into the exhibit, and he's gone. All right, so bye, Davy Jones. Hopefully you enjoy your time here. All right, Mr. Grabs-a-Lot. Bwam, there he is. That is a massive octopus. That is awesome. All right, and then we got Dr. Octopus, and he's gone. That guy, look at him. He's like a little bullet. All right, and then we got Hank. Boop, there he goes, and he's off swimming around too. He looks like is he the same one as the other guys? They're not escaping here, are they? Are they getting out of this hole in the ceiling? Hopefully not. Where is the hole in the ceiling? Right here. They're not getting out of here, are they? Are they? I don't think so. I don't think they can really survive on land too easily, so I think they're all in here. All right, and then finally we got Taco. Let's put down Taco. Taco is off roaming free now, so we got the octopi put in. We got all of them in here. Now let's grab maybe a little bit of stone, and we'll block this up right there. And wham, they are officially entered into their exhibit. Check it out. We got a bunch of octopus in there. That is awesome. Okay, I really do like how this aquarium is coming along so far. I like the fact that it's more like an outdoor one. It's not so much like a building per se. It's more like just some stuff happening over here. But we're going to take a little break this week from the aquarium because we had a whole lot of fun there with the octopus. So we're going to take a little break from that, and we are going to go head back on over to the big cats. Ta-da! Ow. That's oh, God, that was brutal. We're going to head on over to the big cats exhibit because we still have one more to add here, and that is the jaguars. We need to add the jaguars in today's episode. Now, I am going to be naming one of them. There's one jaguar that I caught that is black in color. And so we have a black jaguar. Jaguar looks a lot like a black panther. That one is definitely going to be named T'Challa. Okay? It's like, it has to be. That's just too good of a name for it. Okay, so we do have a black panther, or black jaguar, and we're going to call him T'Challa. But there's other jaguars that I've captured, so I'm going to definitely need names. So get your thinking caps on. I'm going to need them for sure, because that's the extent of my creativity, is naming one of them. Okay, so this is going to take a little bit of creativity, because we have the mountain right here, which we can do some nice decorating on. We can probably do something similar to, like, this, because jaguars, as far as I know, live primarily in, like, jungle areas, don't they? Boy, if I'm wrong on that, this whole exhibit is going to be weird. But I'm going to be decorating to look very similar to this, actually, so that people... I want it to remain kind of open. I know they do, like, a lot of foliage and stuff to hide them, but I want to be kind of open so that people can actually see some of the stuff in the area. And we might actually borrow... Well, no, I don't really want to borrow the idea of adding a mine shaft in there. We could, but there's already that right there. It gets a little repetitive, so I don't really want to copy it over here. This is just going to be straight-up jungle terrain. But that doesn't mean we can't jazz up this wall here a little bit, kind of carve it back, and maybe do some kind of feature in here of some kind. I don't know. I want to do a water feature, but I'm so terrified of things like drowning. So, like, because, like, putting a river, like a flat river that doesn't go down at all, isn't really all that dangerous to these things, because they'll be fine. But if it goes down at all, it technically creates like a 2-block gap, and I'm worried that the thing will, you know, these big cats will just go in there and drown. Now, cats generally don't really like water, but this isn't reality. This is Minecraft. So, yeah. All right, so I might add a water feature, or I'll do it like I did here, actually. This is probably a good idea. Add the water feature back there, but the cats actually can't get to it, so it's just purely decorative. That's actually not a bad idea. Good thought, me. High five. All right, so, but it all starts with the very first step, and you guys have seen this before. I need to dig a hole, and I think I'm going to do that right about now. All right, so I got the whole thing dug out, and it's done. It's finished, all right? As far as the shape of the exhibit, it's done. I even kind of did a little bit of work on the land to get kind of how I want it to look, sort of, kind of. I mean, it's very early stages. I just barely got this thing going. I did carve back this cliff edge a little bit, and this is obviously going to have to change a lot too, because I'm not going to have these giant, like, straight, like, up and down pillars right here. That's not going to really work. But if you listen carefully, just kind of tilt your head a little bit, you might be able to hear something that sounds a lot like a bunch of chickens. There is right back here is where I have my my chicken farm going, where I'm getting all my food from. And it is super noisy and loud. Now, I went ahead and took the liberty of imprisoning 2 of these chickens in nets right now, so I have them forever and ever. But I think it's time to say goodbye to the to the chickens. I am going to, how do I say this? Humanely relocate them to a better place so that you can't hear them here. And that's all you need to know about that. Okay, the chickens have been humanely relocated to a better place. Don't worry about that right there. Obviously, you can tell that I've got plenty of chickens saved up, and I think I'm going to be good probably for the rest of the entire season. So I'm not going to worry about chickens so much. And if push comes to shove, I will take those chickens out of the net, and then I'll place them, and we'll get another chicken farm going. The baby chickens that are in the system right now, they will grow up, and then they will be dealt with by the water block that's there. I should have actually replaced that with lava a long time ago, but I remember way back in the beginning of the series, I was going to try to keep the chickens, get the raw chicken from them so that I could feed them to the animals. My intention was to tame everything. That changed pretty drastically when I realized that I wasn't going to be able to, I'm not a full-time zookeeper, I'm a full-time factory worker, so I wasn't going to be able to keep up on that, so I just kept them wild and named them with name tags instead, just like we did in Season 1. So I just never swapped out the water block in the chicken farm with a lava block because I'm lazy. I've been cooking them the entire season. Alright, but chickens have been dealt with. You can get down here and now you just see the little baby chickens. Those guys will go away in due time. We can get down to doing the rest of the build. So, there is a lot of stuff to do here. I kind of got the shape going, but what I'm thinking is maybe doing a little bit more carving work on the cliffside here, so we can create like kind of like a river kind of flowing down towards this area right here. Now, what I thought about doing, and it's going to take a little bit of work, is carving this back a little bit here, so you see the waterfall landing back here, but it's not enough space for the jaguars to fit through. Like maybe, or it's too high for them to get up here or something like that, so that you can see that the water is flowing down and hitting here, and then creating a pond like right here that doesn't quite go over the edge. You know, it just stays up here, and that way the jaguars will have like water that they can access and get to. But it will only be 1 deep, that way they don't drown in it. And then it'll have a nice cool water feature there, as well as maybe like a tree right here or something, you know, a jungle tree, and jazzing this up. Keeping this up here actually more stone-based, I think would look pretty cool. Obviously bleed the grass into it a little bit. We're definitely going to be needing some of this stuff, which I can make more if I need it, to make it look more greener in here than it already is. But I do have to still work on a little bit. This is kind of a harsh slope right here. I kind of need to raise that up just a little bit. Nope, not that one. That one's the one. So I do need to bring this up, like, to right about, I can get rid of all these torches. I don't need them down here. This was just lighting it up underneath here so mobs didn't spawn underneath the platform, or underneath the ground. You can raise that up to, like, right about here maybe or so. Yeah, that'll work out. Yeah, blend this in a little bit, do a little bit of fine-tuning there, and then maybe fix up this cliff. And then we'll be on to doing the actual like ground blocks in here. Okay, a whole lot of work later. I did do the blending right here to try to get the grass to kind of go in with the stone, and I also reshaped this cliff edge just a little bit to give it a little different shape here. I'm pretty sure that the jaguars can get out over there, but you know what? We'll roll with it, okay? We'll fix it. I also got the wood supports put in for the wall here, as well as adding a little bit of mossy cobblestone. Make that all look nice and pretty. All right. I also got the water feature put in. So that's kind of what I was talking about. I did hide a little bit of glowstone. You can see it right there to light that up back there, so that it kind of gives it a little bit more life. But if you look at, let me get here. If you look, there is actually like a water feature kind of going down the side of the hill right there. And from where the viewers are going to be, it just kind of looks like a little bit of a waterfall kind of going down the side. Kind of like it. It just kind of appears from up there, kind of near the tree-ba, and then it comes on down and it drops into a cavern right there, which comes down right there. So a little added detail. I have to jazz this up still a little bit. I did a little bit of terraforming over there to kind of make it look nice and pretty, but at least kind of blend in from the stone area here up into where the mainly grass area up there is. Obviously I missed a little spot right there. I'll fix that, don't worry. It's not going to stay there forever. Although I do need to do a lot of foliage and stuff up there, so I mean, it might just blend in anyway. But all right, let's get on to the actual part of the exhibit where we start doing the ground. Break our ankles a little bit, and then we'll get down here, and we got to switch out some blocks. So I got to come up with a block palette. Okay, so green concrete is definitely a must. That's going to be a for sure thing. Probably some podzol too. Squeeze that in here too. Coarse dirt, definitely going to need to make more of that. That's for sure. Let's grab this and gravel, and we're going to make a whole bunch of it because I've used it in a whole lot of stuff around here. So I'll definitely use that up, even if I don't need it all for this exhibit. There's podzol in here, which it's not supposed to be. Look at me unorganized as usual. Not a big deal. Let's move that over there. I don't really need mud, I don't think, because mud's not going to be up here. This is mainly like stone, like a cave pond, more so than anything. So I don't think mud's going to be necessary there. Although I could actually squeeze, by mud I mean brown terracotta. I could actually squeeze that in other parts, since this is supposed to be a jungle-esque kind of exhibit. Maybe not. It's gonna have a lot of leaves in it though, that's for sure. Luckily I still have a bunch of jungle leaves. And I'm thinking gravel, although I might need to go grab some more of this because I just used a whole stack to make the coarse dirt. And we'll squeeze in some other stuff. But for right now, let's get to swapping out some of this grass with green concrete powder. There we go. Now, I do like how this, just this one little detail of swapping out this with some green concrete powder changes this up completely. Like, it was green before, now it's green with a little different kind of green in there. And it sort of just kind of makes it all look interesting. I don't know, maybe that's just my opinion. All right, so we got those done. Let's go ahead and start sprinkling in the coarse dirt next, and then we'll be on to the next block. This whole ground should go pretty quickly. Okay, the coarse dirt has been added. Now, we do have just a hair of gravel to add and a little smidge of podzol to add as well. I don't want to overdo it on either one of these blocks. I just want to kind of gently sprinkle them in various places. Okay, with those blocks put in place, I think the ground is just about done. The last thing we got to do to really make it pop would be, of course, to add a few path blocks in here. Now, obviously, the jaguars will be walking around down here, so they will be matting down the grass. So this will be kind of heavily put in. That way, it looks like that they've been kind of trouncing around down here a little bit. I think that's probably pretty good for the ground. Now, we do have another little part to work on, though, and that's all of this stone stuff. And we have to go ahead and probably replace the ground within this pond, I'm thinking. Not like how I traditionally do it, though, because remember, this is supposed to be like a cave pond. So we're talking actually probably a lot of gravel and other kinds of stone-looking things. Like even smooth stone can remain in there. Maybe even a little bit of cobble, mossy cobble type things kind of along the edge. I really wish I could waterlog in this version because I would totally put some half slabs in here too, but I can't, so I'm not going to cry about it. Alright, so let's remove the bottom here and then we'll get to making this look nice and pretty. Something like that should work actually pretty good, but just to make it seem so like, I don't want this to seem like this is so weird, you know, with a different block pattern here and the rest of it doesn't. I did go ahead and sprinkle a little bit of gravel in here already, but I kind of want to dot in maybe the occasional piece of like cobblestone in here. In fact, it kind of gives me an idea. But I do want to drop a couple of just regular cobblestone. Ooh, not right there. That's kind of the right idea, but not what I had in mind. Just sprinkled throughout all the stone floor part up here, actually. I'm not going to really put any cobble up here other than the half slabs that I'll do when I add a little bit of detail. But just the occasional piece of cobblestone sprinkled in here I think would look pretty good. And then to really make this kind of terrain pop, because if you look like right about at this elevation, you can see that this whole land is just completely flat. Don't really like that. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to be adding a couple little stones and stuff to this. Some half slabs to really kind of make this stand out just a little bit more so that it sticks up off the ground just a little bit. And right here I actually have something else in mind. I have like one piece of gravel. I need to go get more of this stuff, but what if we actually stack this up a little bit and actually did a little some kind of detailing here to make this look kind of more interesting than just a flat wall. I mean, we can also do that with bushes, but for right now, let's keep working with the stone. We'll even have these like rocks kind of jut out over here too, even outside of where the stone area is. I think that might look pretty good. Okay, now that is looking pretty snazzy if I do say so myself. Got the water added into the pond right there. That way when people are up here, I still have to do the fencing obviously up here, but when they come up here, they can actually see that there's water flowing back there. So it's got a little bit of depth to it actually. It's not just all that flat. It's also getting nighttime. You can kind of see the mast from the ship from over here too. It's getting nighttime, creepers be creeping. I'm going to have to be taking a nap, that is for sure. But then I think we're ready to move on to like the plant life in here. Okay, so what do you think we should start with? Let's start with the trees. I'm going to start with the trees for sure. Now, we do have some custom jungle trees right over here. I'm probably going to bring these on over, at least a variation of them, over into this exhibit too, since this is supposed to be a jungle exhibit. Break my ankles, I'm good. Shake it off. I don't need those anyway. So let's actually start bringing out like a little bit of a tree here, and like I said, it's probably gonna be the same as like over there. I'm thinking that making it kind of look that way, or that the way it is over there, will probably be a good fit for this area. So I am going to just kind of do one of those things over here. And behold, we have a jungle tree. That wasn't too bad actually. Yeah, just kind of basically winged it the entire way. Don't really like this side of it too much. Not really sure how I'm going to be able to fix it. Can I get that very top one? Let's actually just pillar up here with some leaves, because I just looking at it now, I'm like, I don't like it. Yeah. Let's get up here and grab that leaf. Maybe parkour. Grab the leaf. All right, parkour. Got it. All right. Yeah, I'm thinking that'll do just fine for the jungle tree over here. And I do intend on doing a little bit of foliage kind of up top, just like what we did with the tiger exhibit. But for right now, I'm thinking that's probably pretty good. Now, I think for the rest of the exhibit, I don't want to add another tree in here because it's already going to be pretty cramped. And plus, if I put another one in here, it's going to have to be over here. And that's not going to work out so well because that'll block the view of this whole feature that we added back here. So not really all about that, yo. Now, we can actually add some other things in here, though, to kind of give it a little bit more depth, including more bushes. Lots more bushes. Get some of these oak leaves involved, too, because I'm thinking those are going to be kind of important. And I don't want to make it so that the jaguars can just get out of here, you know. That would kind of defeat the purpose of building an exhibit for them to stay in forever and ever. But I do want to actually add... See, they can get all up in here, can't they? I do want to add, you know, some bushes in the edges here in the corners. So, yeah, it's gonna have to come down. There's got to be a lot of foliage. It's a jungle after all. There we go. Okay, we got the bushes all put in now, and this is actually starting to look pretty good. I went ahead and added a couple of slabs here, also kind of representing like roots and stuff, and just kind of smoothing out the tree a little bit. A little customization as well as a couple branches, making that thing look all nice and pretty. Now, I do want to add in just a little touch of something that makes this kind of look like the mining colony without going full on like a mine shaft like what we got in some of the other ones there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw in like a little pile of stuff back here, just like that. Now that means they can totally climb right up there. Didn't think about that. Didn't think about that at all. How can I fix that? Okay, maybe that might actually work. That way they can't actually just escape the exhibit. Yeah, that would have been bad. Good thing we caught that while we're building it here. All right, now can they get out this way? With the railing there, no, I don't think they can. So, all right, I think that this will be pretty good for keeping the jaguars in place. I guess I'll find out the hard way if it's not. Now, this is basically the bottom portion of this exhibit done, minus the greenery and the foliage that we have to put in, like the plant life. There is still the area up top that I want to decorate up a little bit. Maybe not as extravagant as over there, because that's like really heavy foliage in there. So maybe just a little bit less than that. I don't want these exhibits looking identical. That's kind of the thing. But all right, okay. Let's actually work on the plants down here. Oh man, my inventory is terrible. Let's let's put all this stuff back and organize this a bit, and then I'm going to get on to putting in the plant life. Okay, so the plants backpack has definitely seen better days, but we can probably work with this a little bit. Let's actually squirt a couple of reeds, or a reed or something like that, like in here. Yeah, maybe one more kind of in back, like that. I think that looks pretty good. I don't really know if I want to put, like, lily pads in there, because I'm not sure if that makes too much sense. I guess, actually, you know what? Yeah, let's squirt a couple of them in there, and I guess just some of these smaller ones, I'm thinking. It would make sense just because it is, after all, a jungle, so we're talking about like heavy foliage, lots of things growing in here. Even like a little detail like that, I think that will be fine. Yeah, okay, that's good, that's good. All right, now let's go back into the backpack, or not the backpack, but the plant backpack, and see what else we can squirt in here. Some bushes are probably going to be a good idea. Put 3 of them in there, sure, why not? What else can we fit in here? Actually, you know what? I was going to say I don't have any more bamboo, but I do know where I can get some. And it's right there. Now, as you can hear, there's some things, some things that are preventing me from doing this without getting eaten alive, like those 2 things. So we're gonna just kind of put these guys back to sleep. Say goodnight, you guys. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna hop in here real fast, and I'm going to collect. So this one here, there we go. I got 2 there, and this one here. Now those will grow back up, but that gives me 3 whole bamboo, live bamboo to work with. Let me just kind of yeetily-deet out of here real fast. They'll wake up once the drugs wear off, and that means I can actually put these now in this exhibit as well. It looks really good in the jungle. Does this look good from up top? I didn't even really look at the tree from up here. I guess it's not that bad. Yeah, no, it's fine. It'll look better once all the other detailing is done anyway. So now this stuff I gotta fit somewhere. All right, we'll put it right there. That should grow. I put some string up here. I don't actually know how tall bamboo will grow in biomes of plenty. So I put some there, so it should only go 3 high. This one will only go 2 high, and this one will stay right where it's at forever and ever. So that'll create something that looks like something, that's for sure. I kind of need those to grow up all the way for me to fully decide whether I like them there or not. I don't know. Okay, I'm thinking that looks better. It looked too much like a diagonal line there, and I didn't really like it. So that one in back there will just remain that height. This one will go up 3 high, this one will go up 2, and we'll see how that looks when they're all fully grown. Okay, so that adds those things. Let's get these berry bushes put in place somewhere around here. We'll squirt one underneath the tree, and maybe we'll keep them isolated more towards this area. I'm thinking maybe it might be a little bit better. Maybe put one right back there. Perfect. All right, what else do we got in the plants backpack? think using the last couple bits of the wild celery, as well as adding a little bit of clover patches in here. I only have 70 of these things. Well, I know where I can get more of them, so it's not that big of a deal. And then maybe these ostrich ferns will probably look pretty good. So the clover patch we'll throw in like right here, like so. And then these ostrich ferns, I gotta find a home for them as well. And then the wild celery itself, we gotta put this in places too. Right there. Alright, that's actually looking pretty good. This is starting to look a little bit more jungle-like. Is there anything else that we can add? Like, normally these water things like river cane and stuff I'd like to add, but there really isn't a good spot when it's kind of nestled into a cave like this. So, oh, mushrooms actually. We can actually squeeze these things in, I'm thinking. Especially at the base of the tree. Just the occasional one here or there. I don't really want this to look like it's too crazy with mushrooms all over the place, though, so let's grab one of these guys, too. Can't really use the vanilla mushrooms. Those things like to spread to other blocks, and that kind of ruins everything, so I can't really do that. What else can we squeeze in here? Is there anything else I have in the plants backpack here that would make sense? A dead bush occasionally wouldn't actually... Whoops, I just threw all of them. Wouldn't actually be a bad idea, especially around some of these other bushes here, like the living ones. Kind of looks like some of the bushes might have died off a little bit over time. And I don't want to overdo it, though, because it has to kind of maintain a living look, though. So I just can't only put like 1 or 2 of these things in places. Not too many of them. In fact, that might be enough. I want to get one somewhere in the middle here, too. Put one right there. Okay, good. And to be honest, I think that's about it for this. Oh, no, flowers. We need the flowers. Let's look in the flower backpack and see what we got in here. Let's add some of these peach flowers. We're going to definitely add some of the raflesias. And this thing. Sure, we'll throw that in there, too. Let's go ahead and dot the raflesias in here, though. Get those all looking nice and pretty. These big flowers, they definitely look jungle-esque for sure. And then we're going to want some of these peach flowers. Get them spread out in here for sure. Let me make sure this looks good. Kind of eyeballing it as we go. I need to get some back here. Can we, well, got it. All right. And then whatever this is bromelaid. Sure. We'll throw that in right there. No, never mind. There. Yeah. What does this thing even go on? If it doesn't go on grass, does it go on sand? I bet you it goes on sand. Huh. Okay, never mind. We're not putting that anywhere. Doesn't actually place. Interesting. How about these Miner's Delight, okay? Since I do have this kind of cave area right here, wouldn't it be great if I just dotted one like right there? Maybe another one over here since I have 2 of them. I gotta put them somewhere. Like that. Small little detail. I think that's kind of a cute little thing to throw in there. Anything else? Onion grass? That seems like it could look kind of cool in here. Something like that. Alright, now we're getting somewhere. I think that's it. I think that's all I'm going to do in here. That looks actually pretty good. Let's actually take a look from up on top. Yeet. And see if this looks good, bad, in between. Oh, yeah. Alright, that's looking pretty good. Now, we still need to add the tall grass, so we're not done yet. But that's looking pretty snazzy. Now, I do want to jazz up the top part before we get to doing the rest of the bottom there. So, let's go into the, not the plants backpack, let's go into the bat backpack and grab ourselves a bunch of jungle leaves, as well as some oak leaves maybe, and then we're also going to need some of the wood backpack, because we're going to need to grab some of this stuff. Okay, so, let's get up here and actually add a little bit of foliage on this hillside, yeet, and so that it kind of complements the water that's flowing down here. So like right here would be a good spot for some kind of plant of some kind. Maybe even like a tree. So let's actually bring a tree jutting off of here maybe. This has got to go bye-bye. Kind of jutting out this way. And take that out. Yeah, alright. Yeah, this will work. Let's see if I can't put it like a small shrub really. I don't really want this to be a big tree. Alright, that little shrub is put in place, and let's hop on above. Here we have actually a glass piece for the iron farm. Let's hop up here. I just gotta make sure I don't cover that. And maybe put another one of these kind of bush things, these little shrubs that we're working on here, up here as well. I'm thinking this could look pretty snazzy if it's done correctly. Okay. Alright, there we go. We got 2 of them up there now. Now, the Treba tree is kind of blending in with it from this point of view, so it's, I don't know if I don't want to, I like the Treba. I want to keep them there. I don't want to get rid of that. So maybe I'll just pretend like it's fine. Yeah, it might grow on me after time. I'm also not done up here. I need to do a little bit more as far as adding foliage. We're talking like bushes on the ground kind of draping over the edge of the cliffside here. But as far as adding just a little extra detail up there, I think that that's probably pretty good for small trees. We just got to get up there and add a little bit more bushes, a little bit more leaves, and get this place looking a little bit more overgrown. Okay, I'm thinking that looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm not too upset about that actually. A little bit of foliage up there. Like I said, I didn't want to make it the same as over here, so I tried to actually cut back on the foliage, and maybe that was the right thing to do. Maybe it was a mistake. I'm not too sure. Because this one looks pretty good. That one looks a little bit more barren, but it is supposed to be on the edge of like a cliff here, so I just didn't want to make it the same, so I had to change it up a little bit. And by that I mean I had to remove some of the leaf blocks, and didn't want to go too overboard with making it, you know, way too overgrown. Hi, buddy, you want to like not be right there? Thanks. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and sprinkle in a little bit of tall grass up in this area too, just to kind of emphasize that this place is a little bit more overgrown. But not as much as the other one. Oh, nope, nope. All right, there we go. That's fine. Not really there, people. I know I got a problem. And I know I just gotta like live with the flowers and be one with the flowers, but I just can't. Not right now. It's getting worse as I go on with the series. Like my hatred, I guess you'd call hatred for flowers. It's slowly, progressively getting worse. Oh yeah, the tall grass really does help it out up there. Alright, now let's have it help out down here too, because I need to add tall grass to this area as well. And I'm probably going to remove every flower I see that pops up in here. Okay, wasn't too bad. There's only a handful of flowers that actually kind of popped up there while I was applying the bone meal. But we do need to also add like some dead leaves in here too, because we do have these trees. It makes sense for there to be dead leaves in here, especially around the tree. So I gotta sprinkle these in. It looks like I also have to be sleeping because creepers be creeping and it's turning nighttime. God, I really don't want to get blown up in here. And the final touches would, of course, be a whole lot of little stones and pebbles laying all over the place, because this is kind of like a broken down cliff edge. A little bit, you know, like there's a little bit of a gravel pile here. Rocks roll down the hill, stuff like that. You know, little pebbles dotting the area over here. And I think that might actually be the final touches then on this exhibit. I think that's it. Let's inhale a chicken, and we'll go up top and see what the final view of this place looks like. Now remember, we do have one jaguar that we do have to name in this episode before we even exit and go about our merry way, before we get on into the weekend. And I have to go grab that still. But first, before I do that, I am going to fix this railing right here so that it looks all nice and pretty. Alright, behold, the finished jaguar exhibit. What do you guys think? I'm thinking it looks alright. Now, it's not as densely forested as I was originally planning. And as I kept going on it, like I said, I was just trying my best to avoid it looking identical to this one over here. I did not want to make it the exact same exhibit. It just, yeah, I just don't, I wanted to stand out on its own. And I think having that water feature down there really does help that. So hopefully the Jaguars like this place, and hopefully you guys enjoy how this turned out. If you guys think this looks good, let me know in the comments section if you guys don't mind. Also, I'm going to need some names for the Jaguars, but we do have to get down and do some naming real quick. I have to go try to find that one specific Jaguar, which I just am thinking about now. Let me just kind of get this on the hot bar. I have darts, right? Yeah. I don't really know how to find that one other than releasing it and then hoping that it doesn't eat my face. I first have to find them, though. Alright, so I have 4 Jaguars, and that's one of them is the black Jaguar, which we're going to be naming T'Challa right here and right now. The other 3 I'm going to need names for, so thinking caps, if you guys could put those things on, tighten the strap down, and then head on down to the comments section and give me your best Jaguar names. I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, I don't think there's any real way to do this without risking my life. They should still be really drugged up from the last time I shot them. So I just need to put one down, see if it's the black Jaguar or the Black Panther, and then scoop it up. Even if it is the one, I still have to scoop it up. So let's check this one out. What about this one? Ha! Nope, not that one. Okay, we're scooping that one right back up. What about this one? Nope. Okay, we're grabbing that one too. These things could just tear me a new one. Put that one down. Not that one. Of course it's the last one. Let's check this one. Haha, that is it. That is the black Jaguar that we have. And that is going to be T'Challa. Let's scoop him back up before the drugs wear off. So that's the one we want. So the other ones, if you guys could, please comment section, go ahead and name these guys for me, because they need good names, and you are good people who can name them. Okay, let's name this one the correct and appropriate name for this large cat, and that is going to be T'Challa. All right, bam, right there. That, of course, is the Black Panther from Marvel Comics, and we are definitely going to be naming this one that, because it's just, how can we not? Like, how can we not? You don't find a black jaguar like this, or Black Panther. I know they're different animals. I get that. I'm aware of it. I just don't really have panthers in this pack, so we're just going with this. Like, it's close enough. So, all right, I have an escape plan. All right, let's get down here. We're gonna slap this bad boy down there. Do that. Actually, let's see. I don't actually know. It is a boy, okay. And then, so it is a bad boy. Let's get out here before it wakes up and eats me. I guarantee you it is going to be Krabby from the last time we encountered each other when I shot it in the face with a trank.
Yeah, in the face.
Whenever that guy wakes up, he is not going to be happy with me, that's for sure. I just realized I'm also going to have to put the other 3 in there at some point in time, so he's probably going to get another hefty dose of tranquilizer coming up here in the near future. He's awake, people. T'Challa is up and moving. Look at him go. He is pretty zoned out and purring, growling, probably fantasizing about ripping me apart. Anyway, that's fine. I'm not worried about it. That's kind of a normal thing around here, is animals are always trying to find a way to escape and come and get me. That's fine. In fact, sometimes they succeeded, but we've succeeded also in tranking them again and putting them back in place. Haven't actually been killed by an animal in the zoo series. That's good. I've died to fall damage in this one. Got blown up by a creeper already. Yeah, there's a whole lot of stuff I've died to, but never animals. Haven't died to animals yet, so that's good. But alright, you guys, I'm going to wrap this episode up. So if you did enjoy, please go down and smash that like button. It would really, really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. That growling is freaking me out. To this episode, I will be back next week with more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, chilling here in the big cats exhibits, actually, right here, right in the middle of this whole area. Haven't actually finished the path here, haven't really done much since the last episode, not gonna lie. Been a very busy week. I didn't make any progress on the boat. The shipwreck, it's still the same. You can kind of see the mast poking up in the atmospheric cloud over there, just a little bit behind me. Kind of past the mountain there a little bit. Yeah, I didn't make any more progress on that. Sorry about that. It's been a very busy week. Sorry, I got swamped. I usually try to make progress at least every week on that, and this week I dropped the ball. I'm sorry, I failed you. But you guys certainly didn't fail me. Holy cow, you guys dropped a whole bunch of names to join T'Challa here in the Jaguar exhibit. And I am now noticing right there that there is a ghost block. Let's see if I can get over here without T'Challa eating me. So I can't get this real fast. Yeet! I'm in here with the panther. Probably shouldn't be doing this. Let's get out of here. Okay. Alright, so you guys definitely didn't fail me, though. You dropped a bunch of names for the different Jaguars. And I had to sift through them all and actually pick out some of my favorite ones. There were some really good ones. A lot of you actually suggested T'Challa, but maybe you suggested that before you got to the end of the episode. Because remember, we named one that already after the Black Panther. So, and it was our Black Jaguar, so it's a Black Panther, actually. We named T'Challa. A lot of really good names out there. A few people suggested Bagheera also, but we named one of the leopards Bagheera already, so that's another name that we already have here. So I sifted through all the rest of them, though, and faceplant, this is what we came up with. Alright, starting off the naming, we are going to name this one Manchez. Now, that is the panther from Zootopia, as Todd and Soccer Boy both pointed out. So thank you guys for that one. And for the second one, since we can't name this one Bagheera, Mr. Mallard suggested that we name this one Mowgli. That is, of course, the little boy that's in the Jungle Book. So, I mean, since we can't name him Bagheera, we'll go with that one instead. So thank you, Mr. Mallard, for suggesting Mowgli. And for the third and final one, this one's going to be called Pantherton J. Son. There we go. Pantherton. Can we get a period in there? There we go. Pantherton J. Pantherson. Okay, and that was suggested by Peter. Quite a mouthful to say that one, but thank you, Peter. I love it. As usual, if I do not if I did not select your name this time around, please keep trying. I usually select names kind of randomly, kind of because I think they're funny, kind of for some reason, no reason whatsoever. And also sometimes I pick names from people who have not submitted them before. So if I haven't picked your name yet, keep on trying. We'll get around to it. I'm sure eventually. There's still plenty of animals in the zoo. But for right now, we got to add some jaguars. And T'Challa is down there just looking at me like I'm a snack. He is waiting for me to drop in. Well, I'll tell you what, buddy, you're going to have to take a little snooze. Thank you. All right, let's start getting these jaguars in here quickly. They are not going to be happy with me because last time we saw each other, I did just that. So they're going to be a little crabby still, I'm sure. But let's get them down here quick. Let's put that one down. This one's going to be Manchez. And Manchez is a female. How about that? Okay, second one, really fast. We're doing this quickly so I can get out of here. This one's going to be Mowgli. And Mowgli is a male. And for the final one, it's going to be Pantherton J. Pantherson. Put him down right there, or him, her, something like that. We're going to go ahead and name it right there. It's a female, but put her right there. And then let's get out of here before these things wake up and just rip me to shreds. It'll be just like a Thanksgiving feast for them. Oh, and the Treba is still there. Again, thank you all for everyone who submits names. I greatly do appreciate it. It makes my job a whole lot easier because I am terrible with names, and you guys appear to be very good at it. All right, so we're just flying around through the shipwreck here, getting on over to this area over here because this is the aquarium section right here. And now this isn't necessarily just aquarium animals. I mean, we do have like other animals here that I wouldn't consider fish, you know, like penguins. And I do plan on putting like the walrus in here over probably even the next episode. But in this episode, we're going to be focusing a little bit on down here. Okay, right here on this wall specifically is what I'm talking about. Now we've done some stuff down here. We have the octopi exhibit, and they are looking wonderful in there, just chilling. And we've done the moray eel exhibit, which they are looking wonderful in here, just chilling. But what exhibit are we going to put right here? Gary, if there's a Gary watching. Well, I am going to be putting the coconut crab exhibit in right here, but I do have to clear out quite a bit of space here because I don't actually want this to be in the trench anymore. I think the trench is fine the way it is right there, and I like how this kind of connects up here, and I think this looks all really cool. But I kind of want to turn this part over here. Like, it needs to maintain this, like, archway part right here. So this part has to kind of be maintained. But I want to kind of turn this into... I mean, I guess it's still going to be a trench. Okay, but I do need to carve this thing back a bit. But I don't want it to be a glass exhibit like this. I want to have actual, like, a fence here so that people can actually, like, look over and see the coconut crabs, like, in here. I'm trying to envision it with my eyeballs, but you guys are just seeing me stare at a bunch of gravel. Have it so they can reach over or not reach over the fence. I wouldn't recommend playing with the coconut crabs, but they're like huge. But I want to have an exhibit right here where they can actually like have like an island with water around it, you know, maybe like a sandy beach kind of thing, a little bit of foliage and shrubs on it. And I've got quite a few. I think I got like 4 or 5 coconut crabs, so I need to make this exhibit decently large so that they can have enough room to roam around. But it all starts with me digging. There we go. We got ourselves a nice little area dug out. It turns out that I like the idea of removing the top of this, because then I can actually put like maybe a palm tree or something in here to make it kind of blend in with the exhibit itself. Because if I left this inside the underground part, you know, like inside a cave more so, I wouldn't be able to really have free reign over getting trees up in the sky a little bit more. So shaving off the top, reshape this part completely. This looks a little weird, but I have to kind of keep this for right now because this is actually the seating for the orca exhibit. Now, the orca exhibit isn't all that big. And I was joking today with one of my coworkers that maybe I should actually put something else in here instead of an orca. Like maybe a humpback whale. Obviously, that wouldn't be a very smart move because that's even larger. But, I mean, I think an orca would still fit in here just fine. Maybe we'll stick with that plan. But as far as the seating needs to stay up here, though. And it looks a little strange right now, so I kind of want to fix this up. I did a little bit of terraforming here just to kind of get this looking somewhat like, you know, kind of like a cliff edge, you know, but it just, I'm not sure, it's just not looking that great right now. And I think why it looks weird is because it is this unnatural kind of overhang right here, and whenever you get that, that's usually because it's man-made, and this one is kind of technically man-made. So let's get the wood backpack out here and do a quick fixer-up around this part using some mining supports actually, and make this kind of look a little bit more interesting. That looks a lot better. That explains kind of why this is being held up a little bit, because there's wooden supports. And that's why it doesn't look so... It looks unnatural, but it looks natural now because we put... Well, not natural. It looks man-made now because we put some supports in there. And that's all holding up this part of the exhibit. This is actually going to be one of the paths that I use to get to the orca exhibit right here. So it's going to kind of curve up this way and connect right there. So that should work. I'm obviously going to have to put a railing right here so people don't eat themselves into the pool with the orca. But... but I do want to leave enough space coming right here with this path coming through here so people can walk through here. But I also want to make sure that I leave... I have to find a nice healthy medium right here because I need to put a guardrail here for the front face of the exhibit while leaving enough space for the coconut crabs themselves. I am thinking about jazzing up that back wall just a little bit and having land back there and having water in the front face of this instead of it being like an island in the middle where they can kind of walk around. Maybe. Actually, hold on. I might change my... First off, I'm going to just try to get as much room out of this as I possibly can. Maximize the space. And then we'll go from there. I'm still indecisive as to what this exhibit's going to look like. But at the end of the episode, it's going to look good. There we go. I think that's a pretty good medium. So we have a lot of space here. We got 3 blocks or so to continue the path this way. Gives people plenty of room to walk through there. Shouldn't be a big problem. And then this is where the fence will go, right here where the wood is. And then here is the coconut crab exhibit. Now, I gotta make a decision. Do I want a small island in the middle and then have most of it water on the sides? Or do I want to actually... I think we're gonna go with the latter option here. And I'm gonna build land up along the back, and I'll jazz up this terrain. See if we run around here real fast. I'll jazz up this terrain a little bit better, because I was gonna leave it right here so that as you're coming down, you can kind of see something's right there. I might do something fun there. And what this does, though, is it allows me to actually put another viewing area, actually. Beard scratch. It allows me to put another viewing area for these guys up here. It's like a secondary one that you can actually see people walking down there, too. Because there's going to be a path right here that cuts in front of the penguin exhibit, as well as goes over to the walrus area, you know, and then probably connects back down over here. So people can hang out over here. I don't really know what I'm going to do over here. Remember, this whole body of land wasn't supposed to be here originally. It only is here because the original plan I had for this looked wildly inappropriate with the giant ball right here and then this long object of land right here. So to change that up, I added this land. So this is new terrain right here, and I was just going to decorate it up to look kind of cool and natural and rocky. But I mean, I could squeeze an exhibit in there, I suppose. Maybe beard scratch. I don't know. I'll keep that in mind for the future. That's again another later GReimer problem. Right now, this is a present GReimer problem. But I like the idea of a viewing area up here. So if I were to do that, it looks like the viewing area would be probably flush right here with this. So let me just outline this part up here and kind of shape this back wall. Might give me a little bit more room too. There we go. Okay, I got the back wall put in, and I'm thinking that looks pretty good, especially when you walk around the outside of it here. And you keep in mind that there's a path right here that I'm not finished with. So a path comes down or comes across the bridge right here. Kind of, you can see the penguins. You can come over here, and this obviously needs to get filled in. Look at that. I got one piece of stone. Look at me go. I think I have more in here too. Let's go ahead and just fill this in for right now. Don't want to be falling down there. And So you can then see like the coconut crabs from up here as well, which I think would be pretty cool. I need to do something right here as far as like a piece of land, kind of decorative, kind of fitting in with the landscape a little bit right here, so that it kind of blends in, you know, so that it explains why this this railing right here, which has not been put in yet, is here, and it's not, it just ends abruptly. So I needed to run into some kind of land, basically, is what I'm trying to say. Same thing with over here. This see, that doesn't look right when it just abruptly ends like that. So we're gonna have to do something very similar to that over here. Something that kind of blends this all in, makes it like look nice and seamless. Like, yeah. All right, see, that's coming together pretty good. Now, this kind of spike thing is what I was gonna do in that lowland area over there. And it kind of blends in with also the rest of the biome. That's kind of why I was going to stick with it. But we're going to need to put that along the back wall right here as well. Because I can't keep this like this. If I am going to be building up the land... Okay, so right here is where the land's going to go. In fact, I might as well show rather than tell. Let's grab sand, okay? Because sand is going to be like the beach area in front. So we're going to do something like this. It's going to come relatively close, actually, to this this area right here. But I'm going to leave some water for the coconut crabs just kind of chilling. And everything back there is going to be land. So we're going to actually just fill all this in with sand. I'm going to come back through and change out stuff on the beach later. Because we're going to add a little bit of sandstone in there. Kind of give it a little texture, you know. Maybe even add a little terracotta as it blends into the actual land behind it. But coconut crabs, I believe, live in more of like a tropical area. Correct me in the comments section if I'm wrong about that, but I believe they're in more like a tropical area. So we're going to try to give them a little bit more of a tropical area here to reside in. So we're going to want the beach to kind of come up a little bit, at least one block. Okay, actually the whole exhibit's going to come up at least one block. So water down here, and then at least one block up right here. And I'm going to just kind of layer the front part of this with sand, because I'm going to have to blend that into, let's open the backpack here, grass, as it goes farther in towards where the actual like biome would be for like the jungle area. Something kind of like that. See how I'm talking about how like the grass blends in with the sand, you know? That looks pretty good. Now, I brought some sandstone over here because I want to do a little bit of doodadding up with this. So sandstone is the same color as sand, but has a completely different texture like that. So I think like sprinkling this in here occasionally will look pretty good, because it'll just change up the kind of the monotonous sand like texture of everything. You know, I just want to change that up just a wee bit, just get a little bit of texture. Now there's some texture on the side of this too, which is fine. That'll be mostly covered up with water. I think will look all right. So we'll just kind of dot this in occasionally, not too much. Like I think that's fine already how it is. Now, cool trick, sandstone stairs, right? These things, I mean, when you place them in the ground, they look like that. Bam. Looks pretty bad. But if you place them upside down, they actually have the cobblestone texture on them, which breaks this up a whole lot more. So I think I'm going to sprinkle these things in too, to kind of make it look like the sand has a little bit more texture to it than just plain old regular boring Minecraft sand. And then the icing on the cake here is we're going to take sandstone slabs and actually make it look like this is kind of coming out a little bit. Actually, hold on, that doesn't look very good right there at all. We're going to make this kind of look like it's kind of protruding out just a wee bit. Now, I would like to put some like down here, but that's where water's going to be, and I can't waterlog blocks in this version. I really wish I could make these things absolutely pop if I did that, if I was able to. But we're going to just kind of just drop a couple sandstone slabs in here and probably call it a day with the beach then. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Now, there are more blocks that I'm going to be adding to this exhibit, though. I'm not just going to leave it at that. Although I do like how this is looking so far. We're going to go into the bat backpack, and we're going to grab ourselves a few bits of this, coarse dirt, and then we're going to go into the ground backpack here, and we're going to grab some of this coarse sandy dirt also. Now, the coarse sandy dirt, obviously, we're going to be putting closer towards the sand, and then the coarse dirt we're going to sprinkle in with the grass back here. And another block that we can add up here on the grass part actually is the green concrete powder, because I think this looks fantastic. Really makes this place look a little bit brighter green than just, it works good for a forest or for like a jungle looking area. So I always try to sprinkle in just a few blocks of this occasionally, just to kind of change up the texture between the greens here. So we got the green grass and we got the green concrete powder. Actually, the texture looks very similar. It's just the color is just slightly off, and I think it adds a cool little detail to everything. And then there's not much space left up here, so we're going to probably just in the back here throw like a piece of terracotta or something. given the idea that it's dry, arid, kind of right here along the beach actually, but the farther up you get in here, you're going to get more lush and like tropical area when you get up here. In fact, only one block of it is probably all I need right there. I don't really know if I want to squeeze in any more than that. I think that looks fine, just the way it is. Now, of course, path blocks are a must up here, so we're going to just drop these in occasionally too. I don't want to destroy all the grass though, because one, I don't think coconut crabs are going to be patting down the grass too much, and two, I want to leave some area for some foliage up here. And I suppose as far as the land goes, that's basically done. I think that looks pretty good for a coconut crab area. However, we have this right here. This is the water part that I really got to fix up because it's not going to look like this. So I got to dig all this up before I get to replacing it. Then we got to start thinking about a block palette for what we want down here. Thinking this is definitely going to be like a beach, ocean-ish area. Ocean-ish. Area, so there's gonna be some sand actually sprinkled in coming off the beach, but then you know, it's gonna give way to, like, especially over here, it's gonna give way to more like gravel, I'm thinking, and all that fun underwater look that we have in the other exhibits. But first we're gonna start with the sand. Okay, the sand's definitely gonna be bleeding down into this area for sure as it's coming off the beach here. I can't just go right abruptly to just gravel, that wouldn't make much sense, so we're gonna bring the sand out this way as it's coming off of the beach right here. Okay, then we're going to start sprinkling in things like gravel and coarse dirt in here too. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Yeah, we'll put coarse dirt. I was going to put sandy coarse dirt, but it's underwater, so I think it's fine if it has a little bit of extra hydration to it. I'm going to just dot this in occasionally around here. And it's going to be a little bit more as we get, like I said, as we get farther out over here. But I think that's probably going to be it. I'm trying to think. We might throw a little bit of stone actually down here too. Nothing too fancy. Just kind of these extra blocks. Actually, you know what? Not stone. Let's actually put brown terracotta. Makes it look like mud, but again, once again, farther out here, we're going to put a couple bits of this in here. Yeah, something like that. Okay, and then I think what we'll throw in at the base of it is some of these river stones, actually. The last remaining blocks we'll cover with the river stones. Something along the lines of this. Okay, I'm thinking that is perfect. I think that's great. Let's actually, where's my water bucket? There's one right here. Let's go ahead and actually start filling this in. I'm going to need a little bit more water from someplace. Oh, look, there's a giant ocean. Okay, all of this is looking fantastic. I'm loving how this exhibit is turning out. Now, I do have to pay close attention to back here because the coconut crabs can just waltz right out of here. I'm going to work on this back section last because I want to get the decorations and everything put in. And then I got to make sure that the crabs can't escape. But let's talk foliage, okay? Let's talk plant life and stuff. I'm thinking that it's going to be important to have something more tropical looking here, just to kind of change it up from any other exhibits that are around here. So that's going to start with adding palm trees, okay? What would make an excellent palm tree wood? Jungle wouldn't be too bad. In fact, it would probably work. Actually, you know what would make an excellent palm tree wood? Palm trees. I know it's weird, right? It's a crazy idea, but palm trees would probably make an excellent palm tree wood. So I'm going to chop down a few of these, maybe collect some of this grass and stuff, because I think I'm out of this kind of grass. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to grab some of this before we leave, and then we'll head right back. Okay, so palm wood and jungle leaves, I'm thinking, are going to be the name of the game. Ooh, big leg spike right there. They are going to be the name of the game for these trees. Now, I could actually just grow a biomes of plenty like dynamic tree here, you know, if I wanted to, and that would look good. The ferns would look kind of cool on the top and stuff. The problem is that they just go straight up, and it doesn't look very interesting to me, I guess. So I don't really like them, actually, is what I'm trying to say. I don't like how they just stick straight up and that's it. I know that most palm trees do generally grow straight up, but I like the way that these things look when they have a little bit of pizzazz to them, a little bit of style. So I think I'm going to do that. Now, actually, one thing that I want to do to give this pizzazz, actually... Hold on one second, I got an idea. Okay, there we go. Raise the land up a little bit, actually, right now, right there. Now, back here, you're not going to be able to see that little tiny corner. It's kind of flush, but I think that looks pretty good, especially if we get to trying to place these trees in here, because I want to put it right here on the slope. I know it sounds kind of crazy, kind of zany, but I kind of want to do it. How am I going to do it? Okay, first I got to get the tree trunks down. That's going to take a little bit of work, because this isn't just a straight tree that I'm making. I'm actually going to be angling it a little bit. So, oof, give me a second, let me figure this out. Something kind of like that. And maybe we'll go over just a little bit more. Now I gotta take out these, like, temporary blocks right here. I don't really want to waste those palm logs because I don't really have a whole lot of them. But let's get to putting down the leaves right now. And let's see if I can't come up with a really sweet palm tree design. Now, I do have one design that I made way back in the day in for the Kingdom of Babel, but it's been a while since I made those things. I gotta try to remember how I even did that. Okay, I think it was something like that. That kind of looks like a palm tree, right? A little bit different than obviously the Biomes Plenty stuff, but I think it works. I'm not sure if you can attach cocoa pods onto this stuff or not. In fact, I don't really know if I have any. So I might have to experiment with that, you know, in between episodes or something. But I'm thinking that's looking pretty good. I've got to have them someplace. I thought I collected all the crops and stuff like that. And while I was in the jungle, there's no way I went in there without collecting some some cocoa pods. So I think that looks pretty good. I was going to try to add 2, but I'm thinking just because the palm fronds on top are just so massive that there's no way I'm going to be able to fit 2 in here. So 1 looks pretty good. I'll rely on doing all the decorating up kind of on the shoreline here to make this look pretty rather than adding another palm tree. But this exhibit is far from over. Let's go ahead and just yeet some of the stuff into here just to get it out of my inventory. I need to organize this mess of an inventory so I can continue on. We need the ground backpack, if you could be so kind. Throw those in there. Okay, let's put some extra bushes in here, I'm thinking. So we're going to need the bat backpack, and we're going to grab some of these oak leaves, and we're going to grab these jungle leaves again. Yeet all these other backpacks out of my hotbar here, and then we're going to start piling in some shrubs and some bushes lightly. Actually, I don't want to do this too heavy, actually. Just a little bit. Probably 1 right in back there. Maybe a couple extra stuff over here. But yeah, nothing too fancy, really. Just going to be really light. Kind of a foliage spread out throughout this area right here. In fact, you know what? That's probably it right there. That was not a whole lot of stuff I had to add on that one, but we'll go with that. And let's actually move on to the actual plants now. Let's get the plant backpack out here. Restocked with dune grass. We're going to start off by grabbing some of that dune grass, as well as these sea oats. I think those are going to look really good. Some desert sprouts and desert grass will probably, or the desert grass here will probably look pretty good on the shoreline here. Let's actually work on the shoreline first. We'll go with that first, and then we'll move on from there. Start adding a little bit of detail on this. I don't want to put too many sea oats actually like right in front, because that'll be really distracting, and people will have a hard time, you know, like seeing what's behind it. Do I have let's get another pair of shears going here, because I want to tear this one up, and I'm pretty sure I need shears to do that. All right, there we go. Yeah, I don't want to put too much tall like sea oats here, because that's going to be really distracting, and people aren't going to be able to see the coconut crabs too easily. So a couple lining like the left and right side of this here I think will look pretty good. Let's get back to the dune grass here, because that's going to be our bread and butter for this area up front here. And sprinkle this in relatively heavily actually up front, as well as a little bit up on top here. Thinking actually, oh, that's pretty good right now. Yep, that looks good. Okay, let's switch it over to the desert sprouts. Kind of dot that in here as well. And then finally the desert grass. So a couple of little bits of what looks like dead grass kind of hanging out on the sands themselves. That looks fantastic. Okay, I love that. I love how that looks. I think we're done with these bushes here. We're going to add them all back in to the backpack. We're going to need some kind of thing is it regular sugarcane? Regular sugarcane might actually work out pretty good here. There's a little accent block that's going to grow up, so we might as well grow it up ourselves just to look how that would look right there. Let's actually knock that down a little bit here, and can we get ourselves a little bit of string? Let me see, I can't remember. Can I do this? Yes, I can. All right, we'll keep that just like that, just 2 high, and then this one right here we'll plant also, and we'll keep that one 1 high, and that way it won't grow any farther, and I think that looks pretty good, okay? I like how that looks. In fact, hold on, watch this. This is gonna be cool. You guys I'm gonna blow your mind. Bickety bam. See the sugar cane back there? Does that blow your mind? How does it feel to have your mind blown? All right, we got some sugarcane put back here. Now, of course, sugarcane needs to be put near water. There is water blocks hidden underneath the stone here, so that's how that all works. That's how that magic works. And I think that adds a cool detail. The sugarcane right there, the sugarcane back there kind of ties the exhibit together. I think it looks pretty good. Now, there isn't really anything else I want to do to the shore up front that I can think of off the top of my head. We can dive back into this and maybe add like a berry bush in there or something like that in near the forested area. But there's not much else back here. Throw it right there, actually. Back there that I'm going to really, or up front that I'm going to do. It's all, the rest of the stuff is all kind of in back more. We can actually add a couple of dead leaves in there. Let's grab all of those things. I could put some clover patches, but that's not exactly what I think about when I think about a tropical area. Maybe we'll squirt an ostrich fern in there or 2. Greenery, plant life is what I'm thinking. We're going to definitely have to dive into the flowers for sure. But let's throw an ostrich fern, like I said, in here someplace, as well as maybe another one in back there. And then I think that's probably all we need to do right there. Let's dive into the flower backpack real fast and see what we can add into here. Okay, these bromelade things, I did find those in the oasis. So I'm thinking they go on sand. They do go on sand. Look at that. Bam. That's pretty awesome. In fact, that looks good enough, I'm thinking. I don't really want to add too many of them because it's going to overdo it. So I'm thinking that's probably fine and dandy. Okay, let's throw those back into into their backpack. I almost said throw them back into the bat backpack, but they didn't go into the bat backpack. They went into the flowers backpack. It's very difficult to say. All right. What else can we throw in here to say jungle-esque? I mean, I guess one of those guys, because those I put in most of the jungle exhibits, and I think they look pretty snazzy. Throw that right up on top up there. It looks a little weird from down here because it's just like you can't see it. But that'll be fine. You'll be able to see it probably from up top up there. I'm thinking if you look straight down, yeah, that'll look fine. One thing that I wouldn't mind throwing in down here at the bottom is maybe a dead fern or something like that, because like if it got a little too dry down here, you know, it would kind of kill off a plant or something. Yeah, like that. One little thing like that I think adds a nice little touch. And as far as plant life up on the top, flowers would be nice. Something bright. Peach flowers wouldn't be a bad idea. I only got 2 of those, actually. Yeah, peach flowers wouldn't be a bad idea. In fact, I might do that. Let's actually throw one of them up there someplace. Perfect. All right, there we go. Got that there. I'm thinking that's about all I'm going to do for this. Okay, now there is one last little... Actually, I say all I'm going to do. I didn't add the dead leaves at all. There is one last little bit of detail that I kind of want to do in here, though. And that is, I have to add... Let's get rid of those. I don't want those there. I'm going to have to obviously fix up the back, but I'm going to add in some... Where's the squid backpack? Some of these buttons, okay? Little pebbles I still think look awesome, especially in like the more tropical area up here, you know, because it kind of makes it look like there's stones and stuff. There could be some on the beach too. Like I don't really want to go too crazy on it, but just add a couple down on the beach there. And maybe one right there. And we'll call it quits with the pebbles then. Put those back into the squid backpack. And as far as leaves go, there's not much more I want to add for leaves. In fact, just a couple. Like I said, I don't really want to overdo it too much with the leaves. I think that's fine. That's good. Good right where it's at. I'm thinking that's probably it for the foliage. So now we just have to... Well, we have to do something with the water, actually, come to think of it. I didn't even think about that. Let's actually get some reeds here, because although oceans probably don't have a whole lot of reeds and stuff in them, this is a zoo, and zoos have sitting water instead of, like, flowing water. So we're just going to add in a couple of these things, especially in back, like right here. Can't get one right there. Nope, not there. Can you get one right here? Can I please? Can I? This is so tricky. Got it. All right, there we go. Wham. Go ahead and stick the reeds back in there. Now, I could put some lily pads. If I do, I want to make sure that they look a little bit more lively than some of the other lily pad areas that I've added. And I don't think the coconut crabs are going to die if they... Well, they are kind of small, aren't they? Like, they are one block. And if they need air, I'm a little concerned that they might get trapped on the lily pads. So you know what? We're going to skip the lily pads in this exhibit for the crabs' safety. So which means I think this is probably about it. I think this is the exhibit completed right here. As far as the inside the exhibit, obviously right here, they can just easily hop out. So we got to get a little creative. Got a little creative here and figure out how to keep them inside the back of the exhibit. And for that, we are going to need a lot of stone. All right, so I'm going to jazz up the back of this here and try to make it look like something kind of cool. And then when I am done, you guys will see the masterpiece when it's done, all finished. I don't know if it's going to be a masterpiece, not going to lie. It's going to be pretty sketchy. I'm thinking that's it. How's that? Masterpiece-ish, you guys think? Kind of, sort of, not really. I think it looks pretty good. It definitely adds the back wall in there so that they can't get out. And it looks a little bit kind of like the natural surroundings over here. The back side of it here kind of looks a little sketchy, not going to lie. But I'm also not working on this part right now anyway. I still have to put the path in. There's a lot of stuff I have to do in this area. Again, another future GReimer problem, not the present GReimer problem. I'm thinking this looks pretty good for the coconut crab exhibit. However, there is still one little thing that I got to do. And that is there is a few places in here where I can absolutely sprinkle in just a little bit of tall grass. I'm not there, people. It's like a therapy thing for me. I need to go through therapy to be accepting of flowers in my exhibits. But there, I think just adding a couple of bits of grass in there looks pretty good. Not necessarily even tall grass. I think that's just fine the way it is. And I'm thinking that is almost the end of this exhibit. There's just one little thing I gotta add. And that would be the fence, so that people don't just walk in here with the coconut crabs. All right, there we go. That's the exhibit finish. Ooh, the sun is setting. Creepers be creeping. I'm going to have to get to sleep in here. But what do you guys think? Good coconut crab exhibit? Bad coconut crab exhibit? I kind of like it. I think this looks really cool. They're definitely going to want to try to climb that tree. Now, I don't know if they're going to be able to. Like, I know coconut crabs can climb trees in real life, but I don't know if they're going to be able to in this one. And they're definitely not going to be able to get up that area if they can't climb. So I think they should be safe and sound. I'm not going to be safe and sound unless I take a nap. So do that real quick. And then we're going to go see how many coconut crabs I actually do have. It's like 4 or 5. I can't really remember. Let's take a power nap real fast. Faceplant. All right. How many coconut crabs do I actually have? Kind of curious about this one. I collected them earlier today, and it's either 4 or 5. Yeah, it's 5. Okay, I have 5 coconut crabs. So if you guys could be so kind as to head down into the comments section and give me your best coconut crab names, that'd be great. I'd really appreciate it. Coconut crabs, they're adorable little things. Alrighty guys, I'm going to wrap this episode up here. So if you did enjoy, please go down and smash that like button. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. It's wildly distracting doing this outro with these large cats growling and snarling. But I'm getting through it. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful Friday. It's Friday today. So hopefully you guys have a wonderful Friday and a good rest of your weekend. And I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing a little bit more building here in the ZAWA mod here in Minecraft. Alright, now, I'm standing here on top of our only mast that we still have. I still have not made any progress on the ship. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I've been very busy this week. And I know that seems like kind of like a cop-out, except for no. I got stuff to show you that I've been busy, okay? Check the link in the description. GReimer merch is back, baby. Okay, so if you are interested in getting like a t-shirt or like a coffee mug or something like that with the logo or some other fun little sayings that I have, go check out the store. The link is in the description. Go peruse, go shop, go pick up something if you should so desire. That's what I've been working on, is getting that back up and running. There's a new logo, new design on the way too, so keep an eye on the store. Okay, that's what I've been working on. It's been busy, plus my knee gave out again, you guys. So I'm kind of back to crutches and hurting, but I got doctors looking into it. Okay, so, but I'm not here to talk about all that stuff. That's just been what I've been preoccupied with and why I haven't gotten a lot of the ship done. But I'll get to it. I'll get to it, though. Now, in today's episode, though, we got some fun stuff to do. But before we get to that, though, we've got some naming to do, because you guys killed it with the coconut crab names in the last episode. So let's get to it. Okay, we have 5 coconut crabs, and they all need names. And you guys killed it in the comment section, coming up with a ton of different names for these things, so it's a little difficult for me to pick. Now, I have 6 name tags here. Why do I have 6? Because first things first, I named one of the jaguars incorrectly, because I can't spell. Pantherton J. Panthroson was actually named incorrectly in the last episode. I forgot the N in the first part of Pantherton. So, my bad. We'll fix that as soon as we get up there, though. Don't you worry. He's going to get tranked up and he'll get renamed, no problem. Actually, I think it's a she. She'll get tranked up and renamed, no problem. Okay, but on to the coconut crabs. The first name is going to be Kingler, because you guys... Kingler. There we go, got it. You guys know that I am a sucker for Pokemon names, so big shout out to SlothBuddy206 and Sam Dowling for both suggesting Kingler. And the second one is going to be named Kermit Crab. Alright, Kermit Crab was suggested by Jordan Connings during the premiere of last episode. And I do take name suggestions during those premieres, so thank you to Jordan Connings for suggesting that name. And then a big shout out to Gigategu for suggesting General Grievous.
I've been trained in your Jedi arts.
I think it's the multiple arms that does it. And then considering the fact that these things are found on beaches and stuff, and pirates tend to frequently visit beaches as they're sailing through the seas, we're going to name this one Blackbeard, and that is, one, I think a fantastic name, Beard. One I think is a fantastic name for a crab, and also a big shout out to Star Nanny for suggesting it. And then a little bit more of a somber one here. We're going to name this one TFC, because after all, coconut crabs are a type of hermit crab, as pointed out by Peter, and TFC is the hermit from Hermitcraft that passed away recently. So in honor of him, we're going to name the final coconut crab TFC. Rest in peace, buddy. Now, it's a bit unfortunate because I don't actually know which one of these jaguars is Pantherton. So I'm pretty sure T'Challa isn't it, but T'Challa will probably rip my face off if I go in there. But we do have to rename Pantherton here so that I get the name correct, because that was a big old da-da-da. Let's see, we're gonna have to do a little snooze on that one, a little snooze on that one, snooze, and you're all getting drugs. There we go. I think that was all that was in here, right? I think there was just 4. I guess I'm about to find out. Okay, which one is it? It's this one right here, Pantherton J. See, I spelled it Patherton J. Pantherson, so we're gonna name that one correctly, and then we got to get out of here before they wake up, because that's like the 3rd time they've been drugged, and man, they are not going to be happy about that.
I'm freaking out, man.
Coming in for landing, swinging around the mast, down to come into the coconut crab. Oh, that's wall exhibit. All right, here we are. I do need to kind of get in there though, so we're just gonna do that. Now, I heard that coconut crabs might actually drown in here, and I don't want that to happen. But we're gonna do a little testing. I'm gonna keep an eye on these guys, and hopefully there's still 5 of them in here by the time this is over. You know what? Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go test this. Okay, I think we're good. So it doesn't look like they drowned, actually, so that's good. I was a little worried about that because I'd have to change this up completely, but it looks like they're good. After all, crabs are usually in the water anyway, so. All right, let's go ahead and start putting these things down here. We're gonna put down Kingler right here, look at him go. And then we're gonna follow that up by putting down another one right there, and that's gonna be Kermit Crab. All right, so then right here, we're gonna slap down Blackbeard. Yar! And then this one right here will be General Grievous. And then over here, we will put down TFC. All right, so we got our coconut crabs put in their exhibit. I do not think they can escape here. I can jump over here, but they can't. Oh, they might be, no, I don't know if they can get up here. That might be something. I don't know. If they can, I'll have Kermit Crab just walking around out here someplace. So, all right, I think we got to get on out of here because we have. Where's my ender pearls? I just want to eat myself out of here. We have another exhibit to build today, and that is going to be right over here because we are going to be building the walrus exhibit in today's episode. Now, walruses, as far as I know, they live in more cold environments. We're talking like some winter environments. At least whenever I find them, they're usually over there. I'm watching you, Kingler. I'm watching you. Are you trying to get out over here? Is that a thing that you can do? I need to know these things. But anyway, walruses exist in more colder environments. At least whenever I find them way over there on the other side of the mountain, they're always by the glacier biome and stuff. So we're going to build a more of a frigid area, probably similar to the Emperor Penguin exhibit, actually, right over here. Now, before I can get around to building some epic-looking exhibit, I have to dig out an area for it. And that's always a fun thing to do. I like it. I like my job. And there we go. We have a hole in the ground. Now, like all other holes here in the zoo, this is going to turn into a very beautiful exhibit for the animals, but it's going to take a little bit of love and care. So I left this slope in here, and that's probably the slope that I'm going to keep for the rest of the exhibit. Obviously, I'm going to put my own custom landscape on it, of course, but it's going to start up high over here, and it's going to gradually go down into what will most likely be water down here. Pretty sure walruses like water, so we're gonna give them that to swim around in. Now I'm gonna go for more of like a cold beach kind of area, since we are near the coastline over here also. So we're gonna put like snow and rocks in here, and ice, and other stuff that looks frozen. But for right now, I have to do a little bit of fine tuning because I have to put like I had to finish up the walls. Obviously, they're not quite done. Maybe sprinkle in a little bit of mossy stone in there. Things like this obviously are unfinished as well. I need to kind of pretty up a little bit of landscape too. Most of this is actually fine because it's kind of bleeding into the swamp over here. So I don't really want to change it too much, but it is taking up this space over here, which is something I wasn't really planning on occupying with anything involving like an exhibit or something, but it kind of works. So I might have to I might have to get rid of puddles like that. I might have to fill in like these water spots here so that the pathway can kind of come in front here so people can watch. And maybe we'll put like a nice little park area here instead. You know, something that people can come down here and actually get, I don't really want them getting too up close with the orca. But something where they can kind of relax and sit and overlook the view right here of the ship and the walruses and just kind of, you know, chill, relax. Have a drink or something. Maybe we'll put like a stall down here too. I'm not too sure, but that'll be a later issue I'll tackle. For right now, let's focus on the walrus exhibit. I have to get to finishing up the walls real quick, and then I'm going to probably. What should I do for the landscape itself? I mean, like I said, it's stone and ice is what I was thinking. So I just removed a whole bunch of stone. I might have to put a lot of that back. See, now this is already looking a lot better. Just added that wood detailing on the walls right there, along with the little kind of, you know, fence post supports to kind of make it look more like the mining community that we're in here in Cerro Gordo. And then we also added the stone back into the ground here, so that I didn't bother fixing up down here because this is all going to be like the underwater stuff. That's a whole different section I got to do. But up here we did this part. Got the stone put in, got the wood supports in. So now this is looking a whole lot better. Now, I am not done though up here, obviously. This has got a lot of work to do. If you've seen any of the other exhibits, you know that I do a little bit more detail and just saying this good, slapping a walrus and call it a day. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually introduce grass into this slightly up here, and it's going to fade out as it gets closer to the shore where it's going to be more gravel and rock. But up on the top part here, I want to put a fair amount of grass actually in here, and this will also allow me to put path blocks in here too to kind of get it look like it's matted down, because after all, path blocks I feel really make an exhibit pop. Okay, grass is added in. I'm going to hold off on doing the path blocks until a little bit later once I get the rest of the blocks put in for the ground. But with the path, or with the grass blocks put in, that adds an interesting new little texture and detail. Changes the feel of the exhibit completely. And as you can see on the mini map here, it starts off a little bit heavy up here. In fact, I might want to add just a little bit more. And it trickles down and fades off towards where the shoreline is going to be right here. So another thing that we're going to want to add is gravel. Obviously, we're going to need to add a lot of gravel into the, especially down here near where the gravel beach is. But up on top here, one thing that I want to add is not in here. I mean, I'll get around to some cobblestone for sure. That's going to be sprinkled in there too. But let's go look in the bat backpack. Yeah, here we go. Some coarse dirt, okay? Let's add some coarse dirt in with the grass up here. In fact, this might actually be enough to make it look kind of the way I want it to without adding any more grass. But we're going to sprinkle in the coarse dirt up here, and that's going to be primarily heavy up here again, and then it's going to trickle down and disappear, similar to what the grass is over here. Okay, with the coarse dirt added, I think it's time to start getting on to putting in the rest of the gravel, especially around here at the beach here. So it's going to be heavy amounts of gravel here at the beach. There's a really nice andesite node right here that I kind of want to preserve a little bit of, but we're going to sprinkle in gravel in between all the andesite here as well. It's going to basically be dotted in all along the shoreline right here before we start worrying about the water. I want to get this in so that I don't have to have the water flowing and pushing me all sorts of different directions. So let me dot in this gravel here, and that's going to sprinkle all the way in through the rest of the area. It's going to permeate basically the entire exhibit. Okay, with the gravel added, this is looking a lot better. Now, there's a couple of things I want to add to this even still, but I want to do it scarcely. Okay, I want to put in a little bit of cobblestone periodically throughout this, and these are going to be just randomly dotted in here. I don't really want to overdo the cobblestone because I don't want this to look like it's like a path, you know. So I want to just kind of just a little extra detailing, especially down here on the beach area. Make it look kind of like broken up stone, more so than just the smooth stone and the gravel that's already there. That is perfect. Now, I have not added the path blocks yet because we're not actually quite done. We just, I mean, we're not going to be adding any more blocks to the ground, like the landscape itself, but we are going to be building on top of it, so I don't really see a point in adding path blocks if I'm probably just going to be covering them up in a little bit, because right now that we've taken all this time to do this nice, lovely palette here on the ground, we're going to end up covering up a lot of it. There's a lot that we have to cover up here, and that's because we're going to be putting in some snow. We're going to be putting in some snow and some ice and some icicles and shards and stuff like that all over the place. We got to make this place look a little bit more frozen. And to do that, I am going to need snow, because if I look in the ground backpack, I've got none in there right now. So let's get to flying and see what I have in my big storeroom down underneath the big cats exhibit. And faceplant. Okay, so here we are down my little hidey hole. Snow. I've only ever built one exhibit, so snow might be something I'm a little lacking. Never mind, I have a whole bunch of ice. Oh yeah, no, we're good on snow. Okay, there's some snow layers. We got a lot of snow here. Okay, I thought I was lacking on this, but I was completely wrong. Oh, let's get some of this hardened ice too. We're gonna throw that in there for sure. That's gonna look great on the shoreline, actually. Okay, now as far as planning this out goes, first I'm just gonna start off with the snow. All right, let's just start. That's not actually how you make snow. I think it. I don't. Where's the crafting grid? I need a crafting grid. Here we go. There it is. That's how you make snow. I've played this game before. I usually don't play with snow that much. Not gonna lie, that's kind of a new thing. For me, at least. Now, this is a woodland biome, and I think we've tested this with the emperor penguin, but the snow doesn't really melt in a woodland biome. Now, right over here is a gravel beach biome. So I wonder how that's going to hold up against snow. In fact, we can probably test that. Let's go over here to the gravel beach. I'll slap down a piece of snow, and we'll see if that's there in a little bit once I decorate up this area up here. So this is still the woodland area up here. So we're going to be dotting a whole lot of snow in here, covering up a lot of this. And some of it's going to be a little bit layered snow. And some of it's not. But I don't want to overdo it too much. I do want to leave some room on the ground to actually, you know, put like path blocks and stuff. But I do want to make sure that there is a lot of snow sprinkled in here. Okay, I think that's a decent-ish start for right now. Obviously, right down there where our test snow is not needed because that's going to be flooded with water. But up here, we can go ahead and start piling in other stuff. Like actual snow blocks. I don't think I'm actually going to need a lot of those things, because I think snow covering is really what it's going to be all about. I guess before we get too carried away, let's actually start sprinkling in this hardened ice in here in places, because I think that's going to look really cool. This, of course, comes from the frozen desert biome here in Biomes of Plenty. I think that's where this stuff comes from, or is this the stuff that's under the glacier? I think both, actually. I think they exist in both places. But yeah, we're going to dot this in for sure, because this looks really good. And one other thing that I kind of want to add to the shoreline here as we get going here is water, actually. Actually, I could probably get away with doing it with just ice. I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit of, like, water in places like that. You know, just a couple of them right here along the shoreline, actually. You know, maybe one right here. Something that kind of looks like it's blending into the ocean, actually, or into the water right here. I think that'll add a cool little added detail, as well as actually sprinkling in some actual ice in here too. Like if I were to do this and then like close it off like that. See, that looks pretty good. All right, yeah, I'm gonna dot this in as an extra detail here for the beach area. Oh yeah, see, that adds a cool little detail to the beach here. I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. Okay, now we also need to do something that's more extreme to really show that this place is frozen. I know last year I did something that was kind of cool, and I might bring that back, actually. We did, like, ice spires, kind of like the ice, frozen spikes biome, or the ice spikes biome in vanilla Minecraft. I think that adds a cool little detail. However, I need to keep in mind that the viewing area for this is going to be up there and, of course, in the front here, so I can't really block the viewing area. So I'm thinking, like, somewhere along the side here might be a good candidate for one of these ice spires. In fact, it might, like, budge right through the wooden part right here. Yeah, that actually might be a good idea. I got to get my inventory sorted here so I can actually hold some of these supplies as I break them down. But I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove part of this wooden area right here and build up a couple, like an ice shelf along this edge here. Okay, something kind of like that. I added a couple little chunks of ice over there too. Now I do want to sprinkle in a couple little like bits of like ice chunks that are like out here, you know, kind of like out in the area right in the middle. But as I'm doing this, I'm thinking, wouldn't it be cool, now that I've already designed like a huge portion of it. Wouldn't it be cool if there was like a frozen river coming down through this thing? And this is kind of hurting my soul a little bit here because I did a lot of work to get it to where it is now. But I'm kind of tempted to put a frozen river kind of cutting right diagonally down through this thing right here. And I know I'm going to do it. It's just going to take a lot of work. Okay, I carved the thing out right here. Kind of hurt me to do it because, like I said, we just spent so much time on that landscape. But I think that's really going to add a cool detail to this. I do have to jazz up the bottom of this a little bit, though, because get rid of all the bird poop blocks here in the marble. That doesn't really serve much purpose here. We'll probably add... Oh, that was a ghost block. We're going to probably add in, like, gravel and coarse dirt and keep some of the stone in here. Just to kind of represent the ground, as well as sprinkle in, like, a couple bits of this hardened ice along the base of it as well. I think that would look really good. Actually, let's dig this back up and replace that with that there. There we go. Something like that. Yeah, that's what the whole bottom of the riverbed's going to be, and it's going to sprinkle into this. That's probably what the bottom of this area is going to be, too. I still have to decorate that. But more importantly, I need to get to sleeping because creepers be creeping, and they're going to blow me up for sure. Okay, I guess while we're at it, though, since we did finish the riverbed here, and before we add the water, we should probably fix this. I take it that the gravel beach can hold snow without it melting, because this is still here. Our test subject is still here, so we're going to just assume that's a yes. All right, I have to rip up this land and replace it with something probably similar to what you see right here, actually. Adding in a little bit more frozen ice into the bottom and stuff, like the hardened ice. And also the, what's this called? The packed ice. I like how that looks in the ground as well, especially underwater. So a little mix of gravel, coarse dirt, hardened ice, and packed ice, as well as some remnants of stone. And we should have a decent bottom for our water area. There we go. Okay, we got the ground put in for the water part, at least. So let's go ahead and actually get to doing that part, the whole water thing. I even have a couple of buckets right here in one of my backpacks that I can use, so I don't have to go hunt down another water source. Although this time, it would be pretty easy because there's one right there. But, oh well. I tried to plan ahead for the future, and I didn't need to this time. Oh well, it's okay. All right, with the water added, this is looking pretty good, but we're not actually done yet. We're not even really close, to be honest. Like, we got a ways to go still. Where did I put all that ice and snow? I have it in one of these. There it is. Let's grab some of this ice right here, actually. Just this regular good old-fashioned ice. Now, we are going to need to dot the coastline of this quite a bit because the ice obviously would be starting to grip along the edge of this before it did anywhere else. So, yeah, it's gonna start freezing along the edge first, and then it's gonna be pushing its way back. Now, along the way, while I was putting all the water in there, or while I was putting all the stone and stuff in the floor here, I kind of did a couple of misclicks, and it sort of sparked some inspiration. Okay, what if we actually did have a couple of like little bits of land poking up right here, and then we actually attached some ice kind of stuck on them right here, you know? Like so. All right, now the walruses shouldn't be able to get up through here, especially with a fence there, so it's not that big of a deal. But a couple of little hunks of rock sticking up I think would look really cool. Now this river flowing looks pretty nifty and awesome and stuff, but it doesn't look very frozen, okay? So we are going to have to add in a couple little bits of ice actually into the river itself up here, so that it's just kind of hugging along the side of it, so that it kind of looks like it is starting to just barely kind of freeze a little bit as it's going. Not too much though, because otherwise it's not going to look like it's still a flowing river. All right, that right there is looking pretty awesome. All right, I'm liking that a lot. It does need one little thing, though. It needs some snow covering some of this ice. Never mind, snow can't go on ice. I've played Minecraft before. But it's looking pretty good so far. Now, there's still some detailing we got to do before we even get to the vegetation. The idea of little rock piles sticking up in the water gave me a little bit more inspiration for the actual land. Why don't we actually have a few rock piles sticking up here on the land as well? Kind of hugging the river, I'm thinking, and adding a little bit of extra texture to the land here. Creepers be creeping. Alright, I gotta get to sleep first before I add those, but that's next. Okay, well, we're pretty far into the episode so far, and this is what we got. We haven't even begun vegetation yet, but I think that's the next step. So we got quite a bit of detailing put in this. I like the ice spike on the side there. I like all the little ice added in various other places as well. It actually could use a little bit more ice, not gonna lie, in a couple of places here or there too. Like maybe, actually, no, not that one. Let's just kind of bring up the ice that's already over here just a little bit. Is it just one block? Is it really that simple? I think just one block might actually be enough. Just kind of where like the ice, if you guys have ever seen like a large body of water that's freezing over, the ice will be pushed up as waves roll in, and as it freezes, it'll kind of crash up onto the shore and kind of create like a little bit of shards of it, like kind of coming up, you know. And in fact, it can create some really cool ice caverns and stuff, especially if you've ever seen any of like the Great Lakes when they froze over. They kind of do that. It's kind of cool. So I'm going to create a little bit of an elevation change here with some ice jutting up, actually, just to kind of represent that a little bit. But ultimately, I mean, in fact, I'm not sure if I actually really like that. I mean, I know that it's kind of like more realistic and more along the lines of that, but let's actually take a look at that from a distance. Yeet. All right, so from the viewing area, how does that look? I mean, I guess it's not that bad. It's not terrible. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, forget everything I just said right there. We're just gonna take those things out. I'm not liking them. They just don't look very good in Minecraft. So yeah, we'll just leave it flat like that. Yeah, that's plenty of ice. Plenty of ice. I don't know what I was thinking. There's tons of ice in here already. Okay, let's move on to the vegetation. So there's not going to be a lot because things are going to be primarily dead. But I'm thinking, I mean, it's frozen. There's not really much space for anything to live really around here. So we're going to get some dead bushes for sure. And we're just going to dot them along wherever we can, really. It's not even these aren't going to be a whole lot because, like I said, it's supposed to be kind of dead and frozen here. So, and if there was a tree, it would be like a spruce tree, I'm thinking. Of course, this is a stone beach, so this might actually not have a tree at all. Yeah, this might not even need a tree at all in here, so that's kind of a good thing. This might be a very bare bone basics as far as vegetation goes kind of build. Desert grass, can I get some of this up on the front here? Any place I can. It doesn't go on gravel. It probably goes on grass. Of course, yeah, I can go on there. I can drop a couple of this in front here. Not much, like I said, not much for vegetation. Like it even can be done on this. Okay, the sea oats I wouldn't mind being able to sprinkle in someplace. Like just one or two of them along the way someplace. Just to kind of give the idea that this is like the shoreline, you know? Yeah, okay, just a couple of them like that. Looks pretty good. Not much else I don't think can be added to the frozen area in front here. This dune grass, can I put this on stuff? I can put this back here on the gravel at least. This is at least another piece of foliage that I can add, especially up here to where things are a little bit more lively. I can't really put it on anything other than gravel, though it would seem interesting. Usually gravel is the block that I can't put things on, but this time it's reversed. And I think that's it. I really do think that that's about all the vegetation I can add in there. So we're going to jump right over to the bone meal. And we're going to turn all of this into bone meal. And we're going to start raising up some of this grass that's here, actually. Of course, flowers are probably not going to make sense in a frozen area. Now, normally it's a bad thing of mine. Like, I just can't get used to actually putting flowers in on these exhibits. This time, it really doesn't make sense. I don't really see this being a lush. And actually, you know what? There might be actually some flowers I can add to this, but not vanilla ones. I suppose I should probably get around to actually adding those path blocks now. Late in the game, but I definitely want to add them. Okay, now as I was talking about the flowers, there are these swamp flowers or these bluebells, or even this, well, flax is a little weird. This blue hydrangea? I can't say that word. Anything blue I'm thinking would probably look good. Now swamp flowers look kind of like, they're not as vibrant and bright, so it would make sense for me to leave them out of here completely. However, I think with the blue tones of like the ice, I think these might just look good and not overbearing. I don't want to put these down all over the place. These have to be just sporadically or very rarely put in here. In fact, 2 might be all I need to do. But there's other things that I really need to do, and that's like sleep, because creepers are going to be blowing me up here real quick. Creepers be creeping. You want to get out of there, buddy? Thanks. This is not your exhibit. But yeah, just a couple of those blue flowers in there, I think add a nice little touch to it. Okay, I really do have to sleep because, man, the creepers are coming. And you know what? I'm thinking that's just about it. There's just one more little detail that I got to add. And that, of course, is pebbles kind of dotted throughout this thing because, obviously, if there's this much rock and stone, there's going to be a few pebbles dotted in here or there throughout the area in this place. So, but other than that, I'm thinking this exhibit is just about finished. Well, almost just about finished. This guardrail here needs to be fixed up just a little bit. But other than that, it's basically finished. And there it is, the final product for the walrus exhibit. What do you guys think? Does it look kind of like a stone beach, a custom stone beach, frozen over a little bit? That's what I was going for, at least. Obviously, I don't want to just copy the stone beach that exists in vanilla Minecraft, so I give it my own little personal spin on it, a little touch. So this is going to be one viewing area over here. I have to go through and obviously take care of all of this stuff that I keep falling into. But these paths are something I'm probably going to do on an upcoming live stream sometime or another. I definitely can squeeze that in now. But But yeah, this will be one viewing area down here, and this will lead to like a little park area where people can rest and relax. And then there'll be a pathway that kind of goes up here, and there'll be a pathway that goes over to here where you can go and sit and see the orchid exhibit, or head on down here and say hi to the coconut crabs. I see you. I see you up there. Are you trying to escape? Did you already escape? Hold on, let's go look. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, no, there's still 5 in there. They haven't gotten out yet, but they are trying to get out of there. Trying really hard to get out of there, actually. I suppose I could actually put my mind to rest by just removing a couple of these things here and swapping them like maybe right there. There. Voila. You can't get out here now even if you wanted to. Haha, you're stuck, Mr. Blackbeard. Okay, sorry. Wildly distracted there. Now, I guess the next thing to do is to figure out how many walruses I have. 2? I have 2? That's not a lot of walruses. That's a pretty big exhibit. I was planning on putting at least like 4 in there. Hold on one second. I can do better than 2. Oh, Christmas tree, oh, Christmas tree, I've come to trank myself a walrus. Got one right there. All right, let's grab ourselves a net. I should have plenty of them actually available now. Let's scoop up one here. There you go. You look like a fine contestant to be in my zoo. Let's trank you too. And we'll scoop this one up too. Don't mind me, everybody. I'm just here to steal some of your folks. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here now before they eat me. Can you guys believe it? I have 4 walruses, and I need some walrus names. So if you guys could go down in the comments section and leave your best walrus name. You can see the exhibit right behind me there. That's pretty cool. I like how that one turned out. I like how it's built kind of on a hill too. So it's not just a same old one. It took a little bit of creative engineering. Alrighty guys, hopefully you guys enjoyed this episode of ZAWA, and I had a blast making it. So if you did enjoy it, please leave a like button, or hit that like button before you go. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. I will be back next week with more zoo building episodes for your fun, for your enjoyment actually. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful Friday. And if you guys didn't get a chance yet, go check out the merch store. I spent a lot of time setting that up and quite a bit of money actually. So if you guys could at least just shop around, I'd greatly appreciate it. And if you see something that tickles your fancy, go ahead and pick it up. It really helps me out a lot. Alrighty guys, I'm getting out of here. Thanks again for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Ahoy there, mateys. I be coming at you from the ZAWA. Hopefully you guys are all having a wonderful Friday. I'm here on top of one of the masts. Check it out. I actually did a little bit of building on the ship. I didn't let you guys down this time. I actually did a little bit more work here on the shipwreck. And you can see down there that it looks like the one I'm standing on, the one right there, and then the one over there. There's 3 masts, and they're all done and completed. I need to do the rigging still to really make this kind of look like a ship. But here, let's do a little flyover real fast, and you guys can actually see what I've gotten done here. Let's just kind of go over here a little ways and then pull a Yui. Oh, hey, the Treeba's over here still. It's still right there. But let's just pull a Yui, and then we can kind of come back in. You can see the boat and all of its glory. Okay, so briefly, because I'm moving really fast with this. But yeah, you can see the angle of the mast. It looks like they match up correctly. So I think this is a done structure, except for the rigging, of course. Like I said, I still got to put the lines in and stuff to make sense. Ooh, I almost fell off the mountain. To make it make sense. But yeah, that's the shipwreck. Obviously, I need to do a lot of work on the terraforming of the ground down there. That's not going to remain just flat and boring. It kind of has to be sort of supporting the boat. Otherwise, this would just topple over. So the stones and stuff got to be poking up in the front, holding this in place for it to make any sense whatsoever. But that is a future GReimer issue for me to deal with. In today's episode, though, we got some stuff to do. One, we got to name some walruses. Well, you guys got to name some walruses. You guys killed it in the last video. Thank you for that, by the way, with naming them there. So I combed through them. I got some names picked out. We're going to go down there and name them there in just a second. But 2, we got to also discuss what are we doing in today's episode. I got to be completely honest with you guys, okay? Totally honest, straightforward, serious face. No joke. What I'm doing now in today's episode, I don't actually know. I have an idea. Most times I do have an idea of what I'm doing, but this time I'm a little confused because we still have a few animals to add into the zoo, but there's really not a lot of space. So I gotta get creative as far as where I'm gonna be putting these exhibits. And I don't think there's, I mean, like I could try to squeeze one in over here, but this is more like aquatic, ocean-y kind of animals over here, like the walruses and the penguins. They deal with the water in the ocean a lot, so it kind of makes sense of that. But like I got like deer. Okay, I got deer. Where am I supposed to put those things? In the aquarium? That doesn't make any sense. I gotta find another place for those things somewhere around here. And I've been scratching my beard trying to think about where that could be. And I got a couple of ideas. And so I'm going to run them by you. And this is the only 2 places that I can think of where I have room to expand the zoo. All right, check this out. Expansion number 1 is in here, okay? We're back here by the gorillas and the spider monkeys and all that other fun jazz, all the primates and stuff. This place right here is unfinished because I was planning on being able to expand it this way. And if you look at the mini map or even the regular map, you can see the coastline is right here. So it's entirely possible that I could dig a tunnel that could connect to this side of the mountain, and you get probably a pretty good view of the shipwreck. And we could actually like put some exhibits in there. I think that would be a good idea. In fact, I'm probably going to do that. So that's option A. Option B is to go over here where this plateau is kind of sticking up over here. Now, this is a different biome completely, but that doesn't really matter because I'm going to design it to look like Cerro Gordo anyway. So, I mean, remember, Cerro Gordo here looked just like a woodland biome, which is, I'm flying, is that biome over there with all the trees and the greenery and stuff. So, I can design this to look like whatever I want anyway. So, but this plateau area right over here, I could turn into an expansion of the zoo, which I kind of like that idea for the deer, okay? I have a deer and something else that starts with an O, like an opaque, okapi, or something like that. I don't know. One of those is probably an animal. The other one's probably like a profane word or something like that. My bad if it is. But I'm going to probably move them up into this area here. And I think option B is what I'm going to go with today, okay? Now, option A over there is something I fully intend on still doing. But that'll be for a different exhibit later on. For like the deer and like the petting zoo and stuff, I'm thinking about moving them up here. Now, there is one big problem. Let's pull up the map again. Let's actually get it so we can see what we're doing here. There's one big problem, though, is there is no path leading up here, and there's exhibits in the way to get up here in the first place. There's also another problem. That's that the sun's setting. Creepers be creeping, and I could be in trouble. But I could get creative. I've been looking around. I think the only place I have to get a path up here is right here. Okay, might be a little steep path when you get over here, but right here actually is a way that I could get a footpath up here, so people can walk up here. I do a little bit of flattening of the ground and stuff. People could walk up here and actually see some exhibits up in this area, as well as, like I said, the petting zoo, llamas, rabbits, stuff like that, sheep. That's what I'm talking about for the petting zoo. That's the idea. I think I'm gonna go with option B today, but before I do that, I need to get some sleep. The zebras over there, they got it all figured out. But before we can get around to doing all that work up there, we have to do a little bit of work down here because you guys killed it last week with the naming for the walruses, and I've selected 4 of them, and today is the day that we get to name these big tusked animals. And speaking of Tusk, apparently there's like a movie that came out called Tusk. I didn't know about it, but Puppet Master 13 and Young Pinecone both did, and they both suggested that I name a walrus after the character in there, and the character's name in that movie is Wallace Brighton, or yeah, Brighton. Yeah, like that. So we're going to name one Wallace Brighton. And then, if any of you are old enough, you might remember an old cartoon, Woody Woodpecker, okay? And there is actually a walrus in there called Wally Walrus. Now, that sounds really familiar. In fact, I'm kind of thinking we might have named one that last season, but if we did, we're naming one again this season because Mr. Mallard suggested it, and I think that's a good idea. Also, a big shout out to Sam Dowling for also suggesting Wally. You rock. If any of you guys ever played Skylanders, I personally haven't, but apparently Jordan Connings has, because there is a walrus character in there named Brawlus? Brawlus. That's actually spelled that incorrectly. Brawlus. There we go, got it. But yeah, from the Skylanders game. So Jordan Connings, thank you for suggesting that name. Meguma. I think that's how you say that. Meguma was suggested by Glenda De Vera, and that is the name of the walrus monster in the 1962 Toho film Gorath, and I thought that was a perfect name for a giant walrus. Why not? Alright, I'll see you soon here, landmass, but we're heading over here to where the walrus exhibit is, because we gotta drop some of these big tusked animals down in here, and perfect landing. Alright. So this is the exhibit we built last week. I still like it. I still think it turned out great. This actually is quickly becoming one of my favorite exhibits because I really like how the ice turned out in it. But let's get around to adding some animals in here. Something that, I mean, these guys should be good and tranked up still from our last encounter, but that doesn't mean they're not going to get crabby at me when I set them down. So this first one's going to be What's his name again? Wallace Brighton. I don't know. Brain just completely shut off right there. Okay, let's see. We got the data book out here. Let's slap that one down, name them, and check it out. Wallace. I don't know why I'm struggling with that name. Wallace is a male. All right, let's go ahead and slap down another one down here, maybe near the ice. And this will be Wally Walrus, and Wally Walrus is a female. Probably not true in the cartoon, but whatever it is here in Cerro Gordo. Slapping down yet another one here. This is going to be Brawlerus, and Brawlerus is a female as well. And, okay, good. These things can swim. I guess I kind of figured they would, but, I mean, it's good to know. And then finally, the last one here we're going to set down here, and this is going to be Meguma. And Meguma is a male. And a quick little rocket out of here before they wake up, because, you know, they're going to be a little crabby after I tranked them. I mean, their blubber protected them only so much. But not enough. Those darts really kick in, you know, after one good shot right in the butt cheeks. It'll start to sink in. Okay, so now that we're over here, and we can probably stash, not the fireworks, we're gonna need those. We can stash these empty nets though, because we're not gonna need them for right now, because we're not gonna be catching animals. We're gonna be putting animals in pens. So this area up here, I wasn't originally planning on when I designed the zoo, because I figured we'd crush everything in this valley. But it turns out, big surprise, the world has a lot of animals. So we got to do a little expansion up here, and that is going to be a little tricky. I got to figure out one. I'm going to be putting the path in here, but I'll probably put the path in between episodes, because that's going to take a lot of work and kind of terraforming and making it look good, and I don't know. I gotta fidget with it a little bit. I don't really have a good plan yet for that. It might actually involve some scaffolding, maybe, or something. I don't know. Yeah, okay, so it's gonna take some thinking. I gotta actually use my brain for that, and for that, that never makes a good combination when you're trying to record an episode. So brain power and recording, yeah, I usually try to use my brain as little as possible. But this is definitely going to need some work, and a lot of it, okay? I am going to have to go get the, beacon. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because I need to smooth this out just a little bit. I don't mind having a little bit of elevation change, but this is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blocks difference. It's quite a bit, okay? I'm not really looking for something like that, so I need to kind of shave this down a little bit, and maybe only make it like a 1 or 2 block change instead. So gradually slope it down off the mountain here, and then give ourselves a nice flat plateau right here, over to maybe where those zebras are. I did relocate those zebras at the very beginning of the season, and they've been there like a champ this entire time, just chilling, just watching me build basically. But maybe to like right where this little divot is right here, I need to bring it and smooth this all out a little bit. So it's going to take quite a bit of digging. So let me go grab my pickaxe and get on to it. It's done. Okay, so that was a lot of digging. But we do have a lot more space up here now that we can get some building done. I do think after doing all of that, looking at this, I'm thinking that, yes, the path coming from here is the most likely scenario for getting a path up here. So this is probably, let's get some torches out here. This is probably where the path is going to be. So we're just going to do like a little something like this, just kind of mark out where roughly the path is going to be coming in from, so I don't build over there. So we're gonna go somewhere else, and we're gonna build ourselves a tuft deer exhibit. I think is gonna be the one we're gonna do in today's episode. Now, tuft deer. After doing, I'm an expert at tuft deer, by the way. I've done a 5-minute wiki search, so now I'm an expert. Apparently, they live in China, and they have they live in like deciduous and evergreen forests in higher elevations, actually. So like they're kind of more up away from the sea level, you know. Which sort of accidentally makes sense for where I'm going to be putting them up here. That was totally on accident, but it worked out pretty good. I'm thinking about squeezing them in right here along the edge of this. And I might even incorporate a little bit of this hillside into the exhibit. I got to kind of think about this for a second. Now, I only have 2 of these things, so it doesn't have to be a massively huge exhibit. But I do want to leave space for a couple of trees for sure. And also probably a water supply, because they talk about wanting to have a good understory underneath the trees, on the wiki at least. A good understory of the trees so they can kind of reside underneath them, and they like having a water source nearby. So I think that's what we're going to do. Now, they are tall enough, I believe. Let's just check this real quick. I believe they're tall enough. Oh, they are not very big at all. I was going to say, they're little critters, Mom. That's why. So I don't think this thing will even work on them. Oh, yeah, no, it will. It's hardy, but yeah. So yeah, no, they're not very big. I was gonna say I think they're tall enough that they're not gonna like drown, but that might be totally false. Okay, well I got a way around that, but I'm still gonna add a water supply, water source for them so that they can actually, you know, drink something in there. But this is gonna come down to me carving out a new exhibit. Now this one I'm gonna do a little bit different. Okay, a little bit. So basically, the go-to exhibit idea for the entire thing was to dig a trench in the ground. But this one up here, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to fence in a portion of it, probably the back end. And the front end, I am going to dig down so that they don't escape out the front of the viewing area. But yeah, the back end, I think I'm just going to go good old-fashioned chain link fence. It'll look a lot like the moose exhibit, which you can't see from here. You can barely see the chain link fence, like right there. The moose exhibit had a portion that was dug down and another portion that was level with the ground. So it's going to be something similar to that, except for it's going to be fenced in the back, and then it's going to be dug down a little bit in the front. I might have to futz with this one just a little bit, you know, tweak it here or there. So I'm probably going to skip the time lapse for this and just get her done. Okay, after a whole lot of digging and kind of reshaping here later, I came up with this. Now, I don't know if I explained this clearly before, but this is what I was talking about with like the fence in the back and like the dug-in area in the front to keep the deer from escaping. You know, that way people can still look over the fence, see them, but they don't have to like look down into a hole constantly like they do in the rest of the zoo. So this should be a little bit more of a unique exhibit because of that. Now, I did leave a little bit of room here to put a couple of trees in here. I'll probably just do like some dynamic trees, actually. I'm not sure if I want to go all crazy on this one in a sense, like adding in a bunch of custom trees or something. But I can't design it exactly like their habitat, because if I put a bunch of trees in here, you're never going to see the deer. So I do want to put some trees in back, in the higher hills area in the back there, and then have it kind of come down to the front here. I was going to put a river in here, but given the size of the deer, how small they are in the mod pack, I'm worried that they're going to drown. So I might get creative and put like a pond or something in here, or maybe like a couple little water spots with some lily pads on top of them so they don't drown. Because I'm really kind of nervous about that. I only have 2 tough deer. That's all I found the entire time I've spent exploring. And if you look at the map, I've explored a lot, okay? I've explored all over the place. All over the place. Okay, so I've looked all over the place, and I can't find any more. There's still a couple animals I don't have, by the way. Remember, polar bear and the Japanese giant salamander I don't have yet. But I haven't found them. And, you know, what can you do except for sleep? Because creepers be creeping. But this is our blank canvas to work with. So after the massive leg spike... wow, that was a doozy of one. Oh, wow. I don't know what was up with that, but I don't know if I was, like, loading in a waterfall someplace or something. But, man, that was terrible. I'm moving around a little bit to see if I can recover from that. But, okay, after that massive leg spike, though, let's talk about the terrain. So we're going for more of a deciduous forest, which is kind of what this place used to be, you know, before I terraformed it to be something completely different. So for that, we are going to open up the bat backpack, and we're going to grab ourselves a stack of podzol, because that's going to be going in there. We're going to grab some coarse dirt, because that's going to be going in there. I mean, we could do like mud blocks-ish down at the bottom, I'm thinking, but I think I'm going to do a little bit something different in this one. Let's grab the ground blocks here, and we're going to dive into the overgrown stone, which was actually collected in this area while I was digging up and flattening out the terrain here. That's going to come in handy for some added details, especially around the slope right here where you can see it. I think that's going to look really cool. As well as actually sprinkling in probably a little bit of stone itself. We're going to drag in a little bit of gravel. Now the stone blocks I want to use kind of sparingly, but the rest of them I think will look pretty good if we just kind of mix them in there. Not to mention the path blocks. That's the thing that's going to be happening too. My shovel is looking weak in the knees, but it will definitely survive this little exhibit that we're building here. If I had more tough deer, I would be making this a larger exhibit, but since I only have 2, this should work out just fine. Okay, so let's start off by sprinkling in the coarse dirt in various places in here. I do want to make this one kind of heavier than the rest of them, because this will be one of the main blocks to kind of break up the monotonous grass color of it all, and then the rest of them will be more like accent blocks. Okay, with the coarse dirt added, I think the next block that we're going to be sprinkling in here is the gravel block. Now, I don't really want to go overboard with this. This is going to be sparingly put in here, but it is obviously a very different color than the rest of the ground, and it should break up just the browns and the greens. Okay, with the gravel added, now we can actually go and sprinkle in the podzol. Now, the podzol, actually, I might do a moderate amount, because I think, ooh, that's actually too much right there. There's a little misclick action there. Because I don't mind it actually looking like this. Now, normally I use podzol to make things look kind of like dirty or slimy or something like that. Now, it's not really slimy, I think is a bad adjective for it, but having it look dirty isn't a terrible thing, considering that it is actually in a forest, kind of heavy foliage, heavy forested area, like coniferous forests and like and forests and like conifer deciduous forests and stuff. They got a lot of leaves and they got a lot of stuff on the ground, so having them be cluttered and dirty is pretty applicable here. So I'm gonna probably add in a fair amount of podzol. Okay, with the podzol added, that is basically it for this. Now I do want to figure out a good spot to put some of these stone pile-esque areas or stone sections sticking out. Now, I don't really want to overdo this either, so gotta be a little careful with this here, because like I said, I don't want to really make it look like it's a rocky kind of terrain. I just need to have small bits of stone and rock kind of sprinkled in here, kind of making up this part right here. So we're going to do a little something like this and add a little bit of gravel onto it. I might have to tweak that later. Yeah, probably have to tweak that just a little bit later, but we'll work with it or we'll keep rolling right now with what we got here. But yeah, I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit of stone just like that, just little details like that, because now if you actually, let me see if I can't yeet myself out of here. Hopefully the deer can't do that. I'll be putting up bars there, so I don't really see them getting out of there very easily. But you see how the stone mixed in with all the rest of the stuff going here? It seamlessly kind of blends in, although it is a very different block. But putting that dotted around throughout here will make this whole thing look much more like a forest ground. At least that's what I'm going for. Okay, I think the ground is finished. I think that looks pretty good. Let's actually get a quick peek. I don't have any rockets left, but let's get a quick peek up here in the sky at it, looking down. Yeah, okay, I like that. Okay, that definitely looks more like a forest ground. At least that's what I had in my brain. Now, it's time to start adding in some of the vegetation, and I just said I don't want to do custom trees because I don't think it's necessary. I'm thinking about if I want to do custom. No, probably not. Okay, so we need to pick out some trees here, and I could put like oak trees and stuff in here, but that's going to take up a lot of space, and it would make sense. Like those trees would exist in those forests. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with some spruce or pine trees, like up there. I wouldn't mind putting in a couple pine trees. I think that would look kind of fun. I might have to go grab some seeds up there, but I obviously need to get sleeping first here because you know what the creepers be doing. I'm thinking about maybe putting in a pine and maybe a spruce tree in here. Like I said, I don't want to overflow it. Earlier in the episode, I said that I don't want to put too many trees in here because otherwise you're not going to be able to see the deer. So maybe just like 2 kind of in back here, you know? Yeah, and that would work out pretty good. And then I'll do a little decorating detail with some other stuff in the front. And faceplant. Okay, but the question becomes, which tree seeds do I have? Which saplings do I have to actually do this? Not that one. Not that one either. Do I have any pine? Pine is what I'm looking for. Yes, I do. I actually have quite a few. Oh, those are fir cones. Pine cones. I do have a couple, though. I really only need one. I'm going to grab a couple just in case I get a little rambunctious and just decide I want to plant like a whole bunch more. But then we also need a spruce. That's a spruce sapling. Do I have any like spruce cones? Yes, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, let's go plant these things and see what they look like. Alright, pine cone. Probably in back over here someplace. I don't want to put it too close to the fence because then I'm afraid it's not going to grow properly. But I also don't want to put it too close to the front because otherwise it's just going to be right in the way of the viewers. So that's not actually where I want to put it. Oh, cool. I can pick it up. Okay. Right there. That's where I was going for. Let's see if I can't give this thing a little bit of bone meal love and see if we can get it to grow up a little bit more. Now, this thing is going to probably want to grow on its own as we go, so I don't have to get too crazy with it. I'll probably be able to let it go just fine and let it grow on its own. Yeah, that looks fine. All right, yeah, there we go. So we got one tree in there. Now, what about, do I want to try a spruce? This might look terrible, but we're going to put a spruce, not exactly in the same spot, but kind of up top still. So let's put it right there. Let's jazz this thing up a little bit, give it a little bit of juice, get it growing a little bit bigger. Heat, hop on over here. Looks pretty dismal. Do I have any bone meal? I don't actually have a lot of bone meal. I had to have to go hunting down skeletons, actually, in between episodes because I was running out of bones. But let's give that whatever juice we can. Boy, that looks like a dismal and sad spruce tree. I like the pine tree a little bit. Actually, that doesn't look that bad. Doesn't look that bad. Okay, yeah, I can work with that. Okay, we'll put a couple of trees in the back there, give them some foliage that they can hide underneath, and the rest of it we'll do by hand. We'll pretty up this area up front. Those will continue to grow a little bit, so I'm not too worried about them. But we'll add in like bushes and stuff to make this look more like a forested area then. Now, I don't want to put too many things along the back fence here, otherwise they can just hop on out of here, so that's not really the point. So I want to stay kind of farther away from that. But maybe actually put down a couple of just regular individual leaf blocks. It's not going to allow them to hop over the edge, but it will add a little different texture to the ground here with or a little depth to the ground actually, where there's a little elevation peak right there. A couple of those spots that might look like little bushes kind of dotted in here or there. And when we get towards the center of the area over here, this is where I can have a little bit more fun with putting down some shrubbery and bushes and stuff. Ta-da! Okay, so we got some bushes put in that way with using the leaf blocks, and I think those look pretty good. In fact, I think, beard scratch, I think we're good to go right on into, actually, you know, I was about to say right on into the plant life, but there's one thing that, well, sort of. There's one other thing I want to do, not in that backpack. I'm looking for the bat backpack, because I got to put these back into the bat backpack. But what we need to do is we need to punch a couple holes in the ground here and grab, where are they? Grab, aha, the water buckets. And we need to put a little bit of water in kind of down here, something so that the little deers can have something to drink, you know. Let's just throw one like right here maybe, and we'll actually punch this ground out right there and replace that with the block that we just removed, and then we'll just drop the water in there. All right, that should give the deer a little something to drink occasionally. Let's put another one right somewhere else. Right here. We'll put it right here. And it is kind of a plant life thing because what we're going to do is we're going to be adding in a couple of lily pads. We'll do the big ones here just to kind of make these things, or to prevent the deer from like laying down, taking a nap underwater right there. So at least that way it looks like they have a little bit of water in here, a little something. And that also allows us to take things like river cane here and actually put it up on the edge a little, kind of give it a little bit more of a unique look like that. That looks pretty good. Anything else that we want to put it along the edge of the water? I mean, I don't think... the cattail. I think I said river cane before, but it's cattail. River cane would actually make more sense considering the area of the world that these things are found in. Let's actually tear that up right there. We'll put that like right there, and we'll put one right there. Maybe we'll leave one cattail in there. Okay, let's squirt those back into the plants backpack. What other things can we throw in here? Obviously, bushes for like berries and stuff would definitely make sense in the forest, so we're going to sprinkle these in kind of all over the place, actually, because I'm thinking that would actually work out almost everywhere in this exhibit. Having, you know, things for them to munch on and stuff, obviously, is an important thing. So, how's that? Does that look pretty good-ish? Yeah, I'm thinking that looks alright. Alright, let's put the berry bushes back. I did go hunting for animals, and I did go look around, so I did get some other things now in my plants backpack that I was missing. Like, I picked up some of these spleenworts. I also picked up some flowers and stuff, so I got a whole bunch of tulips. I found a flower forest. I even picked up some of these icy irises, too, because I was missing those. So I got a bunch of new stuff, but as far as plant life in a forest, though, which is what we're working on right now, let's go back. We're definitely going to want to use dead leaf piles. I did get rid of a lot of dead leaf piles when I was clearing out this place, and I'm sort of kicking myself now because I really should have just grabbed these shears and gone and collected them that way, because I could use them. I could use them right about now. Here's one right here. This is like something that will come in real handy, because I'm only down to just a few left, and these things you can't craft. The live leaf piles you can, but not the dead ones. Okay, but aside from dead leaf piles, we're definitely going to want to throw in maybe a couple ostrich ferns in there. What other greenery stuff? Probably not dune grass. This isn't supposed to be looking dead like. Barley wouldn't look too bad maybe in the open area in front of where the trees are. But maybe not. Toadstools I think would look kind of cool in there, as well as maybe sprinkling in a flat mushroom or two. Dried bamboo, actually regular bamboo would probably look better here, once again considering the part of the world that this is in. Let's actually put the dead leaves off to the side for right now. Squeeze in a couple of these ostrich ferns just to give it a little extra greenery in places. Like maybe even kind of down in front here, and then maybe another one kind of tucked in the side there. Alright, and then I also picked up some Arctic moss. Now that's probably not applicable for this too, but I only found 4 pieces. That stuff's kind of hard to find. Probably some sprouts dotted in here too. I'm thinking will look pretty good. Squeeze these in wherever I can fit them. Okay, so I'm thinking the toadstools will probably look pretty good, and the flat mushroom kind of up here near the trees I'm thinking will look like a good spot for them. You know, especially on the podzol, that always makes a lot of sense. Now, I wouldn't mind squeezing in, where's the bat backpack? No, it's not in there. Bad, that's not where it is. It's the wood backpack. I wouldn't mind squeezing in like a down log or something. So let's grab some of this dead wood and see if we can't make something happen with that. I have some bamboo. I have 3 pieces right now. I am growing some more outside the front of the zoo right now, but it's slow going. And, but I do want to squeeze that in here as well. So let's figure out a place for a down log. Boy, I did not leave a lot of space for for a down log anywhere in here. Seriously, where am I going to put this thing? Like, I don't actually have a very good spot with the slope. It's going to look weird if I place it right on the edge of the slope, because it's going to be a 2-block high thing. So this gives me a different idea. What if, I think I have them primarily in the squid backpack. All the slabs? Yeah, I do. What if we did something else, and we made it look like one of the trees was chopped down? And we did that like right here, okay? And we just take one of those, and then what we do is we just kind of, I'm gonna have to move this sprout. It's kind of right in my way, right where I need to be working. Get out of here, sprout. I don't want to waste it because I have to go find those things. So what if we actually did something like that, okay? And it kind of looks, it's supposed to kind of represent like the tree has been chopped down in that area. I'm not sure if I'm really conveying that message though, because it doesn't really look like it at all. You know what? I'm going to roll with it. I'm going to keep it going because who knows? Maybe it'll turn into a beautiful thing once I keep decorating up everything else around it. Okay, but for real, I have to find a spot for this bamboo before I get too carried away. I do want to put this in here. It looks like maybe up front here might be a good spot for it. Let's dot it somewhere along the line like this. And we're going to need to grab a little bit of string too, because I'm going to block this off so that it can't grow very high. We're going to put one right there so it's too high on that one. And maybe we'll do too high on this as well. I think that'll work out just fine. Yeah, we'll make them both too high, and then we'll put the last one in somewhere like down here, like right there. And that one will just remain 1 high. I'm thinking we'll be fine just the way it is there. Okay, yeah. Imagine, squint your eyes a little bit. Imagine those back two being a little bit taller. And that's what it'll look like. Oh, and by this, what's supposed to be a cut down tree kind of thing is where I wanted to kind of sprinkle in like a toadstool or so, kind of along this edge here. I think that looks pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that works. That works out just fine. Now, what else can we squeeze in here as far as plant life goes? That looks more like a forested area. I mean, spleenwort, probably actually. I think it might actually make a little bit of sense. We'll dot this in someplace. Yeah, not right next to the other one. The other one's already a bright green. Just squeeze this in places. In fact, just maybe 2 pieces like that might be enough. Let's take a step back and look at it again. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. That one's good. Okay. Yeah, this is actually slowly starting to come together. It's looking a little bit better than what it initially started as, that's for sure. We might be done with everything we need to do for foliage, except for obviously the dead leaves. Some clover patches, never mind. Let's actually squeeze these in here too. Not too heavy, just in a couple of places. I know that patches of them would be kind of grouped together, so we might do that just a little bit. But this sprinkle in with like the tall grass, I think will make this exhibit kind of come together. Okay, I'm going to also sprinkle in just a few live leaves in places, especially like on the brown blocks and stuff, because they stand out more. If you put them on the grass blocks, they don't really do anything. They don't really stand out. You don't really know what it looks like. It's just kind of there. But I'm going to just kind of gently sprinkle these things in occasionally, because I'm going to put in a lot more of the dead leaf blocks or piles after this. Okay, I think that's basically it for the plant life for what I want to put in here. I think that's it. Let's actually take a look, see how this turned out. Yeah, okay, now there's one thing that I need to do still, is I need to add the path blocks. Obviously, the tough deer would be wandering around and absolutely be matting down this this grass as they go. So I gotta put some of this as actually like trampled on a little bit for it to make any sense whatsoever. You know, I think that's it. The last thing to do now is just to kind of add in a little bit of bone meal on top of some of this grass here, raise this up a little bit. You know what? Flowers, they're fine. Look at me getting better at this. They are okay. You know, we're gonna leave them. In fact, I'm gonna leave every flower that shows up in this exhibit because it's the woods and it would make sense for there to be a flower or two in here. And look at that. As soon as I start saying that I'm fine leaving flowers, I don't get any more. No, I got, okay, two right next to each other is a little weird. Let's just be honest. So, look, I don't get any. Really? Nothing? I'm actually looking for flowers this time. Not a one. Other than that one in back when it first showed up. I didn't get any flower. Okay, fine. Here I am being all accepting and stuff, and the flowers just don't want to show up. I see how it is. As far as some taller grass, though, I don't really know if I really want to put that in here. I think that just leaving it the way it is fine. Let's look at this. Look at that. Mwah, another perfect exhibit, in my eyes anyway, in my opinion. What's your guys' opinion though? Head down in the comments section and let me know. It would really help me out a lot, getting a little bit of feedback from you to let me know if this looks like crap or if this looks like good stuff. Let's see, there is still one thing though that needs to be added, and that is in the squid backpack, and that's the fence. Okay, we need to put the fence in here so that the deers don't get out of here. Oh gosh, here I am like all excited about being accepting of flowers all sizes and shapes, and I completely forgot to add any in here. Let's see, flax would probably make a little bit of sense in here too, but I think I want to go a little bit more subtle with some of the flowers. I am going to sprinkle these in here somehow. Some of those maybe, and maybe some bellflowers also. I don't know if those are actually kind of this area or not, but we're gonna make them part of it here. So let's actually get these on the hotbar here. I'm gonna get these things in here somewhere. Okay, there we go. I added some flowers. Look at me, I'm getting better at this. There's a couple of them sprinkled in there. I didn't want to add too much different colors in there because there's already a nice like healthy mix between the greens and the browns, and there's a little red dots on the berry bushes and stuff. So if I start adding all sorts of funky colors in there, I think it's gonna get a little crazy. So I went with just kind of like some white and like yellowish kind of colored ones here, and that's nothing too extreme. I didn't want to put any like bright colored flowers in there to really kind of make things stand out that way. I like keeping the exhibit kind of all, I don't know how to describe it. It kind of has its own style the way it was. It's just because I forgot to add the flowers earlier. Derp. But okay, so the path itself is going to be like right here in front of it, obviously. And this looks like a really cool spot for a nice lookout, so that you can overlook like a huge part of the zoo. So that's probably what this is going to turn into. I have to start thinking about what I'm going to do up here, because this is a lot more room. I have more room. You know, we never actually built a hippopotamus exhibit. We have a pygmy hippo exhibit, but we don't have a regular common hippopotamus exhibit, so that might make its way up here, as well as the petting zoo I'm thinking will make its way up here. And the okapi, I think that's the name of the other kind of like deer-like thing that I have. That thing will probably make its way up here as well, but then I think we might be taking up all the rest of this room here. Might have to expand a little bit, not too sure. I don't really want to go too far back there, but the back end of this I'll either block off with kind of terrain, you know, like the stone spires kind of jutting up, similar to how we did the wall up front. In fact, that's probably what I'll end up doing. Or I'll do a chain link fence. I think a chain link fence might get the point across as well. But I kind of like the idea of the spikes because it's a lot more custom. But as far as today's episode, I'm thinking that's about it. I'm thinking we got ourselves a tuft deer exhibit. Now, I do have two of these. Oh, right here. Two of these things. So if you guys could head down in the comment section, give me your best tuft deer names, that would be very much appreciated. I don't know what I'm going to call them if you guys don't give me good ideas, but two of them. I got two of them. Alrighty, guys. I think I'm going to get on out of here. It's been a long day for me. Hopefully you guys are having a wonderful Friday, though. Happy Easter, everybody, okay? So hopefully you guys have a wonderful day, wonderful holiday. Go find your eggs. Go celebrate however you choose to celebrate. And I'll be actually having some fun with the family. We got, services to go to. We got Easter egg hunts, and we got movies to attend. Super Mario Brothers. We're going to go see Super Mario Brothers. It's Oliver's first movie. It's going to be fantastic. I think I'm more excited than he is, and he is really excited. Alrighty, guys. Have yourself a wonderful holiday weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Thanks again for watching, everybody, and bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing a little bit more building here in the ZAWA mod here in Minecraft, and check it out, behind me is the tuft deer exhibit that we built last week. You guys killed it once again in the comments section, thank you for that, and we got a couple of names for those deer that we're going to be putting there today, but we got a lot of work to do today. We got a lot of work. There's an exhibit that I want to put in right behind me right there, kind of in that area right behind me, and it's going to take quite a bit of work and digging and terraforming and stuff. But I did do some stuff around the zoo really quickly that I want to show you guys. Okay, since the last episode, I didn't do any more on the ship. I'm sorry. I've been doing other things, but I didn't get any of the rigging done on the ship, so it's still just the way it is right now, just like that. But over here, if you look, this is all new. This is all new. Now, this is above the tree frog exhibit, but I did get a path put in here that leads up to this new section of the zoo that we expanded to last week. And ta-da! There it is. It's all put in. All the terraforming's done. It looks oh so nice. You know, I kind of like it. It kind of matches with the rest of the zoo, and it leads right on up into this area. Now, this part up here still needs a lot of love and attention, but that's, you know, that's kind of the purpose of today's episode, is adding another thing that adds a little bit more love and attention up there. But all right, so I did this, and there's another part that I worked on. Ooh, the bears are not happy about me being here. There's another part that I worked on, too, since last episode. Over here by the aquarium now, I also redid this side of the river completely. I mean, I got to add a little bit more detailing to this, but I did switch over from grass to stone, obviously doing a lot of terraformation around the base and getting things all sorted out to look a little bit more like the actual Cerro Gordo. And then there's this path that I actually finished, connecting all the way over to here and down in front of the walrus exhibit. That is done right now. This area I also raised up a block too, and I also got to work on putting in some of these stone spires, stone spikes. That is definitely a light glitch right here. Look at that. Man, let's fix that. These stone spikes right here that are holding the shipwreck in place. So I got to work on doing all that, as well as jump in the water here. All of this stuff down here. I did the entire landscape down here leading into the ocean itself. So yeah, I didn't get to the rigging. I'm so sorry, you guys. I tried, but I did a lot of other stuff in the meantime, though. But let's get on down into the little hidey holes, because we got to do a little bit of naming for those deer. Okay, I've only got 2 of these things, and there were a few names added. There's actually not too many of them added this week, but there were a few, so I got to choose between them. Imagine Wild Dog suggested that I name one Bambi, and then Bunny Eilish suggested that because these deer have fangs, we should name one Vampire Bambi. So I'm going to give credit to both of you guys. We're going to name this one Vampire Bambi, because I thought that was hilarious. And for the second one, big shout out to Sloth Buddy 206, who suggested, you guys know I like Pokemon names, suggested Deerling. Now, I have heard a couple of reports that these things like to jump. I don't know the truth behind that. I did no testing whatsoever, like a true professional. I'm really hoping that's not true. But if it is, I guess we're about to find out. So, alright, let's go put these things down here. One tough deer down right there. This is going to be called a Deerling. Wham, and Deerling is a female. And the other one up here is going to be Vampire Bambi. We're going to put that one down. That one's a little guy. Look at him. Bam, Vampire Bambi. There we go. And Vampire Bambi is a male. Alright, you guys, the drugs should be wearing off pretty soon, but welcome to Cerro Gordo. Hopefully you guys don't jump out and eat my face. And I've got to get on to doing some other building, so just sleep it off. Oh, that one's awake. That one's awake. He's awake and he's moving. Oh, they do have fangs. Look at that. You guys were not lying. Okay, it looks like they're jumping a little bit, but it doesn't look like they're jumping up high enough to like clear anything beyond like 1 block. I'll keep an eye on you guys, though. You over there? I got my eye on you. But what we're going to do over here is we're going to get to work on building another exhibit. This is going to be a rather large one, so it's going to take a little bit of work. And I think I'm going to use some of this natural terrain here to help myself out a little bit when it comes to the actual like digging portion of this. I have over here a little bit. Actually, let's pull up the map and look at that. I have over here, right here actually, a pygmy hippopotamus exhibit. And they're adorable. But they are not common hippopotamuses. Hippopotamuses, I think is the correct one. So I think in today's episode, we are going to add a hippo exhibit, a proper hippo exhibit. And it's going to go like right in here, I'm thinking. I kind of want to have it take up this like divot. Like I said, use some of the natural terrain. And then I'm going to have to dig over into here and extend it this way. It's going to be a rather large exhibit. I want to make sure I give them plenty of room. I don't actually know how many hippos I have, but I've seen them all over the place. So I'll probably be able to grab more if I don't have too many. I do want to put, like I said, give them a lot of room, a lot of space in here. So let's actually get to marking this thing out. I'm thinking it's going to come up to like right about here, at least. Okay, so that's where like the front of the exhibit's going to go. Somewhere in there. And then it's going to curve down into this area right here. You know, like a kind of like a L shape or boomerang kind of looking shape exhibit. So maybe I can probably start bringing it back a little bit sooner over here. Like, this is going to be a big exhibit. Oh, man. There's so much digging. Oh, boy. Yeah, that's going to be a monstrous exhibit. Look at the torch line here that I got kind of laid out as far as where I want this to go. Well, you got to give the hippo some room, you know? So, okay. You know what that means. I've got some digging to do. Oh, boy. All right, let's grab some food. Let's grab the pickaxe. Here we go.
Sound waves reaching the microphone are changed into impulses of electric current.
No need to worry about your pre-recorded music tapes being accidentally erased. It can't happen.
That right there is a really, really big hole. All right, so that's a lot of land I had to clear out of there, but that is that's probably the hippo exhibit. I'm thinking is the way it's going to be. Now I don't really, excuse me, zebras. I didn't mean to impede on your space over here that I placed you in months back. But now this is kind of a rough kind of guesstimate as to what the terrain's going to be. Obviously, it's not going to be stone, so I'm going to have to replace a lot of this with like, well, a variety of blocks, actually. I guess I'll start like I usually do with grass, but then I'm going to change it up, obviously. But I dug this down enough that I'm hoping I can just kind of put the blocks in and rather than replacing them. So basically the like the dirt or the grass will be like one height, just like this right here. That should still keep the hippos inside the pen. I still have to do all of the walls though, so that's something I gotta get to as well. Replace them obviously with the standard Cerro Gordo looking walls that we've been putting up in all the rest of the exhibits, and lay down a bunch of grass. I kind of need... I don't really like this. I don't really like this part here. Let me get airborne real quick and I'll show you what I mean. I just want to get over here. I don't really like this, how it slopes away from where the viewers would be seeing. So I kind of want to add some land in the back at least. But a lot of this is going to be water, shallow water, because the hippos obviously are going to be wading in the water. You know, that's kind of what they like to do. So I'm going to have to terraform that land in the back there a little bit too. I just put these temporary, as you saw in the time lapse there, I just put these like temporary little blocks of stone in here just to kind of raise up the land on these parts. But I will decorate those up probably in between episodes a little bit. What I'm going to probably end up doing is that design right there with like the wall, the front of the zoo. But it's going to hug the back side of this exhibit and kind of seal in this back part right here. But for today's episode, I'm just going to focus on what's inside the exhibit because that's a lot of space to cover. So, alright, I'm going to do a little bit of work here, little quick jump cut here, but I'm going to get the walls put in for sure, and then I'm going to kind of change this land up a little bit so that it's more of what I'm expecting for the finished product. A whole lot of work later, and there we go, check it out. Okay, so I did get the grass put in on the parts that I want there to be land masses, and then the rest of this part that's dropped down is all going to be water, because after all, hippos like water, so I'm going to give them water. Added a bunch of cobblestone in on the walls, of course, you know, just like we've done on the rest of the zoo, as well as sprinkled in a bit of moss stone in here as well, because obviously if it's really kind of damp and a lot of water in here, it's going to have a little bit of moss growing on the walls. The supports for the walls are all put in, making it look like the rest of Cerro Gordo. I think we are good to go to start decorating. Now, I think what I'm going to do is start with decorating the underwater section first. We're looking for muddy, swamp lake actually is what we're looking for. So, well, Podzol won't really do much good underwater, but we're definitely going to use some coarse dirt, probably a whole lot of coarse dirt. I'm going to need to make more of that. 11 blocks of brown terracotta are not enough to simulate the mud that's going to be here in this entire exhibit, so we're going to have to go get a whole lot more of that. The green concrete powder can take a hike. Dead leaves will probably play a role in this. I have a few stacks of them down here. So that'll come in later though. But as far as the blocks on the bottom of the water, we are looking at those that I've grabbed so far, as well as, which one am I looking for? The ground blocks. What do we got in here? Gravel. That's going to be a good one. And I don't really think we need sand because this is supposed to be more like in a swamp area and not near a beach. So we're going to leave that one out of it. So coarse dirt, brown terracotta, but I got to go get more of that, and gravel are going to be primarily the blocks that make up that, as well as I'm probably going to sprinkle in some moss stone at the bottom of that. And I could squeeze in these river stones. I only have a few of them. It would kind of make sense, but this isn't really supposed to be a river. This is supposed to be like a bog. So I think I might leave them out, actually. I might just stick with these. I think that might be good enough for what I have in mind, but I do need to go get more brown terracotta. Unfortunately, before I can get to placing the blocks that I want, I actually do have to dig this entire section down one, as well as that section over there, because that's where the blocks are actually supposed to go. So I've got some digging to do. Alright, the coarse dirt has been added. I think the next block to go in here is going to be the gravel, and it's going to go in just about as heavy as the coarse dirt, actually, because it's going to be one of the more predominant blocks here in the underwater section. Alright, gravel has been put in. Now I'm going to dot in probably the moss stone, because the rest of it's going to be filled in with mud. So the moss stone is going to be kind of sporadic, just kind of placed in here. Not too often, just kind of spaced out quite a bit. I don't want to have this be like big patches of it in here. And that's looking pretty good. Now the rest I'm going to fill in with brown terracotta. Of course, I use brown terracotta in place of mud, even though there are mud blocks, of course, in the game. And that's simply because animals tend to get stuck in the mud blocks. So I use brown terracotta as a substitute. It's like the next best block I could find. Now that all looks pretty good. Got a lot of the mud actually put in place here now. And I'm liking how this looks. Now it looks a little bit strange just like with the bare eyes on it right now, because it's just kind of not a very good look, I don't think, but once you cover it with water, it'll all make sense. Plus, I'm not done actually building in the area where the water is. I just want to put that down first so I can get an idea of what the rest of the land is going to be, which is what we have to decide on what to do now. Now, let's see. Let me actually look through my backpacks here and figure out what blocks I'm going to be using. Starting with the backpack pack. All right, let's look in here because there's this cool block here called Podzol. Definitely going to be using that on the land quite a bit, actually. Don't need the green tick concrete powder this time around, But I'm gonna need well, we have plenty of grass blocks. Podzol, I'm gonna need some coarse dirt, podzol, and other muddy looking blocks. A little bit of gravel, not much. Mud itself, yes. In fact, I'm thinking between these 4 blocks right here, we could probably make something work, along with the grass blocks kind of sprinkled in, and the path blocks. So that's just even more grass. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, counting the path blocks, 6 blocks, maybe even a couple stone piles in there, and we can really make this thing pop. Okay, but starting off, we're going to start with the podzol actually this time, because I'm thinking that this will actually look really good. I'm going to work this shoreline here just a little bit, because I want to make sure I get this correct before I continue on with the rest of it. But podzol is going to be a pretty heavy block here in the entire exhibit, because it is supposed to be more like a swampy kind of boggy area is what I'm going for. Something with a lot of mud for the hippos to reside in. Okay, now that the podzol has been added and it's kind of dotted out throughout the entire parts of the land, actually, we're going to go back over to the shoreline here, and what we're going to do is we're going to start sprinkling in some mud that's seeping in from where the water line is. And this is going to be actually kind of spread throughout this area as well. I think that, especially more along the shorelines here, though, like it's going to be pretty far in. That's what, like 4 or 5 blocks far away from the water. It's going to be spreading in pretty far. Okay, the mud has been added, or the brown terracotta. The mud has been added, though, and as you can see, it's kind of more abundant on the shorelines here, but it does kind of spread out through into the actual rest of the land. So it should make this place look pretty, I guess, wet and overrun, you know? It's not, this is definitely not stable land is what I'm going for. Now, I do want to sprinkle in this gravel a little bit, but not too much, actually. This has got to be pretty light, because I don't want this to seem like gravel is more like a rock, when you think, or it's like rocky terrain. So when you put down too much gravel, you're going to get this look like things are actually a little bit more stable than what they actually are. So I just want to dot this in here, because this is supposed to look more like mud and rather than gravel and rock. So I just want to add that in there just kind of sporadically, almost like what I did with the moss blocks here, or the moss stone, kind of throughout the land masses. And I'm putting all of it on the internal parts of the land, actually. So I'm not putting any of it on the shoreline here, because I want it to all be kind of like where there actually is more land. You know what? I think that's probably pretty good. Only a few blocks over here. Gravel, I think, is done. Now, the next block that we can add, actually, I think is the path block. There's still a lot of grass in here, but we're talking hippos, all right? We're talking hippos stomping the grass, any grass that's actually in here. Actually, no, hold on. We're missing one here. We're missing a block. We're missing the coarse dirt. Oh, I pulled a I forgot about that. All right, let's quick get the coarse dirt put in here. This is going to be a block that's actually quite a bit. There's going to be quite a bit of it in here, but probably not as much as the podzol, I'm thinking, because I do want to leave a fair amount of grass, because I need to do the path blocks. So I can't be getting rid of all of the grass blocks. I have to leave some of them. There we go. Okay, so now that I got the coarse dirt put in there, I can't believe I forgot the coarse dirt. Jeepers, let's inhale a chicken and ponder this for a second. Okay, so now I just need the path blocks, and the ground in here should be done. I'm going to mat this down quite a bit, and this will definitely make it pop. Okay, this is definitely going to start making it look a lot more like a swamp, actually. So, yeah, this is going to look good. Oh, yeah. Like I said, that makes it pop. It really does make it pop. Look at that. The path blocks just add a dirtiness to it that really works with everything. Now, we need to add a lot more stuff to this. We need to do a couple of things, actually, like starting with sleeping, because creepers be creeping, and I gotta make sure that I don't blow up my masterpiece here. I don't want my swamp getting blown up. Now, I've been holding off adding the water, because I like being able to quickly move around in here, but we'll get around to that for sure. But we need to add like foliage and stuff in here, but I think that maybe adding like a down log, since we have plenty of space. There's also trees which we could add, although I don't really know if I want to. I think it might look better if we keep this place a little bit more open. Or if we do add trees, I mean, they're probably the willow trees are going to be the best, but if we do add trees, I don't want to have it be too many of them. This isn't supposed to look like a forest, obviously. This is supposed to look more like a swamp. So let's see. Let's add a tree or two. We're gonna add a willow tree. Let's add a tree or two. Let me go get the seed. Fly. And probably only 1 or 2 trees in that whole area. Even though it's a big area, just 1 or 2 trees. Now, I don't have too many of these willow seeds, or the willow catkins, apparently they're called. But I don't need too many on this time around anyway, so it's all good. So let's just slap one down like right there. And I'm also running a little short on bones and bone meal. I think that's like all I have right there. I never actually did find a skeleton dungeon in this entire season, so I haven't done a lot of mining though. Like once I got my stuff going, I just got to building right away. Let's see, we slapped one down there, and I really don't know if I really want to do another one someplace else, although maybe it'd probably be a good idea. Maybe like, see, I can, maybe like right here, okay, on this little body of land. That might work out pretty good. I could also probably throw mangroves in there. That might work pretty good too, but we'll stick with willows. Willows kind of look like they're from a swamp. Okay, now we have to move on to the rest of the foliage, however. So for the, oh man, my inventory sucks. Give me a second. Okay, inventory significantly better. Let's look into the backpack real quick because I need to grab some dead leaves. And I guess willow leaves would probably look pretty good. Nah, spruce leaves for when it touches water, you know. Maybe even a couple of these oak leaves. All right, we'll work with that, I'm thinking. I don't really want to make it look too lively in here, even though swamps actually do have a pretty strong ecosystem in them. I'm trying to make this look kind of dirty, so I don't really want to put like lush green things in here. Keeping it all roughly the same color as what these willow leaves are. Now, I'm letting these dynamic trees grow on their own because I'm trying to conserve bone meal, but I'll do all the rest of the building in the meantime, and then at the end I'll give them a little boost if they're still a little too small. So small bushes and shrubs are okay, even in a swamp, you know. It looks like they're, it's almost like the plants in this area are waterlogged is what I'm trying to go for. So let's start off, in fact, I might not even use these oak leaves at all because they're really bright colored. So let's start off with like putting down a little bit of like a bush or shrub kind of like right in here. And then we'll see what else we can add. Okay, I know it's not much, but just adding a couple of shrubs like this, I don't think they can get out over here. I don't think so. It's still a too high jump for them, so I don't really see them getting out that way. But just a little something like that, actually. Keeping the bushes pretty far spread out, I think works out pretty good. I want to give them plenty of room to move around. After all, they are very big animals. So, yeah, I'm thinking that's pretty good. Now, as far as the foliage, actually, one thing I could do, just to kind of add a little bit extra details, I could spread out a couple like individual leaf blocks throughout here to just kind of make it stand out just a little bit more. That might work out a little bit better. And they can be kind of close to the actual plants themselves, you know? Something kind of like this. Now that little detail is added, let's focus on the other plant life, actually. Where's my bat backpack? I need you desperately in my life. Let's squirt these things back into the bat backpack, and then we're going to grab ourselves something out of the plant's backpack, like dead bushes, for sure, because it can look like that. Reeds, you're coming with me. Cattail, absolutely. Bamboo, no, actually, you can probably stay there. Spleenwort might work. These things I might as well just get ready. In fact, a lot of lily pads I might want to get ready because I'm going to probably be using all of them. In fact, why don't we start with that? Why don't we start with the water, okay? Like the water itself. Let's grab a couple of the water buckets here. Let's get the water put in here real fast, and then we'll get to work on actually like doodadding up the water part of the swampy area for these hippos. There we go. Got the water added. That's looking a lot better. Now, I do want to do something else with the water on the land that isn't shown right here, but first let's focus on the actual water itself. Starting with all these fun lily pads. Okay, we're gonna have to try to sprinkle these things in basically all over the place, as well as some reeds too. I want to make sure I get them in here too, because I think that looks really good. It's gonna use probably most of my aquatic kind of, or my pond looking foliage that I have, but we'll get it to work. Let's start with the lily pads, I'm thinking. So, obviously, well, I could say that obviously these will be clinging onto the side of the land a little bit more, but that's not entirely true. They just basically exist in shallow water, which that's kind of everywhere. So, actually, before we get started on this too much, let me start off by fixing up the shoreline here just a little bit. This looks all great, but it is a very defined shoreline, and this is supposed to be kind of like mud that's supposed to be like seeping into it, you know, so I want to kind of break this up a little bit, kind of like that, so it's not a very clear-cut defined shoreline, but I do like the idea of keeping it with mud defining the edge of it. There we go. Okay, that's looking better. That definitely looks more like a swampy kind of look. It blends right into where the water actually is, rather than just being a clear shoreline. I am going to probably dot just a piece, not right there, a piece or two out here as well. Not as much though, just yeah, probably something like that. That leaves a fair amount of open water. Now, thanks to the lily pads and the way that Minecraft works, odds are the hippos are going to get stuck like walking on top of the lily pads more so than they are going to be like wading in the water. But whatever, that's fine. But now that we have the water added, we can get around to doing these lily pads now. So let's start off with just the regular good old-fashioned lily pad. We're just going to dot these around periodically throughout the water part. Okay, then we're going to go to the flowered lily pad, and this I don't want to put in too often. I'm just going to put down like one or two periodically, spread out quite a bit as well. And then we're just going to work our way down the sizes of the lily pads here, adding the mediums, the smalls, and then the tinies, okay? So I do want to create like lily pad patches too, so I want to group them up a little bit together so that they're not just kind of spread out all throughout the thing. So I'll stick to putting them down next to the regular lily pads, I think. Okay, funny story here, all right? You're going to laugh at this. I ran out of tiny lily pads. Actually, I don't have enough to fill in this area. I'm going to have to go find some more. And I think if I remember correctly, the lily pads, well, I mean, there is this big, like, bog bayou right here. I'm thinking there's some in there. Or maybe they're over here, actually. They might be over here. Let me go fly a little bit and see if I can't find them. Aha! Found some. They're actually really close to the zoo. The zoo, ow, I just ran into that. The zoo is like right over there, just past those trees. Alright, so I just got to collect, if I can land without the elytra activated, I just got to collect a whole bunch of these things. 70 some episodes in, and I am still collecting plants for the exhibits. How about that? Okay, I have collected a fair amount of new lily pads. Plenty, I think it's gonna that's gonna be needed to actually fill in the rest. Ow, rough landing. Rest of this place. So let me just add the rest of these things real quick. There we go. Okay, the lily pads have been added, and I think that's all I want to do for those. I don't really want to add any more. Like, I'm not trying to cover it up completely. It's not supposed to look like a film across the top of the water. So let's grab the plants backpack here, and we'll just squirt all these things back in there. I also grabbed some algae, which I was thinking about putting in the bottom here, but I'm not sure. Ooh, I need to open that. I'm not sure if that can go in here. Wrong button. Yeah, see, no, I'm not sure it can. Yeah, I think it needs to go in deeper water. Ah, well, that's alright. I don't need that anyway. I can make this work without it. Actually, let me grab those reeds back out of here, because I think it's time we start adding in some of those reeds. Look at this flower. Alright, I got a different idea. Okay, before we get on to the reeds, let's grab this water bucket here. And I want to kind of add water to to some of this stuff here. Obviously, as I've been planting all those lily pads, the willow tree's been growing, and they are doing really great. That zebra up there looks pretty crazy, how it's just like looming overhead. It's like a zebra on top of a hill over there. It's, I don't know, it's showing us its butt right now, so I guess it's not that epic anymore. But okay, like, I'm thinking about grabbing the shovel and like knocking out a block or two, and maybe actually knocking that out, and then maybe we'll just put whatever block I removed down there, and we'll just fill it with water. I'm thinking about doing that periodically in here, and what we could do is, now I don't think the hippos are gonna fall in here, but what we could do is, ooh, it's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be, there we go, got it. Something like that. At least the ones that are closer to the edge here. And then also adding like lily pads covering them or something, but kind of dot them periodically throughout the land. There we go. All right, we have a couple of little spots dotted in there. Not too many of them. I didn't want to make it seem like this area was completely flooded, or anything, but they're more like puddles on the ground. Some lily pads on top of them, you know? I also went ahead and added the reeds along the shoreline there. I'm thinking that looks pretty good. Okay, yeah, this place is really coming along. Okay, the reeds I think is probably good enough. I think we got enough of those things. Let's talk about river cane, and where is it? Cattail. It's, you guys probably see it and I don't. It's in my inventory, that's why. Okay, so let's talk about cattail and river cane, because I want to make sure I put these things in here somewhere as well. And I think these things might grow. Pretty sure these things grow. So I wanna we put one maybe, well, no, not right there. This isn't a good spot for them. I changed my mind. We'll find a place for the river cane, but let's switch it over to the cattail real fast. And we're gonna put some of those things in here as well. And I think these don't have to be planted by water. No, they definitely do. They're like sugar cane, yeah. So we'll spread these throughout the area along the shoreline as well, and then we'll sprinkle in some river cane. I'll find a home for it. Okay, I put some river cane right over there. That should work out pretty good. Let's see, we got some cattails spread out periodically throughout this, all over the place, actually. I didn't really want to put too much river cane, because I think cattails work better for, like, the swamp look. In fact, you know, now that I'm actually thinking about it, let's grab some more cattails here, because I just realized I put these things here, and you can absolutely, like, sprinkle a couple of them in, like, right alongside these these little water spots here, and I think that would look really cool. And not everyone, though. Not all of them. Let's leave a couple of them open. In fact, just maybe those two. We'll just put it onto there. I think that's a nice little detail. Didn't think about that until just now. It just clicked into my head. My brain just all of a sudden thought about that. All right, so we still have dead bushes, and we have, obviously, toadstools. I don't have a lot of flat mushrooms, so I should probably go look for some of those things. I don't even know where to look. I don't remember where I even got these things. I think I just find them periodically in, like, forests and stuff. But let's actually sprinkle some of these things in. on the bottom of the ground here, like underneath the trees especially. But since this is kind of like a swampy area, I could literally put them anywhere. Okay, I think that's probably pretty good for the mushrooms. I still have a couple flat mushrooms left. I only put those kind of under the trees. The rest of the toadstools I kind of spread throughout everything. Now this place here is flat and open, which is kind of boring, but I have to keep it lowland because obviously swamp kind of setting is what I'm going for here. In reality, I'm not even sure hippos exist primarily in the swamps. I should have probably looked that up first, but whatever. We're going to roll with it. We'll look in the wood backpack real quick here because I want to grab some of this dead wood here, and I want to put down like a fallen log, or like a log here maybe. Something like that. Let's get the axe out here, the ultimate axolotl, and have that do a little choppy. Alright, yeah, something kind of along the lines of that. Now, we can take some of these mushrooms here and actually kind of jazz this up a little bit to make this look a little bit cooler. Something like that. Yeah, like that. So it's a little fallen log here in the exhibit, and now I am going to use said fallen log to put down, I just clicked on it, put down this because creepers be creeping, and I need to take a nap. Okay, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, the sun is on the rise, we are good to go. Now, I do need to sprinkle in a couple of dead bushes in here because it is entirely possible that trees would have grown, or plants would have grown, and then subsequently died because of having too much water. And so we want to make sure that we add in a few of these dead bushes all over the place here. Similar to like an arid environment where they die because they don't have any water. They just kind of, too much water can absolutely kill a plant. You can drown a plant. So obviously there's a lot of water in this area, so we're going to add the dead bushes. Okay, I'm thinking we're done with those kind of bushes. Now we got to think for a second, like, what other things would there be in here? I think this devilweed would probably be in here, but I only have like 4 pieces of it, which isn't that great. Oh yeah, right here, the koru? Could be koru. I like the curliness of like the plant that comes up there, so we're gonna definitely be adding that in there. I think some of the spleenwort is a little bit greener than usual, but I'm thinking that kind of adds a little contrast to the other kind of bland greens around here, so we're gonna dot that in here. We only have 2 pieces anyway. Gonna put that down in a couple of places, maybe like there. Good, okay, and then we're gonna dot this koru stuff all over the place, actually. This is gonna go in a whole lot of spots. All right, 4 pieces of devilweed, not very much. Okay, let's see. We'll just kind of dot that in a case. It's just gonna look like tall grass. It's not even gonna really make much of a difference over here, but we'll add it anyway. Okay, thinking that's pretty good there. Let's get rid of the koru for a second. Is there anything else that I want to add into this to really make it look like a swamp? Now I know that in vanilla Minecraft, sugarcane grows like crazy in swamps, but I don't really think it's super necessary here. Yeah, I don't want to add like a stone pile or anything either because I want to keep this looking very bog-like. So, let's see, we could add some desert grass and maybe even some sprouts in here. Arctic moss, although it doesn't make sense because it's Arctic moss, it visually looks kind of cool and actually would kind of work here. But I'm thinking if we add some desert sprouts and desert grass, this might look, well, I don't have a lot of desert grass, but this might look like grass that's dying, you know, and then the sprouts would be like new, freshly growing stuff, because along with plants dying because of too much water, plants would absolutely be growing here too because there is water. So it's kind of like a weird ecosystem. Okay, so these desert sprouts, they actually go on terracotta, which is awesome. So I put a lot of them around here. So that's like new, freshly growing plants kind of coming out of the mud. You know, starting to grow, just starting to grow. But obviously they could end up like this thing right here. Or they could end up like this thing right here. You know, that's the harsh reality of Mother Nature. Sometimes you live through it, sometimes you don't. But let's see, is there anything else I want to add here? Ostrich ferns, maybe. Let's actually take a peek into, I think it's good for plants. Let's take a look into the flower, or the backpack flower, or the flower backpack. Man, dyslexia, it's tough sometimes. But we need to put down some stuff in here. I'm thinking swamp flowers would probably make a whole lot of sense. These things probably look cool, but I'm pretty sure they will poison and wither and kill the hippos, so we're not going to do that. I don't even know why I have those things. But I'm thinking those might be the only real flowers here. Temple bells, yeah, maybe. Let's get these things in here first. Yep, I like those flowers being added. I think that adds a nice touch to it. Is there any other kind of flower that we could add to this to kind of mix it up just a little bit more? Wildflowers? I mean, maybe, but ultimately, I think all of the rest of them are just like too vibrant. I mean, temple bells maybe also. Let me just take a peek and see what these things look like. I mean, they're not bad. They kind of look like they're drooping, which is kind of fitting for everything. I don't like them though. I'm gonna keep with the blue flowers that we got there. I don't really think there's anything else I want to add for flowers. It's bugging me though. Like I do want to add something, but I just don't think there's anything else that I can add to make it make sense with what I have. Yeah, we'll leave it at that, okay? We'll leave it at that, and that'll be good. Now, let's grab some bone meal. Okay, we're going to need more than that. We actually are going to need a whole lot more than that. Let's just kind of grab a bunch there. Now, let's go through here and start raising the grass up. Nope, not doing it. Okay, running short on bone meal here, but I think we got the tall grass put in. Now, we're going to actually raise up some of this stuff. Not all of it, but a couple pieces here or there to be like super tall grass. And then, I think I'm thinking this exhibit is just about done. There's still one little thing I gotta add. And that one little thing I gotta add is buttons. Okay, we're gonna definitely be sprinkling in a few buttons throughout this. I mean, obviously stones and pebbles would be just about everywhere in the world. So we're gonna be adding them into the swamp as well. And you know what? I'm thinking that's about it. I'm thinking that's really all we gotta add. This definitely looks like a swamp. Holy cow. Yeah, I actually really like how this turned out. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments section. Do you think this turned out good, bad, in between, ugly, kind of not so? Well, I mean, let me know. I need to know these things. Your guys' input and feedback help me out a lot. Does this look like a swamp suitable for some hippos? I hope hippos actually live in swamps. You know, I'm not 100% on that anymore. I mean, I wasn't ever. Hopefully they do. All right, let me inhale a chicken. I still have to finish the rail along the outside of this, though, so I still got a little bit to do, and I obviously need to take a little power nap, too. There we go. All right, the steel bars have been added. Now, unlike last season, I do not think that the hippos are going to try to eat your leg through the bars this time around. Okay, because I don't think they can reach you up here. So it is a little bit of an improvement from last season when we had that unfortunate incident where hippos could literally just gnaw your leg off right through the bars here. But now you're totally safe-ish here at Cerro Gordo. But there you go. I think the hippo exhibit is completed. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section about this exhibit. If you think there's any improvements or if you think it's just great the way it is. There should be plenty of water for them to slosh around in, water and mud. So yeah, I'm thinking that'll be pretty good. Now, we do have one last little thing though that we have to go do, and that is go see how many hippos I actually have. Faceplant. All right, there we go. Back in our little hidey hole. Let's go check out the animals we have stashed here and see how many of these hippos do I got. I gotta have one somewhere. I have 5 hippopotamuses. So if you guys could, please go down into the comment section and leave your best hippo names. I would greatly appreciate it. Whoa, I can hear the tigers and stuff growling at me. It's a little scary being down here now with all the large cats above me. The apex predators just snarling and growling. Not gonna lie, pretty creepy. But alrighty guys, I think I'm going to wrap this episode up here. So if you did enjoy, please go down and smash that like button. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and your holes to this episode. Remember, hippo names down in the comment section. Please, pretty please, because I am bad at naming. So, alrighty guys, hopefully you guys had a wonderful Friday, or are having a wonderful Friday. I will see you guys next week. Thanks again for watching, and bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more building here in the ZAWA mod in Minecraft for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. And we are standing here on top of the entrance sign, getting ready for some epic stuff to be built today. But before we can get to that, we have some animals we gotta name, because last week we did the hippo exhibit, which is right there behind me, that big one, right above my head right now. Right, you can see it right there. We got some hippos to name. We got 5 of them, and you guys absolutely killed it in the naming section, or in the comment section, naming these animals. So before we get jumping into the build that we're going to do today, let's go name these things. Okay, we have 5 hippos, and we need 5 different names, and you guys were just amazing in the comment section. There's a flood of names for these, so it actually was rather difficult for me to pick these things out, but I sift through all your comments. I see every comment anyone posts on these videos, so if you're new here and you're wondering, I don't know if I should name something, you might not see it, please be sure to drop a name for an animal suggestion in the comment section, because I'll gladly see it, and I oftentimes pick names, sometimes at random, sometimes I pick them because it's a new commenter, sometimes I pick them because they make me laugh, and sometimes I pick them just because I think they sound cool. So Skippo is going to be the first one here, and that is thanks to Peter suggesting it. Skippo is a card game that that Peter's grandmother really enjoyed playing with him, and I think that's a fantastic story, so we are going to name a hippo Skippo. And then big shout out to Gaming with X for suggesting the name Big Mouth. Now that is right on point for what a hippo is, and so I think it's very fitting. And then, have any of you guys ever seen the movie Madagascar? Because there is a hippo in there named Gloria. And that was suggested by Jordan Connings, Nickel Plays, and Five Nights at Freddy Clapp. All of you guys suggested Gloria from Madagascar. And then the most requested name, okay? There was, carry the two, there was 5 of you that suggested this. We're going to name this one after the Pokemon Hippowdon, okay? So that one's definitely, I'm a sucker for Pokemon names, so we're definitely going to be naming that. And thank you to SlothBuddy206, Puppet Master 13, Christy Sank, Jordan Connix, and Poke Lewis for all suggesting Hippowdon. And speaking of Poke Lewis, we are actually going to name this one Lewis after you, because that is your favorite animal, the hippopotamus. I believe you were the one who also kept badgering me nonstop relentlessly to do the Pygmy Hippo exhibit. I haven't forgotten that. It was actually turned out to be one of my favorite exhibits in the zoo because it turned out really good. And now we're adding the big brother to the Pygmy Hippos here, the common hippopotamus. So we're going to name one Lewis after you, man. Thank you so much for watching the series this whole time. Really do appreciate it. As always, if I did not select your name that you suggested, please keep on trying. We still got plenty of animals in this zoo to go. We're nearing the end, but you know there's still plenty of animals. We're getting there. We're running out of real estate is the problem. But if I didn't pick your name, please keep trying because I will eventually get around to it. Sometimes I just grab the quickest ones I can find. Sometimes there's no method to my madness. It's kind of like random. I might as well just draw it out of a hat sometimes. Unless I find one that just makes me chuckle. If you guys got a good sense of humor, please add those explanations in with your comments because they make me laugh, you know. So, all right, but let's get around to putting these things in here. We have got quite a few hippos to name, and we're gonna name the first one Lewis here. And remember, we don't really care if they turn out to be boy, girl, in between, whatever. We're just gonna go with it here at the zoo. So the first one we're gonna put down here. Now these things, I really should probably get this thing because they probably are not gonna be happy with me if they do wake up. Let's set them down here on the mud, and we're gonna name this one Lewis. And Lewis is a female in this case, so perhaps not in real life. I'm not too sure, but like I said, we don't judge here in the zoo. That's just going to be Lewis for Cerro Gordo Zoo here. All right, then the second one we're going to put down right over here while this one's still snoozing, while Lewis is still taking a nap. This is going to be Hippowdon, all right? And Hippowdon is also a female. All right, let's quickly switch these things over because we're going to go quick here before these things wake up. I got to get out of here because they'll bite my leg off. All right, so let's put down this one right here, and this one's going to be Gloria, and Gloria is, of course, a male because I think we switched up the hippos here. But, all right, we're going to put that one away. We're going to grab Big Mouth here. Now, Big Mouth will set down right by this log right here. And Big Mouth is a female. Oh, there is, Lewis is up and moving. So let's just kind of like move over here. And then we're going to put down this last one right here. And this is going to be Skippo. And Skippo is going to go on this side over here. We'll tuck this one right back here. Bam, right there. There you go, Skippo. And Skippo is a female. All right, so it's a bunch of ladies and one dude in here. But, well, 2 dudes. I got to get out here first. And then there'll be 1 dude. There we go. Out we go. All right, the hippos have been added to their exhibit. And I'm thinking they'll be really comfy and cozy, you know, once all those drugs wear off. With the hippos named, we have to turn our eyes and attention and ears and brain power to another part of the zoo. Now, there is still quite a bit to do here, okay? There's still a lot. There's still a lot, really a lot, actually. But I'm thinking I'm going to save that for next week because I kind of want to do something a little different. I got an idea in my head. It's been bouncing in my head for quite a while, and thanks to you guys in the comments section bringing it up again, it surfaced to the forefront of my brain. One thing that I don't have a whole lot of here at the zoo is like buildings and stuff. I know I did that on purpose because the real Cerro Gordo is just a small community of buildings. There's really not much there, you know, as far as like a lot of infrastructure or something. And so we have this little recreational area right here where there's the bathrooms and there's like a little plushy stall, and then it leads into different parts of the zoo. But that, and there's also like the welcome center up front here next to the billboard of sponsors. Which, by the way, big shout out to all of these fine people for sponsoring the zoo. In case you're wondering how to get your name up on here, anytime I do a live stream from the zoo, any super chat of any amount will get you on here, as well as any super thanks on a video will get you on here as well. Big shout out to Todd Feltz, of course, for holding on to the top super chat spot as of now. All right, so, but yeah, there's the welcome center right here, and that's about it. I mean, we have the aviary, but that's a building for exhibits. As far as recreational, fun, relaxing things, that's about it. There's not much here. I know we also have the Lucas Matthew Park, which is a small little area for people to rest into. And I'm thinking, let me get airborne here. I'm thinking that's it, really, though. I mean, the Lucas Matthew Park is right. Smash into the ground there, get stuck. All right, it's right here. And then that's it, this little recreational place. So I'm thinking it'd be fun. One thing that's been suggested a lot, not only just in the most recent video, but in past videos, is what if you built a restaurant here in the zoo? Now, I gotta admit, I don't really have much of a good idea, or much of an idea at all, let alone a good idea, for a good restaurant, but I do have a vague idea of one. And the mine that's in the actual Cerro Gordo, which, in case you guys don't know, in case you guys weren't here from the beginning of the series, Cerro Gordo is an actual town if you go check out the YouTube channel Ghost Town Living. I don't know the guy, you know, I'm not like not like trying to plug him for anything other than just to say, hey, he's got a cool channel. It's just him living in this ghost town, an old abandoned silver mining colony, and that's the reason why this whole place is built like an old mining colony, is because this is named after the town, and the whole theme is based on that. But the mine that's there, the silver mine that's there, is called the Union Mine. And I think that would be a fantastic name for a small restaurant here in the zoo. Call it the Union Mine. Actually, that's literally what the restaurant would be called. So I just have to find a good place for it, where we're going to build this thing. And I think I might have found it right there on the side of that wall right there. Okay, so this is one of the mountains kind of hugging the valley where the zoo is actually built. If you look, there's the Big Cats exhibit over there, or the Big Cats area. And of course, we have the shipwreck right here, which I still have been severely lacking on as far as putting the rigging on. Been kind of busy in real life. Knee issues, work, But anyway, yeah, this is where the Big Cats exhibit is, and there is all of this work that we've done. The aquarium section, which still has a lot of work to be done on it, but there's this face right over here. Now, I'm kind of expanding out of the valley a little bit here, but I have to because we're running out of room. But I thought, this is going to sound kind of crazy, okay, but hear me out. I'm thinking about putting a restaurant in the side of the mountain. Does that sound cool? Like if we have a mine system back there that has the primates in it and stuff like that, and there's an unfinished section that I could absolutely burrow out and connect to this face here, do a whole lot of terraforming on this, create a flat edge right here, or a flatter edge like cliff face that has a restaurant dug into it, and then maybe put a pier out here or something like that that actually hugs the side of the mountain right here and connects back to this section, kind of right where the torch is right there, to the rest of the aquarium. And then put like tables and chairs. It's kind of a big project, not gonna lie. Big project. Super big. Well, okay, that's gonna give someone a seizure. Okay, but that's what I'm kind of thinking about. And it would be kind of like a bar top kind of restaurant where in the back they have like the grills and stuff, and they serve the food up at the bar. But then they also have seating kind of on the pier. That's what I'm thinking of, okay? It's a very loose idea in my head. I have to keep it looking like the mining colony, though. I can't just ignore the fact that the whole thing is, based on a mining colony. So I'm thinking about doing that, fix that lighting glitch there. But in order for me to do that, I need to, one, move the beacon over here again, because it's over there, and it's not going to do me any good. And two, I need to do a lot of digging.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We're gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for die. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we're gonna light it up tonight. We're gonna light it up, babe. Tonight we're gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We're gonna light it up.
There we go. It is all carved out. I think we got a decent little cliff edge here to actually work with. Of course, there's a ghost block right there. There was a part during that time lapse where I threw an ender pearl and I hit nothing in midair, and I figured there was probably a ghost block still hidden there, and voila, there it is. Okay, not bad. Only one? Yeah, only one. Okay, not too bad. Now, I can't really go back much farther because if you listen carefully, if you get back here and listen, you can hear the gorillas, okay? So, and if you look at the map, actually, the gorillas aren't too far back here. Now, I do want to add a little extension over here, but I kind of have to mark some things out first before I get there. But this is the rough cut into the cliff edge where I want the Union Mine restaurant. Actually, it's going to be like a snack bar more than anything. But this is the idea. And up front here, I want to put like, I don't know, like chairs and stuff. I want to build a porch on this, like a walkway, or not walkway, but basically like a dock on the front of this that then extends like a pathway over that way and like connects to the aquarium, as I mentioned earlier in the episode here. But I added a little bit more of a fake cliff edge out here that kind of has a little bit more detailing. I'll fix that up a little bit more a little bit later on, but for right now I'm going to worry about this down here. Now, I do want to have a place for like the employees to enter. I could actually just put that back here. Now, I don't have this. This is very rough cutout right here. This little entrance right here. By no means is this finished. But this is going to be a decorated little like mineshaft area that comes out right here. But I could put an entrance there. That kind of makes sense. But I wouldn't mind putting it like right up front here. So I was thinking about putting it like right here somewhere. But for that, I kind of want to continue the cliff edge down, actually connecting. So this is where the food's actually being served. And then right here is where like the employee entrance would be. It's actually more, that's more than what I want. Let's get the wood backpack out here. Let's grab ourselves some fir wood because we use that basically everywhere in the zoo. And let's actually add like ourselves, if that's going to be the entrance right there, let's maybe right there. Let's add ourselves an employee entrance in a place where like staff can come out if they need to for whatever reasons, you know, like serving people food or whatever. Let's bring that out here, and then we'll bring that down, chop that off right there. Okay, so that'll be like the staff entrance, and we can actually kind of bring this out to kind of make it look a little bit more like an actual mine shaft, maybe, you know, never mind, I don't really like it. It adds depth to it for sure, but I'm not really sure if I like that too much. I mean, depth is all good, and that looks really flat. We'll fix that up in a little bit. This is a very malleable build at the moment because I don't have the whole thing planned out in my head, so I'm going to be working on it as I go. Something like that. But I do want to get the front face of this restaurant kind of plotted out. Okay, see, like this can be moved over a little bit. I don't actually need that over here. Let's actually just bring this all the way over to right there, and then we'll carve this out. And I'll get this sorted out real quick and get the staff entrance added. Okay, staff entrance has been worked out. We got it right here. I was going to put doors, like full doors in there, but I don't think it really matters. You know, just like having these little things that you see that all the time at like roadhouse restaurants and stuff, where they just have like a saloon door kind of thing, you know, for them to come in and out of. So I think that kind of works out pretty good. I actually could add... Nah, no, I'm not going to do it. We're going to leave it at the gates. Sorry, brain kind of wandering right there. Now, for this like bar top kind of scenario that we got going on, that, or at least that I'm going to be aiming for, I kind of want to put, this is looking real flat. It's looking real flat. Not really liking it. I'm really liking it a lot. What if, like, I put down 1 block? What if I back that up? That would already add a ton of depth. Let's do that, and we'll fix any space I might need back there. We'll just impede on the grill just a little bit if we have to go back that way. So that would be like the bar top. Would that make sense? Would that be a good bar top looking thing? If I could, what can I do with the chisel? Just out of curiosity, with like this thing, I can do some stuff. I can do some things. None of which do I actually want to do, but I can do some stuff. Yeah, no. I think we'll go with just the polished look. I think that looks just fine. I keep forgetting about the chisel periodically in this. So, but I think that looks just fine. Now, we can always put, like, chairs or something in front here. Maybe put a carpet top on this to kind of represent, like, the actual serving place for the food. But I'm thinking that looks fine for right now. Now, there's a whole lot of decorating on the inside I want to do. I do remember last season running into an issue with trying to create, like, a grill. And we didn't really find anything. I think it was in the, actually, speaking of chisel, let's get this thing out again real quick, because I think it was in the glass that we found something that vaguely looked like a grill, and we had to squint and use our imagination. Yeah, I think it was this one, the thin grid. Thin grid, or no, maybe it was this, the thick grid. I think that was what it was for creating a grill. And you know what? Let's chisel these again real fast, so we have that on hand, because I'm going to want to be putting a grill in here too. Now, right now, this looks pretty bare bones basics and stuff, but I do want to jazz this place up to look like it's a kitchen built inside of a cavern, if that makes sense. So I am going to be adding a little bit of nature look to this too. Like, I don't want this to look like a pristine, like, have any of you guys ever eaten at the restaurant, if you have them in your area, called Rainforest Cafe? It looks like it's in a jungle. It's kind of like that I was going to go for. Not in a jungle, but in like a cavern or a mine shaft is sort of what I was going for. Is what I'm going to be going for in this. But first, it all comes down to like laying out the kitchen itself. Like right behind the bar here, where they would be serving food for people who are sitting up here, I want to have like the grills in the place where they set the food out when it's done and stuff. Almost like a diner or what am I thinking about? Like a burger joint kind of thing, but all built inside of a cave. I don't know if that's making any sense to you guys. All right, let me do a little bit of work here and see if I can give you a rough idea of what I'm talking about.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you.
There we go. Okay, so that's kind of what I was thinking about. Okay, now I know I can hear it. I can hear you guys slamming your hands against the keyboard right now. These are supposed to be the bar stools, and there is a much better option out there. After placing these things, I came to that conclusion as well. We are going to put pistons right here. Pistons will look way, way better. Now, my inventory sucks. It's completely packed full of stuff, so I got to make a little bit of wiggle room here. Got a lot of ice and snow for a reason here. It's coming up. You'll see here in just a second. But I did grab some stuff to do a little bit of decorating here, actually, at the restaurant. This is the basics of it. Now, it's not detailed up completely, but this is the basics of it right here. But first, we got to drop a couple of pistons in here because they're just going to look way, way better. Okay, yeah, pistons definitely look a lot better for what I was thinking there. They're supposed to be like the bar top stools kind of thingy, I guess, is what I was going for. I think they do look better than the fence posts that we had in there before. Now, this area right here is a little too wide because this is kind of where like you pay for your food and stuff. And so this is supposed to be the cash register. I don't think there's actually one over here. Let's get rid of the subscribe, wink, wink, nudge, nudge for whoever may not have already. Let's get rid of this. Is there actually a cash register? I don't think so. It was a nice thought though, you know. But so we'll just use some stair blocks there to kind of represent that instead. Sun is setting, creepers be creeping. I got to get to work on doing a little bit of extra stuff here. Now I do have somewhere. Where did I put those things? I had carpeting somewhere. Aha! Found them. All right, they're in the ground backpack where all carpet resides. All right, so I have string placed here, which might be hard to see on YouTube, but I have string placed here. If we jump up, we can put that right there and put that right across the top of this thing, like an extra shelf kind of up here. Yeah, like that. In fact, it's really tempting. No. It's really tempting to put another one. Actually, yeah, hold on. I gotta sleep first because creepers are gonna come and blow all this up. But I want to put another row right here so that they can put like fries and stuff like that up there, whatever finished orders. This is where all the finished orders are gonna go. So wait staff and stuff going through here, serving people at the bar top, as well as some of them running out here to go serve people at the tables that are coming. They're coming later in this episode. But put multiple shelves here for multiple different orders is my game plan. But first, sleep. Okay, my whole game plan for putting down like platters of food and things of food kind of went out the window here because this is 1.12 and you can't actually place item frames on the top half of blocks. They gotta go on the side. Whoops, okay, so that sort of sucks. Alright, so instead we'll just do that. Okay, we got a couple extra plates. These pressure plates are supposed to represent plates. We got a couple little hidden strings here holding up the shelves above it, but you know, Minecraft physics and all. So there, we got a place for the finished food. So we got the chefs back here, you know, the cooks doing their stuff on the grills here. We got meat and stuff that they're cooking up. They get done with the orders, they put them here, they listen to the grillers make a whole bunch of noise, all that fun stuff. They put them here, and then the wait staff takes them from here and handles all the stuff in the food and stuff right here. As far as beverages and stuff, I didn't really think about it other than adding like cups here. These are supposed to be cups for beverages. But there really should be a place like a soda fountain or something like that, shouldn't there? Maybe I'll put that here because this was just kind of an empty space for shelving and stuff. This could be the soda fountain. That would actually make a lot of sense. But let's go focus on back here real quick. This little empty space back here is like the freezer section, okay? And that's why I have all that snow. I want to put like cold storage in here. Now, I could leave the walls the way they are. I think they look just fine, and it's tempting to do that. However, let's grab is it in the ground blocks here? I think that's where I stash everything. Let's grab some of these snow and ice blocks. Actually, I don't need the wool. That's not anything I need, but let's grab some of these snow and ice blocks now. And we're going to jazz up the floor to make it look similar to what it is out here. But then we're going to make this whole place look kind of like a frozen cavern. Maybe even put in like some shelving things here where we can stash some meat. Something like that. Yeah, let me work with this here. Put some crates in here, you know, kind of like the mine shaft stuff, but crates of supplies. Yeah, let me do a little doodadding up here and see what we can come up with. There, how about that? Okay, check it out. We got storage racks here with like meat in those crates right there, and various types of beef and meat. This is definitely like a burger bars, like steakhouse kind of design is what I was going for here. So yeah, we got the couple of drinks scattered around here. Now, I didn't actually do a soda fountain there because I just realized something. All of this stuff, and there's no place to like wash dishes or utensils or anything like that. My bad. Okay, so let's let's change this thing up here. I got myself a cauldron, and we're gonna put this in here for some place for like washing dishes and stuff. I'm gonna squeeze it in right here, you know. Put it in there. Now, it kind of doesn't really make sense to have a wooden shelf thing next to this here because, you know, obviously if you're going to be washing stuff, it's going to get all over the place. You're going to want a nice polished surface to that. So we're going to go with probably some kind of stone or polished stone of some kind. Maybe even just do the polished andesite like what we've been doing on everywhere else. Actually, you know what? I don't really have a whole lot of those things. I have more stuff here though that I can make. I got a bunch of meat put in here that I just didn't know where else to throw it at the moment. But let's actually put that all right back in there. I'll have to clean this out. My ground backpack is turning quickly into a dump chest. But we're gonna go slap this bad boy on the back here, make it look kind of like it's the faucet. That's kind of the Minecraft faucet right there. I also could grab ourselves a water bucket and fill that up. And then we're gonna remove these things completely. We're gonna replace this with stone. And instead of having it curve in like that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have it just kind of hanging off the back wall like that. I think that looks pretty good for like a sink area. Let's actually raise this up just a hair or two to give people a little bit of wiggle room here. And what we'll do is we'll go back to the ground backpack and we'll grab ourselves some of these cobble slabs and we'll pretty that up just that's actually all I'm going to do to it. A little bit like that. So there, we have a place to wash dishes and whatever else we might need to for in the sink over here. Just one should do fine right now. This is, after all, just a small little diner. Now, this is basically done. We got our cold storage back here where we're going to be putting some stuff for long-term storage, all the frozen stuff, and then we obviously take it out here, cook it all we want, you know, set it here for the wait staff to go and serve it off to the patrons, you know, and then ring up the tabs here, and then voila, it's a business. It's a business, people. Voila, it's business. But this is not quite done at all, okay? Now, this looks cool and stuff. One, I got to put a sign up here. I was going to try to create like a big open thing here that's saying the Union Mine. Honestly, I think that's going to be really distracting because the sign itself is going to be bigger than the restaurant. So I'll probably just do it with good old-fashioned wooden signs. But I do want to finish doing all the little detailing and decorating in here. Let's actually put like quickly. I say quickly, but honestly, it's taking me way longer than I even wanted to. Let's just do one of these things here. Let's get a couple like plates and trays or something over here to kind of signify that there's some stuff going on over there. But let's also go into the plants backpack and grab ourselves some roots here because we have actually some dirt poking through right here, and I think it would look kind of cool if that was actually, you know, it's kind of hanging down there like it's in a cave. Okay, that was the whole point of this, is to make it kind of look like it's in a cave. And I think we pulled it off right there. Now, as far as on the outside area, the ground here sucks, not really great, but I do need to get the pier built. And I also want to do a little bit of work up on the top here because although this isn't really representative of what the real Cerro Gordo is, this is a completely different area. It's off to the side here, right on the edge of the mountain, and I think it would be really cool if I do a little bit of not that backpack. I need the bat backpack desperately in my life. There it is. Let's grab some oak leaves, and jungle leaves probably wouldn't look too bad either. Maybe get some. I need to get more dead leaves. I'm running out of those things. And let's get up top here and see if we can't create like a little bit of foliage kind of hanging down off the edge of this cliff edge.
A few moments later.
Okay, something kind of like that. I mean, it doesn't... Here, let me get out a little bit farther away. It doesn't really look too good from right up close. Let's get onto the ship and take a peek. See how it's got like some foliage hanging off the edge of the cliff edge? I think that looks really cool. And I might jazz that up a little bit more later on. But for right now, I think that's a decent outline for where the restaurant actually is. So this is coming along really nice. I like how this is looking quite a bit, actually. Now we have to focus a little bit on the outside area here because this just looks like a cool place just connected inside the wall, completely disconnected from the rest of the zoo. This hallway here really needs to get done, but first I'm going to focus on doing this part right here. This is going to take me a little bit of time because I have to rip up this part right here and then build a dock. Ugh. I guess it's not gonna be that bad. I got plenty of wood. I should be able to do this, but I gotta continue this dock so it creates like a pier, basically hugging the edge of the mountain here. And then let me just kind of hop, skip, and a jump over here. It's got to hug the edge of the mountain and then connect somewhere. Ooh, yeah, I'm flying. Somewhere over here. Oh god, I just smashed my face into the wall. Somewhere over here, right here. It's got to connect to that. So basically hug the edge of the mountain right here and then just connect up to that. And this will also give me access to this side of the stadium seating for where the orca exhibit is here. Yeah, this will work out really good. Okay, yeah. A little bit more digging. Whew. I think it's time for another time lapse. And I think that is it. Now, there is actually one little thing I want to do real fast, and that's to add a couple buttons in here. I just now realized that looking around, so it makes it kind of look like pebbles on the ground. Kind of forgot about those completely. I feel so ashamed. Okay, that should probably be pretty good. There, yeah, that looks pretty good. Now, there is some blending I need to do still, like right there, that looks really bad. Blending I need to do with the sides of this a little bit to kind of get it to blend into the rest of the mountain. And obviously this is terrible. This little area right here is really bad. So that's something I still got to work on. But I think I'm going to do that in between episodes because this has been quite a bit of work for one episode. Way more than I actually kind of planned on actually doing because I was just planning on building the restaurant in this episode. But then I had the itch. I had the itch to finish what we got going on out here. And I think this is really cool because people can get their food and they can go sit. They can see the cool, you know, like a shipwreck thing. They'll probably see the orca jumping out of the water occasionally and stuff over there once we get done, you know, actually adding it. Although the orca doesn't actually jump out of the water in this mod, but, you know, hypothetically or imaginary, if they were to look over and see that, that'd be pretty cool. But I'm thinking that's going to be it. This is the Union Mine Restaurant. A little bit different episode this week. Obviously, this wasn't an actual exhibit, but I think I'll get back to my normal episodes in next week. And of course, we got to finish this path. I'll try to squeeze that in between these two episodes this week and next week. So. Alrighty guys, I think I'm going to get going though, so if you did enjoy this, please go down and smash that like button. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. What do you guys think? What do you think? Does this look like a cool little restaurant added to the zoo? Do you guys like it? I like the little freezer back there. I think it looks alright. But I want to know what you guys think, so let me know down in the comments section. Yay, nay, any extra details you guys can think of, throw it down there, please. I'd like to hear it. I like constructive criticism. Alrighty, guys, thanks again for watching. I will see you guys next week. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful Friday, and yeah, have yourself a wonderful weekend. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, playing a little bit more of the ZAWA mod here in Minecraft for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy. And today we're going to do a little bit of work up here. Now, I didn't actually ask for any animal names last episode, because we built a restaurant. And, I mean, there's no really animals in there, unless I want to put some rats in there or something, which would be kind of, unsanitary. But, so we don't really need to name anything in this at the beginning of this episode, so we get to actually just hop right on into building. I am going to need some names at the end of this one though, so stay tuned. Okay, that guy's getting pretty close. Not gonna lie, we're over here by the tuft deer or vampire Bambi basically, and this guy is climbing the tree to get out of here, which is something I was not expecting him to be able to do, but it looks like he might be able to do that. We might have an escapee in this episode, who knows. I guess we'll just wait and find out. Okay, so I'm going to be doing some work up here because I want to do the petting zoo in today's episode. Now, the petting zoo is like animals, like vanilla animals, is basically what I'm going to be throwing in there. Mine is, of course, like wolves. I don't really think those make a good petting zoo thing, so we're not going to do it because that would be dangerous. But I think that we could do some work here and actually add things, because I've got a couple of animals. I've got like llamas and rabbits and stuff that I could throw in here, because those would make good petting zoo exhibits, as well as maybe a sheep. I think I got like pigs and cows and stuff, and I know last year or last season I actually put those in the petting zoo, but I might just stick with sheep, rabbits, and llamas, because I think I have a few of them. But I'm thinking about building it right here, okay? So I'm thinking about building it right here, kind of along this little drop-down edge. I might actually extend this out a little bit more, kind of do a little bit of landscaping, terrain changing here. But I want to build it like right here, and I'm thinking I'm going to have to put like a little bit of a structure. Now, this is going to block a little bit of the view when you're right here. But I'm thinking, let me get some torches. Maybe I can plot this out a little bit better so that you're going to understand my rambling. The path that I'm thinking about is going to come up here. It's going to stick along this cliff edge right here. And I'm going to do something with that area, don't you worry. And then it's going to come up here, and it's going to hug the hippo exhibit kind of area and go this way, and then cut in front of Vampire Bambi over here. And then, so right here is going to be the petting zoo. So there's still like 2 exhibits. Ooh, look at that. The sun is setting. The zebra's already got the memo. Creepers be creeping. I got to take a nap here. 1 second. It's morning, it's morning, it's morning. Okay, so as I was saying before, nighttime so rudely interrupted. The petting zoo I'm thinking is going to go right here, and there's one more exhibit I'm thinking I'm going to squeeze in right there too, and that's basically going to be it for this extension up here. I still have to put in that back, like, dividing wall, cutting off all of the zebras that are sleeping back there. And it's going to look a lot like this one right here. I just didn't get around to it. It's been very busy this week. So much to do. Okay, and it all starts with doing a little bit of terraforming here. So we got a little bit of work that I want to get done here. And I don't think I'm even going to do this in a time lapse because there's not a lot to do right here. I just got to extend this little bit of land out. Okay, there we go. We got the land kind of extended out here. Gives us quite a bit more room, actually. Probably even more than I need, but that's okay. The rest of it can be terraformed into being whatever land, you know, needs to be here. Now we have to come up with a little bit of a design for this, and I must admit something to you guys. Let's have a little sit-down talk for a second here. I gotta admit something to you guys. I don't actually have a clear image in my head what I want this to be, but I have an idea. Okay, I'm thinking kind of like a outdoor pavilion kind of thing, similar to what we did have last season actually, but a little bit bigger. And I want to have it kind of have like a little bit of an A-frame-ish roof, like a low one though, like not like a really high peak. And it's got to have like some wood supports underneath it, and then obviously the fenced-in areas for the animals on the inside of it. But each one having their own like pen area. So the rabbits in one, which I got to probably do like too high at least because rabbits like to jump, and then like the llamas in another and the sheep in another one, you know, that kind of stuff. But then have like a central area in the middle of the pavilion where they can reside, and you can actually like walk around with them, and like zoo employees can, you know, take the animals out. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. So to do that, I got to figure out which way I want this like to be orientated. I could build it at an angle if I really wanted to, but I don't think it would make too much sense to do that. So maybe I'll just like executive decision, start right there. Maybe. Is that gonna be enough room? Maybe. It's not right there. I'm trying to plot this out here, and I'm thinking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in between. That's not bad. Working with odd numbers is kind of fun. Let's have it extend this way, actually, and that will leave us not a lot of room. Maybe bring this over 2 more. That won't leave us too much room to actually build like the pens in the area, you know. But let's do that, and then we'll carry it on down to right about there. Yeah, something right about there, and right there. Yep. All right. So that's the outline I'm thinking for where the petting zoo is going to be. Now it's going to take a little bit of work. I want some of this area to be enclosed because like the rock structures around it are kind of built up around it, and this is kind of like nestled into it. But I'm thinking maybe the entranceway right here. Ooh, I'm gonna have to get kind of fancy with the entranceway. How many? 1, 2, 3, 13 there, huh? All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the center, so that would be the entranceway. I'm gonna have to get kind of fancy with this a little bit, but I want to at least make the wood structure like just the frame. I want to get that down so I can start working on the roof. The roof I'm thinking about making out of like that stuff, the ebony wood, the same thing that we've been using for the roofs in the area, just to make it all seem kind of uniform. I think I'm going to make it out of that, but it is obviously going to be a rather large roof. And as I'm saying this here, I'm talking about making it like an A-frame design. I was going to say, having the entrance over here is kind of weird because that kind of goes against which way I was going to do the A-frame. It might be better to do it like right here instead. Yeah, I'm liking that a lot better. So that way we can just do a solid A-frame all the way down. Might have a little bit of bowing or sagging in it because it is supposed to look a little bit worn. But yeah, and then you enter here, and you got some animal area, or pens over here, pens over here, pens over there. Let's see, what do we have? We have llamas, sheep, and rabbits, I think are what I'm going to be putting in here. So we can probably put like, llamas are the bigger animals, obviously. Maybe llamas and sheep over here and rabbits over here, and the rest will just be play area. But admittedly, I only have 16 rockets, 7 chicken on me right now, and 50 logs for a fir wood. That's all I actually have. I don't have any more in here, or am I blind? Am I blind? Am I blind? Oh, I am blind. There's a whole bunch right there. Okay, never mind. I was going to go chop down some more trees, but maybe I don't actually need to. It's because I'm blind, so it's all good. All right, so let's start working on the frame of this place here. And I don't want to get too crazy because I'm thinking that the roof is going to, even though it is going to be like a low grade on it, it's going to kind of stick up quite a bit. So I'm thinking just 3 blocks tall for that will work out just fine. And then we'll go from there. Okay, I'm thinking something along the lines of this, and I'm a little not really liking it. Not really liking it, but then again, maybe it's because I'm just getting started. I think it is too low, and that perhaps I should make this 3 high or 4 high here, and then raise it up one. But I'm thinking, like, I want to keep the roof low to the ground on the sides anyway. So once you're in here, I mean, it's going to be pretty high up there. These are just the supports for the roof, basically. So it's going to be pretty high up there. So maybe I should do what I always do. And when I look at a build that I'm just not liking, I should just press on and see what it turns into. And maybe it'll turn into something really cool. So here's hoping, because I'm not liking this so far. I don't know. I'm going to keep pushing on with this. I think it's time that we start working on the roof, though. I'm going to need to get up top here, and I also need to put away some of this stuff because I don't need it anymore, and I'm going to need to grab some of this stuff because I am going to need it more right now. Let's go ahead and turn all of that into that, and let's turn all of that into that, because we are going to need a lot of slabs to make this work. Well, it ain't exactly, like, the prettiest thing. In fact, I'm starting to wonder if this was just a big old mistake. But like I said, I'm going to keep pressing on. But we got the roof added on. And now I think it's time to actually start working on maybe the fences. I'm not really sure if I'm liking this. Really not sure on this one. Actually, you know what? One thing that might actually help it out a little bit. Let's grab this real quick. And we'll put these supports in right here just because I'm thinking that might help, maybe just a little bit, give it a little bit more structured support. Keep pushing forward even if you don't like it. This is actually where people ask me sometimes, like, how did you get so good at building? One, thank you for thinking I'm good at building, because I just kind of play the game. But two, also, if you want to get better at building, I think that one way that you could do it is to take on tasks that you're not very comfortable with. Like this right here, I'm not really liking this. I'm going to keep pushing on, though, because that's how you improve. So let's see if we can't polish this turd and make it look like something better. So I'm thinking adding the fences in next would probably be a good idea, something to keep the animals inside here. So what kind of options do we have for fences? Squid backpack, I need you desperately in my life. We got a whole lot of oak fences, we got some spruce fences, which I would rather not use. I'd rather use like fir fences along with these things. Makes it look like it's sun faded, but I don't have a lot of those things. And on top of that, I don't have a lot of, well, I got some fir wood. I don't have a whole lot of fir wood, but I could probably make a couple more just out of this stack right here, like so. Yeah, that's quite a bit. All right, if I need to, I'll go chop down some more wood. The fir forest is after I'll just pass that mountain over there, so it shouldn't be too hard to reach, even with my 16 rockets. Although I can always go make more rockets. But we're going to dot some fences like along this edge here, and we're going to mix them up like that as we go. In case this entire area here so that the animals can't get out. And then this will have like a fence gate, I'm thinking, to get in and out of. And that will be the bulk of the petting zoo already done. Okay, the fences have been added. I just realized something, though, as I was putting these fences in, though. Where did I just put the squid backpack? Let's get in here again. Squirt the rest of these fences in there just for safekeeping. I'm going to need maybe a couple of those and a couple of these, too, because we need to be able to open these things up and get the animals out, or at least get the animals in later. I guess this would constitute as a decent petting zoo also, because you can just reach in and touch the animals. So they don't really need to be able to be brought out into the middle here. In fact, I kind of like that idea, but let's actually put in a couple of fence gates so at least I can get in there so I can do some of the decorating. But and let's knock one out right here and match the color that I just removed. And take that one out. Is that the right one? It's nice and... It doesn't actually need to be nice and symmetrical now that I think about it. Asymmetry is your friend. I say that all the time. And so why don't I live true to it here and put all this stuff back then. That's completely the wrong backpack. Where did the squid backpack go? I just had it. There it is. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Now, I have 4 spots here, and I have 3 animals. I have, like, the sheep, the llamas, the rabbits, and I'm not sure if the rabbits can probably hop out the front here, and then they can make a daring escape someplace. But since these fences... I don't know how big rabbits actually are. I might have to do some experimenting, but since these fences, although they look only 1 block high, they're actually 1.5 blocks. That leaves only a 1/2 block gap right there, so I'm not sure the rabbits can even get out of here, other than maybe jumping up here and then jumping out this front area right here. Maybe. Actually, hold on, wait, no. The fence gates are also 1.5 blocks, so never mind. Maybe they just can't escape here, but I'm gonna have to do some experimenting with that real quick in my test world real quick. Okay, it looks like the babies can actually get out. Looks like the babies can get out by over those fences, but that makes sense since they're smaller. So I guess I just gotta make sure that I don't put any baby rabbits in here. I think I actually did catch one. I mean, I'm going off through the memory banks right now from like months ago, but I think I did actually catch one. So I might have to be a little wary of that. You know, I might have to force feed it some food and get it to grow up, but. Let's get into doing a little bit of decorating here. Okay, so let's dub this the sheep pen. Okay, is this stone or is this grass blocks? It looks like grass blocks because sometimes it's, you know, it could be that grass covered stone. Looks like grass blocks, which is good because we're gonna need some of that. Now I do want to decorate up each one of these areas. I mean, kind of like it's a pen, but I do want to give it a little bit of pizzazz. Like the grass blocks should probably be inside of the sheep area, and it's going to continue over into like the where the llamas are. I'm probably going to put llamas there, and we're going to put rabbits in another one, and then I need one more animal, cow or pig. It's really what it comes down to. Maybe we'll do the pig. We'll put the pig in here too. Let's put pigs in here. Okay, so I'm going to have to swap this out. Let's get rid of the squid backpack, bring out the wood backpack real fast just so we can stash some stuff in there. And then we'll hide that immediately, and then we'll grab the ground backpack. We're going to need some grass blocks, and we're going to need so probably some coarse dirt, which is actually in the bat backpack. Why? Because that's just where I store it. Ooh, we're going to need more than that. Let's make some more coarse dirt real quick. Perfect. Okay. So now we got some coarse dirt, we got some grass blocks, and let's get the shovel out here because we're going to need it. And let's just dig up this for right now, just to kind of give ourselves a blank canvas to work with. Now, some of this grass I want to actually have poking underneath the fence so that the sheep can't get to it because I don't want them to eat all the grass. But we do want to have this kind of bleeding out over like that, you know? That way, the sheep can't quite get to all of it, and they'll never be able to eat all the grass in here, so it doesn't totally ruin it. Because that would be unfortunate. But let's go ahead and just sprinkle in a little bit of coarse dirt in here. And I suppose we should probably do something like you know, fixing this right here, actually, because that doesn't look too great. And we'll dot that in there as well. We're going to work a little bit under the fences, and the tricky part about this is getting it to seem like it's kind of bleeding out from inside this pen so that it's not just a nice perfect rectangle of just customization. I don't really want that. So we're going to have to add another block in here too. So the sheep are going to want a lot of the grass, but obviously, like I said, I can't really give them too much, otherwise they're going to just eat it all up. Something like that for right now. Now, that's probably plenty. We can also sprinkle in some stone in here, too, since that is kind of the landscape that it's on. In fact, you know, this is actually starting to look decent-ish. Let's grab, not out of the bat backpack, but out of the ground backpack. We're going to need a little bit of gravel. So we're going to dot that in places as well. Something like that. Yeah, and then the rest we can probably fill in with gravel and stone, I'm thinking. That's a little too much gravel, I'm thinking, next to each other. We'll figure out something for that spot real quick here. Put that there, and I can't reach that because there's too much stuff in the way. Move that and put stone right there. And then put the grass back there. Bam! Tell you what, let's just put another piece of grass there. The sheep will appreciate it. Sun setting, creepers be creeping. I gotta be taking a nap real quick. But then we're gonna move on to the llama exhibit. You know, come to think of it, actually, I think all the exhibits are gonna probably look like that, except for maybe the pig. Yeah, I'm thinking the pig one might look a little bit more dirtier than that. Now, these aren't done, okay? So if you're sitting there screaming at the screen that you're watching on, add hay blocks, add whatever. Yeah, that's coming. It's coming, okay? But for right now, I'm just kind of trying to get the base ground down. It's just like any kind of zoo or any kind of exhibit that I build here at the zoo. Okay, so the 3 pens have been doodadded up to be basically identical. For the most part, a little bit of difference here or there. Obviously, I didn't exactly copy it over completely. It was just, you know, slapped on the blocks. Now, the pig pen, though, is going to be a little bit different, okay? It is going to be very much dirt, not so much grass, and I'm going to be probably sprinkling in a little bit of podzol in there, too, just kind of sell it. And, of course, we got the brown terracotta that we can use for mud as well. So, thinking that'll probably work out pretty good, and we'll design this place to look a little bit more dirty than the other 3. I think that should be fairly good. It definitely looks dirty. Definitely no green grass in there. Okay, so that's the pig pen. Rabbits. Maybe actually I might switch that around. Might do like sheep. rabbits and llamas over here, I'm thinking. Probably would be the way to go. Hi, everyone. Editor GReimer here, and I just want you to know that I am a big old da-da-da, because later in this episode, I totally forget that I switched the sheep and the rabbits, so just ignore that. You know what? I didn't even think about... Well, yeah, the rabbits will probably be able to hop out the front, come to think of it, now that I'm thinking about it now. But like I said, the test that we just did earlier in the episode here proved that they can't actually hop out of here. Not the adult ones, anyway. So it should be okay. They might just get loose in here every once in a while. Okay, but we have to design the walkway here too, because this isn't exactly what I was planning on. Let's go ahead and replace that real fast. Shovel is too quick. Silky Dampy is just too powerful. But let's dig this all up here, and we're going to create a walkway similar to the walkways that we have in the rest of the zoo. Okay, the path has been put in. Now, there is an issue. I got just these torches here, and that's not really going to cut it as far as... lighting goes. I'm having an idea though. I'm having an idea because I do want to get some lighting, especially in the center here. Now I could hide the lighting like what I do in the ground and stuff like that by putting some gray, like light gray carpeting over there. But what if we raised up a beam right here to add a little extra support in the center of this place? Okay, see, I'm actually already liking this idea. Hey, hold on, that's right next to something that we gotta fix real fast. Knock that out real quick. Put that there. Otherwise, you'll be able to see the little bit of gray right there, and that's no bueno. So let's see that. I like that a lot. That's already adding a whole lot more to the center of this. It's not as bland. Now we can go into the squid backpack and pull out these bad boys, because we can actually start adding some of these things in here then. Up high or down low? I think down low might be the better way. I can put one right next to each other. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. You can still get through there. Let's knock out these torches up here because they look kind of like derpy. Plus, they'd be lighting the roof on fire. Let's get that knocked out right there. And then, of course, we could actually put some lights kind of right where those torches are right there. Or we can just put one right in the middle like that. Same thing over here. That should light up this place enough so that there's no creepers, at least right here in the walkway. After all, that is the centermost part of this is where the shadowy part is, actually. And I think that looks pretty good. It doesn't look like it's shadowy down here at all. But, okay, I think we're doing good on there. Now, there's still more detailing to do on the outside of this place. And for that, I am going to need the ground backpack. I'm going to need to get a lot of this stone out of here because we're going to need it. Now, I said that I wanted this to feel like it was kind of like nestled in like the stone. Actually, one other block that we're going to need, pretty important one actually, is these cobble slabs. In fact, we're going to probably need to make a couple more of those things because I want to make it look like the stone is kind of built up around this. Now, this walkway right here needs to still exist, but I mean, back here, obviously, we can add in a little bit of detail similar to what we have for the rest of the zoo in like the natural terrain, like somewhere down in there. See how we have like the bushes and stuff? All that natural terrain can go here. But if we turn our attention completely around and look that away, you can see some zebra butt, and you can also see the sun is setting. So I need to be getting to sleep here real quick. The rock structures, I'm thinking, are pretty good right now the way that they are. This does leave enough room here to add a path in on this side so people can come see the vampire deer. And then, and then over here I can jazz this up a whole lot too so that it looks a little bit more unique and custom. Now I do need to do a little bit more landscaping around this thing though. It's not quite done yet because it doesn't look, well, I mean it doesn't look like that stuff down there. So I need a little bit more grass. I need the tall grass. I did collect a little bit more bones because I'm running low on those, like really low on those. And obviously like the bushes and stuff need to be added. So there's a little bit more to be done terraform wise to the land around here. So let's just quick knock that out. The bushes, the grass, it's all been put in. I'm even leaving, oh, actually, hold on, I might have forgot a little bit right here. I'm even leaving the flowers. Look at me go. I'm getting so much better at that. I do just have to add in a couple of little dead bushes. Occasionally. They don't even have to be very often, you know. In fact, I can probably just hide one back there. Maybe throw one on this little ledge. I'll put one right up in front so everybody can see it right in the face. And I'm thinking that's probably about it. Maybe throw one right there. Bam. Good. Okay, let's put the dead bushes back. I need to get more of those things. Kind of running a little low. Now, as far as on the inside here, because this is looking pretty good. This is looking a lot better. Okay, so remember earlier in this episode when I was like, I'm not really liking this so far, and I'm going to just keep pressing on? I'm glad I did. It's starting to turn out a lot better than what I originally thought it was going to be. But I'm thinking that adding the landscaping around the outside actually really kind of helps. You know, if you ever need to make anything look better, just either add water or add a whole lot of landscaping to the outside and you'll get it. But I'm thinking this looks pretty good for the petting zoo so far. Now, I do need to jazz up the insides of these just a little bit, don't I? Because if I put animals in here, they're not probably going to be too thrilled. I need to go grab some good old-fashioned hay. Now, hay is going to be over here where all the wheat is. Now, I haven't harvested this yet, but I do have a whole lot of this already in here, so I can probably turn this into quite a few hay blocks. In fact, do I have hay blocks in there too? Oh, no, I don't. I was making bread out of this stuff. I don't use hay blocks all too often, and really I just need to use it for like bedding or so inside of these exhibits. But I can make 21 of them just like that. I can also make a whole lot more of them too. So let me grab a little bit more. Well, 21 is probably going to be plenty, but let me grab a couple more, because you never know when they might come in handy. You know what? Might as well harvest this up too while I'm down here. I don't harvest my crops very often, but I'm going to now. What is this, episode 73 or something like that? And I don't think I've harvested this since, like, episode 2. There we go. Field is completely replanted. Let's go ahead and squirt all the wheat that I just collected into there. Don't need any of these. Oh, yeah, I have this wheat field down here, too. I completely forgot about that. Oh, and the vine farm. I have got to be perfectly honest with you people. I completely forgot that this was down here. Let's eat a chicken and mull over how stupid I am sometimes. In fact, let's eat all my chicken. I need to get more chicken. I also need to make more rockets. Man, I am completely unprepared. True professional, people. True professional. Okay, we have some hay bales now. Let's head back over to where the petting zoo actually is. That actually looks not too bad from a distance. Again, I was a little nervous that this would look really terrible, but I'm kind of digging it. I'm liking it. So let's get in here, and I also made myself some cauldrons. We're going to throw those in here too to, you know, water, or give the animals some water in here too. And we'll probably put one like right here. We'll have to fill them up, obviously, with water. But I'm not sure if the bunnies will fall in this or not. I don't know, comment section, let me know. Will the bunnies die if I put a cauldron of water in there? Might need to know this. It's either that or I might have to experiment again. But let's go ahead and make sure that they have a place to actually drink some water. That would be just kind of mean not to help them out there, you know, if they're thirsty. All right, and then bedding. Okay, we gotta. I guess I could actually stack it up a little bit, because it's not like they're going to be able to escape here, you know. So I could actually stack this up just a little bit and kind of do one of these numbers for this is the llama area, like that, and then even put one maybe right here. Yeah, I mean that doesn't look terrible. That gives the llamas a little something to munch on as well. That works, and they can't escape because there's no way that a llama is going to fit through there, so that works. Let's see, this will be the sheep, I think it is. The sheep are going to be over here. So sheep generally grass, so I don't really have to go too nuts with them here. They might actually be able to hop out through that way, so I might not want to stack them up on that side. I don't know why I'm getting the axe. I don't think you need an axe to chop that stuff. But maybe we'll see. Nope, don't be bad. Trying to think about where I can place this so that the animals aren't going to escape. Maybe, I mean, that's actually fine. That's fine right there. Let's knock that out right there, and then maybe do something like that. What if we reverse this? What if we put that back there and pour this down? That should be fine, right? That should work out. I don't see the sheep escaping that way. Yeah, okay. And then this will be the rabbits. Now, rabbits, I guess, they'll definitely eat hay, right? I mean, that's kind of what they eat. So why not actually put this in here? Now, the rabbits, though, I don't want them getting too far up into the sky, or up off the ground here. Sky. Pff, they're not going anywhere in the sky. But up off the ground here. So I wanted to actually really limit this by putting in the hay in the ground here instead of actually sticking up like the other exhibits have. I think that should be just fine for the rabbits. And of course the pigs, I don't really think the pigs are going to be too interested in hay. I think they're just happy with their slop. So I think that's probably just fine. Let's grab ourselves a water bucket out here and let's start filling these things up. You can always grab more water from this backpack right here. So we'll just go ahead and snake. Oh, actually, look at that. We can actually fill up all 3 buckets here. Wham. Now I'm going to have to refill that backpack, but can I reach from there? Good. But that should work out just fine. Let's see, and then we also need this one right here because the bunnies, hopefully, don't drown in it, but they're going to need some water too. So, all right, so there we got all the buckets of water added. So they have water, they have hay if they want it. Like I said, I'm not really seeing. Actually, one thing that I can do here for the piggies. Let's go into the plants backpack. Let's grab ourselves some toadstools and maybe a flat mushroom or something like that. And we'll actually give them a little something to make this look really gross in here, you know? A little added detail there. As far as the bunnies go, Oh, flowered backpack. Wait, bunnies like flowers, right? Let's give them a little something to munch on. As far as something pretty, bluebells wouldn't be a bad one. I'm thinking some of these things, these white anemone. Isn't that a thing in the? Isn't that like a thing in the water? Okay, but I guess it's a flower. Okay, let's give them a couple of those things. I'm thinking this thing's really. Oh, it's an onion grass. Nifty. I mean, they probably will munch on that. Let's give them a couple of flowers and stuff that we can stick in here that they can chow down on. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, are there any other flowers that might look pretty good in there? Not many of them actually. I'm thinking that's probably pretty good. I mean, maybe I'll throw one. Well, we already have a couple of white flowers in there. Wouldn't mind adding a little bit more color into this. We could try to look into the plants backpack and actually give them a little something from here. Oh, clovers. Yeah, absolutely. Rabbits are going to love clovers. Let's actually sprinkle in a little bit of this in here, too. I'm thinking that's probably good enough. I'm thinking that's good enough. The only other detail that I would add into this would be squid backpack. Let's grab a couple of pebbles here, and we'll dot that in here, maybe along the edge a couple times on the. Ooh, that's kind of like too symmetrical. I'm not liking that. Perfect. That's better. All right, there we go. That looks pretty good for the rabbits. As far as the piggies, I'm thinking that's pretty good. Nothing really too fancy for the piggies. And as far as the now let's actually add it back there instead. As far as the sheep, I'm thinking this is just going to need a little bit of grass, actually, and that'll make this look pretty good. Let's just do that. Okay, knock down one of these things. Flowers, we can probably leave the flowers in here. And then same thing for the llamas. They just need a little bit of grass. I'm thinking that they're going to be fine. Now, let's go through the exhibits and kind of add a little bit of path blocks in here, too. I don't really want to overdo. Okay, flower, you're going bye-bye. I don't really want to overdo it, though, so we'll do that, especially in the sheep exhibit. I don't want to overdo it in the sheep exhibit because, obviously, they're going to eat the grass. Maybe just a couple of them like that. That should be fine. Same thing with the rabbits exhibit, although I don't really know if I even left any grass that doesn't have flowers on. So maybe that one will just stay the way it is. And this doesn't need it at, I was going to say at all, but that's not true, actually. Let's actually add some of this in here, and then we'll immediately mat it down because it looks pretty gross, and I kind of like it. Perfect. Okay, I'm thinking that's about all I want to do to this place. The petting zoo. I guess we could add a sign on the front of this thing. Do we have any more signs? You guys killed it. Oh, we do have one. We guys killed it in the live stream recently with the super chat. So I kind of ran out of signs. But petting zoo, petting zoo, right there. Wham. Yeah, you guys absolutely killed it with the super chats in the last live stream. So thank you guys for that. But I was running out of signs. But there, petting zoo. I'm thinking it's done. I'm thinking that's all I really want to do to it. What do you guys think? Yay, nay, in between? Kinda. We got to go count our animals though, because I need to know how many animals do I actually have? I think I have like 2 llamas, like 4 rabbits, and a pig. And I might have to go breed the sheep. Let me get my inventory sorted here real quick. We're gonna head back to the hidey hole and just see how many animals I have. Oh boy, I am going to need some names. If you guys can get your naming caps on, I have 4 rabbits, 2 llamas, and 2 pigs, and no sheep, but I am going to get a sheep in there. That is for certain. I do have sheep, but I just don't have them in nets. So let's grab ourselves a little bit of this stuff. I'm probably going to put like 1 sheep in there, because it's not a very big pen. In fact, 2 llamas is a little much. I could probably just put 1 llama in there, but I think the 4 rabbits are fine. The rabbits are small, and maybe putting a pig in there would probably make sense too. So, all right, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do 1 llama, 1 sheep, 1 pig, and 4 rabbits are going in those exhibits. So if you guys could go down into the comment section and leave your best animal names for those animals, I would greatly appreciate it. Now let's do a little faceplant action down here. Into the water we go. This is where I get all my stone, by the way, in case you're wondering. It's right here. There's a slime over there. Look at him bounce. But yeah, this is where I get all my stone. But right here is my sheep, and this is where I get any wool that I might need. Let's get ourselves just a plain white sheep. We can always dye it a different color if we want. It helps if I had a net, actually, right now. Now, I'll leave the baby down here, and we'll snag one of the adults because I don't want the baby to grow up without its, at least one of its parents. You know what? I only have 2 pigs also, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually breed these 2 pigs right here in this area. Boom, put that down there. Boom, put that down there. Feed them some potatoes. You can breed them with those. You can breed them with carrots, potatoes, all sorts of stuff. And then I am going to snag the baby, and that way I'll always have them. I'll always at least have a pig or a couple of pigs stashed away. Okay, so there it is. We have the pig, we have the sheep, we have the llama, and then we have 4 rabbits. That's what we're putting in the petting zoo. But I think that's going to wrap things up. I'm thinking that's going to wrap things up. Let's actually get up there and take one more aerial look at the petting zoo, and so that you guys can get another once-over on the thing. Let me know down in the comments section if you think this turned out okay, bad, in between. I really want to know, because I mean, I don't have too many buildings. I don't have too many buildings here, so this is a new building that we've added. What do you think? Let me actually get way up over here, and then we'll look at it for you guys are coming in at it. What do you guys think? Good petting zoo right there? It kind of does look good right perched on top of the hill. I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, all right, you know, it actually doesn't look too bad. I don't know, maybe adding fence posts up inside that open area up there might be a good idea too. Hold on, let me actually I kind of like that idea real quick. Hold on one second. But yeah, there we go, the petting zoo. Let me know what you guys think. Comment section. Really would like to know. But I think that's going to wrap this episode up, though. So if you guys did enjoy, please go down and smash that like button. It would really help me out a lot. And thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. I will be back next week with more fun for you guys here. We only have a few exhibits left to do. I'm thinking 2? Maybe more? Boy, the zoo is getting close to finish. I got to do some work too. Expect another live stream coming up here. Just FYI, for those of you who are keeping track, the next live stream will most likely be the one that wraps everything up, okay? Most likely. And then we'll have the finale for this. So the zoo is almost finished. It is getting very, very close. There's obviously a little bit of work to be done right here where I'm standing, but it's getting very, very close. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hopefully you guys have a wonderful rest of your Friday, and I will see you guys next week. Thanks again for watching, everybody, and bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, playing some more ZAWA for your eyeballs and ear holes to enjoy, and I hope you are all having a wonderful Friday. Now you're probably looking around me going, GReimer, hello, that is not actually Cerro Gordo, you are just in the ground, and you'd be correct about the second part, okay? This is actually Cerro Gordo. It just said, yes, I am in the ground. I have been doing some work in between episodes, as well as doing some streaming over on the Discord, so those of you who have been in the Discord and in those streams probably know I've been doing some work actually, digging quite a bit underneath the zoo. It's kind of bonkers actually how many tunnels are actually underneath here now. Okay, it's just kind of nuts. All right, this is going to be the roller coaster track that goes down here and makes you feel like you're completely turned around and that you don't know where you're going, because it is an absolute maze down here, okay? Now that's okay. Right now, it's not that bad. It actually looks very clean. Of course, I'm going to be changing that here in a little bit because I have to do a lot of decorating down here. But I'm going to do that a little bit in between episodes, a little bit on stream in the Discord, if any of you guys are a part of that. Patreon, by the way, in case you're wondering how to get in on that. You can tune into some of the unique live streams, the exclusive live streams that I got going on over there every once in a while, as well as some of our fun events we do like bingo and whatnot. But I'm not here to talk about that, okay? I'm here to talk about the zoo, and we got a lot of detailing to do down here in this mine shaft, okay? It's kind of nuts, okay? It's gonna take a while. But I do want to try to get this done because I am trying to quickly get to the end of the season because I'm kind of getting excited. I'm kind of getting excited for season 3, and hopefully you guys are too, despite you not knowing at all what it's going to be about. I do though, and I'm excited. So if that tells you anything, it should be it's going to be a lot of fun. But in today's episode though, we are going to be doing an okapi exhibit. I think that's what they're called. I'm probably mispronouncing that big time. I'm sorry if I am. Ooh, I can hear the big birds above me. Ones that sound like demonic firecrackers. But anyway, I'm going to be doing the okapi exhibit. But before we get to that, oh my god, there's so many tunnels down here. Before we get to that, I have to go name some animals because we built the petting zoo in last week's episode, and you guys killed it in the comment section with names there. A lot of Pokemon names. Like, you guys put a lot of Pokemon names there. Holy cow! But we got to get up there, and we got to actually we got to get to naming these things. So let's get to that as soon as I can figure out how to get out of here. Aha! Freedom! I made it out. But check this out. I also did a little bit of work over here. kind of brief detailing, not anything too spectacular at the moment. Creeper, buddy, you need to go away, bud. The zoo is closed, but thank you for the gunpowder. Not anything too detailed yet. It's been just basically throwing in the basic blocks, getting the rough shape of this down. This was some of the stuff that I carved out in the last live stream that we did. So I got some more detailing done here. Like I said, I've been hard at work. There was one night, I was up till like 2:30 in the morning working on this so far. Oh, this part that stuck out of the mountain, I figured I'd make it look like a collapsed section because that makes a little bit more sense. You know, like it looks like the mine shaft kind of caved in and collapsed that way. I don't know. I kind of like it. Still up in the air on it, but it kind of works. But anyway, we got to get to the hidey hole, which, oh boy, I'm gonna land in a leopard pit, but let's give it a whirl anyway. Something like that. That's a leopard pit for sure. Leopard pit. Oh, I'm good. All right, all right. Let's get in here and start naming some of these animals. Now, would you believe it, but we actually have 7 animals to name here. There's 4 rabbits, as well as 1 pig, 1 sheep, and 1 llama as well. So let's start this thing off. We're going to name the first rabbit Peter, after Peter Cottontail, I assume. But that was submitted by Star Nanny, so thank you for that. And then diving on into the Pokemon names. By the way, these are all for the rabbits, in case you guys are wondering. So Peter Cottontail, obviously, is a rabbit. You get it, you know. But all right, diving into the Pokemon names. All right, we're gonna go with Lopunny. Okay, that was submitted actually by Sakana. I think that's actually a really good name. After all, Lopunny is a bunny Pokemon. And keeping with the Pokemon suggestions, because there were a lot of them, we're going to go with Bunnelby, okay? Now, Bunnelby was actually the most requested name out of any animal. So, we had SlothBuddy206, Sakana, Jorn Connings, and PokeLewis all suggest Bunnelby. And big shout out to Chelsea McClendon out there, if you are watching. We are going to name the final rabbit Bob. Alright, we are on to the pig next. The pig's name is going to be John Pork, okay? That was submitted by Gigategu, so thank you for that. And for the sheep name, keeping with the Pokemon themes, we are going to call this one Mareep. And that was submitted by Lars Damon? I might be mispronouncing that last name. If I am, I apologize. But thank you for the name, though. Thank you for the Mareep name. That's going to be a perfect sheep. And then finally, big shout out to Matt Myers out there for suggesting the name Kuzco for the llama. All right, now Kuzco is the llama that's voiced by David Spade in The Emperor's New Groove. So yeah, that's an easy one. I barely have room in my inventory to hold all this stuff. That's a lot of animals. All right, let's get in here. At least I don't need the ZAWA book because these are actually, after all vanilla mobs. So the ZAWA book doesn't really do much for them, I guess. So this is going to be the llama right here, and then we got the sheep right there, and then we got the bunnies right here, and then we got the pig right there. So let's go ahead and start with the llama, maybe, and we'll get in here. Let's see, where is the llama? Right there, okay, and we need to find Kuzco right there. Got it. All right, let's go ahead and slap this bad boy down. Wham. There you go. There, enjoy your name. Welcome to Cerro Gordo. Kuzco, you will be here forever and ever now. Nice butt. All right, on to the sheep. Where is the sheep? Sheep. There it is, right there. Got it. All right, and the sheep is going to be Mareep. Let's go ahead and slap that bad boy down there. Mareep, enjoy your save. All right, the pig. Where is the pig? Give me the pig. There it is. The pig right there, and this is going to be John Pork. Wink, there you go. Net broke, too. Look at that. Bam. Welcome, John Pork, to Cerro Gordo. Oh, boy, the bunnies. Okay, now I want to say that one of these things is a baby when I got it, but I don't really remember. But we got some rabbits we got to name, so let's just kind of do 2 at a time, I guess, for right now. So this first one here is going to be Peter. Yep. Oh, and that's the bunny, or that's the baby one. We're gonna name him Peter. Now that's okay. Don't worry. I got some grow juice here that he might like. Go ahead and chow down on all these carrots. Yes, eat this stuff. This in your face. Grow big and strong. Eat the food. All right, I fed him almost an entire stack. I, unfortunately, though, do need to wait for him to grow up. There it is. Bam! Just like that. You stuff an entire stack of carrots in his face and they grow up. Here, you can eat the last one, too. Kind of made him horny, but whatever. Oh! He just jumped right over the fence. Well, then. That changes things, doesn't it? I experimented in everything, and it just didn't. He just yeeted himself right over that thing. That is insane. All right, well, slight little modification to the rabbits then. Okay, so the rabbits get 2 high fences just to keep them in here. I don't know what else to do. It doesn't look as good as what I had it before, but it should keep them contained. Okay, there you go, Peter. Now you can jump free all you want. Or at least free as in contained in this area, free. Alright, the next one's going to be Bunnelby. There you go, Bunnelby. Got him before he jumped away. And then the one after that is going to be Lopunny. Let's quick name that one. Boyam, there we go. Okay, that looks like the evil bunny of Carnarog or whatever that was in Monty Python, the monster. But whatever, at least the killer bunny actually isn't in the game anymore. And then the final one's going to be Bob. Let's see if I can do this quick. Got Bob, there we go, named. So the bunnies have been added, and ooh, man, that one was getting pretty close. Might have to make this 3 high. Alright, let's quickly see if I can hop out here so that they don't get out. And I think we're good. I think bunnies are good. Might do it 3 high, actually. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to sleep because creepers be creeping. I don't really want to get blown up. Actually, here, we're going to do this. We're going to do a little something like that. There we go. Looks a little awkward, but that should keep them in there. And I sealed that up completely. Yeah, I don't think they're jumping over that. So the bunnies should be good in there the way they are. It kind of looks like a prison cell. Not gonna lie. But alright, they should be fine in there. Let's get on to the rest of the episode. Let's go ahead and put some of this back here. I got a whole bunch of nets that I got to put someplace. I'll find a home for them somewhere. But the Okapi exhibit, I'm thinking about putting right here. Now, I only have one of them, and there's not a lot of room right here, actually, too. So this could be interesting. I'm also tempted to not recess it in the ground. It's an idea. Maybe. Oh, actually, you know what I'll do? I'll do the same thing that we did for the vampire deer back here, for the tough deer. We'll do a similar thing like this, where we'll put a fenced-in area, but then the front part will be recessed, so that people have a really good viewing distance of like these things. They can see them. They can see their butts bouncing up and down. They no problem seeing them. They don't have like a fence anyway. Because if we did a fence, you have to look at them through this. And although it's not like the end of the world or anything like that, I mean, you can still see them. It's just not as good, I don't think. So what we'll do is we'll actually do a recessed ground in the front and then fence it in the back. The back will be the part that is facing the rest of the zoo. Yeah, like that back there. So we'll put a little one right here. It's not going to be a very big exhibit, to be fair. I mean, it's actually kind of a tight fit. Oh, I got room in front here. I'm sitting here like, where am I going to fit this thing? So the torch line is where the path is going to go, right? So, Get some torches out here. I don't have many of them in my inventory, but this is where the path is going to go. Let's knock that over one a little bit. Straight up that way. So I got a little bit of wiggle room here where I can put the exhibit right in here. Not a very big exhibit, but it is only one animal that we're going to be putting in here, and it's not like a huge thing. Now, okapis, I don't know a thing about, so to the internet. Well, that was not what I was expecting. Okay, so they are a type of giraffe. I mean, well, they're related to the giraffe. That's interesting. Well, I mean, they'll be able to see the giraffes from here, like that guy right there. So they are a type of giraffe that lives in dense rainforest kind of areas. Interesting, in Central Africa. See, this is why I love playing ZAWA, because I learned so many cool things like that. Like, I didn't even know these things existed. Okay, so I have to go get a little bit of blocks prepared, because I, like a true professional, I'm not. I got a lot of them on me, but I need to go get a couple extra. And I also need to stash all of these nets someplace. So I gotta get my inventory sorted, and then we're gonna start on construction. I don't really have to do much digging, because like I said, it's gotta be only recessed in the front, so this shouldn't be too much work to prep this area. I just gotta get my inventory sorted. Okay, so we're talking rainforest, Congo area, so it actually wouldn't, well, this isn't like actually like a, they don't live in jungles. They live in more of a canopied, almost like a, from judging from the pictures and the location of the world where it described it as, it's almost like a savanna, but not dry, if that makes sense. I'm thinking about, I might need to go grab some more terracotta in that case, because I kind of want to sprinkle a little bit of that in there. Although, that might be enough. How much do I have in the backpack? Do I have any in the backpack? No. I need to go grab at least a stack of terracotta real fast, because I think I'm going to use that in this build for sure. Okay, terracotta acquired. Now, these things are crazy looking. Now, they look kind of like a zebra mixed with a horse mixed with a giraffe face. Very strange animals, not gonna lie. This is something I'm not used to seeing, especially in my neck of the woods. That's because I don't live in this area that these things come from. So, all right, let's carve out the kind of the front entrance here. I want to kind of carve it back. This isn't going to be a very big exhibit. see, I could always kind of build up this cliff edge a little bit better here. So I can always push it probably to about right here, I'm thinking. This is where the front of the exhibit's going to be. So I don't really need to go much farther than that, I'm thinking. And let's dig this back a hair here, and then we're going to carve it right back that way. Let's see, this actually looks pretty good. I don't really want to mess with that. Hold on, I might change my mind here a little bit and have this, fill this back in and bring it to right here instead. Kind of winging it here, trying to get this shape down correctly. What if we did something like that? There we go. Like I said, it's a smaller exhibit, and it can be relatively deep to about where the cliff edge here is. So it'll be a small area for this thing. You know what? I can actually bring it over another block or so and give it just a little bit more breathing room. I don't want to make it feel like this animal is cramped in here, you know? Something like that. Now, I know, I'm sure on the map that probably looks like a smiley face or a sideways smiley face, but something like that is where the front of the exhibit's going to be, and then it's going to raise up and back, obviously, and then have... you know, a fence in here to keep the okapi from escaping. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of magic work here and shape this ground here to make this actually work. Just give me a second real fast. Ta-da! Alright, now I realize that doesn't, like, look amazing. That looks pretty boring, but this is just the rough cutout, and I put some of the supports in also for where I want the fence to actually be. Now, the reason why there's a few of them in back is because I'm going to have to kind of diagonal this fence a little bit, and let me give you guys a cool example of something. When you look at the fences in here, you know, when you place them, they look great in a line, but when you start going like diagonal with some of these things, like that's what a fence looks, that's what a fence looks like in a line. When you start going diagonal with these things, they start looking a little messed up, okay? Like, at least I think so. I don't really like how they look when they start going when they start going diagonal. Let me fix that real quick. Fixing my example here. Yeah, when you start going diagonal, I don't really like how they look at all. Yeah, God, I'm misclicking like crazy today. Yeah, I don't really like how that looks. Like, from an angle, I guess it's not that bad, but from straight on, it looks kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I just don't like how they look when they're at an angle. The chain link fence, anyway, because it doesn't really make sense for the chain link fence to have all these like 90-degree turns in it. And I guess in Minecraft it does, but in my brain it doesn't, so I try to avoid it. So to do that, or to fix that, I actually put down like sections in here that kind of allow me to just kind of make the diagonal like shape without having to add the fence in diagonally, if that makes any sense. So I can fill this in like so. And then I have to raise it up, and then I can go like, ooh, actually this one is not in the right spot, is it? It is actually, you know what? We'll make it work. Check this out. We'll just go right here. Winging it. That's what I'm talking about. And then we'll go right there. So that's how we'll get this. Oh man, misclicking. That's how we'll get this fence in here. Keep it at a diagonal without it actually looking like it's at a diagonal. Yeah, there we go. That works. Actually, you know what? I think it'll work better if we actually put this, the one that I placed in the wrong spot completely because I'm a true professional, back here. It'll give the okapi a little extra space to move around. Yeah, I think that'll look better if we put it back there. So that way in the front, I need to eat some chicken. I need to throw out these worms. I need to eat some chicken because I cannot run because I'm a hungry person. There we go. Yeah, it'll give them a little bit more wiggle room there. I like that a lot better. Hopefully that looks good from the front. Oh yeah. No, that looks fine. Okay, yeah. I think that'll work. That'll work good. Okay, the fence has been handled. Let's inhale some chicken and ponder for a second. I need to build, obviously, a much better terrain than what's in here. So I'm going to quickly slap in the rest of this fence, and then we'll get going on the actual landscape. Obviously, I'm going to replace the stone and dirt here with grass to start off, because where these things are located, there is grass. There's actually, it's technically, it's a type of rainforest. It's actually very lively there. However, it does look, like I said earlier in the episode, it kind of looks like a savanna, but not dry. So I'm going to try to design it kind of like that. A lot of tall grass, and then in the back I want to actually have some, probably acacia trees is what I'm going to put in there. I don't think that's exactly what is there, but that's what I'm going to put in there to kind of represent their environment. Okay, the grass will spread down through there, I'm sure, just fine. I'll probably change the blocks up before we get there. beforehand, because down here I actually want to put water. I don't think this thing's going to drown in water, and it looks like a lot of the areas that these things live is like near a river, so I want to make sure that I put water in their exhibits just so they feel nice and at home. Up here I'm thinking about throwing maybe just one tree. I know that they like to live under like a canopied forest, but this isn't a lot of space, so we're going to probably just throw one tree and then have this represent more of like a little plains area, kind of for them to get some sun if they would like. But we need to change up this block palette big time. I guess starting with in the river. We'll do the river first. Now, if you guys have seen any of my episodes before, you know that the rivers have generally, was it like coarse dirt at the bottom of them and all that other fun jazz. However, this one is supposed to represent like a river, and rivers usually have like a fine silt and stuff at the bottom of them. So as well as mud and whatnot. So let's go ahead and pop into the bat backpack, and we're going to grab ourselves some of this coarse dirt. Yeah, that's going to be important, but we're also going to grab in the ground backpack some sand, because I think that'll work in the ground here or in the river as well. Maybe a little bit of gravel. All right, so let's go ahead and get these things on the hotbar, and we're going to just sprinkle all these things in here periodically, and we're going to make ourselves a nice little riverbed with a lot of sand in it. There we go. I actually don't like it. I don't like it. It needs one last thing, but I need to go back to the little hidey hole to grab it. Hi everyone, Editor GReimer here. Thought I'd just share this nice little clip with you because while I was heading back to the hidey hole, my second son, Jacob, walked in and startled me. Holy cow. Hi, bud. Scared me. What a guy. This block right here. So I think it's safe to say that if this was a river nearby, like a kind of like a rainforest area, that having clay in the river would probably make a lot of sense. So we're gonna go ahead and dot this in here too. I don't think I've used clay in any exhibit so far, so kind of changing it up a little bit. Okay, riverbed complete. Now on to the rest of the land here. I'm thinking we're gonna definitely want some coarse dirt mixed in here. Let's look in the bat backpack real quick, grab that terracotta that I collected earlier in the episode. Probably a little bit of this too for down near the water's edge. And then, what else can we put in here that would make it look, I mean, sand, yeah, would look pretty good. I don't really want to put red sand because that kind of makes it look more like an outback. So maybe sand, and we'll put some of the sandy coarse dirt mixed in too, a little lightly, not that much. And let's start with that and see what we get. We're going to start with the riverbed here. Let's work on the side of the river here, and we're going to tack in a little bit of mud. Obviously, remember, I use brown terracotta as mud instead of actual mud blocks, because I don't like the animals getting stuck in the mud blocks. But we're going to just do this lightly in here, too. I don't really want to go too heavy on the mud in this area. So just like maybe like that. That might be it. That's all I really want to do on the edge of the water itself. Let's put that away because I don't really want to see it ever again for this exhibit. Alright, so let's go ahead and sprinkle in the coarse dirt next. Alright, I didn't go too heavy on the coarse dirt actually here because I don't want to make this place look like it's dry and arid and disgusting. I do want to sprinkle in ever so slightly a couple blocks here and there, maybe right next to the other coarse dirt of this dry, the sandy dirt. But mainly I want to do that near the beach more so than I want it like up farther along, because I want it to look like the sand here kind of makes sense. I also do want to go ahead and actually sprinkle in actual sand along the beach too. So like even just a couple of blocks of the sandy coarse dirt might be all I actually put in here. And I want to find at least one more spot for it though. Maybe actually right here where it's kind of like hitting the water like that. Yeah, nothing. Well, I might squeeze one more in there somewhere, but I want to sprinkle in a little bit of sand here on the beach as well. Like so. That way, obviously, while it's bleeding into the water, it makes a little bit of sense. And maybe even one like up here, just kind of in that area. Yeah, that kind of looks pretty good like that. I'm thinking that looks good for the beach area. Yeah, I don't really want to sprinkle too much sand too far up, away from the beach because it doesn't make as much sense. All right, let's get out this terracotta and maybe add that in next. It's primarily going to be heavier up here, and it's not going to be as prevalent down near the water edge. Voila. All right, we got the terracotta added, and now I think just adding in a couple little spots of gravel is all that this place needs, and it's basically done then after that. With the land basically complete, let's head on down here. We'll actually get the water going now. We'll get a couple of water buckets put in here, fill this place up. All right, that's looking pretty good. Now, what makes all exhibits pop? Path blocks make all All exhibits pop. So let's go ahead and actually mat down some of this grass up here, because otherwise it looks like there's just way too much grass. Alright, I think the ground is about as good as it's going to get now. Once we get around to adding foliage to it, it'll start looking a lot better. But we got to discuss a tree real fast here. Not in that backpack. Plant backpack? Do I have... I don't know. I think I want to put an acacia tree in here. I think I mentioned that earlier in the episode. But I need to get one first. Now, I should have an acacia sapling. I think just a good old-fashioned vanilla is what I'm actually going to go for here. I should have an acacia sapling back in my hidey hole. Yes, I do. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to grow... I'll grab a couple just in case I don't get... no, I'll grab one, and hopefully I get the right thing that I want. I get the right shaped tree, everything that I want. If not, I'll cut it down, and hopefully I get a sapling from it. You know, I'll recycle this sapling if I don't get the one I want. Okay, so back here we have the most amount of room for this to grow. I'm kind of hoping it grows forward a little bit, but I don't really have any control over that. Let's just slap it down. Let's break this real quick because I don't need a path block for this. Put that down right there, and grow! Wow, you know what? It's not that bad. It's not exactly the one I was thinking of, but it's really not that bad. I mean, it definitely works for creating a canopy for this thing to kind of chill under. I know it's a vanilla tree, which is kind of meh, but it's really not that bad. And I don't think I could... Well, you know what? I might be able to fit another one in there. They do like a canopy. Hold on, I gotta go grab another sapling. Why did I not grab a second one? Because da-da-da's got a da-da-da sometimes. That's why I didn't grab one. Faceplant. Okay, second sapling acquired. Let's slap that bad boy down right there. Grow it and see what happens. That's actually pretty good. That was pretty good. I was worried about it not looking that great, but it says that they like to reside under canopies, so I wanted to make sure that they have like kind of like a roof of leaves up there that they can actually kind of hide underneath. And they'll have access to the water, obviously, so they can always poke out and get some of that. But yeah, see, that definitely creates a canopy for them to hide under. Oh, okay, that looks good. Looks good. That actually worked out better than I thought it was going to. High five for luck. And with that, I think that we are on to doing the foliage now. So, let's look in here. What would be in this area? We're definitely going to get some of this dune grass, and probably some of these sea oats too. Mainly a lot of tall grass is what we need. Maybe a couple desert sprouts, because I like how they look. They actually look like lively. We're looking for more lively things here. Not so much dead stuff. Some clovers. I wouldn't mind grabbing more of those things. I don't have a whole lot of grass spots to put those things down here anyway, but we'll grab them anyway. I know where I can get more though. Should I need ostrich fern? We'll try to slap that in there too. Sure, why not? Berry bushes. I don't know about those. All right. Well, the sea oats can at least go kind of near the river edge a little bit. I'm thinking maybe like that's probably good right there. And then the dune grass, kind of the same thing in a sense, like it'll grow near the water's edge, more so than anything. Oh, I can plant it on gravel too. So we'll get a couple bits of this going here near the water edge right here. Oop, I tried to jump out of here, totally failed. Pro Minecraft player. That's not true, actually, by the way. I'm not a pro. I don't know if you can tell the sarcasm in my voice. But, alright, so that looks pretty good for the foliage up there. Now, let's work our way back, and this is where the desert sprouts and the ostrich ferns are going to come in a little bit more handy. So, we're going to try to blend this in so that the desert sprouts, I think, might be the thing that welcome things into the canopy area. And for here, we can actually drop a couple ostrich ferns and stuff up in this a little bit more greener, livelier area. How does that look? This isn't a very big exhibit, so I'm not going to have to spend too much time decorating the whole shebang, but let's see. Let's throw those things back. The clover patches I'm going to need. These all can go back then in the meantime. We're definitely going to want the dead leaves here because those are going to come in real handy in a second. I would throw barley, but this isn't supposed to be so much like a plains as it is. Oh, cattails are bringing those things down. As it is more of like like I said, a lively area. So we're keeping all the dead things out. I could actually squeeze in like a toadstool or two down near the base of the trees. That would actually make sense. Probably a dead fern occasionally as well. It's not a very big exhibit, and yet I'm packing it full of this, stuff. Yeah, I just realized this. I don't really like how that looks. Let's just do a little one of these numbers. And what we're going to do is we're going to switch, put that there, and then ground blocks real quick. I need one more block here. We're going to switch those two blocks completely. Perfect. You could see the trunk. It wasn't like going in all the way, and I didn't really feel like replacing it with a piece of acacia wood. Plus, it gives us an excellent opportunity to put down a toadstool. Look at that. So this will actually signify that this is a little bit more, or a little less dry and more of a damp rainforesty kind of area is what we're going for, obviously. Now, I have like river cane, don't I? Yeah, river cane I think might work out real good in here, along with maybe some cattail. Let's see if we can't squeeze this in someplace. Maybe even right here in the front. Again, the path block here foils me. Let's just grab ourselves another grass block then. There we go. Bam. Get some river cane growing right in front here. Now, I think, yeah, this stuff wants to grow. Oh, I can actually plant it. See, I don't want it to block the view of everything behind it, though. So if this does grow, that could be a problem. So let's grab some string. Can I just... Yep, and then... Yep. All right, so that should prevent it from growing any farther up. Yeah, that looks fine just the way it is. But what doesn't look fine is that the sun is setting. And that the zebras over there, actually, those do look pretty cool. Play the Lion King song right now. Holy cow. But creepers be creeping, so I gotta take a quick power nap real fast. Okay, slap down a cattail kind of in the corner there. I think just one will be fine. Can these go on clay? No, they can't. I didn't think they could. Okay, I think that's good for the decorations near the water's edge. We're gonna need these. I didn't get the clovers put in here yet. Let's see if we can't squeeze those in somewhere up top here. Something like that, little patch right in the middle there. Like, I don't really know if clovers are really a thing that's going to be appearing in that region of the world, but it's a little added decoration. It looks more lively up there because of it, so we'll run with it, you know? Squeeze in a dead bush or two someplace, kind of especially maybe near the water's edge. Let's just say it kind of like too much water, perhaps, you know? It got too much water. Yeah, see, that looks pretty good. So it's almost like it got two biomes. It's got like a beachfront or riverfront, and then it's got the canopy area underneath, which I think is rather interesting. But what else can we fit in there? Sprouts probably can throw a couple of them in there too. Didn't add much detail by adding them in there, but sprouts have been added. I don't know if I have any other plants that I would really like to add in this exhibit. Yeah, I think that's about it. So it's just down to tall grass now. Oh, actually, hold on. I lied to you guys. I lied right to your faces. What do we got for flowers? So rainforest, hey? Temple bells? Maybe? Peach flower? Maybe? Let's throw those in there and see what that looks like. Not bad. A little added color to the exhibit. Is there anything else that would just scream like a rainforesty kind of thing? Wildflowers might not be bad, adding a few of them in there as well, especially back by the clovers. But maybe it's like they're just getting a little extra sun back here, you know, just this little opening right here, right where the sun actually is coming in right now. That's why that's what they're doing. So let's add in a couple of little sunflowers back, or wildflowers back here, just to kind of give it a little boost in color. Let's see, what does that look like? Not too shabby. Okay, I think that's probably enough there. Let's actually, yeah, let's add some leaves now, just to kind of make this look like some of the leaves have dropped onto the ground below the tree. Okay, and then I think from here on out, we are looking at just doing, I think we're just doing bone meal now, just to raise this up. Although we do have to add one very important ingredient to this, and that would be not in that backpack. Aha! There they are, buttons, alright. Let's go ahead and add a couple little pebbles in this exhibit as well. Obviously, buttons make it pop because it looks like little stones on the ground. Alright, there we go. That looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and put those back. Bust out the bone meal here real fast. And get to bone mealing this up a little bit. There we go. So, I kind of was going for a rainforest, but it does look like a weird mix of a savanna mixed with, like, a little bit more lush area. You know, because there's, like, foliage and plants and stuff, but it definitely looks a little strange. It doesn't quite get what I was going for, though. Beard scratch. Oh, I got an idea. Green concrete powder. Added that in just a little bit. That actually does kind of work, but I did have to kind of destroy some of the plants to get them in place, like especially the dead leaf piles. I think we're on some of these pieces like that. Yeah, I'm thinking that might work out a little bit better. Makes it look a little bit more livelier than just what we had before. Yeah. Nah, that looks alright. What do you think? An Okapi exhibit? I do want to change up one thing, though. The stone right here on the side, I want to switch that to actually have wood supports on it. I think I did that for the vampire deers back here, too. Yeah, I did. Right there. Okay, yeah, let me quick switch that out. There we go. Alright, I'm thinking that there's only one thing left to do, and that is just to slap a rail down on the front of this thing and call it a day. I don't really want to put any lily pads or anything in there, although I could actually... Hold on, wait, not call it a day, and I'm totally not done. I don't want to put any lily pads in there. I'll put some reeds in the water though, just to kind of give it a little bit of extra life. But not much though. Like maybe one more right there. Let's see how that looks. Hop out of here, squeeze over this way. Yeah, you probably won't even really be able to notice them. I don't want to put lily pads though because it's supposed to be a river, so it's supposed to be like more flowing water. I don't really see any lily pads usually being in there. I'm thinking that's it. The Okapi exhibit. What do you guys think? Does that look pretty good? Good, bad, in between, all variations of mediocre. What do you guys think? I kind of like it. I sort of want to almost raise the fence up a little. Oh, either raise the fence up and back or lower those supports just a little bit. I'm not too sure. Or I could just leave them. I guess I could just leave them. I don't know. I'll tweak that later if I think it needs to be done. This whole terraforming needs to happen here. The terraforming here on the dead space here needs to happen. Raising it up, making it look a lot more like that area down there, as well as fixing up this cliff edge here because I kind of just quickly built it up like that. That looks bad. That looks really bad. A lot of little things to do around the zoo here. Expect an upcoming live stream to knock out all those little details. Still coming up. But now, you guys are probably wondering, Okapis, how many do I got? I think I might have mentioned, I think I only found one. I'm pretty sure I only have one of them. So if you guys could go down into the comment section and give me your best Okapi names, that'd be greatly appreciated. Because these things are pretty rare. They're kind of uncommon. They're only found in one very specific spot in the world. So, hopefully I built this exhibit right. Let me know in the comments if I got it horribly wrong. But I think I'm going to wrap this episode up here. So thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode of ZAWA. We're running out of them, people. This zoo is coming to an end very soon. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed the season so far. And I will catch you guys in next week's episode. I got to get to sleep because creepers be creeping and stuff. So, yeah, have yourself a wonderful Friday. Remember Mother's Day is coming up for all you people out there. Just friendly reminder. Alrighty, guys, I'm getting out of here. Have yourself a wonderful weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, coming at you once again from Cerro Gordo Zoo, doing some more building on the zoo today, doing a little bit more work, but before we get to that, I got a really important thing to tell you guys. Super important. Are you sitting down? We have an escapee. Alright, we have a hippo that got out of the pen. I'm guessing he climbed the tree, as hippos are known to do. But we really badly need to take care of this thing, so I don't know, because the tree grew kind of more, and I don't know if this is going to really help keep them in there or not. Who are you, anyway? Which one are you? I can't really see your name tag here. We're just going to put you to sleep real quick so you don't eat me. And then we're going to get in closer and see who you are. You are Lewis. Lewis, you were trying to escape. Let's scoop you up, and we're just going to set you right back in here. Maybe over here in the water or next to the water. And someplace where we can jump and get out of here and not get completely eaten. Alright, let's put you down right there. There you go. Sleep it off, buddy. Let's fly into the sky. It looks like the sun is setting. Creepers are going to be definitely creeping, so I'm going to have to be taking a power nap. But yeah, it looks like we had an escapee. That's, actually, I think that might be the first one, aside from Gil Gates, who suffocated because he was a fish. I think that might have been the first one, actually, we've had so far in the zoo, which is pretty impressive considering we're nearing the end of the zoo. And we are actually nearing the end of the zoo. But I really do need to sleep real quick. As I was saying, yes, we are nearing the end of the zoo. It is happening, people. There's not much left to do as far as building in here. There's a whole lot of decorating still to do, so we're going to be having a live stream coming up here very, very, very soon. But stay tuned to the community tab on the channel if you want to know when that's going to be happening. Still got to pick a date, still got to pick time, kids, stuff like that. I got life that I gotta organize whenever I do one of those live streams. So, but in the last episode, we actually built the Okapi exhibit, and that is right here. And I still think that this is very lovely. It's a little exhibit, but that's because there's only one Okapi that I have. And you guys were definitely dropping names left and right in the comment section. I had to pick one. I narrowed it down to two people's comments, and I had to just basically do a coin flip. Now we are going to have to, big leg spike there. We are going to have to head on down to the little hidey hole and get to name in this Okapi. And faceplant. Okay, so you guys offered up a lot of name suggestions, and it came down to two people's suggestions I was going to go with. Couldn't decide on which one it was. I literally flipped a coin, okay? But we only have one Okapi, so we're going to have to go ahead and pick one of them here. And the Okapi is going to be named Jack. Because Jack Drake actually suggested that I actually name him that. So I think it's a lovely name. It was either that or Kathy. Kathy, if you're watching, Kathy Clism, it was that. You're the other one. I flipped the coin. That was literally how I determined this one. But Jack Drake, thank you so much for naming the Okapi. Now I have to find that thing. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. First one. Got it. Wow, that was easy. All right, let's go ahead and put this this animal in its exhibit. We should probably grab the little bookie here so that we know what it is. And let's get in there and name the animal. All right, that was a pretty smooth landing there. Now, let's go ahead and just drop the animal in here. Bink, we'll put them in the back there. Name it. They do look weird. They do look like zebra deer giraffes. It's a pretty interesting animal. Kind of interesting, for sure. Jack, okay, and Jack is a male. Look at that. How about that? What can these things do? You can be mounted with a saddle. Oh, I want to ride this thing, but no, okay, no, we'll let it just rest in peace, in dignity, and stuff like that. We're not going to ride the Okapi. We'll just leave it in there. It's fine. He's sleeping off the drugs anyway. That was pretty cool, though. I didn't know that you could ride those things. You learn something new every day. Okay, so the Okapi is in its exhibit. Hopefully it doesn't escape like the hippopotamuses were escaping there. I think what happened with the hippo is that the tree grew in a way that it was able to climb up the tree and then just get out that way. I'll keep an eye on these guys because I don't really feel like having hippos chasing around people here in the zoo. But okay, we got a lot of exhibits done. Like if we pull up the map here, let's just take a look. Now there's clearly a lot of stuff to do. This path here needs to get finished. I still need to do the rigging on the ship. There's a whole lot of stuff. But I did do a lot of work in between episodes, okay? I know it doesn't look like it because all the stuff up here is basically what you saw in last episode. But if you head down here, you'll see this, okay? Here we have the mine track for the roller coaster that cuts through the zoo, or cuts underneath the zoo, cuts all around the zoo, goes all over the place. Look at this place down here, okay? I have done some serious work decorating this place and doodadding it up and making it look pretty, and well, making it look worn down, actually. This place is an absolute maze and a mess, okay? Like right down here, you'd think this is where you're supposed to go. No, that's a dead end, okay? That's just a facade. You really do have to follow the track. Since people are going to be riding this, they're going to actually be taken through it, but I want them to make it feel like they're being pulled through like this maze of a mine shaft down here. Now I do have a spring down here because in the actual Cerro Gordo, I think it was like on like the 700 level or the 300 or 900 level or something like that. There's an actual underwater spring, so I felt it would be kind of important to add that. But this whole place is, like I said, it's just an absolute mess. There's so many so many tunnels down here, and the goal is that while people are riding down here, I want them to get the feeling like they are just absolutely being turned around and they have no idea where they're going, and it's just a disaster. Okay, like there are some kind of cool features, like there's a ravine right here and stuff, you know, that I kind of left exposed a little bit, but this took a long time, a very long time to build, and it is a nightmare to navigate this. It's all fairly well lit up. Obviously, you know that the zoo isn't super safe, so hopefully when I'm riding this, like in the grand tour at the end, I don't get blown up by a creeper on the tracks, because that would really kind of dampen my mood. But alright, so that's what I've been working on in between episodes. Got a lot of this stuff done. Yeah, okay, it's right here. There's the ramp leading up. A lot of this stuff done, but there is obviously still more to do in the zoo. There is actually one exhibit, I think, still. I might be able to squeeze two, but I can think of one exhibit that still needs to be finished, and that is the orca exhibit. Now, I'm going to go up here and show you what I got done. Hop up here. So like I said, this is all decked out. It's all decorated out. This whole tunnel is done. I still have to do down that away still. That's just the base blocks put down. No detailing put into it at all. And everything beyond there is also needing to be done. So there's still a lot to do. But that's been my project in between episodes. I've been streaming actually my progress on this in the Discord. I have a Discord. Patreons can join it. All that links and stuff are in the description if you want to get in on that. So I streamed all of this construction on there for the patrons to watch. And thank you to everybody who jumped in and hung out with me while I did that. But okay, the orca exhibit is what we have to do next. This is about the only real exhibit I have left when you think about it. When you look at the zoo as it's in an entirety here, there's not a lot of room left. There's really not a lot of room left, and there's not a lot of places to build left. We are running out of space, so I think this might be the last exhibit we put in, which means, and I know you guys are going to be heartbroken here, or at least maybe somewhat excited. I don't know, maybe a mix. Maybe you might just have indigestion after this. It means that we are nearing the end of Season 2. Okay? Ooh, the zoo is almost completed. That's kind of nuts. That's like really nuts, okay? That means that I've built 2 complete zoos in like 3 years. But anyway, we're nearing the end, but we're not quite done yet because we still have an orca exhibit to build. Now, if you get in the water here, you're going to notice that there is a whole lot of natural terrain in here. This isn't supposed to be a natural looking exhibit. This is supposed to be more like a show exhibit. So this is basically supposed to be like a pool. And to do that, we're going to have to do a little bit of digging and carve all this stuff down. But we're also going to need to... so the water is, you'd think, would be kind of a good thing because it's kind of in the area where I need water anyway. But I'm probably going to mark out the walls, dig down stuff here, and then I might drain the water and refill it because I don't want the downward water to like pull the orca down and get it stuck on the bottom of the pool. So yeah, I might have to do a little bit of work here, but this is going to take quite a bit of digging. So I guess there's really only one thing to do. There we go. We got the entire orca exhibit, or rather in this case the orca pond, really, or the pool, completed. That's done. Now, like I said, this isn't supposed to be like an exhibit, like a natural exhibit. This is like a showcase area where people sit here and watch the orca jump out of the water and do all fun tricks and stuff like that. So I think that's really all we need to do. There isn't much detail inside the water that we actually are going to need to do for this exhibit. We do need to still get the fence put on around the outside, and there's a little something I want to do with the stands here, because really the sun, it rises up over there and it goes up and over and then it sets over there. You're basically constantly in the sun when you're sitting here in the stands. So I've kind of got this idea where, what if I built like a little bit of an awning over the two sections? Because really there's two sections. Let me pull up the map here. I can zoom in a little bit. There's this section right here, and then there's this section right here. What if I built like a little bit of a circular awning? It wouldn't cover all the seats, but it would cover some of the back ones, you know? I'm thinking about doing that on both sides of this thing. Now, I'd have to get creative, and I vaguely have an idea in my head of what I'm trying to do here, and I don't even know if it's going to look good when I'm done, so this could be a horrible mistake. But I kind of want to do that. But before I do it, I gotta get these fences put in around the side of this, because I don't really want somebody falling in the orca exhibit. So we're gonna go ahead and just dot this with steel bars all the way around. Now, obviously, you can climb up here, you can just jump across or whatever to get it over the bars. Maybe if I didn't suck so bad at jumping. There we go. So you can clear this, and this doesn't make much sense either, because like squeezing in there. But you know what? This is a circular build, and it's a little bit difficult to get this all to make sense. But overall, it's gonna look pretty good. Like, look back at that. That looks pretty good. I'm liking that a lot. But all right, I gotta get the fence put in. I'm gonna have to take a nap because creepers be creeping, and then we're gonna work on this awning. Yeah, there's water flowing right there. It also looks like I might have missed a row of white concrete powder there and there, actually, because yeah, it's supposed to be white concrete blocks coming up all the way up to where the wood is, and it looks like over here I missed a couple of rows, so I'm gonna have to quick squeeze those things in. You guys would be so proud of me. I actually used white concrete powder to place this, because after all, I was all underwater. Now, earlier in the episode, I did say that I was going to drain this because I don't want to have the downward water. I changed my mind. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to drain all this. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to first fix this. Where did I put those things? I dumped them into a dump chest. Was it in this one? Yes. All right. Let me fix this real fast here, and then what we're going to do is we're going to we're going to use a water bucket to kind of just splash this in around here on every row and try to get the water to not have any flowing water, like underwater currents. I don't think there really is. Like, I haven't been noticing. Oh, I heard something there, but I haven't really noticed much of any water flowing underneath the water here. Can't really see it either, so I'll just kind of drop a couple of water buckets down here, and hopefully that'll fix it. Alright, I think that's it. Hey, you want to get out of there? That's for the whale. That's not for you. I think that fixed it. Putting down like a bunch of water buckets in there seemed to probably do the trick. I don't hear any more flowing water, and it looks like it's good. We're good. All right, so I got the wall repaired over there too, because obviously I had screwed up with placing some of the concrete. I think we're good to go. Now let's focus a little bit on this awning. Okay, I gotta really think about this. This is gonna be tricky. I think I'm gonna try to follow the curvature of the back area here with like a wooden frame. So let's get the wood out here. And okay, I do have a lot of fir wood still, which is good, because if I didn't, I was gonna have to go chop down a small forest. So we're gonna have to try to build this up kind of more sticking out of the back, like right here actually. And it doesn't have to be too high, because the people up here in the nosebleed seats will be right underneath it, and that's fine. And then it doesn't even have to like go with the slope, really. It can just be kind of horizontal to the ground, because it'll still extend over probably like these back two rows really only. It's not gonna be a very big awning, just a little one, just enough to cause shade for the back here. Or if the sun is sitting low, it's going to have to, it'll cast a shadow over the people sitting here. That's the plan anyway. So first I gotta mark out a idea for what I want here, and then we gotta go from there. There we go, something kind of like that. Now I know that doesn't look like much, and it's really not. It's really just some wood kind of piled up in the back there. But what that is let's again look at the map. It lines the back side of this completely, okay? And so that will allow me to actually extend like a carpeted like roof over this to create a somewhat type of like an awning. Now this is I honestly have no idea how this is going to turn out. So we're going to add it, and hopefully it looks good, and then we're going to go from there. Now, of course, to get the carpeting to float on nothing, we're going to need to actually put down an entire layer of string in here so that it'll be difficult to see, but we can put the carpeting on top of that then. So, luckily, I have a cave spider farm that I built way back in the earlier parts of the season, and although I do have some string on me right here, let's go pay that a visit real quick. And I think the easiest way to get there is actually through the nether. You guys remember this place? Boy, this was early in the season. This was my XP farm before I built the Ender. But it does still have quite a bit of string in it, and a lot of spider eyes too. But yeah, this is before I built the Ender. I was killing cave spiders for XP, because I found one of these things in a mine shaft in the mesa here. It's right on the surface. Worked out pretty good, actually. You do get a fair amount of XP from cave spiders, so it wasn't that bad of an idea. But they are super loud and super annoying. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to show up here, and I'm going to grab a bunch of string, and we are going to head right back to the orca exhibit. Okay. I actually thought for sure I was going to faceplant there and just wreck my nose. But now we have to go through and we got to place down string in all of this. Now, I kind of want it to follow the curvature, you know? So this could be a little tricky with the string. I think I'm going to worry about the curvature of this whole thing once I get to doing the carpeting. But maybe I should actually pay a little bit closer attention to that here as I go through this. Alright, I'm going to have to basically place down string and follow the same pattern as this back kind of support right here, because that's as far out as the carpets are going to go. So let's get to placing a bunch of string. Ta-da! Doesn't that look so good? But yeah, I know you're like, GReimer, nothing's different. That's true, actually, or at least it doesn't look like it. But when you get really up close, you might be able to see that there is actually string all placed in here now. It took only about a stack per awning here, so it really didn't take all that much. Way more or way less than I thought, which is fine because now I have to go get a bunch of wool so I can make a bunch of carpeting. Now I'm thinking oops, I did not fly it all right there. I was trying to, it just failed miserably. I have my elytra on. Come on, fly. Spamming the button. I can't fly. What the heck is up with that thing? Okay, reset the world there just a little bit. Just kind of logged out and logged back in. It's still loading in, it looks like here. But yeah, now the elytra's working just fine. That was very bizarre. Okay, anyway. I have a bunch of string left over here. Hey, there's the tree bruh. Hello. You're still up here. I have a bunch of string left over, which is good because I need to make a bunch of wool right now. And I might as well use up some of that string to do that. And faceplant. As far as colors of the awning, I'm kind of fond of just doing like a white and red awning. I think that, like a striped awning, I think that would look pretty good. And I have plenty of, well, I mean, this will be white wool when I make it. In fact, let's make some of this. And then I have a bunch of poppies from the iron farm here. So I'll just yeet myself down here, break my legs, and then look in here. A whole bunch of poppies. So I think we're good on that. And yeah, there's still some more in here. This iron farm is still going strong. Built this early in the season. This is where I'm getting all my iron for all the steel bars that I put around the exhibits too. I've got so much iron, it's ridiculous, but that's really good. Oh, look at that. Speaking of iron, Iron Golem. Goodbye, good sir. I'm sure he just went to a happy place. Okay, but yeah, all the iron I get from there, it's been running great this entire time. And obviously we kept it going because we didn't cover up the access to the sky glass blocks here on the surface when we built the large cats exhibit. But now that we have a bunch of wool, we can get a bunch more here too. We can go ahead and make ourselves a bunch of different dyed wool as well. Oh, I'm an idiot. Come on, do that. There we go. We can do this, and I don't know how much of this I'm going to need, so I'm just going to make like 16 for right now, and then we'll make more as we go. But looks like creepers be creeping. I'm going to be needing to be taking a nap. But let's get to work on placing some of that, some of those carpets down on top of that string, and we're going to make ourselves a sweet little awning. What do you think the odds are I can just land right on top of one of these awnings here? What do you think? Got it. Pro. All right. So let's go ahead and make ourselves a bunch of carpet. Actually, we're going to need a bunch of this stuff. So let's just get ourselves at least a stack to start off with. If it took about a little over a stack of string to make the awnings. We're going to need just a little over a stack of these things to make them too. I'll probably need to make more red ones here in a little bit. That's fine. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to slap down wool on top of all of this. But what we're going to do is, should we double it up? Should we double it up? Should we do one row of red, one row of white, and just do that? Or should we double it up? I think we should probably double it up. Do two rows of white and then 2 rows of red. I think that might look a little bit better. But yeah, let's get to work on placing down all of this stuff here. Is that right? Could be. I don't think so. I think I'm supposed to have one less right there. I don't know. I'll leave that open for right now. But let me get to work on placing some of these things here, and then we'll see what it looks like in the end. This might look terrible, not gonna lie. This could look really bad. All right, the awnings have been put in. How does this look? Face plant on the ground here. Actually, it doesn't look terrible from down below. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen. There still needs to be a little bit more detailing done. I have one whole carpet left. How about that? Still something that needs to be done, though, and that needs to be, like, the supports themselves need to have a little bit more decoration on them. So we're going to grab a little bit of this stuff. I need to make more fences, that's for sure. Squeeze the carpet in there someplace. I can just chillax for a little bit in there. Let's grab the wood backpack real fast here, because like I said, we're going to need to make more of this. It looks like I have been making more of these recently, but I need some more string, or some more sticks, and need to get that out there too. Let's make a few more of those. A couple more. Yep, that's a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more. Let's just do it all the way there. All right, sweet. We got almost a stack of those. That looks good. We're also going to need some regular oak wood ones, and I am running a little low on oak wood. But you know what? We'll make it work. Let's go do that, and then we'll do that, and we'll make a bunch of them, and we'll say that's good enough right now. All right, so I want to put a little bit of extra supports on these. It's really hard to traverse in this with, with these stands in the way. But let's go ahead and add, like, maybe some detailing in it like that, and then we're going to add, like, the supports like it's part of the mine shaft kind of thing on either side here. I think that might look really cool, as well as on the inside of this. Like something like that. Let's get these switched around my inventory so it's a little bit easier. Let's go ahead and do that around all the supports here. Something kind of along the lines of this. Yep, looks good. All right, and then on this side as well. Like something like that. Now, on the back side here, kind of give a little bit of extra support on the outside of these things too. That looks fine on that side. Yeah, all right, I'm liking how that's looking. That looks much better, I'm thinking. It kind of fits in with the rest of the theme. Now, I know, like, this kind of pavilion awning thing doesn't really match with the mining colony thing, but hopefully these little added details on these supports kind of make up for that and sort of make it mix in a little bit better. It's the plan anyway. Of course, the giant shipwreck doesn't doesn't match with the mining colony either, but it's the aquarium, dang it, it's the aquarium. And that's what I was going for, is getting it to kind of signify ocean-y kind of stuff, you know? That's why there's a big boat. Yeah, alright, that's looking not terrible. I guess if I was ever to strive for anything in building in Minecraft, it would be for it to not be terrible. From the top, it looks not too shabby either. It's kind of an interesting design, you know? Like I said, a little awning over the top parts there to kind of block some of the sun. I think that looks pretty good. What does it look like on the map? Does it look terrible? Ooh, I'm like flying away. Oh, you can't even see the carpet on the map, so yeah, whatever. But yeah, I'm thinking that looks pretty good. Now, that is the orca exhibit. Now, as far as naming the orca, I think what I'm going to do for that, because this is effectively the last exhibit that we're adding into the zoo. So I think as far as naming this, you guys are going to have to wait until the live stream. I guess you can throw your comments down in the comment section, and if there's like a really knock it out of the park name there, I might just name it that. But in the live stream that we're going to be doing here, coming up here soon, keep an eye on the community tab. We'll name this orca in here. I'm thinking that is done. I'm thinking that's it. The orca exhibit, people. What do you guys think? Looks pretty snazzy, actually. This is much different than last year's or last season's orca exhibit. I'm thinking that's it. I'm thinking that's done. Which means that all of the exhibits in this zoo are finished. Oh, that is incredible. There is obviously going to be a finale episode coming up here shortly, but we do need to finish doing all the detailing around the zoo, and that is, like I said, coming up in an upcoming live stream. Please keep an eye on the community tab. thank you to these fine people who have donated during those live streams. If you want to get your name on here and be forever immortalized in this zoo, be sure to tune into the next live stream. Like I said, community tab. Stay focused on that. That's where I'm going to make the announcement. Todd Feltz, you're still the reigning champion for the top super chat, top amount in 1 super chat. We still have room on the backside of this board here. We've even extended the path this way recently so that we can add more people. So this world will be available for download as well once it's finished, after the season finale. So stay tuned for that too, so you guys can download it and tour it with your friends all you want. If you don't have the right mod pack, there's an equivalent mod pack down in the description as well. But if you don't have the right mod pack, some animals might disappear. But as long as you have biomes aplenty, I think you should actually see most of this stuff. But alrighty, guys, I think that's going to be it for me. This has been a heck of an adventure building this so far. Like I said, please stay tuned for the announcement in the community tab on my channel here for the announcement for the next and final live stream from Cerro Gordo before we launch season 3. That's going to be nuts. There's some crazy stuff I got planned for season 3, and I haven't even announced it, so you guys don't know, but you will soon. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to wrap things up here. So thank you guys so much for donating your eyeballs and ear holes to this episode. We're getting very, very close to finishing this zoo. Thank you again for watching, everybody, and I will see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, GReimer here, and I am coming at you from the finale for Cerro Gordo Zoo, here playing some more ZAWA for you to enjoy. Now, I know you guys were hoping to see Beef. You guys told me in the comment section a bunch, okay? But, he's busy. He's a busy guy. And if you look around me here, do you see Beef anywhere? I mean, do you see him? Do you see him anywhere? Oh, hold on.
Emerging from the bush. The one and only bush here.
Welcome, VintageBeef. You are about to behold Cerro Gordo Zoo.
Oh, Cerro Gordo.
Are you ready?
Sounds awesome already.
So just a little quick backstory about the zoo, or why it's named that. It's named after a real-life ghost town in California that was an abandoned silver mining colony.
Wait a minute, is that the one on the YouTubes?
That is on the YouTubes.
I've been watching that channel off and on for a while.
It's a little channel called Ghost Town Living. I don't know the guy at all, but I'm a big fan of the channel, so that's why we named him this.
That's awesome. Cool.
So, all right, you ready to get to the tour? It's a big zoo.
Absolutely.
All right, we gotta run the path in the nether, though.
Okay.
It's a little bit of a walk, but not much.
Okay.
I actually picked out the seed because I knew of this location. The fans actually had I put a poll up to see which biome I should build a zoo in, and they voted for a mountain biome.
No way, that's going to be pretty interesting.
So that's what kind of got me on the idea of doing the Cerro Gordo Zoo thing, and I knew of this seed because I played on it before, and there was a really cool valley that nobody ever used when we built on it before. So that's my hidey hole of justice.
A little Nebris influence?
Yeah, a little bit. All right, so here we go. There's nothing really fancy about the portal to get there, but once we get there, there's some fancy stuff.
All right, here we go. I'm ready. Impress me. Ooh, okay.
All right. Nope.
Okay.
But
I already see the real Cerro Gordo influence starting to happen with the old rails and stuff.
I suppose we should pay homage to the animals that didn't make it in this season.
Oh, no. How big is this graveyard?
It's not bad, actually. There's only 2 inhabitants.
Okay, that's not bad.
We have Starlet the Frigate, who died under the lily pad. And then you're going to get a kick out of this, because we actually named this fish after your suggestion.
Bill Gates.
Or Gil Gates.
Oh, Gil Gates.
Yep.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, he flopped out of his pool and died on land.
Oh, no.
But there is a Gil Gates version 2.0 in the zoo.
Oh, good.
All right, so here it is.
Ooh, look at that entrance.
The grand entrance to Cerro Gordo Zoo.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man, I already see what looks to be a pirate ship over there on the left.
That's the aquarium.
Okay. Oh, that's awesome.
We have a little welcome center here, but it's just for people to pick up little pamphlets and whatever else, and little plushies if they want to.
Nice.
Nothing too out of the ordinary in this one.
Yeah, this is good.
But the real attraction is the zoo, the exhibit itself.
Of course.
And the first one, before we get to the billboard of sponsors here, the first one
billboard
here,
of sponsors.
the first one here is the Red Kangaroo exhibit.
There they are. I was like, you seem to be missing some red kangaroos.
Yeah.
But they're over there on the little hill there. Nice.
Yeah, we do have a whole bunch of them in here, and I got a whole bunch of names written down, but I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find them in all the notes I got. So I think one of them's name is Jolly, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, there's one hiding over there too.
Yeah,
nice.
there's another one.
Oh, it's a good one. I like it.
That was
lots of different colors and textures in that exhibit.
That was the first exhibit added to the zoo. So everything else is based off of that. The billboard of sponsors are people who did super chats during live streams.
Thank you, Peter and Todd.
Yep. So everyone who did
all these wonderful people,
did any kind of amount of super chat got their name on there. Of course, then there's the top super chat, but bidding war that went on between Peter and Todd right there.
Nice.
They tied in the end.
That's the only way to end it.
Yep.
A nice tide. Everybody's happy.
We got our tree frog exhibit embedded into the side of the cliff wall here.
This is good.
The red one in the very back there on the leaf block is David Hasselhoff.
Oh my gosh. This is going to get bad. I just know it.
All the animals in the zoo were actually named after the viewers. So.
Oh, good.
So, and
nice.
behind us here, this whole big mess of rocks right here is actually the safari exhibit. So there's elephants, zebras, and giraffes in there.
Oh, okay.
And
they're all kind of just side by side, but not in the one exhibit.
Nope. Yeah, they're all mixed in together. There is a zebra in the tree right there, which I don't know how he got up there.
What do you mean? That's normal zebra behavior. I don't know what you're talking about. Hello.
But yeah, we got giraffes, and they have this walkway. There's a building here that they can walk through to get to either side of the.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. I always want to build like these animal houses and stuff, and I never get around to it. I'm always just like, no, I like the exhibit. I don't want to build a house.
I guess we can head over to the aquarium next.
Oh man, that looks exciting.
So that's actually just a background piece for the aquarium.
Really?
Yeah, that's just the decoration.
They got some penguins here.
Yeah, the banded penguins.
Interesting.
Nice little home that
looks
they got.
Good. It looks like the river is, it's like a little river running through it, right? A little stream?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Gives them a little something to swim in.
Yeah, for sure.
They, those are the ones that live in temperate climates, actually, so that's why there's no snow.
So is this one, does this go under this bridge, or is this a different one? Oh, this is a different one.
This is a different one right here.
General Grievous.
Yeah. Yeah, these are the coconut crabs.
Nice, the kingler. I like the kingler.
One of these, because these are a type of hermit crab, and people suggested I should do it, one of these is actually named after the late TFC. Actually.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Because, I mean, they're hermits. There's a one in there called Kermit crab also.
Of course. Why wouldn't there be?
Yeah. We got our walruses.
Mm-hmm.
This one, we almost had an escapee on. I had to fix the icicle on the side.
The walruses, they were climbing the icicle?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Of course. Another typical animal behavior that is observed.
For real.
In the wild.
And then there's the shipwreck
looks so
background. Good. Yeah, that one. That's it's a model of a build team called Elysium Fire, but their model that they had a bunch of buildings and stuff attached to it that I had to remove and then come up with the rest of it. So it was kind of a mix.
That looks awesome.
Someone else's build mixed with my own creativity, so it ended up all right.
Yeah, it turned out great.
And somewhere in here is I don't see him on the radar anymore. Was Jesse the orca whale?
Do we have to add one to the grave?
I would, except for. I don't know how he would have died. We had some issue with the aquarium animals despawning.
Oh, no.
And I'm thinking he might have... He was here last night, I checked.
Oh, poor Jesse, you'll be remembered.
Maybe he free willied it all the way into the ocean.
Oh, yeah, no kidding, right?
We'll just pretend that's what happened.
Yeah, exactly. He's free now. He's in a happy place.
I almost died getting him in there, too. That was brutal. Are the eels still here? Yeah, okay, so we still have a couple of eels. I did add a couple of eels, and it looks like only one is still in there.
Oh, yeah, right here.
Nice. So yeah, we've had an issue with some of the animals despawning. That's another reason why. It's another reason why I wanted to wrap up the season is because too many animals in one spot. Oh, there is the second one right there.
Yeah. He's freaking out.
Yeah. The moray eels, and then in here should be the octopi.
That down there in the corner.
Yep. I'm not sure which shader pack you're using, but I can actually see right through the water, so it's really nice.
I can't. It's kind of like really bluish.
Yeah.
But I can still kind of see things, so hopefully it's enough.
Well, the aquarium's only a small part of this anyway, so.
Yeah, no kidding. Everything's a small part of this.
The final exhibit that was added was done real quick here at the end, and this is the Hawksbill sea turtle.
Oh, nice. Adorable.
He's got a little palm tree and a little beach. He's happy.
He's got his own little tree.
Yep.
This is kind of dangerous for your guests, by the way. They could just like
walk right into the ocean.
Slipped into the ocean.
Well, it's very, very naturey. We want people to feel at home here, you know.
Yeah, you want them to have that little sense of danger.
That is a maintenance tunnel to get to the roller coaster.
Nice.
There's a roller coaster.
Of course there is. Why wouldn't there be a roller coaster?
Here we have the Union Mine. It's the restaurant here in the zoo.
Mm-hmm. Union Mine. Nice.
Yep. So it's got its own little freezer and stuff in the background. The Union Mine is the actual name of the mine in the real Cerro Gordo.
Ah.
So that's why we named it that.
Gotcha. Nice.
And we're heading into the primate mine shaft here. So we got the Coatimundis.
Mm-hmm.
Took me a second to learn how to say that, but that's what they are.
I thought they were. I always pronounce them Coatimundis.
Coatimundis?
I'm wrong.
I don't know.
I could be wrong.
I went off of whatever the robotic voice on Google told me.
Coatimundi.
We have our gorillas, and that one that's being guarded in the back is Optimus Primal.
Of course it is. Nice. That's cool.
So they got their little tire swing to play in and everything.
Yeah. That's nice. What was this one? Is this still the... Oh, this is the koalas. We haven't gotten there yet, have we?
Yep.
Okay.
No, this is the koala exhibit. Last season, these things were the bane of my existence. They kept escaping.
Yeah. Their climbing is ridiculous.
I can say that they actually have not escaped this one, though. So, haha.
It looks like you covered them entirely, though.
Yep.
There's no option for escape.
Same thing over here. These are the sloths.
I love sloths.
The one that looks like the one from Zootopia is Flash.
Flash. Oh, you got like 4 of them in here.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a few of them in there. And then back here, in farther into the mines, is the noisemakers, the spider monkeys.
Oh yeah, you had to keep them away from the general population.
Yeah, for my own sanity, yeah.
And
there
it is.
And then across from them are the chimpanzees, which somebody in the comments section said these guys like really hate each other in the wild, so this was kind of mean to put them this way, but...
oh, no way!
Whoops.
They like look at each other with contempt through the glass all day long.
Yeah, maybe they just have like dance-offs or something since they can't get to each other.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a dance-off. They're not filled with blind rage.
No. But then if we head out the front of the primate mine shaft, we'll see beavers.
Nice.
Then we got Harrison Fjord. Right there just hanging out on the... floating in nowhere.
Oh my gosh.
I think that's Maple in the tree right there. She's not supposed to be in there. And then there's Bidoof on the other side of the exhibit.
Bidoof. Nice. I love the Pokemon references.
Yep. Oh, there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them in the zoo. Be right next to it here, kind of attached to the side of the cliff edge, is the Platypus exhibit. And I don't know.
Now, what do you call more than one platypus?
A platypi. They're platypi.
You're right. It's also a delicious dessert.
Exactly. One of these in here is named Doofenshmirtz.
Why?
Yeah, that's what people suggested.
Wow. You got some great suggestions.
I think another one's named Bob or something like that, but yeah, Doofenshmirtz.
Of course, Doofenshmirtz and Bob.
I guess we should probably zip back here real quick because there are a couple exhibits here. There's no real easy way through the zoo. It's like all over the place and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We got a squirrel exhibit, Peter and Todd.
Peter and Todd, nice.
Built in honor of their winning the Super Chat contest. And then we
so
have...
they got to be squirrels?
They picked it out. It wasn't me.
Okay, all right.
We got our dolphins. Did
nice.
some of them despawn? I only see one in there.
There's I think I just saw...
Oh, there's 3.
There's 2.
4. 3?
Oh,
there's supposed to be 4. I see 3 at least.
Oh, underneath too. That's cool.
Well, that's the miscellaneous fish exhibit. Somewhere in there is there's a cichlid named Unagi, and he's the ruler of that area.
Cichlids are tough little guys.
Yep.
Oh, I like this one. This one's really cool.
Yeah, the wraparound aquarium was actually the viewer's idea, so I went with it because I thought it was a fantastic idea.
We've got one of those in Toronto.
Yeah. Yeah, they're always a lot of fun because you can just look everywhere 360 and see fish.
It is
sharks.
Awesome. Been there a few times.
This is one of the viewing areas for the harpy eagles.
Mm-hmm.
Inside the aquarium or inside the aviary here is another area you can see them from.
Good job covering up the blocks of water.
Exactly. Yeah, didn't want them to... I learned from past failures, you know. But there is a mine shaft actually in this building here that leads you into the rest of it.
Oh, awesome.
So we have the frigates here, which we are down one since one did die in this exhibit.
Yeah.
He got trapped under a lily pad, so I removed the lily pads, and they've been fine since.
Oh, they're not actually drowning in the water?
No, these ones actually, they float on top of the water. They'll bounce on top.
Gotcha.
So they're actually waterfowl. You see them around lakes all the time. So.
Mm-hmm.
And then this exhibit you can actually go inside.
Ooh.
Because these are the tropical birds.
Nice.
Toucanon, another Pokemon reference.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, we got some macaws, toucanons, and I think there's a cockatoo in here somewhere making all that racket. Oh yeah, no, that's not right there. Where is he? I don't know where he went.
I feel like we're getting further away.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks good. I
black
like how you put all the birds in very enclosed spaces because you know.
Yeah, they can get out, yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, this is a one-way door, so they won't be able to get out unless they know how to open doors.
Okay, good.
There are owls here, great horned owls.
Nice.
They're right up front right now, which is kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Professor Thaddeus and Kepora Gebora. That's the names of them. Kepora Gebora is the owl from the Ocarina of Time, Legend of Zelda. So that's why people picked that one. So, but yeah, they got their little tree that they can rest in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
that
enclosed.
Really cool. Yeah, of course, definitely.
I think last season I actually had like big buildings, big enclosures that they were in, but this time I figured to squeeze them into the mines instead because that's the theme anyway.
Send them to the mines.
I guess we'll go straight here. Ahead of us, you might see a giant panther head.
In the rock?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the entrance to the large cats exhibit.
Interesting. Oh yeah. Okay, I see it now.
We're actually
took me a while.
The bridge we're going over is actually the pangolin exhibit. They're down there just chilling out.
Oh really?
Yeah. They're hanging out on the bushes to either side.
Nice.
Figured it'd be a creative way to go through the exhibit. Bridge right over it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
everything seems very. Everything seems very. Like there's no way these animals can escape, which is good because I tend to take chances and risks.
So we've had one. We've had one so far, and that was the hippo got out.
The hippo of all the animals too.
So inside the panther mouth.
It even said big cats. That was awesome.
Yep, that's on the wall, kind of enclosing them. These are apex predators after all. We have the jaguars here, and there is a black jaguar, which is known as a panther. Mm-hmm. So he is named T'Challa in honor of the Black Panther.
Nice.
And then there's a whole bunch of them in there. One of them in there is named Pantherton J. Panthrosin. Again,
distinguished.
Not my doing. It was
okay. You can't blame yourself for any of these names. Yep. It's fine.
And then we have the leopards down here also.
Nice.
Those guys are having fun. This is my hidey hole of justice right there.
Oh.
So that's where all the blocks that built the zoo came from, was in that hole. From that hole.
Wow. I feel like it should be bigger.
There's actually an iron farm down there and everything.
Gotcha.
It's all this just boring Minecraft stuff. It's not like cool builds or anything. So this is the tiger exhibit.
Yeah.
There is two of them, I thought. Yeah, there they are. Right there. They're hiding behind the tree.
And this must have taken forever just to figure out how to place these blocks so that they can't jump on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a lot of work.
So I want to make it look, natural and good without it being very obvious that they're enclosed.
Yeah.
So
it looks awesome.
And then the background with the jungle there, that was recommended after I built the exhibit because it was kind of plain without it.
That looks good. Yeah,
that
looks good.
Great idea. I think big shout out to, I think it was Kathy Clism. If you're watching, Kathy, I think that was your idea. And then we have our African lions.
Mm-hmm.
Aslan.
Got a male and female in here?
Yep, there's Aslan and Scar.
Of course. Scar.
And then we won't go too far into this mine here because there's another entrance to it, but this is the Ocelot exhibit.
Nice.
So it's a vanilla mob, but it still fits.
Did you do the other vanilla mobs too?
There's a couple of them, yeah. There's the petting zoo, which has a few of them in it.
Of course. The petting zoo, yeah.
So But the ocelots, since they are kind of a big cat, you know. Oh, another thing that I do is the facade, the fake tunnels there, like that tunnel.
I noticed that. Yeah, that's awesome. That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's just good old black concrete, little trickaroo there.
I love black concrete.
It's such a great block for deceiving.
It's really hard to see
yeah.
when you're like working with it, but it's awesome.
So yeah, the big cats exhibit.
Nice. That looks really good.
And there's you can see a mine cart going down in front of there. We'll get to that.
Okay. I'm assuming that's the ride.
That's part of that's part of the ride. I think we passed by the Tasmanian devils here. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there they are.
Yeah,
or there it is. There's the other one.
There's the one on the left over by the tree there.
Oh, I forgot you can't jump these fences.
Yeah, there's two of them actually over here.
Oh yeah, right there.
Hiding, waiting to attack.
Safety.
Yeah. Well, safe. Wait till we get to the ride. I can't guarantee you won't get blown up. The tapirs. There's one there, and there's one on the left side also.
Oh yeah, there's a couple down on this side.
Here's another entrance to that part that we'll get to in a little bit. That's the reptile exhibit area back there.
Okay.
This is Lucas Matthew Park.
Matthew Park.
Just a nice little park to sit in and relax. I made this quickly on the day my third son was born.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
We knew he was. We were gonna go in and get him because health reasons and for Hellcat, and so we had to wait though because she had some medical reasons why she had to wait. So I had like the whole day to just kind of sit and stew, and I was like, well, I mean, I can knock out an episode real quick.
There you go.
I mean, I wasn't doing anything at the hospital. This was our third go at having a kid, so we've been there, done that. So I came back, quickly whipped this up, and then went back to the hospital.
Same old, same old.
Yeah, it's a regular routine. A nice little waterfall. Now this area is a woodland biome, so it's normally oak trees and a bunch of grass. So obviously everything's been changed.
Yeah, no kidding. You wouldn't be able to tell any of this was. You wouldn't be able to tell any biome that I've been in. I have no idea.
Yep, it's supposed to be modeled after the real Cerro Gordo, so a lot of rock and stone and gravel and stuff. And then there was no river here that zigzags through or that kind of curves throughout the zoo. That was all added.
That's all handmade, handcrafted.
I think we'll save the reptile center for last because that's a big area.
Okay.
For as far as seeing exhibits, we'll save that one for last. Which one was in here? This was the bison, I believe.
Bison
on the tree might be easier.
Oh yeah.
There.
Easier.
Gave him a little bit.
Oh, yeah, and the other one's climbing up there.
Yeah, he's trying to escape.
Of course he's. I hate it here.
We treat him nice-ish.
Nice.
Here we have the pygmy hippo exhibit.
Cool. I love these little guys.
This one on the right is called Chubby Thunder.
That's a great name.
The red panda exhibit. They're all
Looking
cuddled
good.
up.
Oh, look at that. That's adorable.
Yep, they've been sleeping there for months.
Something might be wrong with your red pandas.
They're just really tired. They're standing up every once in a while.
Time. Yeah,
so I figured,
true.
Figured they're still alive. The black rhinoceros, the cave rhino, since we have a cave for him.
Cave rhino.
These are the cassowaries here. Got their nice little jungle-esque exhibit.
Oh yeah, these things are lethal.
Yeah, they are. They're very dangerous. They're named Karen, Gertrude, and Cassie.
Those are good names.
Yeah, good ones for cassowaries. I think we just this little guy right here we missed too. This is just the meerkat exhibit.
Oh, nice. Where are they at? I can't even. Oh yeah, he's digging. I see him digging.
There's a few of them in there. There's one on the log over here too, just chilling.
Adorable.
I don't know where they all are. They're somewhere in there though. A couple of them by the tree actually.
Yeah, there's one standing there.
Yeah, they're always fun to try to spot. All right. We'll continue this way to the grizzly bear exhibit. They love seeing me.
Ooh, I love the grizzlies.
Yeah, they always love seeing me. They look so angry
Hello.
whenever I come around.
Hi. He's trying to get at me. He's just trying to destroy me. That's all.
Yeah, he probably wants to kill. All the animals are still wild too. So.
Yeah, of course.
We have the restrooms and the plushie stall here.
Nice. Very well done.
They're all decked out. The interiors are all finished. So if you have to go to the bathroom, you know where to go.
Yes, sir.
The otter exhibit here.
Ooh.
Now there's a couple of ways to view this. You know, this is one from up top here. There's one they're over by the tree right now, it looks like.
Oh yeah.
So we'll give them plenty of water to swim around in.
Yeah, this is a big exhibit for such a small animal.
Yep. Want to make sure
they're
they have
happy,
space.
I'm sure. The bears are jealous.
Yeah, exactly. I think we gave like the bison a quarter of the size. But so the red fox exhibit.
Nice.
These things always look wicked depressed.
I know, right?
I don't know why, but they've seen some stuff.
Yeah. Look at those eyes. Oh, the things I've seen.
We gave them a really nice exhibit. I don't know why they're so upset.
Good.
The emperor penguins.
The otters.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure they can see the otters from here. Well, maybe they might get jealous. So
yeah, this is cool.
But yeah, that's again the otter exhibit. You can partially see underwater in case they're swimming underwater.
Mm-hmm.
And then the emperor penguins.
They're all flying. It looks like.
Yeah, they're stuck in the water over there. They've been there for months too. Some of them. One of them in here is named Oswald Cobblepot.
Of course it is. Yep, absolutely.
Because
you got to have a Batman in this exhibit somewhere, right?
We have a bat named Bruce.
Perfect.
There's Sonic the Echidna right up there.
Sonic the Echidna.
And down there he's tucked right behind under the rail there. That's Knuckles the Echidna right there.
Knuckles and Sonic the Echidnas. The classic Sega characters.
Yep.
Not quite the same ring to it.
No. These guys like to burrow under the ground, so we gave them a little burrow down there that they can rest in.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Sonic's chosen to just stay on top of the down tree the entire time.
For months.
Yeah. These noisy guys are the Gores.
Uh-huh. I never know how to say this animal's name.
Gore. I don't know.
Gower.
Gower.
Yeah, one of these days I might even look it up.
Get Google to just say it.
Yeah.
As we go through the zoo, Google just says the names.
Just hear the robotic name in the back.
Yeah.
But yeah, over this way we'll continue around. We'll see another look at the emperor penguins, but there's moose. There's moose over this way.
Meese? No way.
There's meese. So we want to make sure. I want to make sure there's plenty of ways to see the animals.
Yeah.
So yeah,
that ship in the background is so awesome.
Yeah, it adds a nice little detail to the aquarium area.
Oh, you got a white moose.
That's Alberta.
Oh, nice. Are these all named after Canadian provinces?
No, not all of them. That one was
okay.
though. I think the one on the far left here, the male on the far left is Bullwinkle.
Yeah.
So yeah.
You have a squirrel named Rocky?
Oh,
the squirrels were named after it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
If Rocky had dropped $500, he would have gotten a squirrel named after him.
Come on, Rocky. Step your game up.
And then we circle back over here. There was a little expansion to the zoo because there was a couple animals that I wanted to squeeze in still. So we built a little path up this way past the bears. Again, nothing but safety here. Small children could eat themselves into the bear pen, but whatever.
That's okay. It's their own fault.
Yeah,
Natural
exactly.
selection, I like to say.
It's part of the joy of coming to the zoos I build is that you come at your own risk. It's actually in the theme song. I'm not even kidding. I have a theme song.
And it's in the theme song?
It's in the refrain of the theme song. Yep.
Come at your own risk. I promise you'll return to see the amazing wildlife and the lessons we've learned.
Here's an opaque. I didn't know what these things were until I caught it in this mod.
Yeah, these I've seen these before. They look really cool. They're like a cross between a zebra and something else.
It's like a zebra horse giraffe mix.
Right, yeah.
You got the butt of a zebra with the body of a horse and the head of a giraffe. They're weird looking animals. So but yeah, interesting. I only ever found one of those all season.
Oh wow.
Here we have the common hippos. These are the guys that escaped.
Yep. Yep.
The one that escaped, I believe, is over here. I put him as far away from the wall as I could.
Does he stay there?
Yeah, well, I mean, he'll wander around eventually. But he actually climbed the tree, as hippos are known to do.
Yeah. I remember when I made a hippo exhibit, I would see them on the trees constantly.
Yeah.
And it's something to behold.
Yeah, interesting how nature works, you know?
Like a little plump fruit in the tree.
And then here we have the tuft deer. They're also in the trees.
Are they?
For some reason.
Oh yeah, yeah.
One just got
saw
done. They have fangs, which I thought was interesting. So we named that one Vampire Bambi.
Vampire Bambi. That's good.
And then this building here is the petting zoo. So this is the vanilla
Oh,
animals.
here we go.
I had to kind of encase the rabbits a little bit more because they like to escape, but yeah, we got Mareep the sheep. I don't remember what all the animal names are for the bunnies because there's a bunch of them. But
John Pork,
John Pork the pig, and Cusco the llama.
Cusco, nice.
After the Emperor's New Groove llama.
John Pork, such a good name.
But I think the last little bits to see here in the zoo, I know we're kind of speeding through this, there's a lot of exhibits to see, so...
Is this all the animals?
Yeah, well, no, not quite. Actually, there's a handful that I didn't get to. Three of them that I didn't actually find, despite me trying really hard. I wasn't able to find them. So, like, polar bears, the Japanese salamander, and the tamarins I didn't find. But everything else I did, so...
Yeah.
And I got exhibits for most of everything else. There was just a few that I didn't, like the sharks and the condors. I think I didn't squeeze in here. But
they're dangerous anyway.
The reptile center. We'll head here next. Now this can sometimes have enemies in here, so I'll just be on guard.
Okay.
But yeah, there's the Fiji banded iguanas. I think that's what they're called. Fiji something iguanas.
I think so.
One of these guys is called Trelon Musk. There's a couple hiding. There's a couple hiding to the behind the bushes over there too. They're trying to avoid being seen, but they got a little mini palm tree in there.
That's nice. I'm sure they're happy.
Here we have the green anacondas.
Ooh, that sound.
It's kind of creepy. Yeah, that haunts my nightmares. They were all over the place in the shield biome last season. But yeah. Sir Mix-a-Lot and Julius Squeezer.
These names are too much.
I love the fans. They're great at naming these things.
Why Sir Mix-a-Lot? They just
because of the song about my anaconda.
Oh, that's right. How did I not put that together? That's unbelievable.
But yeah,
man.
this is an area that I kind of tried to design to look similar to parts in Cerro Gordo, where there's like chimneys basically that allow air into the mines.
Ah.
So there's a couple spots in this part that I have that because this is built into the mountain. Similar to right here. There's another one. This is where Gil Gates unfortunately passed away. This was his pool.
Oh no, poor Gil.
Yeah, I probably should have seen it coming. I think he swam up the waterfall and then jumped out.
Of course.
It was
brutal.
It was a sad day. I was sick that day too. It was really bad. But
just made you sicker.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't help anything. The dragon eggs in here. This is the reptile center, after all.
Ooh,
so,
fancy.
That's a fake mine shaft. It's again another black concrete trick.
Mm-hmm.
So people can get lost in here too. The Gharials. I don't know how to pronounce these. The Indian Gharials.
I don't. Yep. Your guess is as good as mine.
Gharial.
One of these guys is named Toothless.
Inaccurate.
Yep. The box turtles.
Cool.
I think we got three
I love
different
the box
variants.
turtles. There's a few. I think they're all in the back there.
One of these guys is named Thunderdome.
Oh, there's another one there.
Big shout out to everyone who named an animal. These guys, they did a great job.
These names are great. Ooh, ominous music just played for me.
Oh, creepy. The Komodo dragons.
Mm-hmm.
Just hanging out back here. I don't remember these guys' names off the top of my head. My brain sometimes forgets things.
Dragonite? Dragonair?
Probably is there probably is a reference to Pokemon in there for sure. Further on into the mine we go.
Wow.
So there's
The
like a little
detail is amazing.
There's like a lift that carries things up from down below.
Oh, that's cool.
But here we have Master Uguay, the Galapagos tortoise. It's another exhibit that you can actually go inside of. Cause,
you can pet him.
Yeah, because he's a friendly guy.
Get out of the... Don't escape.
Move,
Can they go through the...
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
I wonder. Okay. Because they look big, but who knows?
They just like throw their shell over it or something.
Breakdance over it.
We got some dwarf crocodiles.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them in there, actually.
There's 4. Okay.
It's kind of like an I
two,
Spy.
3. Oh, yeah. Yeah. 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
Yeah, there's one on the far left there, too, that's it kind of blends in with the stone, not the one on the bushes.
Oh, I see that one. Yep.
So.
That's the far right.
No, the one over here.
Oh, I saw that one, actually.
There's
I
two...
didn't see this one over here
on
the far right.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I missed.
Hiding in the shadows.
Yeah, exactly.
The marine iguanas.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Gojira is one of them. Or Gojira, the actual name for Godzilla. I can't remember what the other one is. I keep forgetting the other one's name. My poor brain. It's 200-some animals to remember.
Yeah, there's no way. I would not even... I'm surprised you remember as much as you do.
This is a small detail, but I got to point out because I'm proud of it. There's leaves on the ground in here.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you look up, there's another one of these chimneys there.
Oh, wow. The details are ridiculous.
Yeah, obviously you can hear the rattlesnakes.
Uh-huh.
There's 3 of them. Reese Slitherspoon is in there.
Oh, my gosh.
The puns just keep going.
I know.
And then the Gila monsters.
Nice.
One of them's Darth Maul. I remember that one. There's
accurate.
1, 2, 3 of them in there, it looks like. Hiding.
That looks good.
Then this leads back to the big cats area here, the ocelots.
Oh, so that's that entrance that we kind of went in. Yeah.
Yep. So there's only really one more thing to do here at the zoo, though.
Oh, no.
And, well, actually, I take it back. There's a couple more exhibits down there, too. But there is the roller coaster.
Now, do I need to be worried about this roller coaster, or?
You signed the waiver, right?
What waiver?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're good. You're good.
You're liable.
I'm thinking that we signed it for you when you entered the zoo.
Okay. As soon as you log in, it's automatically. Yeah. You logged in at your own risk.
Exactly. So the ravine over here next to Chubby Thunder is is the way you get down to the beginning of the roller coaster. But there are some exhibits along the way. There's the butterfly exhibit built into the wall.
Oh, very pretty. The serenity before the madness.
Yeah, exactly. Before you get the crap scared out of you. There's actually a couple exhibits down here for people who are waiting to ride, like the bats exhibit. So Bruce is in there.
Bruce is in here, yeah.
And then the rats exhibit is down here. There's also a skeleton in there. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. You got friends.
He's the zookeeper too. He takes care of the animals. He's been here a long time.
I mean, it's fitting that the skeleton's in with the rats. It
Exactly.
just seems like it would work.
Now, we also had a Halloween episode. So this broken down part of the cave right here is like a almost sealed off section of the mine shaft.
Oh, it's really spooky in here.
It's not an official part of the zoo, you know. It's
I'm getting the back end or back door treatment or something.
Yep. Yeah, so this isn't actually an official part of the zoo, but we do have a wither skeleton and zombie pigman exhibit.
Oh, that's awesome. Wow.
Zombie pigmen are a rare species now. They don't exist anymore.
That's true. The last remaining zombie pigman.
I think it's the last one in captivity right there.
That's amazing. It's valuable.
And then we used to have spiders in here, but they seem to have gotten out.
Oh.
Because if you notice, there's webbing on the outside of the exhibit here.
Oh.
Yeah,
they not concerning at all.
The cave-in appears to have damaged the glass, and they escaped.
That's awesome.
Now, when I was building these exhibits, they actually did escape, but I'm thinking they actually just fell to their death from climbing and falling.
Oh yeah.
But the story still holds true. It looks like they got out.
I like the story. Let's ignore that last part.
Yeah. So that's it for the exhibits. As far as the exhibits here, that's all 222 animals.
Wow.
But we do have the minecart ride here. Now, there's no fancy redstone nothing to get this thing going because this is a wooden bridge and there wasn't any way to hide it.
Yep.
But if you want to take the front cart, we'll get going and we'll just ride the rails.
And I just push forward.
Just push forward. Yep.
Oh,
Godspeed.
Here we go. No.
Good luck. So this will This will take you around the zoo, and you can see like there's a little mining town on the back here. You shouldn't have to actually push anything now. You should just be able to ride it the entire way. So.
Okay. Yeah. Mining town looks
small
good.
Little mining colony. I had to put something back here because it was, aside from a really cool, majestic view of the mountain, it was not so much here. So.
Right.
All right, and then we're gonna get a good overview of the zoo here. a couple of them, then it's going to drop you down a mine shaft.
Wow. Totally safe.
Yep,
totally
100% safe. Don't worry about the whiplash.
Don't have spinal injuries at all right now.
We're going under the big panther head. And then into the mines. Fun fact, this actually is where I had a creeper blow up on me.
While you were riding it or while you were building it?
While I was riding it.
Oh, no.
So, like I said, no guarantee you'll survive this one, but we're going down through some of the mines here. We're going to get a view of the back end of the mountain.
A little village over there.
We're going over the beaver exhibit here coming up. And then we're going into the mines themselves, the proper mines underneath Cerro Gordo.
Oh, boy.
So you might feel like you're getting a little lost and disoriented down here because, well, you're supposed to.
Okay, that was all by design.
This was a pain to build. Had to carve out everything.
Oh, wow.
As mines tend to be, you know.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of different turns and stuff you could go, but the track should take you on the proper way.
Yeah, I keep thinking I'm going one direction, and I just get, like, whipped around to a different direction.
This is an absolute mess down here. There's a lot of different tunnels.
It's awesome, though. I mean, great ride for, you know, just you're at a zoo.
Yeah.
Seeing all these animals. You get peaceful serenity from the butterflies.
And then severe whiplash from the roller coaster.
Dropped thousands of feet. And then whipped back and forth through the mines.
Yeah. See?
That was awesome.
There we go. And we're back.
Wow, the detail is ridiculous.
It took a long time. The zoo took 82 weeks to make.
82 weeks.
Yep.
For those of you keeping track, that's longer than a year.
That is. That's like a little over
year and
a half, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts. Or almost a year.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts. A lot of work put into it. Big thank you to everybody who actually watched the series. I had some diehard fans actually get all the way through it all.
That's awesome. And the people who named the animals, congrats. Some of these names are incredible. You're going to get comments now. Oh, you forgot to tell them this name.
I did. I'm sorry. There's 200 some animals. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I love that ship in the background, though. That really adds a lot to it.
Yep. Yeah, it was kind of a blank space there, and I needed something to kind of show off the aquarium.
Yeah.
And that's what I got. There's even a villager in the brig in the back.
Oh, just for detail?
Yep. He's
I guess, see him from here.
Nah, he doesn't render in from here. See that, or maybe he despawned too, but
nah, I'm sure he's in there. But now I have to see him. You mentioned him, so now I have to see him. There he is. I see him.
He loaded.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I think there's even like a tide pool that's back there that had a fish. It had 2 fish in it, but they might have despawned. Like I said, I was having trouble with the aquarium animals disappearing.
Mm-hmm.
Like Jesse, the orca whale. I don't know where that went.
Poor Jesse.
This guy.
I mean, he escaped. You remember? He's free now. Oh yeah, he still got a little. Mm-hmm.
Which one was this again? Oh, this is just named Fish.
Okay.
Not all
that
of
was
them.
The worst way to end.
Not all of them were puns.
Not all of them were good. Not all of them are winners, guys. Just gotta say.
Hey, one of these crabs is named Blackbeard. Is that better?
That's better. Yeah, that's way better.
But that's it. That's the zoo.
That's awesome. Good job.
This is thank you so much for visiting Cerro Gordo.
Yeah.
You're one of the few people who survived it.
Oh, really? Not a good track record for the guests, huh?
Yeah, no, we've had some accidents. It's all good though.
Great entrance. Yeah, good job.
That's
what's the plan for the future?
There is going to be a season 3 coming up here shortly.
Wow.
It's hidden in secrecy though, so there'll be an announcement coming to the channel shortly for those fans of you that are out there of the series. Keep your eyes peeled.
It's exciting stuff.
But yeah, there will be a season 3, so don't worry. There'll be more animals.
Thank you so much for the tour. That was great.
Oh yeah, season 3 I should mention is going to be in the new version.
Oh, the new version. Okay.
The only reason this one is in the old version is because I started it before ZAWA Evolved was out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Otherwise, I would have been playing that. So.
Well, you did a great job.
Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. And I guess the only way out of here is actually through the nether portal.
Through the nether. Okay.
Yeah, you got to go through hell just to get out of here.
That's awesome.